Chapter 182. The beloved does not know when to return. The carriages roll and the horses trot, yet the beloved is unaware of when he shall return. The early rain in Weiqing has muddied the path, obstructing both the road and the gaze into the distance. Jiang Caiwei returned to the official's residence, quietly taking a seat, her face etched with an unmistakable weariness. Just the day prior, someone reported to Weiqing that the drunken celestial had caused a death. She was compelled to come in person to clear her name. Of course, had she merely informed Town, the matter would have been resolved. However, she was reluctant. Perhaps embodying the adage of mutual support, inherently disinclined to incur a debt of gratitude. An elderly official returned, his voice as hoarse as a broken gong. The coroner had investigated and confirmed that it was indeed an issue related to the liquor, resulting in a fatal poisoning. You ought to return. Refrain from brewing any private liquor within the next couple of months. Were it not for my persuasion, that family would certainly not let you off easily. You should compensate them with 3,000 taels of silver. The deceased was a wealthy gentry. Should they refuse, and the matter escalates to the higher authorities, it could lead to a death sentence. Jiang Caiwei remained motionless, sitting steadily, showing no inclination to part with her silver. What does this mean? If you continue to act foolishly, it truly could lead to execution, the old official threatened, his demeanor one of intimidation. He had recently arrived in Weiqing and was unaware that the woman before him was the wife of the notorious owner of the killing list. A bribe had clouded his conscience, leading him to contemplate deception. In the official residence, many officers present wore sly smiles. In this era, women are often easily frightened. A mere display of a blade would send even the simplest village woman into a tremor. Feng and Lu Lao, who had accompanied her, were incensed and prepared to step forward, only to find their little mistress had already lifted her head in silent defiance. Her calm gaze rendered them momentarily speechless, reminiscent of the little master himself. Then let us proceed to the higher authorities. Jiang Caiwei seized the documents before her, coldly tearing them to shreds, and then rose to leave the official residence. This left the old official and the officers in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how a seemingly insignificant village woman could possess such audacity. The old official cursed under his breath and lifted the curtain to enter the inner chamber. Chapter 183. The little mistress standing upon the balcony, Lu Zizhong hummed a tune with a smile. With the troubles in Zhujiazhuang, the liquor trade would surely return to Tangjiang City. He was aware that the little master had gone to the border, possibly involved with the people from the Guoxing Marquis. But what of it? He played his role well in this unfolding drama, and no evidence would surface. That village girl is utterly filthy, a flower girl jeered. Lu Zizhong, amused, tossed a handful of silver, causing the 7 or 8 flower girls on the balcony to descend into a frenzy of scrambling. The stagnant water on the street overflowed the drainage, carrying dead rats and withered branches onto the thoroughfare. Jiang Caiwei silently retreated to the middle of the street, with no further retreat possible. Behind her, the old official, accompanied by 7 or 8 officers, formed an imposing wall. Personal grievances shall not be interfered with by the authorities. The old official's face flushed red, fearing exposure, and he hastily reiterated his statement. On either side of the street, common folk opened their wooden windows. Casting glances toward the few individuals in the center, their expressions a mix of malicious glee and deep sighs. Madam, what shall we do? Shall we draw our blades? Feng clenched his teeth tightly. Jiang Caiwei, with a focused gaze, surveyed the surroundings. She was certain that should they unsheath their weapons, the officials lurking behind would seize the opportunity to apprehend them. Yet, to remain unarmed in the face of the frenzied crowd before her was equally perilous. Stand down. Jiang Caiwei stepped forward, seizing 4 or 5 damp firewood sticks from a nearby pile, distributing one to each person. Madam, you may remain at the back. Feng gasped for breath. In his eyes, his wife was gentle by nature, not akin to a brawling shrew. Little did he know that with the northern invaders breaking through Yongguan, countless refugees were streaming southward, burdened with ailing elders and 2 young maidens. Jiang Caiwei had already taken up arms to protect her family as provisions. You ruffian brewers, you shall not escape today. The first brazen man charged forward. But before he could grasp Jiang Caiwei's skirt, Feng struck him down fiercely with the firewood stick. The man clutched his arm, rolling in pain on the ground. The old official, accompanied by 7 or 8 underlings, wore a grim expression. Little master. On the official road, Chang Wei swallowed hard, managing to utter a strained phrase. Earlier, He had regarded Su Mu as an admirable individual, but now he recognized that the demeanor of this young master had transformed entirely. Reminiscent of formidable figures whose every gesture bore an air of decisiveness and menace. Behind the young master, over 400 sturdy men clad in white armor, brandishing blades and donning bamboo hats, awaited. As the sound of hooves faded, the muddy thoroughfare was left marked with crescent-shaped hoofprints. "Hurry," urged the horses. Chang Wei's complexion turned pale. The young master's entrance into Weiqing might spell disaster. "Last night, I did not comb my hair. My tresses cascade over my shoulders." Lu Zizhong sat in a rattan chair, humming a tune, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Before him, the rain-soaked street revealed the foolish young lady, now exhausted. Her delicate hand gripping the firewood stick, her palms bloodied. The three fallen young men lay frozen, their skin as pale as death. It would not be long before they succumbed entirely. In this world, the foolish do not survive long. The old official, along with his 7 or 8 subordinates, found shelter beneath an eave, sipping warming wine while coldly observing the scene. They awaited the moment of death to commence their cleanup. Jiang Caiwei, with a broken arm hanging limply, bore an expression of defiance. "Kneel down, you wretch." A few more young men charged forward with firewood sticks, their eyes filled with ferocity. One of them raised a massive stick, aiming for the young lady's head. On the platform, Lu Zizhong stood in anticipation, eager for the bloodshed. The old official and his subordinates chuckled, readying their umbrellas once more to wash away the aftermath. Suddenly, the expansive streets of Weiqing trembled as if an earthquake had struck, startling the onlookers on both sides of the street, who gasped in alarm. A solitary, chilling feathered arrow pierced through the curtain of rain, striking the young rogue and passing cleanly through him, leaving a splatter of crimson amidst the downpour. Chapter 185. The young master in white, as pure as snow. Yet his countenance is stained with frost. After a day and a half, Guing returned to the Water Pavilion Academy. Lu Zizhong had been mercilessly beaten by willow branches, nearly losing his life. Over 30 malevolent vagrants had their legs shattered by the young master, crawling out of Weiqing in tears. The old officials of the government and several constables were said to have been hung beneath the tower all night long. Yuan Tao raised his pallid face, coughed a couple of times, his voice hoarse yet tinged with amusement. It was rare for him to exhibit such assertiveness. "Master, could this matter be too grand?" "Not at all." Yuan Tao sighed, realizing the young master harbored some genuine anger within. In the midst of life and death at the border, upon returning to the inner city, he discovered that his affairs had nearly been shattered. "I will visit the general's office this afternoon to leave a message. Time is of the essence." Yuan Tao struggled to his feet, his steps slightly unsteady. "The divine healer Li Wang'er from Muyun Prefecture will arrive in Changyang in a few days." Yuan Tao remained silent, walking a few more steps in contemplation until he reached the lakeside. A breeze swept across the lake, lifting his long robe. The young master, clad in white as pure as snow, bore a visage tinged with frost. "Halt!" The figures of over 400 riders came to a synchronized stop before the horseshoe lake. The sound of hooves halted abruptly, startling many. Women bore bows, while men were armed with blades. The able-bodied men of the village believed something was amiss. As many emerged with weapons, they had yet to stabilize themselves before catching sight of Su Mu, their eyes suddenly ablaze with emotion. "The master has returned." The entire Horseshoe Lake village erupted into a lively commotion. An elderly scholar atop the tower kicked the drunken Chen Deity off, then rushed down in tears, crying out, "My son, my son, my son, Li Pasheng." Upon hearing this name, Su Mu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. During his recent journey to the border, he had indeed heard of Li Pasheng's fate, yet it seemed to evoke a sense of melancholy. Chapter 186. The slave is willing to face death. After a night of drunken revelry, the first rays of dawn filtered through the wooden cabin's cracks, scattering light across the room. Su Mu lifted his head in silence, gazing at the shadows of trees and the flight of birds outside the window, momentarily lost in a world apart. "Su Lang." Jiang Caiwei rubbed her drowsy eyes, her face tinged with a soft blush. "Su Lang is awake. I shall prepare breakfast. Let Lian Sa do it. Besides, Xinjiang has returned as well." Su Mu replied with a smile. In truth, the young maid had been feeling unwell these past couple of days, and they had engaged in no activities beyond retiring to bed when night fell. After helping the young maid cover herself with blankets, Su Mu rose, donned his robe, and proceeded to step outside the village. On the 27th day of the chrysanthemum month, the crispness of autumn had settled in following a drenching rain. Outside the village, life thrived vigorously. The valiant men of the Qinglong camp, having shed their armor, voiced no complaints as they donned simple farming attire. Under Wei Feng's leadership, they ventured into the back mountains, periodically returning with large trees to construct wooden houses. Occasionally, youthful maidens, smitten by a gallant man, would shyly approach, offering tea with eager hands. The brick kilns resumed their toil after the skies cleared, plumes of smoke ascending and darkening the clouds above. Sumu tightened his robe, feeling a sense of solace as he observed the scene. For individuals like them, possessing warmth from a robe, sustenance for the belly, and shelter overhead constituted the utmost happiness. At that moment, a resonant clang drew Su Mu's attention. He turned to find Chun, the blacksmith, had, unbeknownst to him, gathered several apprentices and commenced crafting ironworks. Su Mu exhaled deeply. Life was gradually returning to a semblance of order. Suddenly, the sound of hooves on the earth startled Su Mu. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered Guiying had arrived, weary and travel-worn, at the shores of the Horseshoe Lake. "Young master," Guiying exclaimed, hastening towards him. "What brings you here?" "My lord has sent me to advise you. Refrain from wandering aimlessly in the coming days. Should anyone inquire about border affairs, simply state you are engaged in procuring wolf pelts." The borderlands stretched desolate for miles, with the most abundant resource being the pelts of the sand wolves. It was not uncommon for merchants to lead grand caravans to the borders for this purpose. Yet, Su Mu found himself perplexed. What did this imply? Given the current circumstances, a month had passed, and the beleaguered inhabitants of the desolate town had nearly perished from hunger, leading to potential mutiny among the soldiers. What is truly happening, Guiying? Guiying's complexion abruptly flushed. The court has conceded to the Northern D's proposal for peace. Peace. Su Mu felt a wave of despair wash over him. After painstakingly cornering over 100,000 of the Northern D forces, the victory was still unclaimed, yet the court sought a truce. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, and he propped himself up, gazing at the brave men of the Qinglong camp approaching slowly behind him. Among them was Chun Jiaocao, his face ablaze with fury. How many of the encircled Northern D have perished? Less than 10,000. Zhao Qingyun had received the court's orders and, after disarming them, dispatched hundreds of carts laden with provisions. We fought tooth and nail to corner these Northern D. The veterans of the Qinglong camp erupted in indignation. "Silence! Heed the young master," Wei Feng bellowed, quelling the crowd's uproar. Chen Jiaocao, rather than offering counsel, stood silently by, awaiting Su Mu's words. In the grand scheme, individuals felt like mere ants. "Youthful master, my lord insists that whatever you aim to accomplish, now is not the opportune moment." Guiying hesitated, his voice hoarse. "My lord has already entered the palace." Without responding, Su Mu slumped helplessly to the ground, recalling vividly the figure clad in pristine white, who had painstakingly devised a strategy, only to ultimately be outmaneuvered by a cadre of courtly foxes. Millions of carts filled with grain, if bestowed upon the fleeing populace, could have saved countless lives. As the sun dipped low, the twilight cast a melancholic glow over the imperial path before the resplendent golden hall. The figure draped in white coughed softly a few times, yet remained steadfast in a kneeling posture, unmoving. Before him stood the magnificently gilded golden hall. Upon the dragon throne within the palace sat a jovial young boy clad in a crooked dragon robe, frequently summoning palace maids to bring him sweetened water, which he eagerly consumed. "The prime minister is still kneeling," someone remarked, to which another voice, deep and resonant, responded, "Let him kneel. Our dynasty, the Great G, is a realm of righteousness. If we release those surrendering soldiers from the Northern D, we can win their hearts with virtue, and all nations shall pay homage." "I heed the prime minister's counsel," came the reply. "Yet my young imperial uncle has grown rather unruly. He even dispatched eunuchs to surreptitiously deliver blood-soaked messages, claiming that the Great G is in turmoil and that the common folk are fleeing in droves. Your Majesty, he is scheming for military power. I am not foolish. If the people cannot cultivate their fields, why would they not resort to hunting? The deer in the royal hunting grounds are quite plump. Otherwise, they could simply open a small shop in Changyang City and avoid starving. Your Majesty, it is the idleness of these people that is to blame. Of course I understand that without grain, they will not turn to me. Even minced meat is not difficult to consume. Ha ha, Your Majesty is truly sagacious." Yuan Tao knelt upon the imperial path, the azure stones beneath him stained with a pool of blood from his persistent cough. He remained there, silent, in the dusk. His counsel had failed to reach the heavens, and he had been ousted from the court discussions. His time was running short. Lord Yuan Tao, of the noble house of Yuan, presents himself. A mournful-faced old eunuch approached Yuan Tao, raising his voice. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a member of the imperial guard severed the eunuch's throat, dragging the corpse aside into the passage. At a glance, there were at least 4 or 5 bodies. Yuan Tao coughed a few times, blood droplets falling from his lips, blooming like crimson plum blossoms. He lifted his gaze to the nearby golden hall. A profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. My lord, a youthful eunuch, still tender in years, dashed over, tears in his eyes, taking advantage of the guard's inattention. Everyone says you are a loyal minister. Last year, you even helped us, the eunuchs, secure our fortunes. No one supports you, my lord, but we are here to assist. Cough, cough. What is your name? My lord, I am called Little Spotted Deer. Little Spotted Deer, return at once. I will not leave. The great G can do without me, but it cannot do without you, my lord. I am willing to face death. Yuan Tao's eyes welled with tears as he slowly closed them. The body of Little Spotted Deer was again dragged away by the imperial guard, leaving a long trail of blood. Yuan Tao covered his mouth, coughing violently. When he opened his palm, it was stained red with blood. Yuan Tao pays his respects to your majesty. If we negotiate peace with the northern D, the great G stands on the brink of peril and catastrophe looms. He cried out, his voice raspy and hoarse. No one responded. The afterglow on the imperial path retreated like a receding tide, fading into the middle gate as the dark night descended. Chapter 187. A night of white hair in the early morning. The frosty air chilled the faces of all. The 2 teams of imperial guards, who had not slept all night, finally noticed that the stubborn noble lord was no longer kneeling but had risen in silence. At first glance, however, something seemed amiss. Captain, that lord, the lord's hair. It appears to have turned completely white overnight. Everyone turned to look, their expressions laden with complexity. Although they each performed their duties, deep down, they held a profound admiration for the loyal minister, Lord Yuan. Beneath the cold, Yuan Tao faced the golden Luan Hall and bowed 3 times before unsteadily rising to his feet, silently dragging his steps while coughing up blood, staggering out of the palace. His long robe, stirred by the wind, bore stains of crimson. The silver crown binding his hair had fallen away at some point, leaving only a head of frosted white hair fluttering in the breeze. Gu Ying, who had hurried back through the night with reddened eyes, broke free from the imperial guard's restraint and rushed to Yuan Tao's side. My lord, do not speak. I wish to remain silent. The imperial guards dared not obstruct him and gradually parted to clear a path. The figure with silver white hair moved step by step until it was no longer visible. In Changyang City, at Xiaobi Lake, beneath the drooping willows, Su Mu stood in quiet contemplation. Upon seeing Yuan Tao returning, a sudden pang of sorrow surged within his chest. My lord, he called, stepping forward to support Yuan Tao and guiding him to sit by the willows. Gu Ying remarked, you have arrived. This is indeed a fortunate event. My lord, your hair. He added, after entering the hall yesterday, I cannot explain how, but suddenly, thoughts became confounding, and my hair turned white with worry. Gu Ying retrieved a handkerchief, his eyes glistening with tears, and offered it. Before Yuan Tao could cough twice, Su Mu clearly saw the handkerchief already stained with pools of blood. My lord, I heard from Gu Ying that you have been afflicted with a strange poison. Indeed, Yuan Tao replied calmly. Upon reflection, it must be a peculiar toxin from the western regions. Its effects are slow, and I do not know when I was struck. By the time the poison manifests, it may be too late. My lungs have been injured, and given my prior arrow wounds, I occasionally cough up blood. Each cough left his robe drenched in crimson. I still hold considerable influence in the Great G, whether in Muyu province or the Dingbian camp of Zhangzhou. I have military leaders I trained. Young master, those 100,000 veteran households were not easy to summon. It took great effort on my part. They are certainly valiant men. Yuan Tao laughed heartily, but after a couple of chuckles, he succumbed to another cough. Su Mu's heart grew heavier with bitterness. As Chang Wei had said, in tumultuous times, loyal ministers rarely meet a good end. Yet Su Mu was certain that once this esteemed lord of the national surname perished, the entire Great G would plunge into chaos. With external threats from the northern D and internal strife from treacherous ministers and factions, How could the less than 30-year-old young emperor save the day? It seemed impossible. Take this, Yuan Tao said, releasing the handkerchief and retrieving a copper official token from his bosom. This is the official token of a viscount in the Great G. I purchased it from the general's office for 5 taels of silver. A smile appeared on Yuan Tao's face. I initially intended to buy a count, but upon reflection, it may not be advantageous for you. Regardless, as long as you are not a commoner, when faced with adversity, you will still have time to save yourself. Even a marquis can be bought, he continued. Indeed, such titles have been for sale for over 20 years. Even if I wish to procure a count for you, it would only require 20 taels of silver. Do not forget, I am well connected in the Great G, aside from matters at court. Su Mu understood, for a considerable duration. With the former emperor bedridden, Yuan Tao was akin to a regent until the young emperor ascended to the throne. If others were to sell positions of nobility, even a mere viscountcy might not fetch 100,000 taels. The first to instigate such an endeavor is my young master. Yuan Tao lay on his back, his white hair splayed beneath the sunlight, exuding an air of profound desolation. You fought splendidly at the frontier, yet regrettably, the affairs of the court are beyond my influence. At the very least, I underestimated that. Chapter 188. Old friends on divergent paths. The carriage traversed the official road, approaching the wooded path leading to the horseshoe lake. See who abruptly halted the horse, startling the drowsy Su Mu, who suddenly opened his eyes. Brother Mu, that rice seller is waiting strangely, he remarked. The rice seller was none other than Chang Wei. Su Mu raised his head and, after a moment of silence, alighted from the carriage upon seeing Chang Wei slumped on the grass. Chang Wei approached, handing Si Hu several meat buns, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. The evening breeze, tinged with the chill of impending winter, swept through the air. Rarely did Chang Wei don an additional robe. He chewed on an unknown stalk of grass while tilting his head to gaze at Su Mu. Knowing you would not come to see me, I decided to wait for you myself. Do you have something to discuss, young Master Chang? What shall we talk about? I will speak of whatever comes to mind. Su Mu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous in the grand inner city, he was still entangled with both Chang Wei and Yuan Tao. Have you seen little Tao? I have. I know of the Lord's affliction with a peculiar poison, and I am aware he knelt outside the Golden Luan Hall for an entire night, his hair turning white from the ordeal. I wish to chastise him to his face for being a fool, a veritable fool of the highest order. Chang Weiling's expression darkened with anger. Young master, tell me, what does he seek to support? What does he wish to save? This dynasty is crumbling. There are few years left to live. The Lord is a man of loyalty and righteousness. I hold much admiration for him, Su Mu replied, hesitating slightly before continuing. Many in the world admire him, including those heroic figures who slay officials. Upon hearing of his presence in any town, they instinctively steer clear. Are those heroes not your allies, young Master Chang? Are you foolish? Most of those heroes hail from the region of Muyun Prefecture. I merely gathered a few. During your time at the frontier, you lost half of them. Muyun Prefecture is renowned as the birthplace of martial prowess in the Great Ji dynasty, thus giving rise to many formidable fighters, both righteous and wicked. Young master, I must inquire, what is your next course of action? Chang Wei suddenly lifted his head while seated on the grass. Brewing wine, pursuing business. Private soldiers numbering in the thousands. I have heard you return from the frontier not only with nearly 500 valiant men, but also with 1,000 sets of weapons and armor, along with 200,000 taels of silver. Are you still intent on becoming a mere winemaker? This is a time-honored family enterprise that cannot be forsaken. Do not speak such nonsense. Chang Weiling's expression reflected dissatisfaction. In your youth, with both parents gone, you and your peculiar brother grew up scavenging. I found it curious. During the conflict with the Beatty at Wangzhou, you transformed entirely, becoming astute and courageous. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Though he was aware of Chang Weiling's scrutiny, he had never anticipated such thorough investigation. What is it that young Master Chang wishes to convey? If one day, Xiao Taotao were to pass away, how would you react? I would simply continue living my life. Chang Wei smiled faintly, concealing his true thoughts. Within the entire dynasty, among the 8 great generals of the border, at least 6 are waiting for Xiao Taotao to succumb to poison. You may never uncover the identity of the poisoner. Perhaps this vile act is the result of a few unscrupulous individuals pooling together a sum of silver to procure the poison from the western regions. Xiao Taotao's reputation precedes him. Should he desire it, He could rally at least 100,000 troops with a mere shout upon leaving Chanyang City for the northwestern front. They all wish for his survival, yet secretly hope for his demise. And you? Su Mu's expression darkened. Rest assured, I have not contributed any silver. Chang Cailing's voice grew hoarse. The most remarkable aspect of my life has been the friendship I share with him. Our paths diverge. He moves forward, while I have taken a different route. Yet, deep down, we remain old friends. I understand him, and he understands me. Su Mu stood in the evening breeze, feeling a twinge of regret for the bond between the two men. By the way, your old friend Zhao Qingyun has been promoted again. Now a general of the Northern Expedition, a third-rank martial officer, just a step away from becoming a marquis. The previous general of the Northern Expedition was the legendary Li Pashing, and now he has been replaced by such a young upstart. Su Mu felt little surprise. Upon returning from the border, he had suspected that someone like Zhao Qingyun would inevitably scheme to seize a significant portion of military credit. I heard there is also an old general, Lian Yong? Chang Cailing glanced at Su Mu. The head of the Gully King would suffice for him to re-establish a proper battalion, with military rations and supplies allocated. I never anticipated that you would navigate this round of border affairs so adeptly. Merely a stroke of luck. You may say what you wish. Chang Cailing clapped his hands, slowly rising from his seat. I could not have foreseen the events concerning the Liu family. Your young lady is quite resolute, so please do not hold it against me. I wouldn't dare, Su Mu smiled. He could confide in Yuan Tao, but could not afford the same trust with Chang Cailing. A mere grain merchant commanding an army of 50,000 would undoubtedly be a formidable character. In contrast, Yuan Tao, though somewhat foolishly loyal, was far easier to trust. Even in attempts to win him over, he would earnestly consider his opinions. Were it not for the state of the world, he would be a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. Little Dongjia, do me a favor. Chang Cailing retrieved a fragrant wooden box from his sleeve. The faint scent of ginseng wafted from within. A 500-year-old ginseng is a rare find. Take it to extend Xiao Tao Tao's life. Do not mention my name, for he would surely deduce it. Rest assured, young Master Chang, I shall not disappoint you. Su Mu accepted the wooden box, lowering his head to discover traces of blood on its surface. Heaven knows what bloody tale this old ginseng might harbor. Of course, he wisely refrained from inquiring further. Chang Cailing picked his nose and walked towards the nearby carriage, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, little Dongjia, you should visit Chengcheng when you have the time. Su Mu paused, puzzled. For what purpose? Marry Li Shaowan. Although her father is unworthy, her grandfather is a steadfast general of the northern border. Otherwise, do you think I joined the Li family for no reason? The world's uncle, Li Shuomo, a wretched scholar, having ingratiated himself with an elderly official, dared to request that I personally serve tea. Young Master Chang, why do you not marry? I have tried, yet it seems impossible. She claims to have someone she fancies, and having been indulged, she weeps and threatens to hang herself at the slightest provocation. Even with the most rudimentary contemplation, I know that insufferable person must be you. The lamentations of love at the frontier. Of course, if you wish to take the untamed path, it is your own affair. Chang Cailing, hands behind his back, slowly mounted the carriage, as if he had more to say. Chang Wei, driving the carriage, traveled a short distance, and still, one could hear the incessant prattle. Do not let me discover who pooled money to buy poison. Otherwise, one and all shall face my wrath, armed as I am with a formidable weapon, and I shall wreak havoc. The voice seemed to seethe with anger. Su Mu stood in contemplation for a moment, stowed away the old ginseng, and reboarded the carriage. See who hung the lantern, casting a rare glow upon the ground. The wheels began to roll, kicking up dust, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 189. The lady receives her monthly allowance upon returning to the Horsehoof Lake. The sky above transformed to a pale white. Su Mu rubbed his neck and, just as he disembarked, noticed Jiang Caiwei along with Sister Lian and several village women preparing breakfast. Su Lang, the young maid, greeted with a cheerful countenance. Su Mu suddenly realized that wherever he ventured, upon returning to the estate, his little maid always wore this joyful expression. Caiwei, you have yet to recover. Su Mu stepped forward to support her. He recalled that day in Weicheng when the young maid had fiercely protected their family business, as resolute as a lioness, unwavering and unyielding. Su Lang, I feel much better now. I shall soon prepare fish porridge. Please have some before resting. Seeing her determination, Su Mu could only nod in agreement, acknowledging that such simple tasks should pose no significant challenge. The master has returned. Wei Feng. alongside the brave men of the Qinglong camp, had risen early to prepare for lumbering in the mountains. Su Mu felt a twinge of guilt towards these brothers. After all, despite the trials of life and death at the frontier, he had ultimately failed to vanquish the northern D-dogs. Master, we discussed it last night. Regardless of the world's state, we shall follow you. Indeed, in this realm, there exists no one quite like the master who can lead us in the spirited battle against the D-dogs. Behind Wei Feng, hundreds of steadfast warriors from the Qinglong camp nodded resolutely. Su Mu, moved by their loyalty, stepped forward to embrace Wei Feng. Master, we shall proceed with the logging. I estimate we will construct numerous wooden houses by day's end. Huh. Even Zhang Ergu, that simpleton, has caught the attention of a girl. Perhaps next year, he will have a little dark-skinned child. Laughter erupted among the warriors, and Su Mu smiled, his heart warming at the gradual integration of these seasoned soldiers into the life of the estate. Naturally, feeding 600 people solely through brewing wine was not overly burdensome. However, after a night of restless wandering, Su Mu began to contemplate the uncertainties ahead. It is difficult to predict when the Duke of the nation might pass. Chaos may ensue, and relying solely on such a small band may lead to vulnerability. Chang Xilang, on the other hand, had already amassed an army of 50,000. In Sujia village, the recruitment of 1,000 private soldiers has yet to reach completion. Regrettably, many of the 3,000 seasoned veterans have perished at the frontier. It is imperative to devise a strategy to at least fill the ranks of the 1,000 private soldiers. After Qin Sheng and Wei Feng departed, Su Mu stepped forward with a heavy gait towards the village. Master, what troubles you? Qin Sheng, with a severed arm, appeared somewhat unaccustomed, his robe askew. Su Mu sighed and approached, adjusting Qin Sheng's robe to proper alignment. Master, that rough woman rose early today. Otherwise, she would have been kneeling to dress me. A smile crossed Su Mu's face, for it was well known in the village that Qin Sheng feared his wife, even as he denied it. In a fit of anger, he would threaten to return home and discipline her, yet each time, he was unceremoniously expelled. Qin Sheng, how fares Zhou Zun? Young master should be near Liz Ho. Rest assured, he handles matters with great steadiness. After a moment of silence, Su Mu nodded. Within the Qinglong camp, many hailed from Liz Ho, gathered by their kin. This time, he had specially dispatched Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo with over 30 riders and bowmen to deliver compensation to the surviving kin of those fallen in battle. While such actions may seem foolish, it nonetheless served to affirm his commitment. As long as they were Su Mu's men, even in death, they would receive compensation. Qin Sheng, urge the workers to hasten. We need more kills to fire bricks. Winter snow will soon arrive in 2 months. Master, do not worry. With his arm lost, Qin Sheng would now remain in the village as a watchful overseer. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Mu as he placed a hand on Qin Sheng's shoulder. October had begun, and the air carried a hint of penetrating chill. Today marked the beginning of the month, the day for distributing monthly salaries. A few days prior, Su Mu had sent men to several large cities to procure hundreds of warm robes. The wealth brought back from the frontier, after distributing to Wei Feng and for compensations, still left over 50,000 taels. The tavern, managed by his little maid, also held an additional 20 to 30,000 taels. When combined with the spoils from vanquishing the bandits, Sujia village found itself in possession of over 100,000 taels, a considerable fortune. Yet, the true value lay not in silver, but in the young and strong men, weapons, armor, and the private soldier documentation that would escape the notice of officials. However, these assets, too, were likely to dissipate like smoke amidst the chaos of the times. The madam has begun distributing monthly salaries. A thunderous cheer erupted over the Horsehoof Lake. Soon, the large wooden shed was filled with over 100 villagers, each face alight with joy. As for Wei Feng and the others, it was needless to mention, the silver Su Mu distributed would sustain them for quite a while. According to Su Mu's wishes, even if these men aspired to return home and become prosperous landlords, he would not impede their desires. Yet, not a single soul departed. The warriors' hearts were set only on the call of battle. Jiang Caiwei sat at the counter, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she occasionally glanced back at Su Mu, only to turn away again, deftly working the abacus. In the past, Su Mu seldom participated in the monthly salary distribution, often leaving it to Jiang Caiwei to handle on her own. However, after returning from the border this time, he felt an increasing desire to cherish such moments. Lady Lian, 1 tael and 4 chien, she announced. Lady Lian approached with a cheerful gait. eager to collect the silver in return. Lady Lian, please take some warm robes. There are several mouths to feed at home, so please take a few sets. This is a special purchase from your employer. The best little employer in the world, Lady Lian exclaimed in surprise, her smile growing even brighter. In a flurry, she dashed back, arms laden with 3 large robes and 2 smaller ones, her excitement palpable as she hurried off. The villagers in the wooden shed erupted in cheers at the sight. Several older men, moved by the moment, knelt and bowed towards Su Mu in gratitude. In winters past, without warm clothing, they had to shred tree bark or pack dried grass into the layers of their thin robes, praying merely to survive the season without succumbing to the cold. Su Mu allowed those kneeling to rise. He understood their gratitude well. In these times, cotton cultivation had not yet spread widely, with only the southwestern borders occasionally receiving supplies from outsiders. The wealthy had furs and silks for warmth, while the poor had nothing. Shin Sanwan, 6 qian. Ma Xiaoyan, 6 qian. Ma Xiaoting, 1 qian. You should learn from your brother. If you continue to lose work, you will be expelled from the village. Do you understand? Jiang Caiwei feigned anger. Please don't rush me. I understand, he replied. I'll borrow 3 qian to buy good food for the children. Time passed, and Su Mu finally stepped out of the wooden shed, lifting his gaze to the heavy sky. To be honest, there were many things he wished to accomplish, such as transplanting cotton in the southwestern regions, attempting to refine perfume, or perhaps inscribing some timeless poetry to adorn the entrance of Chengqing Academy, stunning those pompous scholars into silence. However, these aspirations belonged to prosperous times, while before him lay the grim reality of chaos. Chapter 190. General of the Northern Expedition. The first chill of wind swept past the Panlong pillar in front of the palace, causing the elderly eunuch in charge of announcements to shiver slightly. Enter. General Zhao Qingyun of the Northern Expedition. Zhao Qingyun entered the hall. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, General Zhao Qingyun of the Northern Expedition, with great strategy and merit in defending the borders, is hereby bestowed the rank of third-class military general. So decreed. Kneeling before the throne, Zhao Qingyun's face lit up with joy. After expressing his gratitude, he trembled as he accepted the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, General Zhao Qingyun of the Northern Expedition, for your unparalleled merit in guarding Hezhou, you are awarded 2 pairs of luminous pearls, 1,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, and your troops from the Xiaofeng camp are to be designated as a first-class national defense unit, with the authority to recruit soldiers as you see fit. So decreed. Thank you for your great kindness. Long live the emperor. Zhao Qingyun raised his head, his spirits soaring as he took the edict for the second time. Your Majesty still needs to review memorials in the study. The general may take his leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Zhao Qingyun hurriedly reached into his sleeve, retrieving a bulging pouch of silver, which he pressed into the eunuch's hand. Afterwards, he clasped his fists and turned away, his face alight with an unmistakable joy. The general of the Northern Expedition must heed the counsel of the chancellors. The humble officer shall surely remember. Eunuch Xuanli smiled faintly and turned to enter the palace. Zhao Qingyun exhaled heavily. He recalled vividly that the title of the Northern Expedition General belonged to the legendary General Li Pasan. Did this not imply that he, Zhao Qingyun, was now recognized as a distinguished general of the Great Ji? Upon exiting the palace, Zhao Qingyun initially intended to hurry back to Hezhou, yet he paused, turning to gaze in the direction of Weiqing. At the front of Madihai Lake, the past few days had been devoted to procuring wine, with merchants braving the biting winds, rubbing their hands together in anxious anticipation. Should they switch to another wine shop, they would have to urge them. However, who would dare to press? It was rumored that recently, the young master of Madihai Lake had taken decisive action, eliminating a man in Weiqing. Ultimately, it was a matter of no consequence, showcasing remarkable authority. At Fengqing Wang's Shijiu restaurant, 300 jars were ordered. Mine, do not snatch, exclaimed a short merchant, hastily urging the carriage and settling the balance before hurriedly loading the jars of Zui Tian onto the wagon. It was no wonder he was anxious. Reports indicated that this month, Su Zhuang Zui Tian had significantly diminished, and those who were slow would miss out. At Danyang Town's bar restaurant, 200 jars were prepared. It's my turn, another lean merchant exclaimed with delight, only to be abruptly seized and coldly cast aside. What audacity! Who dares? The lean merchant, enraged, grasped a broken brick, preparing to defend his honor. But upon lifting his gaze, he quickly stowed the brick in his sleeve and stumbled away. On the muddy road in front of Matahai Lake, 100 cavalrymen of the Imperial Army approached, all clad in tiger-patterned armor, brandishing glistening long blades. A mounted officer dismounted and surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze, causing the merchants fetching wine to retreat half a league in fright. Under the wooden shed, Jiang Caiwei remained silent for a moment, her brow furrowing. Not far from Matahai Lake, Sumu wiped his forehead while engaged in logging and constructing alongside Wei Feng and others. Not idly passing time, but rather honing their physical prowess. "Master, we must return," Chen Sheng announced, his face grim as he hurried over. Not only Sumu but also Chen Jiechi and Wei Feng quickly gathered around. "What is it? That ambitious dog has come to the estate." Zhao Qingyun. "Indeed, it is he." Sumu's expression turned icy as he adjusted his robe, without needing to summon them. Over 400 brave souls of the Qinglong camp followed coldly behind. Chen Jiechi unsheathed his sword, stepping with determination, and in an instant, leaped over the estate wall, which stood over 10 feet high. "Master, we shall fetch the horses." Wei Feng spoke gravely. Sumu did not hinder them. To be honest, he could not decipher Zhao Qingyun's intentions. Of course, he had heard that within these few days, Zhao Qingyun would return to the capital to report and accept his rewards. A swift wind swept through the bamboo forest, distorting the world before him even further. "Sister, it has been a long time," Zhao Qingyun remarked, adorned in gleaming silver tiger armor, his head crowned with a silver helmet shaped like a tiger, his face brimming with smiles. He walked slowly, pausing every 2 or 3 steps, his brand new tiger-striped shoes gleaming in the gentle sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. In recent days, having returned to the capital to report on duties, he felt compelled to come and take a glance, for during the time at the border, we were indeed old friends. "Xiangyang, do not hide. Had I known you were among the refugees in Hezhou, I would have come to your aid long ago. Tiger, that day we drank together at the village, sharing a barrel. Hey, General is speaking with you. Are you deaf?" A guard, shouting loudly, was knocked unconscious by a punch from Sihu. What audacity! Over 100 furious guards unsheathed their blades, preparing to encircle him. The entire Su family village bore expressions of alarm, while the bolder youths began to retrieve staffs and wooden bows from the storeroom. "Sihu, stand down." In the biting wind, Sumu approached with a frosty demeanor. Behind him, over 400 riders began to surge forward, encircling the village in a sweeping motion. The sound of galloping hooves reverberated, causing a slight tremor near the lake of hooves. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow and turned back. "Sheath your blades. If you draw them again and frighten my brothers, do not blame me for disregarding loyalty." The 100 guards hastily sheathed their swords, retreating a few steps in trepidation. Sumu raised his hand coolly, and Wei Feng, leading the over 400 riders, gradually halted, aligning beside the village. "Brother Su, this is truly a misunderstanding." Zhao Qingyun sighed. "In this trip to the capital to report, I merely intended to pay a visit." "Visit what?" Sumu replied with a faint smile. "Naturally, it is to an old acquaintance." "Which acquaintance?" "An acquaintance from the border. I recall when I was merely a junior officer." "That junior officer is long deceased." Sumu coldly interrupted. "Before me stands the general of the northern expedition of the Great G. If the general seeks to gain some favor, I have no objection. I congratulate General Zhao on his promotion." Zhao Qingyun's face flushed red. "I have spoken. I am not at fault. I, Zhao Qingyun, was born without power or influence, and I do not wish to live my life in such a manner. When I fled from Wangzhou to seek aid in Hezhou, as Wangzhou was on the brink of destruction by the D people, did anyone come to assist? Did anyone care? Countless common folk did care." Sumu's voice turned cold. "What you ponder in your heart is merely your overwhelming power. Do not fabricate such grand justifications." "Very well. Even so, people strive to rise, just as water flows downward. I ascend step by step. Is that a fault? Or do nobles and officials inherently possess some privilege? If you were honorable, ascending step by step, I, Sumu, would naturally yield. But you are not. You crawl like a dog, clawing your way up. Like a dog." Silence. Zhao Qingyun's face turned furious, suddenly drawing his sword, his breath heavy with indignation. The 100 guards behind him, in their panic, also drew their blades. "Try moving even a finger." Sihu stepped forward, shouting angrily. The silhouettes of over 400 riders also raised their blades coldly. Zhao Qingyun lowered his sword, rubbing his forehead, slowly gesturing for retreat. Behind him, the 100 guards silently backed away. Brother Su, you saved me back then. I, Zhao Qingyun, am not ungrateful, this time. Having received the Emperor's grant as General of the Northern Expedition, I merely wish to share this with you. General Zhao, return now. Su Mu's voice was weak as he drew his long sword, severing a corner of the robe before him and letting the pieces fall to the ground. Thus, with this act of cutting ties, we shall have no further relations henceforth. Zhao Qingyun silently picked up the torn corner of the robe and, after a long pause, uttered softly, Brother Su, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you find yourself in difficulty in the future, seek me out in Hezhou. Our paths diverge. Perhaps it was destined that we would not share a drink in this lifetime. Yet in my heart, you are akin to a sworn brother. Su Mu remained silent, coldly turning away and taking a few steps back to the manor to retrieve his horse and return to Hezhou. The thunderous sound of hooves soon faded into the howling cold winds. Chapter 191. I am playing a game of chess after Zhao Qingyun departed. The business at Mati Lake returned to normalcy. As for the accompanying gifts, Su Mu did not retain them, discarding them by the roadside, where they were gleefully collected by the merchants riding back. Caiwei, what of the order? Su Lang, it remains favorable. There are still 5,000 jars in the order. Su Mu sighed in relief. With 5,000 jars of private liquor, after deducting costs, each jar could yield a profit of at least 3 taels. A quick calculation revealed a total profit of around 17 to 18,000 taels. By the way, Su Lang, a merchant previously entrusted with a task, has left this invitation behind. An invitation? Su Mu paused, took the invitation, and upon opening it, revealed a cold smile. Initially, he thought it was from an old friend, only to find it was from the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City. The content was rather simplistic, merely suggesting that old grievances should be resolved rather than exacerbated, and inviting him for tea when convenient. Su Mu ripped it to shreds and cast it into the wind. When he entered Tangjiang with 22 villagers, he had not cared for the 4 prominent families, let alone in the current circumstances. As winter approaches, heavy snowfall is likely. Caiwei, allocate some silver to procure more charcoal. In Tangjiang City, Lu Zizhong, his body battered and bruised, wrapped in a warm robe, could not help but grimace in pain. Despite applying the ointment dozens of times, the pain still penetrated to the marrow. Zizhong, drink your medicine, Lu Yuan said, wiping away his tears as he presented a bowl of medicinal broth. However, as Lu Zizhong opened his mouth, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to cough up blood. It was evident how severely he had been beaten by the young master wielding the willow branch. Third uncle, I heard an invitation was delivered. Delivered? Why deliver it? That wretched fallen noble dares to speak? Let him wait until I enter office next year. After spring, the young master's demise will come. He has the support of the Guo family, Marquis. Then I shall seek an audience with the Prime Minister. This was undoubtedly a statement of frustration, having uttered it. Lu Zizhong's expression turned grim. He realized that seeking to ally with the current Prime Minister, backed by the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang, was woefully insufficient. Heaven knows how that young master managed to climb to such heights with the Guo family. Zizhong, if not, we could report to the General's office that the young master committed murder in Weiqing. Are you foolish? Lu Zizhong, infuriated, coughed up more blood, his speech becoming somewhat garbled due to the blood. Who set up the General's office? It is that Guo family's Marquis, the most powerful official office in the land. Damn it, may that young Marquis perish soon. On that day, the esteemed physician Li Wang'er emerged from the Marquis's residence in Yunzhou, only to be accosted by inquiring individuals. Initially hesitant to speak, he soon divulged everything after being threatened with a knife. What did he reveal? Li Wang'er stated that the Marquis of the national surname was unlikely to survive the winter. The chill within his body, compounded by the frostbite of the season, would lead to his inevitable demise. Lu Zizhong's countenance instantly brightened. He had no desire to meddle in other matters, but should the Marquis fall, the young master would be left without support, and there would be ample means to undermine him. After all, the liquor business in Tangjiang City had been dwindling just recently. The market had witnessed a mere 1,000 jars sold among the 4 major households. It would be best if that ailing spectre departed soon. The ailing spectre undoubtedly referred to Marquis Yuan Tao. On the frigid official road, the physician Li Wang'er rode upon a gaunt donkey, murmuring to himself, his words barely discernible. Behind him trailed 2 apprentices, their faces etched with fear. In just a few dozen miles, they had been accosted several times by cloaked figures, assassins, and even masked officials. all inquiring with a singular focus. How deep was the Marquis's poisoning, and how much longer could he possibly endure? Li Wang'er responded candidly, declaring that no remedies would prove effective. He would not survive the bitter cold of winter. Might the master's family be able to save the Marquis? The two apprentices wept and incessantly questioned him. A bitter sorrow filled Li Wang'er's heart. The Marquis was a pillar of the great Ji. He simply could not fall. A truth even the youngest apprentice understood, yet many in the world remained oblivious to this reality. Li Wang'er chose silence, his mind drifting back to that year when the late emperor lay bedridden, and the young Marquis, clad in white as snow, led his 200,000 troops in battles, quelling internal strife and repelling foreign foes. Alongside General Li Pashan, they formed the twin pillars of the great Ji. Now, everything was lost. With head bowed, a profound sadness permeated his voice. Once again, obstacles lay in their path. Li Wang'er lifted his gaze, his aged face now appearing even more sorrowful. A sudden sound disrupted the air. At the Marquis's residence by the shores of Little Wang Lake, in an eastern annex, the warmth of the burning charcoal filled the room. A pot of ginseng tea simmered atop the stove. Yuan Tao coughed as he meticulously moved the chess pieces. "My lord, I am but a simple man, lacking an understanding of chess." Gu Ying's visage was clouded with worry. He could hardly fathom that his master would seek him out for a game this morning. Yuan Tao's pale face, rarely graced with a smile, now bore a rare expression of joy. "Shall we review our game? My lord, I am not well versed in the intricacies." Yuan Tao sighed softly, withdrawing his hands into his robe's sleeves. He slowly rose and approached the door, gazing out at the desolate courtyard of the Marquis's residence. It would not be long before frost and snow arrived, seemingly harsher than in previous years. Gu Ying hastily fetched a heavy cloak and draped it over Yuan Tao's shoulders. "Gu Ying, it has been 100 miles since Li Wang'er set out. Has it not? Even on a gaunt donkey, he ought to have made some progress by now. Surely, someone has impeded him with inquiries," Yuan Tao mused, his gaze lost in the distance, fixated on the northern direction of Chanyang City. He had chosen this location for the Marquis's residence solely for its proximity to Little Wang Lake. The reasons are quite simple. At that time, the late emperor lay on his sickbed, fearing a palace coup. By staying nearby, he could observe any signs of chaos and swiftly mobilize troops to rescue the throne. "My lord, if not, we might as well return to Zhangzhou." Gu Ying hesitated for a moment and urged once more. "It is impossible to return. I am engaged in a game of chess that has already commenced." Gu Ying did not fully comprehend, but dared not inquire further. He donned his cloak and hurried inside, lifting a fragrant ginseng tea, its aroma wafting gently. Inhaling the scent of the aged ginseng, Yuan Tao hesitated briefly, ultimately accepting the cup and slowly bringing it to his lips. "My lord, I have heard that the sudden cold has caused many refugees fleeing from the border to suffer from hunger and frost, resulting in the deaths of approximately tens of thousands. Fearing further calamity, the court allocated 200,000 taels for disaster relief. However, the Brothers of the Tiger Hall have investigated and found that less than 5,000 taels have reached the relief office." Yuan Tao closed his eyes in silence, his body trembling slightly. During those 2 or 3 years, when the late emperor fell ill, he was appointed as regent and temporarily granted the imperial sword. He, too, faced a year of calamity. "My lord, this harsh winter disaster mirrors that time. I remember distinctly. You were 24, wielding the imperial sword, and executed 123 corrupt officials. Countless impoverished citizens filled the roads, hailing you as the most virtuous lord under heaven." Chapter 192. The Marquis of Dingbei. The abrupt drop in temperature heralded the first snowfall in the inner city. Even while wrapped in a thick winter cloak, sitting in the carriage with a hand warmer, Su Mu still felt the penetrating chill. Not to mention the refugees who had fled from the border. "Young master, many have perished." The staggering refugees, clad in tattered hemp garments, were gaunt from starvation, their faces turning blue from the cold. A misstep, and they would fall, never to rise again. Soon, other refugees swarmed in, stripping the rags from the corpses to wrap around themselves. A patrolling officer, accompanied by soldiers, passed by slowly, showing no compassion. Instead, they laughed and ordered the bodies to be tossed into a dug pit, set ablaze. The foul stench of burning flesh soon filled the entire road. A famished old refugee stumbled toward the fire pit, sniffing as if possessed, reaching out to touch the flames. Thud! An officer laughed heartily and kicked the refugee into the pit. A piercing scream erupted. "Gentlemen, he fell. It was his own doing." he returned, chuckling and clapping hands with his comrades. Among the 30 or so faces, none exhibited the slightest hint of pity. By the roadside, Su Mu's expression turned cold. Bones lay exposed in the wild, with not a single rooster crowing for miles. "Young master, what does this mean?" Su Mu did not explain, his expression darkening as he instructed Si Hu to continue driving. For this journey, Yuan Tao had requested his presence in Changyang, and he did not wish to delay. It was not an attempt to curry favor, but rather a deep-seated admiration for those loyal and righteous. "Master, that troop of officials is approaching." Wei Feng, accompanying him, frowned. "Si Hu, if they dare block the carriage, strike them down with the whip." Usually, Su Mu preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, but this troop of officials truly incited his anger. With just a few blinks, the cavalry officer, accompanied by several men, approached brandishing their swords. Before they could make a move, however, they were met with the furious crack of a whip raised by Si Hu, which struck the officer with a force that left a deep gash across his face. The nearby soldiers, taken aback, hesitated, their hands reaching instinctively for their blades. Su Mu, with an air of cold authority, produced his viscount's insignia from his sleeve and presented it with a chilling indifference. In an instant, the soldiers froze in place, hastily sheathing their weapons, too intimidated to act further. Si Hu, emboldened, raised his whip once more, delivering a round of stinging blows amidst the cries of pain, before leisurely spurring his horse onward towards Changyang. Wei Feng dispatched 2 men to procure some old clothes and provisions for the destitute. Su Mu commanded. Among the 7 or 8 riders accompanying him, 2 immediately spurred their mounts towards the nearest city of Weiqing. Su Mu, though warmed by the hand stove, felt an unshakable chill enveloping him from within. After approximately a day's journey, Su Mu and his companions arrived in Changyang, making little delay as they proceeded directly to the Marquis's residence by the banks of Shaowang Lake. Outside the gate, Guing descended from the eaves, his voice grave. Could it be that the Marquis is gravely ill? In recent days, the Marquis had shown some improvement after consuming medicinal broths, but the sudden cold and snow had exacerbated his condition. Su Mu felt a pang of anxiety as he followed Guing deeper into the Marquis's estate. Accompanied by Wei Feng and Si Hu, young Marquis Yuan Tao appeared to have anticipated their arrival, waiting at the hall's entrance. Beside him stood a stern-faced elder, whose countenance, despite being clad in scholar's robes, could not conceal the aura of martial prowess that surrounded him. One by one, several maidservants began to enter, carrying platters of exquisite dishes to lay upon the banquet table in the main hall. The aroma of steaming wine wafted through the air upon catching a whiff. Su Mu recognized it as the signature Zui Tianxian from his own household. "Young master, please come inside from the biting wind and snow," Yuan Tao urged, his pallid face betraying the chill he felt even beneath his heavy cloak. The aloof elder raised his gaze, scrutinizing Su Mu for a moment before turning away, hands clasped behind his back as he entered the hall. Yuan Tao cleared his throat and adjusted his cloak. "Young master, are you aware of who this venerable general is? You share a certain history with him." Su Mu contemplated for a moment, shaking his head. In his memory, he could not recall such a figure. The most familiar general to him was none other than the renowned Lin Yong of the Binggu army. Li Ruqing, the Marquis of Dingbei, Yuan Tao continued, is none other than the grandfather of Li Shaowan. Startled, Su Mu's mind raced. It was no wonder that recently, the grandson of Chang Si Lang had been urging him to pursue Li Shaowan. This Marquis of Dingbei had returned to Changyang, knowing of my critical illness. He has come to pay a visit. Yuan Tao closed his eyes briefly, his expression a mixture of emotions. Moreover, he wishes to see you. Su Mu, unable to grasp the underlying implications, was about to inquire further when, without warning, Wei Feng stepped forward, kneeling before Yuan Tao without uttering a word. Marquis. Wei Feng of the Qinglong camp pays his respects. Wei Feng's head struck the snowy ground with a resounding thud. "I remember you, when you left the Qinglong camp. You were serving as a personal guard to Feng Qiu." Yuan Tao covered his mouth and coughed twice. "You may rise on your own. I am currently afflicted with illness and feel somewhat weak." Wei Feng hastily lifted his head, wiped away the tears, and stood straight. "Return to Modi Lake and convey to the other brothers that in this lifetime, I, the Marquis, can no longer gallop on the battlefield. You all should follow the young master diligently. Rest assured, my lord." Su Mu felt a flicker of emotion within, understanding that Yuan Tao was endeavoring to soothe their spirits. "Young master, please accompany me inside." Sumu clasped his fists and followed Yuan Tao into the main hall. The Duke of Dingbei, Li Ruqing, sat in his seat, completely indifferent to the customary pleasantries, merely glancing up when Sumu entered, his gaze somewhat frosty. Sumu, I pay my respects to the Duke of Dingbei. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu still bowed slightly. Li Ruqing did not respond, turning his gaze away and leaving Sumu standing awkwardly. Sumu inwardly cursed, unaware of what had offended the Duke of Dingbei. Young master, please take a seat. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Tao coughed lightly and barely managed to sit down. Beside them, Guiying had already poured hot wine, filling cups for the three of them. Come, the weather is cold. Let us drink together. Yuan Tao raised his cup in a gesture of respect. Sumu raised his cup in return, though the Duke of Dingbei still did not spare him a glance. After drinking, Sumu felt displeased. He could not fathom the purpose of Yuan Tao's summons. As he turned in silence, upon seeing Yuan Tao's pale complexion and sunken eyes, an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped him. Earlier, he had heard that the young Marquis Yuan Tao had poison in his lungs and might not survive the winter. Thus, it was highly likely that the young Marquis, with little time left, sought to draw him into the court's affairs. Chapter 193. A choice. The atmosphere at the banquet was rather bleak. Sumu felt heavy-hearted, constantly contemplating his options. Of course, even if Yuan Tao truly wished to recruit him, he bore no ill will. It was just that he had no desire to involve himself in such festering wounds, lest he be tainted with their corruption. The recent incursions of the D people, had it not been for the young master's valiant efforts, might have led to the early fall of Huzhou City. Yuan Tao coughed lightly and spoke in a subdued tone. This remark was undoubtedly directed at the Duke of Dingbei. According to Su Mu's speculation, the Duke Li Ruqing belonged to that fickle type. To speak plainly, if he were truly Yuan Tao's ally, they would have clinked cups by now. Brother Yuan, such words should not be uttered again. Li Ruqing spoke coolly, for it was well known in the court that the first merit in defeating the D was credited to General Zhao Qingyun, who was but a step away from receiving the title of Marquis. Yuan Tao smiled faintly, showing no signs of displeasure. The entire Great G was aware that he had once been the regent, yet they also knew that upon the ascension of the young emperor, he had not been conferred the title of king according to ancestral traditions. In terms of status, he and the Duke of Dingbei were indeed peers. Such words were merely jest at the banquet. Yuan Tao nodded nonchalantly. However, the old marquis should recall that your beloved granddaughter, Miss Xiaowan, was returned by this young master from 2,000 miles at the border. Li Ruqing furrowed his brow and turned to scrutinize Su Mu once more. I have heard that you possess the art of cycling. May I inquire which esteemed master imparts the wisdom of military strategy? Opening the computer, I perused the military forums. Of course, Su Mu would never articulate such a thing. With an expression as placid as a still lake, he calmly followed Li Ruqing's lead and spoke. At the tender age of 12, by the riverside beyond Guangzhou, I encountered an elderly fisherman. After assisting him in mending his line, he gifted me a tome on military tactics. At that age, how could you even read? Li Ruqing's face flushed with indignation, convinced that Su Mu was deceiving him. It was an ancient atlas. I pondered over it while perusing its pages. Su Mu smiled gently. This revelation astonished not only Li Ruqing, but also Yuan Tao, as the gathered intelligence had not alluded to this matter. Where is the military tome? Li Ruqing gasped, his tone urgent. Chapter 194. How I long for a snowfall. The snowflakes fell with increasing fervor, and Yuan Tao's cough grew more relentless. Eventually, with Gu Ying's assistance, he returned to the main hall and indulged in another cup of aged ginseng tea. My young master, I neglected to mention that in these 2 days, the envoys from the northern D are entering Changyang. Yuan Tao's tone was tinged with bitterness. The devastating defeat of the northern D, losing a staggering 130,000 men, was unfathomable, leading to this predicament. The old foxes in the court would undoubtedly proclaim that in over a century, the Great G has never witnessed the D entering Changyang. It must be a grand tribute from all nations. A tribute from all nations? Su Mu chuckled. Yuan Tao joined in laughter, but as they laughed, tears welled in his eyes. The D's incursion into G was merely motivated by the 8,000 surrendered troops. Only a fool would perceive this as a mark of glory. Return, my young master. I reiterate, refrain from stirring trouble during this period. Yuan Tao's face reflected a sense of helplessness. Take care of yourself, my lord. For now, you are not in immediate peril. Do visit more often. With a deep bow, Su Mu bid farewell and silently exited the main hall, accompanied by Si Hu and others, preparing to depart Changyang. The first snowfall of winter caught many unprepared, even in the bustling Changyang, where the affluent nobles were no exception. They trampled the thresholds of the fabric shops, yet could not find suitable fur coats, resorting instead to wearing last year's attire, their faces tinged with a hint of shame. Thud, thud, clang. Beneath the snowy sky, along the central axis of Zhuge Avenue in Changyang, dozens of officials proceeded ahead, flanked by 7 or 8 battalions of government troops. Beating drums and casting flattering glances back, 1,000-strong cavalry advanced with an air of arrogance. According to the customs of Changyang, one should not ride along Zhuge Avenue. Yet at this moment, not a single official dared to utter a word of reprimand. This was solely because the 1,000-strong cavalry comprised the envoys of the Northern D. As the snow fell ever heavier, the Northern D envoys drew closer to the palace. Suddenly, 2 figures wrapped in cloaks emerged from the side, silently standing amidst the wind and snow, obstructing the path of the Northern D envoys. How audacious! Withdraw at once. Chapter 195. Our great G grows old. The emperor dared not intervene. The government troops hesitated. It was these gallant souls who stood in the way. Mu go. Go and save them. Su Mu gritted his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to do so. Truth be told, Zhuge Fan was akin to family to him. Yet, under such circumstances, if his identity were to be revealed, it would not only spell doom for them, but for all in Su family village by Muti Lake as well. Young master, shall we strike? The individuals present bore expressions of profound anxiety. Su Mu remained silent, acutely aware that the general of the Jin Dao Di tribe was no ordinary adversary. Even when engaged in a duel with Zhuge Fan, he exhibited unwavering composure. The numerous D guards surrounding them were equally formidable, brandishing their blades with intent to inflict grievous wounds upon the approaching heroes. Before long, a multitude of these heroes had been subdued, their bodies cascading into the river, rendered rigid by the icy waters. It was likely that these heroes had not anticipated the tenacity of their D foes. Wei Feng, with his iron bow, hesitated momentarily before hastily handing it over to Su Mu. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu recalled the archery techniques he had observed from the bowmen, acknowledging that while he had yet to master them, he was nonetheless more competent than the likes of Si Hu and his ilk. Drawing the bowstring, Su Mu narrowed one eye, fixating on the unfolding scene ahead. Behind him, Si Hu and the others followed suit, readying their bows to aim at the front lines. On the expansive street, Zhuge Fan, dragging his injured leg, roared defiantly as he repelled several D warriors, wielding his sword with reckless abandon as he lunged at the D general. Release! Su Mu barked quietly, unleashing a volley of arrows through the frigid rain, striking down 2 or 3 adversaries, while one arrow flew directly towards the mounted D general. The general, startled, turned to defend himself with his golden blade. Clang! The arrow was deflected. Just as Zhuge Fan's sword thrust toward him, it managed to pierce through several layers of armor, inflicting a grievous wound to his shoulder. Coughing up blood, the D general succumbed to his injuries, collapsing from his mount, which sent shockwaves through the ranks of both the imperial troops and the D guards, who huddled together in alarm. In the distance, amidst the wind and snow, thousands of imperial guards hurriedly approached. Zhuge Fan furrowed his brow and seized the opportunity to blow a loud whistle, signaling the remaining fewer than 10 heroes to leap into the frigid river. As the crowd swelled, Zhuge Fan grasped a long halberd, hurling it forward with a fierce shout. 2 or 3 D warriors were pierced and fell lifeless into the snow. Master, that old man has also jumped into the river. We must leave, Su Mu urged in a low voice, prompting the group to swiftly stow their bows and seek a path around the vicinity. Just as they took a few steps, Su Mu suddenly recalled something and turned back, discovering Yuan Kai huddled on the ground, peering at them with an odd expression. Search for the remnants of the traitorous faction. Those who harm our allies must be executed. A sharp voice cried out from among the troops. Su Mu furrowed his brow but ultimately decided against lingering, leading Si Hu and the others cautiously to scale the eaves and cross to the other side of the street. Brother Mu, do you think these heroes are foolish? 100 of them dared to launch an ambush here, Si Hu remarked sullenly. To be honest, Su Mu found it perplexing, even in the act of ambush. One would expect a more strategic location. Being so close to the imperial palace on Zhuge Avenue, with reinforcements arriving swiftly, it seemed a reckless path to self-destruction. Master, we have reached the city gate. Su Mu furrowed his brow, unsurprised to find the city gates firmly shut due to the assassination of the Northern D envoy. The delay in disaster relief for the people was disheartening, while the protection of the D people proceeded with alarming swiftness. Little did they know, the D were like ungrateful wolves, and once they had returned with 80,000 surrendered troops, they would inevitably trespass the borders again. What shall we do, my lord? Su Mu pondered momentarily. Given the current circumstances, they had not yet been discovered, but remaining within Changyang City was not a viable option. Moreover, considering the nature of these corrupt officials, they would undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations regarding the envoy's affairs. One misstep could lead to disaster. Young master, come with me outside the city. At that moment, a frail figure approached slowly. Su Mu looked up, momentarily taken aback. It was Yuan Tao, in a dire state of health, who had somehow made his way to them. Guing sighed and greeted him. Thank you, young lord. Yuan Tao did not respond. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, wrapping himself in a cloak, and leading Su Mu and the others towards the city gates. The sight of his frost-white hair tugged at Su Mu's heartstrings. The guards, having just kicked two wealthy merchants attempting to exit the city, were about to turn and berate them when they noticed Yuan Tao's presence, their faces shifting to expressions of shock. Open the gates, Yuan Tao quietly commanded, his voice low yet compelling enough that the guards hurriedly complied, pushing the gates open. As the group passed through, a guard hurriedly offered a hand warmer. My lord, it is bitterly cold. Please take care of yourself. Guing silently accepted it. And Su Mu was astonished to witness the deep respect the Duke of the State commanded among both the populace and the soldiers. Once outside the city, the wind and snow seemed to intensify. For the next half-month, do not return to Changyang. Those in the court, eager to curry favor with the treacherous minister, will undoubtedly seek conspirators. As for the Li family affairs, I hope you will reconsider. To be honest, I am not at ease with anyone else managing the border garrison of 50 or 60,000 men. Yuan Tao sighed softly, gazing skyward as countless snowflakes settled upon his frosty hair, erasing all traces of warmth. The Northern D envoys entered the Central Plains over a century ago. I recall the late emperor recounting how the D envoys were tremulous, fearing to offend the Celestial Empire and losing their status as vassals. Young master, consider this. Now that the Northern D envoys have returned to Changyang, do we see any semblance of that trepidation? No, we do not. To the Central Plains dynasty, it is but a farce. Thus, we see that our great Ji is aged. Yuan Tao turned back, coughing as he made his way towards Changyang City, with Guing often adjusting his cloak for him. Young master, if you wish to save those in peril, follow the river ahead. I estimate there is a water pool 2 or 3 miles outside Changyang City. They are a pitiful lot, perhaps unaware they are being sold. With 100 ambushing 1,000 cavalrymen, alongside the imperial guards, it is a futile endeavor. Su Mu sighed inwardly, clasping his hands in a deep bow. Thank you, young lord. Return now, there is nothing left in Changyang. I will have Guing seek you out later. Rest assured, I shall not perish, nor do I dare to. Oh, how I long for a snowfall to cleanse my dynasty and restore clarity. Such exquisite poetry. Amidst the tempest of wind and snow, Yuan Tao coughed violently, his chest tearing as he gradually faded from sight. Chapter 196. Hu Yanche. Upon leaving Changyang, Su Mu dared not linger any longer. He urged the horse-drawn carriage forward, following the canal's exit with great urgency. That must be the place, he declared. Wei Feng, riding back, his face flushed from the cold, spoke with great haste. Wei Feng, block the way for passers-by. Changyang has temporarily closed its gates. 2 or 3 miles away, there should be no imperial troops yet. Su Mu took a long rope, disregarding the frost and slippery ground, leaped from the carriage, and hurried towards a pond nearby. Brother Mu, this hero has perished, he heard. By the pond's edge lay the frozen body of a hero, lifeless and rigid in the shallow water. An inexplicable pang of sorrow gripped Su Mu's heart. Resolutely, he stepped into the icy waters, his sleeves neglected, plunging his hands into the frigid depths. See who? Fetch a stick, he ordered, receiving the branch. Su Mu gritted his teeth and waded further into the pond, prodding the depths with the stick. As anticipated, he unearthed another corpse, riddled with countless arrows, equally devoid of life. In such dire circumstances, Su Mu's unease deepened. Just as he contemplated changing direction, he felt the stick suddenly sink. Raising his gaze, joy surged within him. His half-master, the fox-sword Zhuge Fan, trembled from the cold, his lips swollen and unable to articulate a word, yet one hand clutched the stick tightly. See who? Carry him onto the carriage, Su Mu commanded. Leaving the other bodies in the pond, Su Mu continued to probe for about half an hour, revealing only 2 more corpses. He sighed in silence. Alongside a few young men, they carried the bodies to the roadside thicket for a proper burial. Let us return to the village. Su Mu stifled the chill, placing a hand warmer beside Zhuge Fan to dry him, then replaced his wet robe with a dry one. Upon observing Zhuge Fan's leg, which had turned an ominous hue from the cold, Su Mu paused, rendered speechless for a moment. That leg, even the mightiest deity could not save. If not for this venerable elder's knowledge of breath-holding techniques, he too might have perished in the pond. One of the 6 masters of the inner city, how could he have committed such folly? An ambush of 100 men against 1,000 cavalry? Was this not courting death? The carriage was still 2 hours away from Mati Lake. In the warmth of the surroundings, Zhuge Fan finally awakened. His first sight was Su Mu, revealing a bittersweet smile upon his weathered face. Su Mu glanced at him silently and offered him a bowl of hot soup, urging him to drink slowly. Had I not fortuitously arrived in Changyang, your old bones would have frozen to death in that pond. I noticed you while you were shooting arrows, Zhuge Fan remarked. After finishing the hot soup, he shivered several times, then placed his hands near the stove to warm them. However, after a brief moment, he suddenly recalled something and hastily lifted his robe, only to find his face fall in dismay. No wonder, that leg had lost all sensation. You should not have ventured into Changyang to assassinate the envoy from Beatty. The information was erroneous. We, the ones here, must have been sold. Zhuge Fan rubbed his eyes. The initial report indicated that there were 200 cavalrymen accompanying the Beatty envoy, and it was said that someone would divert both the official army and the imperial guards. Who provided this information? Zhuge Fan hesitated, but ultimately refrained from answering. Let us not dwell on that. In recent days, I have heard of your affairs, and I find it quite uplifting. Changing the subject, a rare flush of color graced Zhuge Fan's pale visage. I once advised you not to be a mere passerby, and it seems you are not just a transient after all. Yet, you must live to tell the tale. The water on the stove boiled once more. Su Mu turned around and poured another bowl for Zhuge Fan, adding 2 slices of ginger. Little master, could you send a horse my way? Where do you intend to go? 20 miles away, I have an old friend. If you truly have an old friend, you should have come to their aid sooner. Su Mu sighed. Even if you wish to ride, you are unable. Why not return to the village with me, recuperate, and then we shall talk. I am an old hero. There are heroes in my village as well. Su Mu raised his head, his expression serious. I am unconcerned about anything else. You have taught me 3 sword techniques. These techniques have once saved me from peril. Although I, Su Mu, may not be talented, I nonetheless understand the principle of repaying kindness. You know, without needing me to say it, your leg is beyond repair. With age weighing upon you and having lost a leg, where can you go? Stay at the village and regain your strength. If you find comfort here and wish to linger, I shall see you through to the end. Zhuge Fan was left speechless, choked with emotion. At my age, why compete with life and death? If my arrow had not broken, you might have been encircled, unable to escape. I was determined to die. Yet I felt that I could not rest until I had dealt with the traitors. Thus, I considered fleeing. Drink the ginger soup. Holding the ginger soup, Zhuge Fan took a couple of gulps, his eyes growing slightly red. The ginger was too potent, stinging his eyes. Su Mu, reluctant to expose the truth, hesitated but decided to examine Zhuge Fan's right leg. Upon discovering that Zhuge Fan had silently pinched himself several times without showing any expression, a pang of sorrow struck Su Mu's heart. Do you know who that general from Beatty is? Who is it? Only then did Su Mu recall the golden dagger of Guli Wang Huyen Gu, which had seemingly fallen into the hands of that Beatty general. Huyen Che, the eldest son of the Guli Wang of Beatty. It is said that his father was slain at the border, prompting him to volunteer as an envoy. Does he seek revenge? Su Mu, massaging Zhuge Fan's weary leg, smirked coldly. No wonder. It seems that golden dagger was reclaimed, as is customary for a son to inherit his father's legacy. Surely he seeks vengeance, accompanied by 5,000 Beatty dogs as an envoy. After crossing the river to Zhou, he immediately descended upon and slaughtered half of Monan town. Su Mu's hands abruptly halted, his eyes filled with astonishment. If he is indeed an envoy, there should be accompanying troops to monitor him. How could he massacre Monan town? What if the supervising officials of the Great Ji were willfully blind? Or perhaps Huyen Che offered substantial riches to secure their silence. Was it merely to vent his fury? Su Mu gritted his teeth. It must be so, along the way. He must have slain at least 10,000 among the countless fleeing refugees. Moreover, he left 4,000 men beyond the old pass, and with merely 1,000 cavalry. He was still able to kill without restraint. It is said that the heads piled up to form 3 mounds in tribute to his canine father. The imperial troops watched, and it is more likely they were amused. Such is the state of this wretched world. To speak frankly, if Yen were to return safely to the northern D prairie, the brave men of our central plains might as well skin their own faces. Furthermore, I have heard of a renowned general, Li Pasheng, who seemingly met his demise at his hands during the assault on Yong Pass. That D-dog was indeed the vanguard of the breach. Su Mu was once again taken aback, then coldly raised his head. Prior intelligence indicated that Hu Yen would likely return to the northern D in about 4 days. I, the youthful lord, as long as I draw breath, cannot endure this. I must go. Su Mu spoke solemnly. This was not merely a moment of rage. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to act for the young lord. For Zhuge Fan, for the fallen general Li Pasheng, or perhaps for the people of Nan town and the countless innocents perishing on the 2,000-mile route of flight. Inside the carriage, Zhuge Fan's eyes widened. Outside, the howling wind and snow swept through, chilling the entire world in an instant. Chapter 197. Do I have 2 fathers? Beneath the snowy night, the group finally returned to the Hoof Lake. After instructing Sister Lien to prepare the rooms, Su Mu hurriedly carried Zhuge Fan inside. As soon as the door was shut, the storm was barred from entering. Previously, I was merely jesting with you, Zhuge Fan continued to prattle. This time, do not act impulsively. Moreover, if you are not at the estate, what shall I do if others bully me? If the officials come to capture me, what then? I am older now, once a teacher, always a father. In other words, I am your father. You ought to heed my words. Su Mu was left speechless. When you ambushed the northern D envoy, did you ever consider that your actions could lead to the annihilation of your entire family? Zhuge Fan paused, his eyes bulging, so furious that he could not utter a word. Get some rest. Tomorrow I shall send for a physician. However, when you executed your ambush, you displayed such audacity, leaving your face uncovered, which could lead to trouble if recognized. I had already resigned myself to death, were it not for the need to survive in order to kill that traitor. Who is the traitor? Zhuge Fan hesitated, still unwilling to speak. Su Mu, too, grew weary of questioning, offering a few instructions before stepping out, reminding Lu Lao, who was on night watch, to be vigilant. Master, should we ambush the northern D envoy? Out in the open, Feng, who had been waiting impatiently, hurriedly summoned Chen Jiaqiao, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Entering the room, Su Mu wore a serious expression. Naturally, he desired to kill, but such matters required careful planning. Feng, fetch the map. Spreading it out, the 3 of them studied it intently under the dim oil lamp. Master, once we leave Changyang, the entire route is a government road. There may still be corrupt officials escorting along the way. Su Mu rubbed his forehead. If the envoy with his 1,000 cavalry truly reached the vicinity of the old pass and met up with the other 4,000, there would be little opportunity left. If an ambush were to occur, it could only happen within the 800 miles preceding the old pass. Where's this? Su Mu pointed to a spot on the map marked by a waterway. Master, that is the Crying Night River. Crying Night River? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had a vague recollection, though not a strong one. Apart from his initial entry into the inner city of Hezhou, his subsequent 2 passes were primarily through back roads. Indeed, it was the Night Cry River. Chen Jiaqiao nodded in agreement. Master, the waters of the Night Cry River are perilous, compounded by the abundance of strange boulders strewn across the riverbed, which often conjure fierce waves. The nearby villages refer to it as the Night Cry River. However, over 130 years ago, an old stonemason, after receiving patronage from a few wealthy gentry, along with a dozen apprentices, spent 2 to 3 years constructing a half-mile stone bridge over the river, named the Yongguan Bridge, symbolizing the safeguarding of the nation and its people. This was intriguing. Su Mu fell into contemplation. If one were to consider the 800 miles of official road within the old city, without a doubt, this stretch of the Yongguan Bridge would be the most opportune for an ambush. Yet, a significant issue loomed. The Yongguan Bridge was merely 200 to 300 miles from the inner city. Should they find themselves encircled, it would be all too easy to be eradicated. Chen Jiaqiao seemed to perceive Su Mu's doubts and spoke earnestly. Master, if we proceed north along the Night Cry River, we will encounter a range of mountains. I am familiar with the trails there. Should circumstances become dire, there exists a means of retreat. This statement offered Su Mu a slight sense of relief. Wei Feng, tomorrow you shall lead over 400 riders into the rear mountains, utilizing horses to transport timber. Be sure to depart early and return late. What is your intention, master? The master is devising a ruse, Chen Jiaqiao elucidated. At that time, there will be a steward testing the wine coming and going. It would be best if they encounter 1 or 2 rounds. And master, I shall make a trip to Tangjiang City. 2 days hence, you are to take your men up the mountain, circumventing through the back hills. And wait for me near the small plum grove along the official road. Remember to bring the hemp cloth and ensure the quivers and blades are accounted for. Rest assured. Master, Mr. Chun, would you dare accompany me to Tangjiang City tomorrow? Why not? Chen Jiaqiao replied with a slight smile. Excellent. Su Mu exhaled deeply, his mind already formulating a plan. The second snowfall blanketed the inner city. In a fleeting moment, the snowflakes transformed into a cascade of large goose feathers. Wrapped in a warm cloak, Su Mu cradled a small maid and, as he stepped out of the house, suddenly recalled something. He hastened his steps towards Zhuge Fan's residence. The old scholar was half squatting on the ground, intrigued as he sipped wine while observing an elderly man of similar age lying on the bed. My son, who is this person? Su Mu gestured for silence, prompting the old scholar to pause and quickly mirror his gesture. See who, fetch a small knife. See who, wide-eyed, assumed that his master intended to silence someone and hurriedly attempted to reason with him. Be quiet and go quickly. Upon receiving the small knife, Su Mu hesitated briefly but ultimately proceeded, gently tracing the goat beard of Zhuge Fan before executing the first stroke. Before long, the white hairs beneath the wooden bed began to accumulate in abundance. Only when Zhuge Fan was left bald-faced did Su Mu cease, still feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. In such a state, even if someone were to witness, they would likely not recognize him. Certainly, one can easily envision that when Zhuge Fan awakens, feeling the chill of his bald head, he would undoubtedly curse and perhaps even weep before the bronze mirror. The old gentleman, feeling a sense of grievance, hastily withdrew his hand and ushered the old scholar out of the room, carefully shutting the door. Only then did Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. My son. Ah, my son, that blacksmith Chun has sent this to you. As he spoke, the old scholar retrieved a delicate hand crossbow from his grimy sleeve, along with more than 10 iron-tipped arrows, each the length of a finger. Su Mu's countenance immediately transformed with elation upon seeing the weapon. Such a lethal instrument was precisely what he had long desired. Concealed within a sleeve, it could spring into action when the enemy least expected it, leading to a deadly ambush. With the application of a potent poison, it would be akin to hunting tigers in the mountains. Where is the blacksmith Chun? Su Mu inquired. My son, he requests that you do not seek him out. Otherwise, he shall deliver a beating. Su Mu chuckled awkwardly. This Chun was indeed of a peculiar temperament. However, the effort he expended to forge a hand crossbow for him spoke volumes of his regard. It is not an exaggeration to say that the craftsmanship displayed here would hold its own even in future times. Regrettably, such exquisite creations, given their intricate nature, may take an eternity to become commonplace. Please extend my gratitude to Chun on my behalf. Rest assured, my son, rest assured, the old scholar replied. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar as he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Having been referred to as my son for the better part of half a year by the old scholar, only to now find himself with another figure, Zhuge Fan, who claimed a bond of master and father for life. A fatherly affection, filial piety. Had he inadvertently acquired 2 fathers? Chapter 198. In an era without heroes. We are the heroes. A dozen shadowy figures on horseback emerged through the snowfall at noon, traversing the path to Mati Lake. The nearly 200-mile journey, compounded by the treacherous frost and snow, meant they barely reached Tangjiang City by the following morning. The few soldiers guarding the city gate were utterly astonished upon seeing Su Mu. Even if he were reduced to ashes, they would still recognize the young master before them. Rumor had it that not long ago, he had wielded a willow branch against the esteemed young Master Lu of the 4 prominent families in Weiqing. Is there something on my face? Su Mu asked coldly while mounted. And no, young master, one of the older soldiers stammered. Is there a debt owed to you? And no, none at all. Then why is the gate opened only halfway? It's only half open in the early morning, the soldier replied hastily, covering his comrade's mouth. He rushed to fully open the gates. Su Mu, with a cold smile, tossed a silver ingot as he and his entourage slowly entered the city. Being a city of revelry, The streets in the early morning were littered with the remnants of drunken souls, sprawled in alleys and by the riverside, embracing the cold winds in their slumber. It was uncertain how many had succumbed to the frost, while a few patrolling officials collected the scattered silver coins and tended to the deceased. Ultimately, Su Mu and his party were spotted. Once, this young master had plunged into Tangjiang City like a harbinger of doom, showing no regard for even the 4 prominent families, seizing a significant portion of the liquor trade. That brat, entering Tangjiang City? With how many companions? Wrapped tightly in layers, Lu Zizhong's eyes widened in sudden fury upon receiving the news. Indeed, accompanied by over 10 individuals. The guards had reported at least 4 or 5 rounds. What was his purpose for entering the city? As Lu Zizhong pondered, his face flushed crimson with indignation. Without a second thought, he began rummaging through his belongings, stuffing jewels and silver notes into his sleeves. What was Zizhong thinking? His uncle, relying on the young lord's authority, had ventured into Tangjiang for what purpose? Surely, he intended to intimidate me once more. Lu Zizhong felt a sense of grievance. If only he were granted a year's time, he would secure a position in the Ministry of Revenue next year, perhaps establishing a connection with Prime Minister Xiao. In the past, he was still a mere nobody, his injuries yet to heal, and he felt a chill creeping over him, wishing to retreat to sleep. Just then, the guard of that impoverished noble outside the door approached the balcony, teasingly addressing him. My master mentioned that young Master Lu was previously beaten to a pulp. If you remain seated, you might very well freeze into a sickly ghost. It would be prudent to return. As Lu Zizhong was about to rise, his expression suddenly shifted in alarm, and he gritted his teeth, resuming his seat. Throughout his life, the one outcome he dreaded most was yielding to that young master. He had previously lost in the deadly confrontations, failed in his wine business, been bullied by the young lady, and had been utterly humiliated. Zizhong, the night is drawing near. You should return. The officials dare not provoke anyone and have long since closed their doors. What nonsense! Lu Zizhong retorted, his face aflame. Once I secure my position in the Ministry of Revenue next year, he cannot escape. He pushed open the window, and Chun Jiechi glanced down. Below, the river shimmered. A canvas of mingled snow and water, thankfully not yet frozen, still glimmering with light. Master, jump quickly. Su Mu, somewhat astonished, replied, Mr. Chun. Are you suggesting I simply leap? Master, I possess lightness of body. I do not. You jump first. I still need to unfurl my umbrella sword. Su Mu, slightly speechless, yet recognizing the bond of brotherhood forged through life and death, did not dwell further. He climbed to the windowsill, steeled himself, and leaped into the air. As he fell, the ground rushed toward him. Nearby, a riverboat manned by sea who raised his head, momentarily stunned, before preparing to wail. With a snap, Chun Jiechi held aloft the opened umbrella sword in one hand, while securing Su Mu's waist with the other. Though barely a yard above the ground, they landed steadily. Master should increase his sustenance. Throughout history, those in power ought to exhibit composure, embodying the might of a tiger. Su Mu had long grown accustomed to such admonitions. Taking advantage of the stormy night without excessive delay, the two swiftly boarded a carriage, Su Mu casually kicking Si Hu, who was busy praying to the gods. You're not dead yet, and already you're worshipping? Chapter 200. Life as a mere insect. Yet one should aspire to the heights of a swan. Those whose afflictions have reached a critical stage are not the common folk, but the dynasty itself. The morning snow continued to fall incessantly. Amidst the wind and snow, Chun Jiechi persisted in promoting the ideology of resistance. The dynasty has fallen. Only when the world is clear can there be a semblance of peace. Life, akin to an insect, ought to be accompanied by lofty aspirations. Existence is as fragile as paper. One should harbor an indomitable spirit. Mr. Chun, that phrase resonates well. Su Mu sighed, recalling his time with Chang Xiling. Indeed, the skill of persuasion was unparalleled. Brother Mu, we have arrived. Su Mu hastily halted his horse, raising his head amidst the swirling wind and snow. As Si Hu had predicted, he indeed spotted hundreds of riders congregating in the barren woods ahead. A long whistle pierced the air, summoning his companions. Shortly thereafter, Wei Feng emerged, accompanied by a handful of riders, his face alight with surprise. Master, he exclaimed, Wei Feng, are all the men gathered? Rest assured, they have all arrived. Su Mu nodded calmly. Let us hasten to the Yongguan bridge. I suspect that band of D-dogs is preparing to arrive. If we delay too long, it may lead to complications. With a command, over 400 riders galloped through the snow-covered terrain, their hoofprints quickly obscured by the gentle fall of snowflakes. Tenderly, Hu Yanche resheathed his bloodied golden blade, calling out loudly. On this journey, in a fit of rage, he had slain no fewer than 100 G soldiers. Regrettably, he had not accumulated enough, or else he would have piled their bodies upon the official roads of the Great G. General, perhaps we should rest for a moment. The journey is pressing. The captain suggested, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he approached on horseback. Get away. I do not trust the people of the Central Plains. Hu Yanche retorted fiercely. Were it not for this distrust, he would not have hastily departed from Chanyang in such inclement weather. This diplomatic mission was, in truth, quite straightforward, merely to express a stance and deliver a few sheep's wool, ensuring that the 80,000 defectors from the northern D could return to the grasslands. Of course, negotiations were still worthwhile. Those officials in the court trembled in fear upon hearing the news of the northern deacon's wrath. The captain returned to his position. His mood dampened. A young lieutenant had wept throughout the journey and continued to sob, though he dared not raise his voice, only managing to stifle occasional whimpers. Cease your crying. After a few more years in the army, you will come to understand. Each day is but a day, the captain admonished mildly, striking the young lieutenant with his whip. The lad quickly silenced himself, wiping away the tears clinging to his lower eyelids. 5 miles ahead lies the Yongguan bridge. Take some men to scout and ensure the bridge is intact. The young lieutenant accepted the order, assembling 6 or 7 riders. As they passed a glass carriage, he fiercely urged his horse, nearly losing his balance and falling. Master, the dog officials have come to inspect the road. The northern D envoys follow closely behind. Do not concern yourself with them, Sumu replied, unfazed. They were concealed deep within the woods, and with the heavy snowfall, they should remain undetected. Master, the inspecting officials are drawing near. Hide. The young lieutenant's movements were sluggish, and he appeared to lack diligence, merely conducting a cursory inspection. Approximately half an hour later, he returned with his men. Under the relentless wind and snowfall, Sumu exhaled a long sigh of relief. By the looks of it, all seemed well. Gentlemen, are we prepared? We await only the bridge. The sound of hoofbeats crunching through the snow grew ever closer. As the northern D envoys approached, obscured by the snow curtain, the figures in the woods became noticeably tense. The glass carriage, tightly escorted by thousands of cavalry from the D people and 2,000 soldiers of the Great, bore the gruesome sight of severed heads, freshly severed, with pairs of eyes wide open in terror, refusing to close even in death. The treacherous officials accompanying the military were infuriating. Their heads deserved to be severed one by one. Wei Feng's face flushed with rage. While the D people were indeed detestable, these heartless officials were even more so. In the past, his Azure Dragon camp had fought valiantly against the D people in Guangzhou. Yet now these soldiers had become the very protectors of their foes. What a bitter irony. Master, there are so many heads of innocent people on that carriage. Are those officials truly watching this unfold? Sumu felt a tightness in his chest. If this were indeed the case, it was evident that this decaying dynasty had no army left to fight. Master, we are approaching the bridge, Sumu said after a brief silence, lowering his hand with a cold gesture. In the woods, hundreds began to prepare for action. The nearly half-mile-long Yongguan bridge was crossed by a column of nearly 3,000, braving the wind and snow on horseback. In the distance, one could still hear Hu Yanche shouting provocatively. The stench emanating from the heads hanging beside the carriage grew ever more potent. Have you covered the faces? Master, they are covered, came the reply. The D horses were also hooded, rendering them unrecognizable. The most notable difference between the northern D horses and those of the Central Plains was their multicolored manes. Other minor distinctions were negligible in such stormy weather. Scatter. In the woods, over 400 men split off, 100 riders galloping towards the far end of Yongguan Bridge. Draw your bows. At Wei Feng's low command, the remaining 300 raised their longbows. Hu Yanche, seated in the carriage, suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. He leaned out from the carriage, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. General, we previously checked the area. There are no issues, the officer hurriedly interjected, ingratiatingly. Silence, you wretched Central Plains scum. Hu Yanche's eyes glinted with fury as he strained to see through the snow. General, we are at the midpoint of Yongguan Bridge. Just a few more steps. Before the officer could finish, the steed beneath him suddenly reared back with a loud whinny. In that instant, the first volley of arrows rained down from an unknown source. Caught off guard, The throng of 3,000 erupted in cries of horror, echoing across the bridge. Enemy attack. Hu Yanche raised his golden blade, bellowing in fury. In his rage, he seized the nearby officer and, with a vicious stroke, severed his head. Despite sustaining a shoulder wound, the force of his strike sent the officer's head flying. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen in shock. "The D-dogs have slain our commander," cried the junior officer in anguish, drawing his sword and charging at the nearest D-warrior. The D-soldier fell, his body reduced to a gruesome pulp. For over a century, the Northern D and the Great had never known friendship. Annihilate these Central Plains people. Hu Yanche gasped, a fierce bloodlust surging through his chest. He felt that even if he slaughtered the 2,000 accompanying soldiers, the 80,000 surrendering troops must still be spared. Deep within these sentinels lies an inherent weakness. Behold, the archers from Feng are concealed. General, cavalry approaches from the far end of the bridge. Hu Yanche, startled, lifted his gaze to see, amidst the swirling snow, a shadowy figure, halting near the bridge's end, swiftly dismounting, seemingly engaged in some activity. There were also figures at the bridge's head. With a furious curse, Hu Yanche cleaved a nearby sentinel in two with his blade. Looking up once more, he discerned two riders at the bridge's head, coldly restraining their horses, casting their gaze upon him. "Draw your bows. Shoot them down." Thunderous roars erupted. Before Hu Yanche could finish his command, the entire Ongwa bridge suddenly trembled violently. At the bridge's tail, the Chun family's cavalry, with dozens of riders, secured their grappling ropes, utilizing their horses' strength, as if intending to collapse the entire bridge. "General, these Central Plains men are sabotaging the bridge." "Fool! Quickly, lower your bows. Retreat to the bridge's head. There are only two of them." Disregarding further combat with the sentinels, Hu Yanche raised his sword and shouted. In the forest, a relentless barrage of arrows continued to pierce through the rain and snow. In mere moments, another 10 riders from the D met their demise upon Ongwa Bridge. Sihu, amidst the wind and snow, spoke calmly. Hearing Su Mu's voice, Sihu adjusted his bamboo hat, leaped from his horse, his steady steps stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. "Tell me, what is your name?" "Mu Gu." "I am Sihu." "No, you are the tiger of Great G, unmatched in this world." Su Mu raised his hand, pointing at the approaching figures of the D and the sentinels. "In a narrow encounter, the brave triumph. Tell those lads who truly is the world's foremost warrior." With a thunderous crash, Sihu's eyes bulged with fury as he seized a bridge post, raising it high before charging towards the bridge with it. Chapter 201. The Great Biaozi of Muyun Prefecture in the realm of heaven and earth. It was as though a thunderclap had erupted. Not only did the North D rush towards the bridge's head, but even Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Sihu's strength to be so astonishing. Initially, he had thought it would require multiple strikes. Remarkably, with but a single blow, the post struck the stone surface of the bridge, creating a substantial hole. Through the hole, one could faintly see the frost and snow slowly forming in the river below. At the other end of the bridge, the Chun family's cavalry, having torn apart 4 or 5 heavy grappling ropes, managed to bring Ongwa Bridge to the brink of collapse. Hu Yanche stood frozen, his eyes filled with terror. The river beneath had not yet frozen, should one fall. Even if they survived the fall, they would surely succumb to the cold. "Do not move," he shouted in alarm. Fortunately, under his stern command, both the chaotic North D and the startled escorting troops steadied themselves, refraining from further movement. Su Mu sighed softly, calling out gently. At the bridge's head, Sihu, after taking a few steps back, suddenly raised his leg in anger, stomping down upon the bridge surface. At this moment, the precarious section of the bridge was truly about to collapse. Hu Yanche cursed in frustration, unable to comprehend how anyone could resort to such despicable tactics. Down, down, down. The silhouettes of over 400 riders were engulfed in furious shouts. The entire Ongwa Bridge seemed unable to withstand the pressure, shattering into several pieces amidst the howling wind and snow, stones flying in all directions with a resounding crash. 3,000 riders, wailing, plummeted from the broken stone bridge. From a height of over 3 zhang, combined with the frost and snow of the Yekawei River below, the ensuing descent promised to be exceedingly bitter. "Mr. Chun." The Chun family bridge echoed as Chun, relying on his lightness of body, leaped to the riverbank. With a swift toss of his grappling hook, he ensnared the barely conscious Hu Yanche. Many brave souls from the Qinglong camp swiftly gathered weapons. all the while raising their blades to slay nearby D people and imperial soldiers. Brother Mu, it's done. We've slain many of those D dogs. Let us go. Su Mu was about to turn his horse when he noticed a young officer clumsily crawling ashore, shivering from the cold. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu coldly approached the young officer. The officer, startled, dared not move as he looked up in fear. Return and tell those corrupt officials that I, Zhang Dabi from Muyun Prefecture, have entered the inner city and will eventually overturn the Dog Emperor's dragon throne. With his face obscured by a mask and a bamboo hat pressed down, along with a perfect alibi, he intended to sow confusion. Remember. The young officer prostrated on the ground, sobbing. Su Mu coldly reined in his horse, accompanied by Si Hu and the over 400 riders. They pressed forward against the wind and snow, soon disappearing into the distance. On the Yekawei River, the frozen bodies of northern D soldiers and imperial troops numbered at least in the thousands, with many grievously injured and unconscious, likely unable to endure for much longer. After all, no one had anticipated that the Onghua Bridge, standing for over a century, would be shattered in this manner. Amidst the wind and snow, the over 400 riders gradually brought their horses to a halt in the barren woods 60 to 70 li away. Wei Feng, you and the Qinglong camp return to Ma Tihu, and be sure to take the small path around the back mountain. Changgong, you should return with them as well. Rest assured, my lord, Wei Feng solemnly nodded. The nearby bowmen hastily mounted their horses. Now go. Su Mu turned his head, observing Hu Yanche on the back of the Chen family horse, who was still cursing vehemently. Unable to contain himself, he raised his sword sheath and struck downwards. Already grievously injured, this blow left Hu Yanche reeling as if intoxicated, howling in agony. With a cold smirk, Chen leaned down, scooped up some frost and snow, and rubbed it directly into Hu Yanche's face. Hu Yanche's face turned a ghastly shade as he raised his head, no longer daring to shout. His eyes wide with a wolfish glare. Today is your day? Where is that vicious temper you had when slaughtering the common folk? Si Hu, enraged, raised his hand to deliver a slap. Hu Yanche, once again resembling a drunken dog, was met with more snow smeared across his face by Chun. Brother Mu, let me finish him. Wait, Su Mu coldly interjected, stepping forward to closely scrutinize the half-conscious Hu Yanche. Central Plains man, what do you desire? What do you possess? Su Mu revealed a chilling smile, for if he could procure an additional sum of silver, he would be most willing. Certainly. The reason for capturing Hu Yanche was not solely to avenge Li Pashan. More importantly, it was to hang Hu Yanche from the tower outside Changyang City, thereby bolstering the morale of the G people. This wretched dog of the D, even after journeying out of the pass, had stained his hands with the blood of many G warriors. I possess a golden blade. You are mistaken. It now belongs to me. Su Mu seized the golden blade from Chun Jiaqiao's hands, and with a swift motion, he inflicted a deep gash upon one of Hu Yanche's legs. Wait, just a moment. Hu Yanche cried out in alarm. Su Mu coldly returned to the golden blade. Initially, he had presumed that Hu Yanche, a notorious killer, would possess the mettle of a true warrior. However, he was taken aback to discover that he was merely a coward, begging for his life. I have buried a treasure in the Bai Ying tribe of the northern grasslands, located at the stone pit 5 miles outside the tribe. The northern grasslands? Though a map of the grasslands exists, these individuals would likely not advance more than 10 steps before being discovered and slain. Without Su Mu's command, Si Hu acted decisively, snapping Hu Yanche's other leg. Tunger, save me. Hu Yanche cried out in agony, his words tumbling out incoherently. Su Mu understood that Tunger referred to the god of the grasslands, the eternal protector of the herding tribes. Brother Mu, allow me to sever his head. Wait, just a moment. Hu Yanche gasped in pain, already suffering from a ruptured shoulder, having nearly perished from the fall, and now with both legs broken. Master, this D-dog is of no use anymore. Hold on, I just remembered. The great general of the G, Li Pashan, is still alive. I know where he is. Hu Yanche exclaimed in shock. This revelation left Su Mu momentarily stunned. One of the motives for intercepting the northern D envoy Hu Yanche was indeed to seek revenge for Li Pashan. Is it true? Su Mu's hands trembled slightly as he gripped Hu Yanche's robe tightly. Indeed, it is all true. On that day when Yongguan was about to fall, I personally led the charge inside and did not see Li Pashan's corpse. And afterwards? I will tell you, but you must release me immediately. I, Zhang de Biao from Muyun Prefecture, speak with utmost sincerity. If I do not, I will crush your skull. See who shouted angrily from the side. Hu Yanche, bloodied and with clenched teeth, hesitated for a moment before finally speaking again. I heard that when Yongguan was breached, Li Pashan led the last remaining Ji soldiers. After exhausting their ammunition and provisions, he jumped from the city to die for his country. However, no corpse was found beneath the city walls. Subsequently, scouts reported that an injured Ji general, along with 7 or 8 men, seized D horses and fled into the northern grasslands, likely heading towards the western expanse of the grasslands. If you know this location, why have you not sent people to capture him? Leader Jiang. The western grasslands are fraught with treacherous swamps. To save my life, you are deceiving me. If I were deceiving you, why not simply claim that Li Pashan is in my possession and I could exchange my life for his? Hu Yanche shouted in desperation. Su Mu stood in silence, torn between joy and sorrow. Even if Li Pashan were alive, how could he possibly survive in the perilous northern grasslands? Chapter 202, The Bloodied Withered Willow Branch. Leader Jiang, I have not concealed anything I needed to say. Hu Yanche gasped laboriously. If you release me, I shall certainly present you with a vast fortune in the future, treating it as a price for my life. Certainly, I, Zhang Dabiao, am a man of my word. Su Mu furrowed his brow, still deep in thought regarding the matter of Li Pashan. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and slowly unsheathed his longsword. People of the Central Plains, you are untrustworthy. Hu Yanche trembled all over. Zhang Dabiao may have made a promise, but I, Su Mu, have not. Su Mu coldly uttered, and with a thrust of his sword, pierced Hu Yanche's chest directly. Hu Yanche's eyes bulged in disbelief, clearly unable to close them in death, as torrents of blood flowed onto the snow-covered ground. Beside them, Qin Jiaqiao and Si Hu displayed no signs of sympathy, directly binding Hu Yanche's lifeless body to the back of a horse. According to Su Mu's orders, this corpse was to be hung in Changyang City for public display. Returning to Tangjiang, amidst the swirling snow and wind, 3 figures on horseback raced swiftly toward the location of Tangjiang City. In Tangjiang City, beneath the gentle descent of heavy snow, Lu Zizhong shivered uncontrollably. Yet, even in such discomfort, he was reluctant to return. How dare that wretched noble come to Tangjiang City to flaunt his status? Was he to concede defeat? Third uncle, bring me another fur coat. Zizhong, you have already added 3 layers. Lu Zizhong shot an annoyed glance, prompting Lu Yuan to hurriedly signal for another fur coat to be fetched. It has been 2 days of drinking. How is it that he hasn't perished yet? It was said that the impoverished noble had no interest in courtesans. If he had no interest in courtesans, what was he drinking for? I had already mentioned it. He has come to display his might. Lu Zizhong frowned, lowering his head, nearly unable to suppress the urge to charge into Qingguan, to push open the door and verify if that impoverished noble was indeed within the inner chamber. Young Master Lu, this is the 8th time my master invites you upstairs. By the way, when passing the street, please pluck a branch of withered willow. On the balcony, Zhou took a few more steps, smiling as he spoke. Shut your mouth. Lu Zizhong raised his head and hurled the teacup before him forward. Weary and cold, he had long wished to return. However, with Su Mu present in Tangjiang City, he could not find peace. To speak bluntly, even if he returned home, he would likely find no rest. That day he lay on the streets of Weiqing, thoroughly beaten, as if trapped in a nightmare. At that moment, amidst the snow and wind of Tangjiang City, a somewhat timid figure, cloaked in a thick winter robe that concealed his face, revealed only a pair of greedy eyes. He walked slowly, seemingly playing the part of a passerby. Yet, as he passed the inn where Lu Zizhong sat, he suddenly remarked, the young noble has already gone out to kill. I hear the envoy from Beatty was intercepted and slain at Ongwa Bridge. The figure hurriedly moved on, leaving Lu Zizhong in a state of shock. Once he regained his senses, amidst the vast snowfall, he could no longer see the figure. Zizhong, what is it? Third uncle, have you heard any news regarding the envoy from Beatty? None. Quickly, investigate. Lu Yuan hurriedly took 2 steps and returned after merely half an hour, his face marked with horror. Zizhong, I inquired at the official precinct. The envoy's 1,000 cavalry and an additional 2,000 government troops have been ambushed at Ongwa Bridge. Lu Zizhong's face instantly lit up with joy, as a sudden realization sparked in his mind, hinting that he was on the verge of grasping something significant. If this is indeed the case, these nonsensical matters, when connected, could truly lead to dire consequences. Quickly, follow me up to the Qing Pavilion. I must ascertain whether that young master is inside. Behind him, more than 100 guards had gathered, and upon hearing Lu Zizhong's words, they tightened their grips on their batons, ready to storm the Qing pavilion. Zhou Zun, stationed on the balcony, was taken aback by this scene. According to his master, Lu Zizhong should not possess such audacity. Stand aside, you filthy scoundrels. The multitude of Lu family guards, emboldened by their numbers, brandished their batons and shouted incessantly. Draw your blades. Zhou Zun, unwilling to appear weak, had long since ceased to be the humble coachman of Wangzhou. Anyone who approaches shall face my wrath. Young Master Lu, think carefully. Should you disturb my master, you shall not escape unscathed. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zizhong stood atop the wooden building, occasionally glancing at the light within the inner chamber. Zizhong, that destitute fellow is surely not present. If he were, he would have emerged by now. Lu Yuan said with an inscrutable expression. Third uncle, can I trust you? The beating I received in Weiqing still lingers painfully. While I may have my faults, my strategic prowess remains intact. A few years ago, officials sought to employ me as their chief advisor. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Men, raise your clubs and advance. If that destitute fellow is not in the inner chamber, we shall promptly report to the general's office. In front of the inner chamber of the Qing pavilion, Zhou Zun, consumed by fury, swung his blade and injured 2 guards. Fear not, I shall bear the consequences. Lu Zizhong shouted, urging his men on. After injuring a couple of Su family villagers, he suddenly noticed the door to the inner chamber burst open. A figure clad in a warm cloak emerged, yawning lazily. Lu Zizhong stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, blinking in disbelief at his third uncle. His uncle, Lu Yuan, was now smacking his lips, not wasting a moment before turning to flee down the stairs. The 100 guards were also frightened into retreat. The young master before them had once, in a narrow alley, ruthlessly taken the lives of over 100 men. Young Master Lu, you have stirred up trouble again. Su Mu remarked coolly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thankfully, Chun Jiaqiao's agility was commendable, allowing him to arrive just in time. I did not invite you to join me for a drink, yet you have resorted to violence. How ruthless. Su Mu mocked. The nearby Zhou Zun and his companions needed no prompting from Su Mu. They immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to contain their cries of pain. My men have been injured. Lu Zizhong ground his teeth in frustration. You wish to strike others, yet find yourself powerless, much like yourself. Lu Zizhong's face paled with fury, and he turned to descend the stairs. Hold on, young Master Lu. Allow me to show you something. A coldly tossed Viscount's badge fell before him. Lu Zizhong halted, picked it up, and after a few glances, his expression transformed into one of incredulity, tinged with unmistakable anguish. I will enter the Ministry of Revenue next year. I am not without merit. This declaration, once made in Weiqing, now seemed futile. The astute Chun Jiaqiao had already snapped off a withered willow branch and, relying on his lightness of foot, gracefully ascended the tower, presenting it to Su Mu. I, Su Mu, a dignified viscount, striking a mere assailant. Is that too much to ask? Should you report this to the authorities, reason would be lost on you. Enter the Ministry of Revenue? You may speak of that once you gain entry. Young Master Lu, do cover your head. Should your face be marred, you have no one to blame but yourself. Lu Zizhong trembled all over, attempting to flee a few more steps, only to be pinned down by Chun Jiaqiao on the terrace. The hundreds of guards nearby, suddenly bereft of their courage, scattered like frightened birds. Shortly thereafter, beneath the morning's wind and snow, Lu Zizhong, the foremost son of Tangjiang City, emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony. The old officials of the magistracy, accompanied by a dozen constables, upon hearing of the incident, were too frightened to act and hurried back to the magistracy. It was said that the illustrious Viscount of Daji required at least 100,000 taels of silver for a purchase. Su Mu, after a full half-hour, reluctantly discarded the blood-stained withered willow branch. Before him, Lu Zizhong lay once more beaten into submission, sobbing and crying out in pain, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Once young Master Lu had healed, he would seek Su Mu out again for a drink. Rubbing his hands together, Su Mu, accompanied by Chun Jiaqiao and Zhou Zun, slowly descended the stairs. Hearing this remark, Lu Zizhong, still prostrate on the ground, shuddered unexpectedly. Under the swirling snow, in an old tavern within Tangjiang City, Yuan Kai removed his winter robe, sipping on warm wine while furrowing his brow in contemplation. On that day in Changyang City, he had indeed seen it. How infuriating. regardless of your prowess. Were you not merely currying favor with the Duke of Gua? Yet I, Yuan Kai, possess considerable talent as well. And do not speak to me of grand principles. You, Su Mu, are also a foul person, a despicable wretch. Chapter 203. The horse trader of Shu. The snow and wind persisted, causing several gnarled trees on either side of the official road to sag heavily. Su Mu turned back in silence, a hint of unease etched upon his face. Do not forget, my lord, I was once a great hero, often slaying corrupt officials. Much like this, suspended from the city gate tower. In contrast, Chen Jiaqiao wore an expression of indifference. This time, the corpse of Hu Yanche was to be hung below Changyang City. One cannot deny that this task was indeed perilous. Rest assured, my lord, I shall return to the estate in 2 days. Chen Jiaqiao waved his hand and rode forward. The burlap sack on the horse's back subtly oozed with blood. Su Mu sighed, aware that Chen Jiaqiao undoubtedly had a plan, and decided to refrain from further contemplation, leading Si Hu down a back road toward Mati Lake. Around dusk, the two returned to the estate. Having barely walked a few paces, the maid Jiang Caiwei had already fetched 2 thick robes, offering one to Si Hu and hurriedly assisting Su Mu into his. Sister Lian, please brew some hot ginger tea. A warmth enveloped Su Mu's heart. No matter the turmoil outside, within the confines of the small estate by Mati Lake, he had a maid waiting for his return. Initially intending to assist the maid in establishing her rightful status at the magistracy, recent events had proven too tumultuous. It was prudent to wait a while longer. As he took the maid's hand and stepped through the courtyard gate, he suddenly heard a deeply mournful cry of reproach. As he lifted his head, he discovered that it was Zhuge Fan of the Fox Sword, who had somehow taken a seat on the pavilion. His once bald head and face were now adorned with strands of horse mane, haphazardly stuck in various places. At first glance, he was nearly unrecognizable. Su Mu chuckled awkwardly, intending to offer a greeting, but unexpectedly, Zhuge Fan threw off his shoes and hurled them in his direction. It was to be expected. A hero who had played the role of a righteous figure all his life had, in the end, been left with a completely shaven face by Su Mu. Master, is there nothing amiss? Chun Sheng and the others hastily emerged, each of them displaying a hint of joy. Nothing amiss, what of Wei Feng? He is hauling timber in the back mountain. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the assassination of the Northern D envoy had gone without a hitch. Master, there is indeed a matter at hand. A group of merchants from Shu have arrived, seeking 500 jars of wine. Shu, situated in the southwest of the Great Ji, lies in close proximity to the territories of the barbarians. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Great Ji, as the dynasty's power waned, each region acted autonomously, merely sending a token tribute each year. It was rumored that the supervision office in Shu had been abandoned for 3 years. Nonetheless, it was not unusual for merchants to come for wine, especially as the reputation of Zui Tianxian had soared with each successful sale. Were it not for the chaos of the times, Su Mu would have preferred to expand his reach all the way to the northern grasslands and the desolate mountains of the southern barbarians. Master, this time is different. Those merchants have brought fine horses. Chen Sheng's tone grew grave, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Fine horses? Indeed, 100 southwest maned horses. I advised them of the blizzard and asked them to wait for your return. Well done. Su Mu's expression brightened. Even though he had slain many D people and acquired several hundred D horses, he knew that such a strategy was not sustainable and could easily attract the envy of others. However, purchasing horses with silver posed no such risks, at most. He would need to register them at the official yard. Come, take me to see them. Following Chen Sheng, they entered a spacious room, and upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by a raucous chorus of toasts. Several prominent merchants were seated cross-legged at the main table, one hand grasping a flatbread, the other cradling a bowl of hot soup. With every utterance, they would bite off a piece of the bread, which had likely been fried in hot oil, leaving their faces gleaming with grease. The hot soup was sprinkled with chopped scallions, vibrant green floating atop the bubbling broth, a sight that whetted the appetite. Nearby, 4 to 5 dozen porters and guards crouched, the sounds of munching bread and slurping soup filling the air. Eventually, someone seemed to take notice, and shortly thereafter, a few prominent merchants raised their heads, their faces displaying a hint of wariness. Those who traversed the treacherous paths of trade knew well that a moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise, leaving them to rot in the wilderness. Distant guests, this is my master. Please discuss the matter of the wine with him, Chun Sheng spoke authoritatively. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's words, the 2 or 3 merchants promptly set down their flatbreads and bowls, approaching with smiles. If the distant guests do not mind, I shall have someone prepare a meal shortly, Su Mu said, gesturing slightly as he offered a respectful fist salute. As Leader Chun has mentioned, given the current season, we prefer to enjoy our bread and soup in this manner. At the forefront stood a prominent merchant, his face weathered and weary, adorned with a goat-like beard, perhaps marred by frostbite, displaying patches of yellow and blue. I, Lu Wu, had encountered the young master before. This time, upon entering the inner city, I heard whispers of the intoxicating allure of the drunken celestial at Ma Ti Lake and intended to procure some to take back to Shrew. Little did I know that as I arrived at the village, the snowstorm intensified. With nothing to do, I remembered that a guest from afar should not be treated with neglect. There were ample vacant large houses in the village, and the merchants before me could very well be horse traders. In these tumultuous times, fine horses were scarce, compared to the speed of the northern D horses. The southwest mainies from Shrew exhibited remarkable endurance for long-distance pursuits. In an era rife with chaos, one must prepare for the future by gathering all advantageous resources. I had heard that the distant guests were horse traders. Lu Wu paused, not intending to conceal the truth. The young master could discern that we were indeed horse traders. Having set out from Shrew in autumn with 200 horses, yet only managed to sell 100. As time dragged on, winter arrived with the snow, leaving us with the remaining 100. Su Mu understood the mindset of these horse traders. Having traveled such a distance, it was unthinkable to return with unfinished business. In previous years, transporting 300 or 400 horses over greater distances had yielded success, but upon entering the inner city, I learned of the ongoing conflict between the G and the northern D, which deterred further travels northward. Hence, we resolved to wait until the snowstorm passed, and then return to Shrew with some wine. What should I do with 100 southwest horses? Su Mu smiled. Young master, this is splendid. Shall we negotiate a price? Lu Wu stepped forward, retrieving a cloth pouch from his waist and extending it towards Su Mu. This was a traditional method, where both parties would dip their fingers into the pouch to bid privately, away from prying eyes. Su Mu had no objections. He had always favored such old customs of the Jianghu. Young master, let us settle on 1,000 taels. If unsatisfied, simply withdraw your hand. Agreed. As soon as he reached in and pinched, Lu Wu's expression shifted in astonishment. Young master, do not jest. I jest not. 10 fingers equate to 10,000 taels. Indeed. 10,000. Su Mu replied calmly. How about this? After the spring of next year, I will take as many of your southwest mainies as you have at this price. Currently, a single southwest horse, according to market rates, is worth at most 70 to 80 taels. Offering an additional 20 taels does not stem from foolishness or excess wealth. Rather, it serves a greater purpose of securing these horse traders. Presently, the private wine revenue of Su's family estate alone garners 20,000 taels monthly. However, if feasible, Su Mu aspired to cultivate a cavalry of at least 3,000, imparting the art of horsemanship to future generations. In due time, even against the 10,000 soldiers of the northern D, they would not be at a disadvantage. Chapter 204. General Feng the young master is benevolent. Lu Wu's countenance was grave as he clasped his fists in respect. After traversing the south and north for over a decade, he could discern that the young master before him was akin to a potential ally. Young master, please accompany me to see the horses. Su Mu did not decline. In transactions of this nature, one must first inspect the horses to feel assured. Beneath the snow and wind, Su Mu and the 3 horse traders hastened toward the large horse barn to the south of the village. The southwest steed is characterized by its loyalty. Once it acknowledges its master, it will defend them to the death. Lu Wu spoke eloquently, noting that the southwest horse differs significantly from the Liangdi horse, which is known for its rebellious nature and requires daily rations of beans to thrive. In contrast, the southwest horse can sustain itself on mere grass, yet it possesses astounding endurance for long-distance travel. Look here, my young master, Lu Wu said, approaching a magnificent steed. He gently stroked its neck, and the once restless horse immediately calmed, nudging Lu Wu's arm affectionately. The southwest horse is robust, with a full belly and powerful haunches. Its mouth sharp as a sword's edge, an embodiment of superior equine traits. Su Mu, though not well versed in horse evaluation, found Lu Wu's words to be quite sensible. My brother Lu, how does it compare to the D horse? Su Mu inquired. The D-dog-S horse? Lu Wu scoffed, dismissing the notion. That short-necked horse is not worth mentioning. While it may possess some speed suitable for flanking maneuvers, it soon tires and froths at the mouth after prolonged exertion. In the village, there are over 400 D horses, and as Lu Wu stated, they require rest after extended runs. Otherwise, they risk collapsing mid-journey. My brother Lu, if a southwest horse were to mate with a D horse, could it produce fine offspring? Lu Wu paused, and then erupted into hearty laughter. My young master, such thoughts should not cross your mind. Both the G people and the Shrew people harbored deep-seated resentment towards the northern D dogs. If humans feel this way, how could horses feel any differently? My brother Lu, why do you say that? Sumu asked. Horses are akin to humans in nature. It is like a refined lady of arts and culture being paired with a destitute vagabond. Hearing this, Sumu's expression grew peculiar, and he instinctively turned to glance at his young maid. Upon noticing his gaze, the maid lifted her head, revealing a shy smile. Fortune is often fraught with misfortune. Chapter 205. The tales of mountain hunts amidst the snow-laden landscape, and under the sun's warm embrace, General Feng, having circled and charged forth, reached the Hoof Lake, where Sumu dismounted comfortably. What do you think of General Feng? Very fine indeed. Sumu replied, his face alight with joy. Even if it required silver, 2,000 or 3,000 taels, he would gladly purchase it. Congratulations, my young master, on acquiring a fine steed, Lu Wu said earnestly, refraining from mentioning any monetary matters. Sumu felt a surge of excitement. This encounter had effectively solidified Lu Wu and his fellow horse traders as reliable allies. When spring arrives next year, if they send over an additional 200 or 300 horses, the prowess of his Qinglong camp in battle would surely be even more formidable. However, the private army of 1,000 had yet to reach full strength. If given the choice, Sumu preferred not to merely recruit refugees. After enduring life and death at the border, seasoned veterans like those in the Qinglong camp were the optimal choice. 2,000 men defending a city against an assault of over 100,000 troops is a feat to be proud of in any dynasty. My brother Lu, this is the horse silver. Without a hint of pretension, Sumu retrieved an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, a brilliant gleam emerged, revealing layers of solid gold bars. There were also silver notes, but in such tumultuous times, the risks associated with banks were considerable. Moreover, since Lu Wu and his companions hailed from Shu, gold bars were the most suitable payment. Sumu added 3 extra gold bars, designating them as the horse silver for General Feng. My young master is most benevolent. Lu Wu did not decline the invitation. In the world of chivalry, there exists a code among its practitioners. If a bond is formed amiably, one graciously accepts gifts, with the understanding that they will be reciprocated in due time. I kindly ask Brother Lu to remain for a few more days, allowing me to extend the hospitality befitting a host. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. The snowstorm persists, and the arduous journey back to Shu spans thousands of miles. Even with the opportunity to rest in towns along the way, it remains a formidable trek home. Chen Sheng procures several hand warmers for the valiant men of Shu to stave off the cold. Additionally, fetch thicker bedding. If there is a shortfall, do not hesitate to purchase more in Weiqing. Chen Sheng nodded and hurriedly attended to the orders. Your hospitality is truly appreciated, Lu Wu remarked, his expression increasingly animated. If you find the time, do visit Shu. I shall ensure a grand welcome awaits you. That is a certainty, Sumu smiled, recognizing the importance of maintaining cordial relations with these horse traders. It would be prudent to plan for the autumn of next year. I surmise this return to Shu will require a more circuitous route. Why is that? Sumu inquired. It has come to my attention that in the vicinity of Dangyang County, there are reports of rebellion. A multitude of farmers, unable to endure oppression, have gathered under the tutelage of a private school teacher, amassing nearly 10,000 strong and seizing control of Dangyang County. Sumu furrowed his brow. Throughout history, peasant uprisings have been numerous, yet without the military might of the state and a righteous cause, they are destined to disintegrate swiftly. Murky clouds hover near Dangyang County, where troop movements have already commenced. They await a lull in the storm to launch an assault. The border commander of Muyun Prefecture, Chen Changqing, has long regarded Dangyang County as his domain and will not permit disorder to reign. An army of 50,000 will soon descend upon Dangyang. Sumu sighed, contemplating the dismal future of the dynasty following Yuan Tao's demise. Nevertheless, I wish to convey a message to you, my esteemed host. A message? Lu Wu's countenance grew resolute. While I am unaware of your intentions, no village can support 500 cavalry. Even the wealthiest merchants within the inner city maintain private guards armed only with blades. This statement rings true. The resources required to sustain cavalry are nearly 2 to 3 times that of infantry. Yet, Su Mu could not fathom why Lu Wu felt compelled to share this insight. My esteemed host, as I entered the inner city from the south, I passed a village approximately 400 miles away. Lu Wu's expression grew serious. The men of that village are primarily hunters, under the tyrannical governance. As dictated by the officials, the village is required to capture 3 colorful birds before winter's onset to present them to the imperial palace for the amusement of the young emperor. Given the season, how could they possibly procure such birds? Indeed, it is a dire situation. Thus, the hunters are unable to fulfill this demand, and the village's taxes have increased by 50%. Upon passing through, I felt pity for the villagers and gifted them several aged horses. However, I later learned that these hunters must now pay a mountain tax to venture into the woods. Mountain tax? What rationale is there for this? Without funds, are they to be barred from the mountains? My esteemed host, the impoverished do not contest the dictates of the powerful. If circumstances do not change, the villagers will face hunger and freezing temperatures this winter, leading to a harrowing toll of lives lost, one after another. It is truly a lamentable fate for these 100 or so young hunters, each skilled in archery. The speaker may have spoken without intent, yet the listener grasped the underlying significance. Su Mu felt a sudden stir in his heart and was about to inquire further when he realized Lu Wu had risen at some point and was independently fetching hot soup. On the 14th day of the 12th month, after a prolonged wait of 2 or 3 days, the heavy snow had finally begun to ease. In the sky, only a few flakes of snow drifted gently down. "Master, I must take my leave now," Lu Wu said, leading his horse with a solemn tone. "Brother Lu, may your journey be smooth and prosperous." He had generously sent 200 jars of wine and several carts of provisions, ample enough for the dozens of porters and merchants to traverse a considerable distance. As he turned to lead the horse away, Lu Wu suddenly recalled something and hastily looked back. "Master, should any calamity befall the inner city, do come to Shrew. While I cannot guarantee much, I do possess a modest reputation there." "Thank you," Su Mu replied. Lu Wu let out a heavy sigh before mounting his horse and leading the group of porters along the frost-laden road, disappearing into the distance. After an indeterminate period, having traveled what must have been over 100 miles from Mati Lake, Lu Wu finally slowed his horse, gripping the reins, lost in thought. "Master, I do not understand why we must form an acquaintance with this young master." Another merchant rode closer. "Do not question. If there are no future matters, let it be a friendship. When spring arrives next year, you shall bring 300 southwestern horses into the inner city for trade. This is not merely reconnaissance. The pillars of Deji are on the verge of collapse, and I fear it may fall upon Shu. Speaking of which, that nobleman of the national surname is also a pitiable figure. Master, there is someone." The traveling Lu Wu and the porters resumed their demeanor as wanderers, proceeding calmly forward. A figure clad in white, shadowed by a bamboo hat, glanced up briefly before losing interest, seeming in a hurry to ride away. "Master, Mr. Chun has returned." Su Mu, who had been in deep contemplation, abruptly emerged from the room upon hearing this news. "Master," Chun Jiaqiao remarked, removing his bamboo hat and revealing a smile. "How did things unfold?" "Do not worry. The corpse of Hu Yen-che has been suspended. Those corrupt officials toiled through much of the night before allowing it to be taken down. The populace inside and outside Chanyang City is rejoicing immensely. I have heard that the nobleman of the national surname has been hosting banquets these past 2 days. Refugees passing by, upon seeing Hu Yen-che's corpse, have taken up stones to hurl. Is there any news from the court?" "Master, the decree for the forced tribute has already been torn down." Chun Jiaqiao laughed heartily. Su Mu settled into his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been those old, corrupt officials in the court imposing additional tributes, desperately trying to curry favor, but it seemed they were aware that negotiations would soon collapse. After all, within 2 months, a pair of Guli kings had perished, an unheard-of event in a century. The Khan on the grasslands must be cursing, pondering peace talks. "Master, it is likely that after spring, the Northern D army will again besiege the city." Su Mu's tone remained remarkably calm. "This is inevitable. The matter of negotiations was nothing but a farcical spectacle. Mr. Chun, please come in and rest." Upon receiving news from Chun Jiaqiao, Su Mu abruptly stood. "Master, are you going out again?" "It cannot be helped. There is to be heavy snow in the coming days. I cannot afford to delay. Had it not been for the incessant snowfall, he would have set out 2 days prior. According to Lu Wu, 400 miles southwest of the inner city lies a humble village, home to at least 100 skilled mountain hunters. The assembly of 1,000 private soldiers remains incomplete, and he is determined not to miss this band of capable men. Wei Feng, gather 30 men, bring extra provisions, and follow me out of the manor. With a resounding neigh, General Feng leaped from the stable and galloped towards Su Mu. Su Mu's face lit up with joy as he reached out to stroke the horse's neck, producing a piece of corn from his pocket to feed the steed. Once General Feng had happily finished his treat, he lowered his knee in reverence. Do not kneel, rise. We are brothers, and brothers do not bow to one another. The gray horse seemed to understand instantly, shaking its mane before standing tall once more. Su Mu smiled, mounting the horse with ease. Master, we are ready. We have brought ample provisions. Excellent. Let us charge southwest for 400 miles. Beneath the delicate layers of falling snow, Su Mu tightened the reins. And General Feng raced forward like the wind, covering 2 miles in no time. The remaining 30 men, momentarily taken aback, soon followed suit, galloping ahead. In Chanyang City, the heavy blanket of snow weighed down the struggling taverns and silenced the scholarly pursuits of the water pavilion, crushing the spirits of many. Yuan Tao, clad in a thick cloak, ventured out for a few steps during a lull in the snowfall, not for the sake of enjoying the wintry landscape, but driven by a restless heart yearning to behold the snow-laden kingdom of Deji. Guing, carefully holding a hand warmer, trailed closely behind. What of the corpse of the northern D? My lord, it is said that the court has arranged for a royal burial, treating the remains with due respect before sending them north. However, along the way, many righteous men intercepted the procession, reducing the body to a mere pulp. A fitting retribution. Yuan Tao exhaled deeply, unconsciously coughing softly. My lord, do you think it could be the young master? Yuan Tao turned his head, a faint smile gracing his pale features. Do not speak carelessly. That day, the young master was indulging in revelry in Tangjiang City. Many witnessed it. Lu Zizhong from the 4 prominent families was also subjected to a second thrashing. My lord, I only harbor suspicions. There is something about this matter that feels like the young master's handiwork. Yuan Tao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further as he continued to walk with a slight stagger. Come spring next year, when the frost and snow have receded, the northern D will surely attempt to besiege the city once more. Thieves do not retreat without a fight, and yet they think to bestow their wealth upon us. The ambitions of wolves cannot be satiated. Guing, I once heard a saying, the Ji cannot withstand the northern D because we, the people of Ji, have long since lost our great wall in spirit. Why does the court not employ laborers to rebuild the walls? It is the great wall in our hearts that matters. With the great wall in our hearts, we can protect our land for miles. Guing, still perplexed, chose not to press further, content to follow his master with the hand warmer in hand as they moved slowly onward. By the way, where is the young master? My lord, in such frigid weather. He must be in the manor. Yuan Tao lowered his head. In this game of chess, the young master is indeed a formidable opponent. Guing, bewildered, echoed in agreement, only to raise his head and discover that the figure clad in snow white had already turned away, coughing as he made his way toward the marquis's residence. 2 days passed, and thankfully, the heavy snowfall had not yet settled. Only the stark, bare trees lining the official road bore a thick layer of snow upon their outstretched, withered branches. Once horse hooves trod upon them, the snow would tremble and cascade down. Sighing, Su Mu halted his horse, gently stroking its neck before raising his head in silence to discern the path ahead. Master, if we continue on this official road, we shall head toward Muyun Prefecture. Take the narrow path, Su Mu spoke thoughtfully. Over the past 2 days, he had heard reports that the uprising in Dongyang County, which had gathered thousands, had crumbled within a day as the forces from Muyun Prefecture besieged the city, resulting in over 10,000 casualties. Occasionally, refugees fled along the official road from the direction of Muyun, their path strewn with the bodies of the fallen. Master, there is a narrow path ahead. 2 valiant men from the Qinglong camp hastily returned. General Feng, let us depart. The shadows of more than 30 riders lingered only momentarily before they pressed onward, their hooves thudding heavily against the ground. Master, once we enter this narrow path, there will be no towns to rest. In these past 2 days, as darkness approached, they had sought refuge in nearby villages for the night. Otherwise, they risked freezing to death in the open. There is no cause for concern. The area is densely forested. We can construct a makeshift shelter if necessary. As they galloped onward from dawn until dusk, they finally approached the end of the narrow path. The group of 30 soon caught sight of signs of habitation ahead. "Master, it is nearly mealtime. We might be able to procure some warm soup and bread." Wei Feng exclaimed joyfully. "Wei Feng, it seems you have forgotten that only at Su family village do we enjoy 3 meals a day. In ancient times, even when food was plentiful, one would typically have only 2 meals, breakfast before tending to the fields and a second meal in the late afternoon, around the hour of shun, nearly at dusk. Moreover, in such chaotic times, when families struggle to find enough food for themselves, who would think of selling it to passers-by? Master, there are frozen corpses here." Su Mu paused, lifted his gaze, and discovered 5 or 6 individuals huddled beneath a bare tree, all frozen stiff. They appeared to be a family. One woman, clad in scant clothing, wore an expression of utter despair, tightly clutching her child. At the edge of the group, a middle-aged man was bent over, dutifully warming the legs of an elderly woman, reflecting on the recent days of fierce winds and snow. It was evident that this family had sought refuge in the inner city, only to perish along the way. In a peaceful world, this family would have known the rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk, rather than facing this tragic fate, succumbing to the storm. Before Su Mu could give any orders, Wei Feng, with a sigh, led several capable men to bury the unfortunate family beneath the tree. "Go on. Do not be reborn in these years. You will not find wealth or comfort. Only suffering awaits." Su Mu fell silent, feeling that Wei Feng's words had struck a chord deep within him. He was reminded of Tian Song, who had died at the border, often uttering the phrase, "Better to be a dog in peaceful times than a wandering soul in chaotic days." They entered the village, as Wei Feng and the others returned. Su Mu finally dispelled his troubling thoughts. The silhouettes of 30 riders surged forward through the frostbitten air towards the nearby desolate village. Chapter 207. The mountain hunter. The wind and snow cut through the atmosphere like razor blades, stinging exposed skin. "Halt!" Su Mu furrowed his brow and called out. In an instant, the 30 riders behind him reined in their horses. Amid the twilight snow scene, the small village ahead appeared as though it had been buried under a thick layer of snow. Were it not for the few figures moving about, one might have mistaken it for a ghost town. "Master, they are all frozen corpses." Su Mu nodded silently, acknowledging the tragic fate of this forsaken village. Nearby houses stood abandoned and desolate. Su Mu lifted his gaze, following the 2 or 3 figures ahead, leading their horses through the snow, leaving behind a trail of boot prints. These figures seemed to be searching for something, yet after a prolonged search yielded no results, they moved further away, stripping half a piece of tree bark and clutching it tightly as they hurried towards a large stone house. "Master, this must be the village's ancestral hall," Su Mu observed. Outside the grand structure, remnants of extinguished incense offerings lay scattered, alongside a bowl of dried blood and flesh. Wei Feng took a few steps forward, grasped the dried flesh, and inhaled deeply, his complexion suddenly paling. "Master, this is not beast meat. Rather, it appears that the villagers have resorted to sacrificing their own." With the snowstorm raging overhead and no chance to hunt in the mountains, the crops had likely succumbed to taxation. A once thriving village had been driven to despair. Just then, a noise caught their attention, and several young men draped in animal skins rushed out, armed with wooden clubs, their backs adorned with finely crafted old wooden bows and quivers of stone-tipped arrows. There was no doubt, these were the mountain hunters Lu Wu had mentioned. Before Su Mu could speak, Wei Feng and the others swiftly drew their long knives and moved to protect him. "Wei Feng, put down your weapon," Su Mu calmly instructed as he turned to address an older mountain hunter among them. "You are not bandits. A month ago, a horse trader from Shu brought a few old steeds, did he not?" "Indeed," the hunter replied. "The horses have been consumed. If you seek compensation, you will have to wait until next year. The horse trader visited my estate and spoke of your plight. I genuinely feel sympathy. How about this? Do not remain in the village. Instead, come to my estate and work as hired laborers for the time being." The mountain hunters exchanged expressions of joy that soon turned complex, ultimately leading them to the ancestral hall to summon someone. Su Mu knew well that a village chief or similar figure would soon emerge. "Wei Feng, provide them with some provisions." Hastily, Wei Feng gathered 4 or 5 men, each carrying bags of dried food, and approached Su Mu. The hunters hesitated momentarily before eagerly reaching out to accept the supplies. "Visitors, please enter the ancestral hall." Shortly thereafter, a messenger from the hunters emerged, casting a few complex glances at Su Mu before gesturing for him to enter. Wei Feng signaled to a few men to follow closely behind Su Mu, while the remainder went in search of a nearby straw hut to tend to the horses. "Master, there are so many people." Upon entering the ancestral hall, Wei Feng let out a faint exclamation. Su Mu raised his head, his expression reflecting a hint of emotion. This winter season appeared to mark the demise of the village. Over 200 souls filled the grand hall, clad in little more than tattered bedding or charred animal hides that scarcely concealed their frail forms. Even as they huddled around a flickering fire, they trembled incessantly. The fire pit bore several large earthenware pots, simmering with decayed tree bark and grass roots, the acrid smoke assailing their nostrils with a most peculiar odor. The dozen bags of provisions that had been delivered were hastily emptied into the pots without distinguishing between beans or wheat flour, while a woman rushed to add snow and gathered dry twigs, fervently stirring the mixture. Fortunately, they were not resorting to raw consumption. There remained a semblance of humanity among them. Su Mu continued to survey the crowd of over 200, relieved to spot a number of young hunters among them. "Distant traveler, our village elder's legs have been frostbitten. We beseech you to take a few more steps," said a middle-aged hunter, relaying the message. Su Mu nodded and soon found himself in a corner. The elder, his legs afflicted by the cold, had risen with the aid of a branch. His face tinged with a bluish hue. As if his vision had blurred, he was steadied by the middle-aged hunter, regained his bearings, and hastily clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, bowing several times. "Please, do not be so formal, esteemed elder," Su Mu urged, hastening to support him. "I understand you wish for us to enter your village as hired laborers?" "Indeed. A horse trader from Shrew spoke of your village's plight, and I have been preoccupied with the thought of it. I hurried here as soon as the snow lessened," the elder replied. "If it pleases you, dear sir, you may take more of the able-bodied men. I recall there are currently 107 young men in the village. Do not fret over their monthly wages. Just ensure they do not starve," he continued. Su Mu felt a sense of satisfaction at the number of 107 young hunters. However, he did not seek only able-bodied men. He believed that the practice of sacrificing the future for immediate gain was ill-advised. Unlike the villagers of Mati Lake, who toiled alongside their families, the vigor of those engaged in labor far surpassed that of ordinary hired hands. To put it bluntly, he desired loyalty. The fidelity of these over 100 hunters, who, separated from their families, might face unforeseen changes in the future. Furthermore, with the profits from the distillery, he could easily sustain them. The women in the village were not mere burdens. They too could contribute significantly. "Young master, you must hire all 200 of us," the elder exclaimed, his tone filled with fervor. "Those yet to reach maturity cannot be employed," Su Mu replied with a smile, and the atmosphere around them lightened slightly. The elder, filled with excitement, reached forward, and Su Mu quickly extended his hand to clasp his. "This is the savior of our village. I too have caught the scent of the grain you mentioned," the elder declared. "Perhaps you should eat something first. We can discuss further afterward," Su Mu suggested. "The young master has treated us generously." The horse traders also sent along 2 old war horses, but alas, we have not been wise enough to put them to use," the elder lamented. "Old war horses?" Su Mu was taken aback. "Indeed, war horses. In my youth, I was conscripted to the battlefield and have encountered them. Though my eyesight may be failing, I can still detect the scent of blood on their bellies," he replied. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu refrained from delving further into his thoughts, supporting the clan elder as they slowly approached the simmering earthen pots. The scene within the grand ancestral hall had transformed into a rare spectacle of vibrancy. Children with muddied eyes fixated intently on the steaming pots, while numerous women, with tears streaming down their faces, jostled to reach the front. The seasoned mountain hunters stood tall, refraining from competing, their eyes unmistakably tinged with red. "Let Uncle Wang eat first. Let Uncle Wang eat first." A handful of red-eyed hunters carried an elderly man, frail and weary, and as they lifted the tattered blankets, Su Mu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. This Uncle Wang had a chunk of flesh carved from his thigh, his entire face marred by bruises. It seemed that the bowl of meat offered in sacrifice outside the hall had originated from this very place. In this sordid world, some had exhausted every means merely to survive. After Wei Feng fetched the medicinal ointment for festering wounds and applied it several times to Uncle Wang, Su Mu's heart began to ease slightly. It was not merely performative, akin to a previous life where he would instinctively assist a child who had fallen. "We thank the young master," the clan elder expressed with increasing joy, fervently grasping Su Mu's hand, his face awash with tears. "There is no need for such formality. Esteemed elder, in the future, I hope to count on your continued support," Su Mu replied with a warm smile. What the young master may not realize is that we too have been compelled by circumstance. "We once had a thriving village," Su Mu recalled Lu Wu's words. The tale went that the young emperor in the palace sought to amuse himself with colorful birds during winter, demanding that the mountain hunters capture 3 to present to him. However, under such circumstances, where could one find such birds? Consequently, the village's taxes had surged by 50%. Furthermore, hunting in the mountains now incurred additional levies. Those corrupt officials had entered the village, killing 7 or 8 individuals and seizing furs and meat, claiming them as tax offsets. Why not fight back? Wei Feng's expression darkened with anger. He is a member of the ruling class. Su Mu sighed inwardly. The ingrained beliefs instilled in him since childhood differed markedly. Particularly among the lower classes, without guidance, it was unlikely that rebellious thoughts would emerge, much like the farmers in Daean County, who, unable to withstand oppression, were ultimately led to rebellion by a private tutor. "Esteemed friends, I have but one request. In the future, should you wish to join my estate as my hired workers, you must heed my words. The reasoning is straightforward. Had Chen Sheng and his 5 horsemen not been willing to venture forth together, there would be no estate today." The hunters present exchanged uncertain glances, pondering what life would entail under Su Mu's leadership. "Heaven shows no mercy, and the mountain spirits incite us toward death." Su Mu raised his hand, gesturing toward the mountains behind the village. "Do not trust in heaven, nor continue the practice of sacrificing meat to the ancestors. If heaven cared, it would have ceased the snowfall long ago, allowing wild fruits to flourish on the trees and fat fish to swim in the rivers. Yet, none of this exists. Not now, nor ever. Hence, I implore you, do not place your faith in heaven. Whom then shall we trust? A dozen or so mountain hunters, their faces slightly flushed with excitement, had never encountered a master so bold as to curse in the open sky after living for 2 to 3 decades. "Trust in our master," Wei Feng proclaimed, his expression resolute. "Trust in our master," echoed several valiant men from the Qinglong camp behind him. If you had ventured to Su's village, you would understand what kind of person the master is in these tumultuous times. Recently, the master, fearing the villagers would suffer from the cold, spent silver to buy warm cloaks, ensuring that even children and the elderly were provided for. The monthly stipend has even increased. I recall a slothful man who has become diligent this month, earning 8 coins. He has built a dwelling, living with his family, and all laborers receive their monthly pay. 3 meals a day, mind you. Even I, a man of ample girth, am well fed. There's also a kind-hearted little lady." Su Mu rubbed his head, astonished that it was Wei Feng and his boisterous companions who defended him in this moment. "Let us go. Master, we shall all go?" These words were akin to a utopian dream for the mountain hunters present, igniting a spark of fervent aspiration in their eyes. Su Mu exhaled a rare sigh of relief. Among his 1,000 private soldiers, despite having 500 cavalrymen, they were not skilled archers. If he could enlist these 100 or so mountain hunters adept in archery, they would surely become formidable assets in both defense and conquest. "Wei Feng, send a few men to seek out horse-drawn carriages nearby. If there are martial artists, invite them. If not, venture further afield. As for your belongings, if they are of little consequence, feel free to abandon them. The bedding and warm cloaks will be provided when we reach the village." "Master, we have little left, not even a copper coin," a mountain hunter chuckled. Yet Su Mu felt a bitter taste. How desperate the officials had driven them. "Master," just as Wei Feng stepped outside, he suddenly returned. "What is it? Has an official arrived? Shall we kill them? How many?" Su Mu furrowed his brow. 7 or 8, perhaps. "Let them in. Arrange for the horse-drawn carriages swiftly. Rest assured." "Master." Wei Feng smiled broadly, sensing a favorable turn of events, and hurriedly dashed out. Inside the grand ancestral hall, many villagers had turned pale, their faces etched with panic. Several spirited mountain hunters gritted their teeth and removed their wooden bows. "Do not move. Let me take care of this. Is the master going to confront the officials?" The mountain hunters asked anxiously. Even the elder trembled uncontrollably. "Why not?" Su Mu replied with a calm smile. In the past, when he had just arrived in the inner city to seek food, He had been cautious for the sake of the villagers' safety. But things had changed. It was not merely due to the noble surname of the national prince, but also because of the numerous battles he had endured that fortified his confidence. Sumu contemplated, sensing the necessity to reshape the mountain hunter's perceptions, lest they falter when faced with imminent bloodshed. Whose horses are outside? Do not lead them away. A somewhat hoarse shout pierced the air as footsteps approached. Sumu found it amusing, surmising that the 7 or 8 officials had surely gained nothing from Wei Feng. Otherwise, the fierce battles fought by the Qinglong camp at the border would have been in vain. I asked, whose horse team is outside? What is the source of this grainous aroma? It is my horse team, Sumu replied with a smile, lifting his gaze. The leading constable, with a face full of excess flesh, thick brows, and heavy lips, bore a striking resemblance to a butcher, likely to frighten a child into tears at first glance. The grain is also brought by me. And who might you be? I hail from the inner city, carrying with me 800 taels of silver. The snowstorm is fierce, hence I sought refuge in the village. Upon hearing the mention of 800 taels, the 7 or 8 constables momentarily displayed expressions of delight. Here it is. Sumu coldly produced his coin pouch and tossed it onto the ground, producing a crisp sound as it struck. The constables, without further hesitation, hurriedly rushed forward to seize it. Once they laid hands on the money, they would discuss matters afterward. Yet, just as they grasped it, several valiant men from the Qinglong camp, who had been lurking behind Sumu, charged forth with drawn blades, swiftly overturning their adversaries and delivering a thorough thrashing. The butcher-like constable attempted to draw his sword, but was met with a furious strike from Wei Feng, who cleaved down with such force that the constable, bloodied, clutched his arms and howled in agony. The hunters and villagers present were taken aback, not expecting Sumu to act with such aggression. Do you not know we are the emperor's men? Sumu smiled faintly, yet the law remains, and even if constables seize silver, they must face punishment. You dare provoke the emperor. This is treason, just like what transpired in Dongyang County. The villagers are all accomplices and shall face execution. The uproar instilled an inexplicable sorrow within the ancestral hall. Sumu rose coldly, stepping heavily upon the speaking constable. Go ahead, file a complaint, go to the official court. Go to the general's office to report me. If you do not know my name, I shall enlighten you. He cast the noble insignia before the constable. The constable picked it up, glanced at it, and his face turned pale as a ghost. Will you still report me? If not, shall I accompany you to the general's office tomorrow? No, I would not dare. Rise. The constable scrambled to his feet, trembling uncontrollably, in front of the hunters and villagers. Sumu raised his leg and kicked him several paces away. Upon returning to the official court, remember to handle the village's relocation orders. Should you delay my time, I shall personally take your life. Picking up the insignia, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, imagining Yuan Tao's reaction upon learning this. He would likely bury his head in despair. Yet, regardless, the matter of collecting the mountain hunters should pose no significant issue now. The 7 or 8 constables scrambled to their feet and fled in dismay, while the hunters by the door suddenly found their courage, grabbing wooden sticks and pursuing them for several strides. Gentlemen, wait a few more days. Once we procure the horse-drawn carriages, we shall return to Mati Lake at Su's village. The hunters and villagers present were filled with admiration, erupting in cheers. Sumu's expression brightened, already envisioning a band of 100 skilled archers following him into the chaos of this tumultuous era. Chapter 209, I am the Emperor of Deshan. 2 or 3 days later, the dispatched individuals finally returned with a long convoy of horse-drawn carriages. There were about a dozen martial artists, each carrying iron staffs and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Master, these carriages and martial artists were reluctant to come. After much negotiation and an additional 50 taels offered, they agreed to make the journey. The returning hero spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Sumu was not surprised, given the current conditions and the turmoil in Dongyang County. It required considerable courage to venture out for sustenance. Wei Feng, go and announce that we are preparing to return to Mati Lake. In addition to the more than 100 mountain hunters, there were also numerous elderly villagers, women, and children. Sumu was keen to avoid any disturbances along the way. Although the chill of winter still lingered, the sky above had scarcely revealed a gentle ray of sunlight, making it a fortuitous day for migration. The caravan, comprised of 20 to 30 horse-drawn carts, was noticeably crowded. The robust mountain hunters had taken to the rooftops, cradling their bows, exchanging laughter and conversation with their kin inside the carts. there were not many possessions to transport, save for the 2 earthen jars that the clan elders stubbornly clung to as they were loaded onto the cart. A dozen horsemen, vigilant and cautious, wielded iron rods, darting back and forth alongside the caravan. Feng, remain vigilant, Su Mu urged, his tone serious. It was rumored that Dangyang County, over 300 miles away, had fallen to enemy forces, and there might be remnants of fleeing troops. Rest assured, Master, Feng replied. The pale sunlight glistened upon the frost-bitten snow path, creating a layer of dampness that could easily soak one's foot coverings if one were not careful. Su Mu stepped aside for a moment before summoning General Feng, swiftly mounting his steed. Let us commence our journey. The master has decreed it. With the villagers' excited cheers, the caravan began to traverse the snowy trail, leaving behind a series of intertwined, wet imprints from the wheels. According to Su Mu's estimation, it would take several days to return to Horsehoof Lake. If they could not reach the inner city by today, the impending night's snowfall could prove fatal. Master, the sun has been obscured, Su Mu remarked, raising his gaze and inwardly cursing under his breath. Indeed, one could never rely on the heavens to provide clarity at any moment. With the sunlight gone, the surrounding world grew increasingly frigid. An aged horse, unable to endure, suddenly collapsed, struggling for breath before succumbing to stillness. Feng, procure another horse. As they prepared to reattach the cart and continue their journey, an unexpected chill seeped into their winter garments. Not wishing to delay further, Su Mu hastily urged the horses onward, prompting the caravan to advance. The dozen horsemen bore anxious expressions, occasionally venturing further ahead to poke the dry grass with their long iron rods. Master, we've covered 60 miles, barring any issues. We should reach the inner city before nightfall. Once inside, we can find shelter for the night. Young master, we must hasten. Quick, urged the horses. At that moment, 4 or 5 horsemen suddenly returned, their faces pallid. What has happened? No time for questions. We must leave at once. I demand to know. Feng's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. A middle-aged warrior, gasping for breath, stammered, "We spotted 200 to 300 forest bandits approaching in our direction." The sight of heads impaled on branches had left an indelible mark on his memory. Su Mu furrowed his brow, glancing back at the caravan. Under these snowy conditions, there was little hope of hastening their pace. 200 or 300. Approximately that number. 200 or 300. Master, I propose we strike first. Feng and his 30 riders wore expressions of grim determination. Compared to the bandit Lin and his hounds, these individuals have emerged from the very depths of death. They have witnessed countless battles. Su Mu turned his head, observing the over 100 mountain archers whose expressions, though still tinged with hesitation, had resolved to draw their bows, awaiting the command to unleash their deadly volley. The young master is not one of the bandits. He is part of the defeated army, the defeated troops of Dangyang County. Another cavalryman hastily rode back, his voice hoarse from shouting, perhaps on the verge of losing his voice. Halt! Su Mu's countenance was icy. The snow-laden path was difficult to traverse, compounded by the numerous villagers on the cart, rendering a swift escape nearly impossible. Should these defeated soldiers dare to act with arrogance, they would have to be dealt with as Feng suggested. And Su Mu was also keen to ascertain the true capabilities of the newly gathered mountain hunters. They are approaching. These defeated soldiers are drawing near. You all, take cover in the forest. Su Mu shouted back, and the more than 100 mountain archers immediately dismounted from their carts, darting into the snow-draped forest. Feng unsheathed his long knife, letting out a sharp whistle. As 30 riders swiftly maneuvered to flank the enemy, a dozen warriors, sweating profusely, retreated alongside the cart. The villagers aboard the cart instinctively shrank back, trembling yet too fearful to rise and look. With sword drawn, Su Mu's expression grew grave. Beneath him, the steed wind general exhaled thick clouds of white mist, poised to charge at Su Mu's command. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Within the barren forest across from them, as the scouting warriors had reported, there were at least 200 to 300 defeated soldiers, clad in mismatched armor, most wielding nothing more than crude clubs. Truth be told, Su Mu felt no disdain towards these rebels. The state of Deji was irreparably corrupt. Surely, a figure to deliver the final blow would emerge. Yet, whether they were government troops or insurgents, if they sought his life, he would not show mercy in return. Young master, what is the commotion about? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze once more to discover a middle-aged man, battered and bruised, being tightly bound and roughly shoved about. Faintly, Su Mu could discern the curses directed at him. "You vile scoundrel, inciting us to rebellion. Look where we are now, the city has fallen, and we have no way out. You are but a schoolteacher, claiming to be a strategist. What have you devised? You couldn't even repel the government troops. I was an emperor for merely 2 days, and now it has all vanished." The middle-aged man remained silent, his expression cold as he trudged forward. Su Mu's face reflected a dawning understanding. It seemed evident that this man was indeed the private school teacher rumored to have incited a group of tenant farmers to revolt, seizing Dangyang County, only to be swiftly crushed by the government forces a mere few days later. And to think he had proclaimed himself an emperor? Su Mu exhaled deeply. It was akin to a pauper who suddenly acquires wealth beyond measure, inevitably succumbing to the temptation to flaunt it and vent his emotions. "Younger master, they are coming." The 200 to 300 defeated soldiers had now reached the edge of the snow path. Leading them was a burly man with a beard, garbed in an incongruous ornate robe, which bore the embroidered image of a rough golden dragon. He swallowed hard, attempting to make his voice sound more resonant. "I am the emperor of the Great Shun, Lu Adong. I command you to present horses and provisions. If there are any young maidens of tender age, they may be taken as imperial consorts." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Su Mu drew his long sword, his expression icy. Behind him, over 100 mountain hunters raised their old wooden bows in unison. The martial artists, gritting their teeth, tightened their grips on their iron clubs. Wei Feng, accompanied by 30 riders, had already formed a winged formation, their hooves thundering, ready to charge forward. Chapter 210. Jiao Wenlong, I am the Emperor of the Great Shan. Lu Adong. You are to hastily deliver horses and provisions. A bearded man, his face flushed with anger, yelled out. No one paid him any heed. Anyone who dared to step onto the snow-covered path would be met with deadly force. Su Mu, sword in hand, pointed forward. You dare to offend the majesty of my emperor. Several burly soldiers, seemingly undeterred by the threat, took a few steps forward, attempting to rush towards a nearby wagon. Suddenly, a barrage of over 100 stone-tipped arrows struck them down without fail. Before they could utter another word, a few soldiers, their eyes bulging in shock, collapsed on the snowy path. Su Mu turned back with satisfaction. These mountain hunters were indeed deserving of their title as marksmen. Though, if the distance were greater, there might have been some inaccuracy. After all, those who excelled in archery like the Bao demons were truly rare to find. The leading group of soldiers, witnessing this, roared in fury and raised their weapons, charging once more into the snowy path. Flank them, at Wei Feng's command. The 30 riders swiftly divided into 2 wings and charged with lethal precision, dispatching several within moments, causing the remaining ones to retreat into the forest in fear. At this moment, the Emperor Lu Adong dared not issue further imperial decrees recklessly. He hastily retreated 100 paces. Only the bound scholar looked up in astonishment, his gaze fixed intensely on Su Mu. Continue the march, Su Mu urged, frowning. The convoy of 30 or so carts resumed after a brief moment of anxiety, their wheels grinding over the blood-stained snow. Over 100 mountain hunters lingered at the rear, waiting until the convoy had moved further away before they silently began to pursue. Return to formation, Wei Feng commanded, his face stern, raising his long knife, which still dripped with fresh blood. The 30 riders maintained a synchronized rhythm in their gallop, carefully following the tracks of the wagon wheels. Su Mu sheathed his sword in silence. The 200 to 300 rebels lacked even the most basic formations or strategies. How could they hope to contend with the imperial army? I shall remember you. Should I one day rise again, I will not spare you, Xiaodong. At that moment, a prolonged cry reached Su Mu's ears. He turned to find the middle-aged scholar kneeling on the ground, bowing his head in Su Mu's direction. In a fit of rage, Lu Adong raised his knife and struck the scholar's back, instantly staining half of his shoulder with crimson. Do not interrupt me, you wretched scoundrel. I should never have trusted you and appointed you as my advisor. Su Mu coldly turned away, harboring no thoughts of rescue. It was not a matter of being cold-hearted, but rather an inability to grasp the situation. Thus, it seemed best to remain indifferent. The terrain of Dangyang County resembles a hollow. Should the forces of Muyu Cloud launch an assault, sending 2 divisions into the mountains to carve through the snow, they might invoke an avalanche, heralding significant events. Yet, no one heeds this counsel. The private school teacher, facing Su Mu, argues fervently, seemingly intent on proving a point. I, Jiazhou, styled Wenlong, am no ordinary person. With 300 men, I shall breach Dangyang, rallying under the banner of righteousness, wielding the wrath of heaven, and mustering countless troops. However, to conquer Dangyang is merely to seek fame. Acknowledging an inept ruler is but a fleeting strategy. Silence. Lu Adong brandished his long knife, thrusting it into Jia Zhou's back. Jia Zhou coughed up blood, yet remained steadfast, gazing towards Su Mu. Previously observed. The riding technique of the young master resembles the formation of crane wings. While it is an effective battle array, it lacks a central command. If I could borrow 10 valiant cavalrymen to charge the head of the formation, the young master would undoubtedly face defeat. Amidst the wind and snow, Su Mu halted his reins. He found it difficult to discern whether Jia Zhou spoke such words out of desperation for survival. May I inquire, Mr. Jia, if Dangyang falls within half a day, can you truly be deemed a strategist? Su Mu coldly retorted. I too have had a hand in the fall of Dangyang. However, a far graver error lies in declaring oneself emperor for a day, then resorting to plunder and debauchery. An uprising devoid of popular support weakens resolve. How can it not end in failure? Su Mu turned heavily, observing Jia Zhou kneeling in the snow, drenched in blood, yet still facing him. Another knife plunged into Jia Zhou's body. He coughed blood, yet maintained a gesture of respect. Wei Feng, save him. The impatient Wei Feng, roaring, charged forth with 30 cavalrymen toward the retreating forces. Over 100 mountain hunters also sprang into action, seeking ambush positions as they nocked their arrows. Jia Zhou, styled one long, pays homage to the Lord. Jia Zhou feebly bowed his head to the ground, unable to lift it again. Kill. Wei Feng's blade cleaved through the air, producing a flurry of crimson blossoms, while countless stone-tipped arrows rained from the woods, coldly targeting the fleeing forces. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Emperor Lu Adong of the Great Shun, after shouting for protection, fled into the depths of the forest, wailing as he went. Master, these men are no match for us. How dare they? Is this man still alive? Should we rescue him? Su Mu remained silent, dismounting and approaching Jia Zhou, extending a hand to assist him to his feet. Pay homage to the Lord. Jia Zhou, spitting blood, his eyes reddened, replied, I am but a humble winemaker. Do not address me as Lord, but simply as Master. As for your status, I shall arrange it. To save you is merely to fill the role of an accountant in the village. Should you tire of village life, you may depart at your leisure. The Master conceals great potential amidst the mundane. I wish to follow. Perhaps you have been bewitched by the sight of this unremarkable winemaker. Su Mu smiled faintly, turning to leave. Without the ability to discern talent, how could one bow in homage? Su Mu raised his hand, dismissing Jia Zhou's words as mere pleasantries. When he first returned to Mati Lake, the Chun family bridge spoke of understanding the art of recognizing talent, with much talk of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Wei Feng, tend to his wounds, lest he perish en route. We must enter the inner city before nightfall, roared Su Mu, after the recent round of fierce combat. The more than 100 mountain hunters have grown increasingly in awe of Su Mu. Even the villagers now exhibit a glimmer of newfound admiration in their eyes. Su Mu, relishing a rare moment of joy, unconsciously hummed a tune as he mounted his horse. In the days of yore, when my father's band was first formed, we numbered scarcely a dozen, armed with merely 7 or 8 rifles. What was the leader singing? Perhaps it was a folk tune? Time to mount up. The leader is casting his gaze this way. The wind and snow intensified, enveloping everyone in a frigid embrace. Jia Zhou, with layers of ointment on his wounds, silently leaned against the wagon, his gaze heavy and contemplative, focused on the horizon. After 14 years of teaching in a private school, he had never imagined he would one day live with such audacity. In those years, he had produced 8 top scholars and 2 second-place candidates, all of whom had entered the court, becoming officials of ill repute. From today onward, I, Zhao Wenlong, shall step into the world and teach you how to save humanity. No one comprehended his words. Only a child near the front offered half a flatbread, as if to reward him. Chapter 2:11. Teaching and guiding before the snowy night descended. 2 to 3 dozen horse-drawn carriages finally entered the inner city, seeking lodgings in a rustic town. The large number of people necessitated the division into 4 inns. Fearing the troubles of dishonest establishments, Su Mu decided to assign several groups to take turns keeping watch at night. The leader ought to establish his authority first. Jia Zhou was assisted down from the wagon and hesitated to speak. Su Mu understood the implication. It was merely to assert dominance. which would save them from much future trouble. However, this would undoubtedly draw too much attention to their group, something Su Mu wished to avoid. Mr. Wenlong, are you feeling drowsy? After a moment of silence, Su Mu spoke with a serious tone. Regardless, they were newcomers, and it was only right to inquire about their well-being. The leader wishes to discuss matters with me by candlelight. That is perfectly fine. I merely wish to converse. Gratefully. Jia Zhou turned to thank the mountain hunter who had assisted him, then slowly ascended the inn staircase. His injured form bearing a surprising resilience despite having suffered 2 or 3 stabbings. After a brief hesitation, Su Mu stepped forward, lending Jia Zhou support as they climbed the stairs together. On the first day of subduing the Dangyang County, Liu Eidong had heeded the words of a fortune-telling elder and promptly declared himself emperor, naming his dynasty Deshan, and appointed me as the chief minister of Deshan, much like how the leader is now assisting me. I do not feign sincerity, Su Mu responded, somewhat at a loss. I am well aware, Jia Zhou replied, turning to reveal a smile. I pledge my allegiance to you, leader, not out of pretense. How so? Firstly, you have emerged from the wild mountains, accompanied by 200 or 300 villagers. Your intent to unite them under your banner, regardless of your ultimate goal, is undeniably benevolent. Su Mu offered a faint smile, but remained silent. Secondly, I observe that you command merely 30 cavalrymen. Faced with a multitude of fleeing soldiers, you dared to draw your sword and charge forward. It is evident that these 30 riders are formidable, having witnessed their fair share of battle. You, too, must be an extraordinary individual. Su Mu paused, taken aback by Jia Zhou's astute analysis. Lastly, the gray horse beneath you bears tear troughs, a sign of a troubled master. You are undoubtedly aware of this, yet you ride without concern. Jia Zhou lifted his head and smiled faintly, revealing that the host was a person who neither believed in fate nor respected the heavens. Generally speaking, such individuals, born in times of turmoil, if granted an opportunity, could become formidable leaders. You are mistaken. I am merely a brewer from the inner city. If the host brews, I shall be the accountant. If the host becomes a leader, I shall be the strategist. As Su Mu spoke these words, he distinctly perceived a flicker of anticipation in the eyes of the private tutor before him. Let us enter the room, he suggested, not lingering on this topic. Su Mu supported Jia Zhou as they ascended to the guest room on the 2nd floor. Once seated, Su Mu was about to pour a cup of hot tea, but hesitated and silently set the teapot down. It mattered not. Even in a den of iniquity, such clumsy methods of intoxication would not be employed. Moreover, there were patrols outside, and an immediate action would not go unnoticed, thus avoiding alarming the snake. Su Mu found it somewhat amusing. His own cautious nature was truly being laid bare by Jia Zhou. Nevertheless, this man was indeed a great talent. I have heard that Mr. Wenlong is a teacher at a private school. Indeed, I have taught for 14 years, producing 8 top scholars and 2 second-place candidates. Remarkable. Su Mu was taken aback. If memory served, Chen Jiaqiao was also a top scholar. When I was in the countryside, many regarded me as a distinguished teacher, much like the host does now. Is that not so? Once they entered the court and became corrupt officials, what merit did I possess? Su Mu's expression faltered amidst the prevailing chaos. The festering wounds of the great era only worsened the closer one drew. Of course, excluding Yuan Tao. My wife advised me that since I did not wish to continue living this way and had no offspring, I should try once more. And your wife? Su Mu furrowed his brow. If Jia Zhou were a heartless man, he would certainly not speak of her. After all, with rebellion underway, what fate awaited his wife? She passed away from illness, Jia Zhou murmured, his head bowed, revealing little of his emotions. During my teaching years, I earned 8 coins in monthly salary, 3 for medicine, 3 for buying coarse grains for porridge, and occasionally, 2 coins to purchase fresh fish for soup to nourish my ailing wife. It was understandable why there were no children. In the 14th year of the great era's martial flourishing, one of my most esteemed students achieved 2nd place. And I was so delighted that I scraped together 2 coins to buy some of his favorite dried meat and steamed cakes, journeying to Chanyang overnight. Host, can you guess what happened? What? He told others I was merely an acquaintance from the same village and did not even invite me into his residence. The dried meat and steamed cakes I sent were discarded in the alley. I distinctly remember that autumn before he took the grand examination in Chanyang. He knelt before me, clutching the sacred texts, uttering the words, once a teacher, forever a father. It was not a matter of resentment. Rather, I pondered why a person of such promise could allow the noble teachings of loyalty and filial piety to be consumed by the dogs. Sumu found himself at a loss for words, yet could envision that on that day, the dogs were still scratching at the gates of the city. While the Waterside Academy in Changyang was composing verses in praise of a flourishing era, I aimed to teach the world how to expel the filth, returning clarity to this realm. Sumu remained silent. Having traversed time, he had encountered a multitude of individuals, such as the ambitious Zhao Qingyun, the disloyal Yuan Kai, the arrogant aristocrat Lu Zizhong, the cunning Chang Xiling, and the patriot Yuan Tao. All types of people existed, embodying every conceivable character. In chaotic times, both scoundrels and heroes emerge. As spring approached, it was feared that disturbances would multiply. Enough of this, he said. Come back to the manor with me and assume the role of a humble accountant. When the day arises that I require your services, you may don the scholar's robe. Sumu sighed. I am willing to follow you, my lord, replied Jia Zhou with great difficulty, bowing. I am willing to accompany you in seeking sustenance. Excellent. Sumu smiled, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something. If it is a den of thieves, and they come at night with their drugged smoke, do not cover your nose. Simply pretend to sleep well. I shall handle the affairs outside. Understood. Jia Zhou indeed lay down, soon emitting soft snores. Sumu shook his head in disbelief at the caliber of people he encountered. We've caught them, my lord. We have apprehended them. Just past midnight, Wei Feng joyfully arrived with a group, dragging 7 or 8 dejected young men, among them an elderly woman, all tossed at Sumu's feet. Wei Feng spoke with palpable disdain. These ruffians of the den, did they not pay for the services of the courtesans? Sending an old woman to play the role of a seductress, with her face painted to the point of ruin. My lord, I was asleep and awoke in fright, thinking I had seen a ghost. They wanted me to lower my robes and sing little tunes. I nearly drew my sword on the spot. They were to be left outside to endure the cold for a night. Once the night watch was arranged, the others returned to their quarters to rest, as they had a journey ahead the next day. Chapter 212. The last vestige of a scholar's dignity approximately 3 days later, after weathering a series of snowstorms. 30 or so carriages finally returned to Mati Lake. There had been no significant delay, and Sumu instructed Sister Lien to prepare the wooden houses, as there were still plenty remaining from the previous construction of the Qinglong camp. Madam Shi, please prepare ample provisions. Listening to Sumu, Madam Shi nodded repeatedly, hastily entering the kitchen with several women. Dusting off the snow from his attire, Sumu smiled and took a few steps to assist the clan elder. If you do not mind, consider Mati Lake your home from now on. When spring arrives next year, I shall construct additional houses for you. We are most grateful, my lord. In an instant, the faces of the 200 to 300 villagers before Sumu displayed profound excitement. In times of turmoil, having a roof over one's head and food in one's belly constitutes the greatest happiness. Seeing the villagers so animated, Sumu felt a surge of joy as well. The addition of over 100 archers to the manor's ranks would undoubtedly elevate its strength to a new echelon. Supporting the clan elder into the house, Sumu paused and then remembered the private tutor. Mr. Wenlong, do not take offense. Please, come in and seek refuge from the snow. You jest, my lord. Jia Zhou, not one to boast, steadied himself as he stepped off the snowy ground, his body seemingly in pain, occasionally gasping for breath. Previously, this man, who had taught for 14 years, was merely a scholar. I shall rest for a few days and then return to assist you with your accounts. The southern room is somewhat warmer, and Mr. Jia Wenlong may choose one at his leisure. I appreciate your hospitality. In the snow, Jia Wenlong bowed deeply, seemingly agitating his wound, as a hint of crimson seeped through his robe. He did not utter a sound of pain, but walked with composure, standing upright. His bow was profound and circular, a gesture of utmost respect. This was the last vestige of dignity for a scholar, vividly displayed before Sumu. In the biting wind and snow, Sumu returned the bow. Upon raising his head, he noticed Jia Zhou, limping, supporting his waist, making his way towards the southern room. Sumu stood in silence for a moment before turning away. After only a few steps, a sudden pain shot through his head. Looking down, he saw a foul boot, still faintly emitting smoke. Once a teacher, always a father. You little scoundrel, you shaved my beard and cut my hair. Old Knife, help me deal with him. I would have been better off teaching a wild dog. Old Knife? That name seemed vaguely familiar. On the balcony, 3 elderly men sat together, with Zhuge Fan. In the center, weeping pitifully, his face matted with horsehair. Beside him, Chen Deidi lazily ignored the scene, fiddling with peanuts while drinking wine. Only Su Mu's good father. The old scholar drunkenly explained to Zhuge Fan, rambling incessantly. My son Li Pa sang, leading 6,000 men against the northern Di, fighting relentlessly. Su Mu lifted his face, intending to inquire, but was abruptly struck by another foul boot thrown down. Helpless, he hurriedly moved away. As the end of the month approached, the heavy snowfall, resembling goose feathers, showed no sign of abating, covering the little paths outside Mati Lake in thick layers. The innkeepers, making their way for wine, complained to Su Mu about the bleakness of business, though the price of wine remained unchanged, as if they had merely wasted their breath. Master. A few figures hurriedly returned from outside. There are matters to discuss with you. Zhou Zun dismounted, his tone suddenly grave. Su Mu frowned and walked a few steps with Zhou Zun. What is it? Master, after the rebellion in Danyang County, 3 or 4 other counties have also risen in revolt. The imperial troops have stormed the cities, and many fleeing soldiers, in a panic, have entered the inner city. Over by the official road, numerous troops have been dispatched to hunt down the fleeing soldiers and behead them. An innkeeper, along with about a dozen guards, was robbed and killed, their bodies hanging from an old tree at the roadside. Su Mu's frown deepened. The rebellion in Danyang County could very well be the spark that ignites a raging fire. Turning his head, Su Mu gazed speechlessly at Jia Zhou, who was squatting by the door. If he was not mistaken, this private tutor was the instigator of it all. However, given the tumultuous state of the great Ji, even if it were not Jia Zhou, another individual would have eventually ignited the flames. The first bird to be shot is always the one that sticks its head out. Su Mu suddenly understood why the merchant Chang Wei, with his 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers, remained inactive. Is there any news from the Marquis? It is said he is increasingly afflicted by a cough and has been bedridden these past few days. Meanwhile, the treacherous minister in the court appears somewhat anxious, having summoned numerous troops to guard the entrances to the inner city. If this continues, no one will dare come for wine. Su Mu fell into a contemplative silence. Such matters were anticipated by him. In the waning days of any dynasty, internal strife inevitably arises, giving birth to an increasing tide of rebellion. It is no wonder that Chang Wei would declare that the great Ji has but a few years left to live. Even that noble of the national surname has exhausted every means to prolong its existence. Zhou Zun, dispatch a greater number of troops to escort the innkeepers returning to the city for wine. The inner city, being the most affluent area of the great Ji, if it were to fall into chaos, the days ahead would surely grow increasingly difficult. Once Zhou Zun departed, Su Mu took a step forward, silently approaching Jia Zhou, and they sat together upon a wooden stump. Jia Zhou tilted his head back, releasing a couple of puffs of white mist. Does the master hold any grievances against me? None at all. Even if you had not acted, others would have. Furthermore, I do not draw a salary from the great Ji, so why should I blame you? Master, do not act rashly, Jia Zhou replied with a smile. What do you mean? This fire will not ignite into a conflagration. It has merely sparked, and it holds no weight. Besides, the great Ji still has a young lord. The lord is unwell. Jia Zhou gestured toward a barren patch of forest ahead. Master, do observe whether that grove is indeed barren. It is. Indeed not. Jia Zhou shook his head. It merely feigns desolation when the moment is ripe. It shall flourish once more. Su Mu fell into contemplative silence. Mr. Wenlong, what should I do? Brew wine, sell wine. As I mentioned, this fire will not blaze forth. I merely thought it was taking too long, hence I ignited it. Mr. Wenlong possesses such talent. Why did you not enter court back then? After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu spoke earnestly. Enter court? If you were to ask me to utter a pleasing phrase now, I doubt I could conjure one. The art of flattery does not suit me. Spending a decade or two merely to serve as a lowly clerk would be rather dull. At 19, before I had taken a wife, still imbued with the spirit of a scholar, I could not abide unjust taxation, so I penned a national discourse, concealed my face, and slipped it onto the side wall of the imperial palace while the imperial guards were idling. After a few days in Changyang, I heard that an elderly eunuch had picked it up, and it eventually reached the hands of the late emperor, who spent an entire night reading it in the imperial study. However, the very next day, he tore it apart before the entire court. Later, when they sought to capture rebels, I was so frightened that I hid for 18 days in the home of an elderly tenant farmer. Chapter 213. The routed army. It was not until the snowflakes began to swirl once more that Su Mu, still longing for more, assisted Jia Zhou back to the wooden cabin. My lord, we can devise a plan to begin stockpiling grain and iron. As he nestled into the bedding, Jia Zhou hesitated and added, build high walls and amass grain, then declare oneself king? Sumu pondered for a moment, but offered no reply. Jia Zhou chuckled softly, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. Soon after, the gentle sound of his snoring filled the air. After a pause, Sumu turned and stepped out of the room, perhaps due to the rout of the troops. The innkeepers who had come to collect wine had already fled from Mati Lake in fear. Moreover, Wei Feng had also dispatched numerous troops to escort them along the way. Su Lang, will you brew wine next month? No worries, the longer it ages, the more fragrant it becomes. Su Lang closed his eyes. Jiang Caiwei stood in the snow, her cheeks flushed, uncertain whether from the cold or from shyness. Su Mu smiled as he closed his eyes, and even before opening them, he felt a warmth enveloping him. Su Lang, open your eyes, he heard. Upon opening his eyes and glancing around, he discovered that he was draped in a splendid cloak adorned with intricate mountain and bamboo designs, a sight to behold. Previously, he had owned one, but during a fight, it had been lost. Thank you, Madame Xie, Su Mu beamed, embracing Jiang Caiwei, reluctant to return indoors, choosing instead to stand still and admire the snowy landscape before him. How foolish! A brief slumber had warmed them both. On the pavilion, Zhuge Fan took a sip of the intoxicated celestial wine, grimacing, his bald head and face resembling that of an old monkey. Let me tell you, in my youth, I was known as the jade-faced young lord, the most handsome hero of the great Ji, pursued by countless noble ladies who wept and begged to accompany me. When I visited the Qing pavilion, the maidens would offer me silver. I spent merely half a month in Changyang and earned 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels. Chen Deidi and the old scholar beside him showed little interest, scratching their ears before sharing a glance, wincing as the wine went down. In the inner city, on the official road, a horse-drawn carriage struggled through the wind and snow. Lu Zizhong trembled as he finally grasped the warm tea before him, taking a sip only to grimace and set it down. Fresh whip marks lingered near his mouth and nose. I had promised not to strike the face. He had slapped me upon my arrival in Chongqing. Before Lu Zizhong, another person, wrapped tightly in layers, spoke with a quivering voice, young Master Lu. This plan should pose no issue. There is only one route from the official road to Mati Lake. Hearing this, a rare smile graced Lu Zizhong's face as he pointed at the speaker. You seek glory by betraying your master. The young master chuckled. A mere winemaker, like that dog, is unworthy to be my master. Do not be fooled by his pretentiousness. He is a hypocrite, a vile person. I have heard you have a lowly wife still residing in the village. Should the troops break through, would she not be violated? She is a worthless woman. I purchased her as a slave, the cloaked figure scoffed. You should know that she receives a beating from me every night, only to dutifully rise and tend to the fields the next day. You hardly resemble a scholar. Rather, you seem like a beast in human attire. The person opposite paused, then burst into laughter. Lu Zizhong also revealed a sinister smile and raised his hand. Behind him, Lu Yuan quickly retrieved 2 bulging bags of silver from his robes and tossed them into the hands of the person across from him. You may go now. There are 5,000 taels within. Keep 2,000 for yourself and use 3,000 to purchase that lieutenant. Follow your plan to drive the defeated troops to Mati Lake. Remember, do not expose my identity. Young Master Lu, please remember to recommend me for a position in the Ministry of Revenue next year. Agreed. The cloaked figure turned and exited the carriage. Not far from the carriage, Lu Zizhong leaned out eagerly. Repeat it, do not reveal my identity. Withdrawing his head, Lu Zizhong remained unsettled. Third uncle, will this plan succeed? Ah, Zizhong, you are aware that I was on the verge of becoming the chief advisor back in the day. In my judgment, this strategy should pose no issues. Third uncle, you were mistaken last time. Zizhong, it was only after waiting to the point of weariness that I overlooked a plan. Third uncle, should there be another occasion, I shall certainly retaliate. Do you recall, Zizhong, when you were 8, I purchased 30 skewers of candied hawthorn for you? Pay no mind to the extreme tension between the uncle and nephew in the carriage. Yu Wenkai hastened his steps, eager for the impending wave of defeated soldiers to plunge into the Horsehoof Lake. Despite his fa of righteousness, he is a vile character, yet has the audacity to accuse me of being sycophantic. Without the national surname of the Marquis, your little distillery would have long since perished. Amidst the wind and snow, Yu Wencai's expression gradually contorted. If he were to exist solely at the border, His most fervent aspiration would be to bribe the officials and secure a position as a scribe. However, times have changed, and he has ascended to the role of a newly appointed clerk in the Chongqing government, bolstered by the esteemed reputation of the old official. This new identity has successfully enabled him to forge an alliance with the Liu family. Naturally, he intends to continue his ascent, stepping upon the shoulders of the four prominent families, first infiltrating the Ministry of Revenue before seeking entry into the imperial court. As for the young master, he cannot articulate the source of his profound disdain. It is likely the result of a toxic rivalry stemming from divergent paths. With a polite smile, Yuan Kai paused, retrieving a pouch of silver from his pocket and offering it forward. Before him stood a sharp-featured aide, who accepted the silver with a faint smile, tucking it into the satchel at his side. On the official road, a couple of scouts hastily returned through the snowstorm. We must report to the general that the defeated soldiers from the northern region of Yuzhou have slaughtered 3 towns and are now approaching the official road. How far away? Approximately 20 miles. Form ranks. A mere 2,000 defeated troops are to be driven into a corner. Yuan Kai stood amidst the storm, his countenance concealed within his fur cloak, unconsciously twisting into a grimace. Young master, may you not be my acquaintance in the next life. By the Horsehoof Lake, see who was with a group of children building a snowman. Perhaps their efforts were lacking, for they lost a round and hastily gathered 4 steamed cakes into their arms, fleeing in a panic. The children, clad in warm robes, whimpered as they pursued behind. Brother who is quite the rascal. Earlier, he lost 80 buns to me. But that doesn't count. Wei Feng and the others began whistling and frolicking, then set off with several sturdy men to gather wood from the back mountain. Su Mu, speechless, turned away but paused before entering the house, glancing back. Outside the small path by Horsehoof Lake, the sudden sound of hooves echoed, urgent and heavy, starkly out of place in the snowy landscape. Chapter 214. Silver Blade Guard in the storm. Several warriors from the Qinglong camp appeared anxious, hastily riding back. Fearing trouble, Su Mu had instructed Wei Feng to dispatch several riders daily to patrol 30 miles outside Horsehoof Lake. Should any calamity be detected, they were to return promptly to report. Su Mu furrowed his brow and stepped outside once more. The scouts dismounted, scarcely catching their breath before speaking urgently. Master, there is grave news. The road is teeming with defeated soldiers. How so? Please, take your time to explain. The soldiers are engaged in the suppression of the rebels. Yet suddenly, a large group of fleeing soldiers emerges, rushing toward the direction of Mighty Lake. Hearing this, Su Mu furrows his brow. He does not wish to ponder the underlying issues at present. The most pressing concern is how to defend the village. How many are there? Approximately 2,000. Go to the back mountain and find your leader. Instruct him to gather the men and procure horses immediately. Rest assured, master. The scout who delivered the message hurriedly dashed toward the back mountain. Su Mu's expression darkened. If the 2,000 fleeing soldiers are not handled properly, the entire village could face calamity. Shun Sheng, assemble the mountain hunters. If there are iron bows, let them first be armed for battle. Su Mu intended for all the more than 100 mountain archers to be equipped with iron bows, but given the current circumstances, even with private soldiers, the official shops would not sell such a large quantity. He had offended the local official shops in several nearby towns. The best course of action would be to forge the bows himself. But where could he find iron now? Food and iron salt are the most precious commodities. Furthermore, summon the villagers from outside into the village. As winter snow arrived unexpectedly, the brickmaking process had to be halted, and only half of Su's village was enclosed. Initially, there were plans to use cement, but considering the high-temperature calcination required for quicklime was too demanding, that idea would have to wait. However, if they could defend half of the wall, it seemed manageable. What has happened, Su Lang? Asked Jiang Caiwei, who was keeping accounts, as she approached with several women, including Sister Lian. It is nothing. Caiwei, keep an eye on the villagers within the compound. Do not let them run amok. I will do so at once. Mugur, I'm back. See who, unable to continue eating his steamed cake, shared some with a few children before hastily grabbing a horse-chopping knife and rushing to Su Mu's side. Follow me to the watchtower. Stepping with a steady gait, Su Mu frowned as he made his way to the lookout tower. The 3 elderly men, who were partaking in wine, quickly raised their bowls and peanuts upon seeing Su Mu approach, clearing a path. Esteemed elders, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. I fear nothing. Should I be provoked, I shall draw my sword and leap down, Zhuge Fan retorted angrily. I fight alongside my son. Chun Deity remained taciturn, methodically shelling peanuts and tossing them into his mouth. Su Mu sighed in resignation. It seemed that the three elderly men were not ordinary folk, and he had no choice but to relent. Master, I have spotted the fleeing army. From atop the tower, a bowman suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Su Mu frowned slightly and looked down, noticing Feng leading nearly 500 riders, poised with their weapons. The more than 100 mountain archers were also arranged in 3 rows, under the command of the Chen family bridge, raising their bows high. Additionally, dozens of young men from the village, armed with knives or clubs, carefully positioned themselves beneath the village walls, vigilant against the oncoming fleeing soldiers. The 2,000 fleeing soldiers were merely an appetizer. At some point, Jia Zhou had approached his side. Mr. Wenlong, my lord, those who are numerous in numbers will surely seek a swift victory. They are merely common bandits. If we can repel their initial surge, they will pose no threat. In truth, Jia Zhou was not mistaken. The imminent collapse of the army is, at its core, merely a gathering of wretched souls unable to sustain their existence. Yet, necessity compels all to endure. Such is the nature of tumultuous times. Every fragment of stability and joy is carved from the relentless struggle of conflict. The eastern faction, positioned 5 miles away, stood resolute. The archer, his voice steady, cradled his small bow. "Draw your bows," commanded Chen Jiaqiao, pointing his sword into the distance. Behind him, 3 squads of over 100 mountain hunters began, with somber expressions, to knock their arrows. Feng, having fastened his armor, let his hands drop and stroke the flanks of his southwestern steed multiple times before finally lifting his gaze with a cold determination. "Raise your blades." With such overwhelming numbers, the use of long spears in battle was disadvantageous. In these moments, the close-quarter execution of foes was best served with long knives. The newly joined 30 or so young men, initially displaying a hint of panic, turned their heads back towards the village, their expressions transforming into resolute determination. Sister Lian, accompanied by dozens of women, shouldered their wooden longbows and ascended to the heights of the village. "This place is where we find our refuge and sustenance. With the elders above and wives and children below, I, Su Mu, must ask, can we retreat?" "No retreat." Countless voices thundered, piercing through the wind and snow, causing frost and snow to cascade from the nearby barren trees. Su Mu felt a surge of satisfaction as he raised his gaze once more, coldly observing the approaching remnants of the army. They could have fled north along the official road, yet they chose the perilous path to their doom, truly believing that the Su family's stronghold at Mati Hu was a soft target to be easily crushed. The remnants charged towards Mati Hu. Yu Wentai returned to the carriage, unable to contain his exuberance. Nearby, the lieutenant, having sheathed his sword, began summoning several captains to prepare for the distribution of silver. "Zizhong, as I mentioned, this affair should pose no issues. The 2,000 broken troops at Mati Hu cannot even muster 1,000 private soldiers. What will that lieutenant say?" Lu Zizhong remained uneasy, having encountered too many unforeseen calamities in the past. The general remarked, "We shall wait for the better part of the day before collecting the bodies." Yu Wentai chuckled. "I can hardly wait." Lu Zizhong paused, suddenly exhibiting a faintly neurotic expression. "Third uncle, why not break a branch from that withered willow?" "What for?" "To whip the corpses." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Yu Wentai, beside him, joined in the mirth, but before he could laugh much longer, he abruptly ceased, tightly wrapping his black cloak around him as he dashed into the snowstorm. "What is this?" A lone figure approached, coldly striding forward. Even the lieutenant, who had intended to distribute silver, furrowed his brow and stepped forward to clasp his fist. "The Silver Blade Guard sends their regards." Gu Ying, with a frosty demeanor, offered no reply, instead scanning the surroundings multiple times. Sir has inquired, "What of the battle with the remnants?" "Some of the defeated army was formidable. We could not halt their retreat, and they fled momentarily." "Where did they escape to?" "The snow is too heavy. We cannot see clearly." Gu Ying scoffed, drawing his long knife to sever the lieutenant's shoulder with a swift strike. "You ought to know whose man I am. Surely. You remember the incident where the imperial sword claimed the lives of 123 corrupt officials? Or do you think that my status as a Silver Blade Guard, who earned merit and was granted a 5th-grade title under the Lord, counts for nothing? The Silver Blade Guard is a horse, Mati Hu." Gu Ying withdrew his blade, casting his gaze towards the nearby carriage, where Lu Yuan was disembarking to gather withered willow branches, only to be caught in the act. Young Master Lu, you ought to consume more restorative medicines these days. Otherwise, in the next round, the young master may truly strike you down. Lu Zizhong, seated in the carriage, appeared momentarily dazed, his entire body inexplicably convulsing. Chapter 215. The Broken Army Assaults the Manor at Horsehoof Lake. Standing upon the platform, Su Mu exhibited little tension. In an era of cold weaponry, horsemen reigned supreme. Although the terrain beyond Horsehoof Lake was predominantly wooded and densely populated, complicating any charge, the temperament of Wei Feng and his 500 cavalrymen meant that any valiant warrior emerging from the heaps of the dead merely needed to ride forth and wield their long blades against the enemy. The young master has engaged in battle. Su Mu nodded and raised his gaze, observing Chun Jiaqiao directing his sword towards the horizon. Draw the bowstring taut. Release the arrows. A chorus of over 100 mountain hunters roared in unison, and under Chun Jiaqiao's command, a multitude of feathered arrows swiftly intertwined in midair, merging with the howling wind and snow before plummeting heavily down. The foremost several hundred of the routed army were struck with unparalleled shock, oblivious to the presence of archers hidden within the manor. The wooden shields raised by the retreating soldiers barely offered protection against the barrage, shattering under the onslaught, resulting in the death or injury of 60 to 70 men. The remaining remnants of the broken army hastily fled into the woods. Draw the bowstring taut, Qin Jiaqiao intoned, once more raising his long sword to point ahead. With precision, the mountain hunters swiftly nocked their arrows and lifted their bows. Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. As he had anticipated, these recently gathered archers were indeed commendable choices for foot archers. Coupled with years of hunting experience, they possessed both robust physiques and courage. Armed with iron bows, foot shields, and short blades, they would constitute a formidable force. My lord, the broken army is advancing. Jia Zhou, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke coolly. The charge of 500 cavalrymen was set to carve a bloody path. Su Mu nodded. Ultimately, the 2,000 or so routed soldiers before him were merely an ordinary band of rebels. Of course, he held no expectations of rallying their ranks. If they were truly a righteous army seeking to save the nation, they would not be contemplating an assault on his manor. In the snowy expanse, Wei Feng tightened the reins, raising his long blade high. Behind him, 500 cavalrymen donned leather armor, each lifting their blades in unison. Qinglong camp, follow me and penetrate the enemy ranks. They roared, brandishing their blades and charging forth. The hooves of their horses splashed through the snow and mud, leaving a trail of wet hoof prints. Before Horsehoof Lake, the 2,000 routed soldiers advanced, brandishing uneven sticks and makeshift weapons, blindly rushing forward. Among them were many ragged commoners. Rest assured, my lord, this disorganized mob will soon realize the futility of their assault after a few skirmishes, Jia Zhou remarked, seemingly discerning Su Mu's thoughts, and smiled. Mr. Wenlong, are you aware that in this world, it is not the rebels who ought to be slain, but rather the forces that compel rebellion? Indeed, Mr. Wenlong possesses profound insight. Su Mu sighed, dispersing his thoughts, and once more raised his head to observe the chaos unfolding before him. As he had anticipated, the so-called 2,000 disheartened troops were indeed somewhat feeble. Led by Wei Feng and his 500 cavalry, they swiftly fragmented the formation, creating numerous small battlefields. They did not even reach the halfway point before they were met with a cacophony of screams and slaughter. The 500 soldiers of the Qinglong camp were seasoned warriors, having endured countless battles. Even against the North's most elite tribes, they would not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. With a swift stroke, Wei Feng severed the head of a fleeing soldier, sending nearby remnants into a frantic retreat. The roars of the Qinglong camp reverberated through the air, their long swords glinting in the snow, which soon turned crimson. Heads rolled like marbles, staining the snow before the estate. Chun Jiaqiao, accompanied by 100 archers, maneuvered near the forest and, utilizing close-range shooting, felled a significant number of the routed troops. From a height within the estate, dozens of village women, led by Sister Lian, struggled to draw their longbows but resorted to cursing before hurriedly descending. Chun Sheng and He Fu, accompanied by 20 or 30 young men, fell into a contemplative silence. They had originally anticipated engaging in combat, yet the unfolding scene clearly indicated that the conflict was nearing its conclusion. My lord, Mr. Wenlong called out, my master. Jia Zhou smiled faintly, having grown accustomed to it. Master, Have you ever pondered why these 2,000 disheartened troops rushed towards Mighty Lake? There must be something amiss. The inner city is the last bastion of the great Ji, under the emperor's foot. Regardless of the court's corruption, troops must eventually be dispatched to quell disturbances. And the strategic importance of the official roads is paramount. My lord, it is merely that someone seeks to use another's blade to kill. Identifying the perpetrator is not difficult. In this world, interests dictate actions. To obstruct another's wealth is akin to slaying one's kin. The lord contemplated deeply. Jia Zhou turned and stepped down from the platform, his stooped figure soon disappearing from view. Where did you find such a treasure? Zhuge Fan remarked with a displeased expression. What treasure? Are you foolish? Such an arrogant strategist should be promptly honored. Mr. Wenlong and I share a gentlemanly friendship. Gentlemanly friendship, my foot. You should swiftly slay a rooster and drink to your brotherhood. Su Mu, rendered speechless, chose to ignore the old man. However, Jia Zhou's words struck a chord. Interests dictate actions? The four prominent families of Tangjiang? The notorious young master Lu Zizhong? Master, these disheartened troops have scattered. Otherwise, we should pursue them further. Wei Feng, do not pursue a desperate foe. First, consolidate the battlefield and move the corpses away for cremation. They are merely disheartened troops, of little consequence. I estimate that upon retreating to the official road, they will face another wave of reprisals. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu turned to leave the platform, but suddenly recalled something. Tai Yi, how many pounds of iron are needed to forge a set of iron cavalry armor? What iron cavalry armor? Where did you hear that from? Chen Deidi interjected, his tone peculiar. A full suit of heavy cavalry armor weighs about 50 pounds. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was left speechless. A single longsword required merely 2 pounds of iron, yet a complete set of armor demanded 50 pounds. Indeed, while cavalry possessed formidable lethality, the costs were equally staggering. However, Su Mu has always adhered to the principle that a small, elite force is more valuable than a large one. Should the day come when he raises a cavalry of 500 fully armored knights, it would indeed be a sight to behold. Young man, do not entertain such thoughts, Chen Deidi remarked, taking a swig of wine. You may possess private soldiers and forge weapons without issue, but do you dare to create a 50-pound armored cavalry? The officials will inevitably dispatch a great army to quell you. Clarify your path before seeking me again. Despite his disappointment, Su Mu's countenance brightened. He sensed that Chen Deidi was, in fact, willing to assist him. My son, why not march straight to the northern grasslands and raid the lair of the northern Decon? The old scholar slurred drunkenly. Please enjoy your drink, esteemed elder. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, noting that the 3 elders of the village had likely become old drunks. As Su Mu descended the staircase, the cheers of Wei Feng and the others erupted. Master, this round has been quite fruitful. We have gathered over 100 fine swords, more than 30 iron bows, and 7 or 8 horses. Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. As spoils from defeating the routed army, he would be able to bring these back to the village, thereby significantly increasing the number of armed men. Wei Feng, how many were injured? Master, there are no injuries to report, only that Ma Shouting, the new fool, has a gash on his thigh and is currently sobbing. They had barely begun to warm up when the routed troops fled in tears. Chapter 216. Yuan Tao's commission. After approximately 3 hours, the chaos outside Muddy Lake was finally being tidied up. In the lowlands beyond the western woods, dozens of thick plumes of smoke rose, accompanied by the faint scent of flesh. Even in winter, Su Mu could not afford to be careless. If hundreds of corpses were improperly disposed of, it could lead to a plague, a dire situation indeed. It was as if they were witnessing a farce. Aside from the newcomers, the rest of the villagers were largely unchanged, busy with their tasks, eating and drinking. Master, Guing has arrived. Chun Sheng hurriedly returned, one hand clasping his sword. Su Mu had always held a favorable impression of this chief bodyguard who had accompanied the young lord through many battles, originally a family retainer. Young master, is there something amiss? Guing dismounted, his long sword glinting subtly with silver. Nothing of concern. Earlier, 2,000 disorganized troops arrived, easily defeated. I have been thinking that since the young master has returned from the borders, these disorganized soldiers should pose no threat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Mu quickly discerned that something was amiss with Yuan Tao. Brother Gu, could it be that the lord is in trouble? Young master, my master has been coughing increasingly violently these past few days. Today he seemed to improve slightly, hence he sent me personally to invite you to Changyang. Su Mu furrowed his brow, He had witnessed Yuan Tao's illness firsthand, and according to the divine physician Li Wanger, time was running short. Nevertheless, the words of Jia Wenlong held some truth. With a heavy heart, Su Mu chose to disregard his worries. He needed only to remember that in this world, the young Lord Yuan Tao was the final bastion of the great Ji dynasty, and that was sufficient. See who, gather a dozen men to accompany me to Changyang. The matter with the routed troops is far from over. As Jia Zhou remarked, although this fire may not ignite a prairie, it has nonetheless been kindled. Mr. Chen, along with Chen Sheng, you both have faith in Zhuangzi. Once see who called for assistance, Su Mu let out a whistle, and General Feng hastened to the forefront. Young master, a fine steed, Guing turned his head, uttering only a brief remark before swiftly advancing to mount the horse. The howling wind and snow swirled around, obscuring the blood-stained ground before the hooves. The pounding of hooves on the snowy path reverberated through the surrounding woods, shaking off the frost-laden branches. Young master, there's another matter. In the midst of their hurried pace, Guing turned back. I previously traversed the official road and conducted an inquiry. The 2,000 scattered troops heading to Mati Lake were, in fact, a deliberate scheme by certain individuals. The 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City, Su Mu coldly interjected. Jia Zhou's analysis was not incorrect. Obstructing one's wealth is akin to slaying one's kin. In the vicinity of the inner city, if any enmity runs deepest, it is certainly with the 4 great houses. Is the young master aware? I surmised as much. That young master Lu is likely still awaiting news of your demise. I also sense that the young master has developed murderous intent. Su Mu hesitated and chose not to respond. He was more adept at concealing his thoughts. Even if Gu Ying was aligned with the young lord, I shall not press further, Gu Ying replied with a slight nod. This time, your master has permitted you entry into Changyang, which likely signifies a matter of great importance. Understood. A group of over 20 riders sped through the snow, the sound of their hooves resonating within the wintry landscape, adding a touch of desolation. After approximately 2 days, they finally traversed the storm and halted their horses before the gates of Changyang City. Su Mu raised his gaze to the towers beyond the city gate. If memory serves, a few days prior, the body of Hu Yanche was hung there after crossing Qinjiao Bridge. Young master, let us enter the city. In the frigid days, the ailing young lord would surely not be found beneath the weeping willows. As Gu Ying had stated, in less than half a month, the countenance of the young Lord Yuan Tao had grown increasingly haggard. From a distance, even clad in a thick cloak, he appeared utterly overwhelmed by the storm. One hand clutching a hand warmer while the other covered his mouth. The harsh cough that tore at his chest made Su Mu's heart ache. Come, follow me inside. His voice was hoarse, and if one were to listen with closed eyes, they would think it was an elderly man speaking. Su Mu had met the Lord before. Do not stand on ceremony. You are family, Yuan Tao smiled. Gu Ying hurried forward, assisting him with the hand warmer, and gently guided Yuan Tao into the room. Brother Hu, the outer courtyard has prepared a feast. See Hu, along with 20 others, cheered and quickly rushed off in small groups. Su Mu stepped into the room, watching Yuan Tao, who was bent over from coughing, and his heart grew heavier. You must be aware of the situation with the scattered troops. Indeed. I learned of it today and dealt with the group. Yuan Tao's pale face momentarily froze, and Gu Ying quickly whispered a few words to him. Soon after, a smile returned to Yuan Tao's face. I did not misjudge character. If there are still brave men in this great era, the young master is one of them. You flatter me, my lord. There is no exaggeration, young master. This round of entry into Changyang was truly unavoidable. Yuan Tao laboriously raised his arm and pointed to his chest. Beside him, Gu Ying's eyes inexplicably turned red as he assisted in loosening half of the warm cloak. In that instant, Su Mu felt a pang in his heart. The area over Yuan Tao's heart was distinctly darkened, with a dense network of black veins spreading around it. Li Wanger had remarked that he was unlikely to survive the winter. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had overstated his condition. Yesterday, several elderly physicians who had returned to their hometown visited declaring that he would not last a month. My lord, if that is the case, I shall immediately journey to Muyun Prefecture to seek renowned physicians. Su Mu felt his voice tremble slightly. Do not go. Gu Ying has already dispatched people multiple times. Yuan Tao coughed, his voice tinged with regret. This time, I would like to trouble the young master with a task in Changyang. Please, my lord, speak. Yuan Tao lifted his pale face, his gaze becoming fervent. Within 300 miles of the inner city, there is a disbanded army of 7,000, currently entrenched in the county. How about sending the young master to investigate? Sumu was taken aback. My lord, I have heard that many troops have been recalled to the court. That is their affair. Yuan Tao lowered his head. This time, you shall go to the county and rescue a few people for me. Rescue people? What do you mean, my lord? There is an envoy from Liangzhou who has been trapped in the city since the disbanded army took hold. Sumu wisely refrained from asking why an envoy from Liangzhou would be trapped within a disbanded army's county. But he could vaguely deduce that this matter was likely part of Yuan Tao's scheme. Gu Ying, as a 5th-rank silver blade guard, could not go, as he was too closely watched. Some brothers outside were not untrustworthy. They simply felt inadequate compared to the young master's capabilities, especially in a city of treachery. It is likely that the troops will surround the area soon. Exercise caution. When you return, I have something for you. Sumu nodded silently. By the way, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier about Lu Zicheng from one of the 4 prominent families, someone has just reported that he has entered Changyang City. I will send someone to help you track him down. You can handle it yourself. My lord, what if I end up killing him? Do as you wish, regardless. You ought to stand firm this time. Chapter 217. Snow falls on 30 provinces under the howling snowstorm. Even Sumu did not anticipate that Yuan Tao's actions would be so swift. Just as he exited he was confronted by Lu Zicheng, who had been captured. 4 men clad in black tossed Lu Zicheng onto the snow and swiftly vanished using their agile skills. My brother is Qiandashu. Lu Zicheng looked up in the snow, and upon seeing Sumu, was utterly astonished, exclaiming in a panic. Gu brother, who is Qiandashu? Gu Ying, who had accompanied him out of pondered for a moment. I vaguely recall he is a dispatch officer from the Ministry of Revenue. He likely sought refuge in Changyang City with Qiandashu. A high-ranking official? 7th rank. Gu Ying shook his head. I have heard he has some connections in the court, but you need not concern yourself with those ties. Since the master has given his orders, no matter how large the blunder, he will ensure your safety. Sumu silently clasped his fists. His feelings towards the young marquis were somewhat complex, but no matter what, he should be considered an old friend. Young master, I shall return to the house and watch over the master. Gu Ying turned around, his steps heavy. Once the matter was settled, he would return to prepare. The border stretched 2,000 miles into the inner city, where he reached out for sustenance, demanding the lives of the villagers. Though I, Gu Ying, am but a brute, I am aware of the hardships you have endured on this journey. My master once spoke to me about how, when the young master of the East emerges from the depths, it must stir a tempest to befit the vision of transformation. Ah, young master, please proceed. Sumu stood silently in the wind and snow, clutching a withered willow branch. Behind him, Sihu and others led their horses, gathering closely around him. In the snow, the lamentations of Lu Zicheng, pleading for mercy, continued incessantly. Su, brother Su, this time, it was not my doing. When you entered Tangjiang City, I had already told the 4 old ghosts to spare you a portion of food. Su Mu's expression was cold as he raised the withered willow branch and struck directly at Lu Zicheng. He remembered that when he entered Tangjiang, he was merely an inconspicuous young master, driven to desperation by the 4 prominent families. Countless times, if not for the instinct to survive, he and those villagers would have perished long ago. Do not strike my face. Young master, if you kill me, you will certainly invite calamity. How about I buy my life with silver? How about 100,000 taels? Sumu remained impassive, as if deaf to the pleas, striking again and again until Lu Zicheng curled up on the snowy ground, crying out in agony. Please, young master, do not strike anymore. I acknowledge my mistakes. I kneel before you. Please, spare me. Initially, I had no intention of becoming a bloodthirsty person. I merely wished to survive. Yet, you wretched hounds have sought to drive me to death, killing my villagers. Just a few more steps, and I would have been forced to ascend Liangshan. Sumu gritted his teeth, fiercely striking down with the withered willow branch once more. Traversing the border, he had witnessed too much life and death. How the wealthy and the corrupt officials drove him like a stray dog. Young master, you have mistaken me. There is no Liangshan in the inner city. Please, do not strike me. My waist is broken. Crack. The willow branch snapped in two. Lu Zicheng raised his bloodied face, a flicker of surprise amidst his terror. Sihu, break 8 more willow branches. Lu Zicheng froze, his wails resuming in earnest. This time, he was truly frightened, scrambling desperately to Su Mu's feet, repeatedly bowing his head. Master Lu, do not bow anymore. Sumu took a deep breath, an unquenchable fury still roiling within his chest. Young master, this is what I mean. Perhaps spare me this once. We shall speak of the next life later. Su Mu tilted his head back, allowing the wind and snow to cut across his face. A peculiar comfort enveloping him. Cautious all the way, it was not that he was inherently someone who sought to cover his tracks. As Yuan Tao had said, he was concealing his talents. A poor, lowly stickman. Even the meager 2 taels of silver he had earned from scratch or the hard-earned savings of a young maid. How could he break the deadlock? Even upon entering the inner city, while Yuan Tao taught him to save the nation, Chang Wei instructed him in rebellion. Little did they know. In this chaotic and muddled dynasty, the greatest skill for an ordinary person was merely to survive. Regardless of what one would do thereafter, the first step was to persist, survive, and then one could speak of ideals. Brother Mu, I have broken too many, 18 in total. Su Mu did not respond. Grasping a bundle of willow branches in his hand, silently gazing at the distant expanse of snow, Lu Zizhong remained sprawled on the ground, wailing, perhaps now comprehending his fate. Su Mu closed his eyes, raising the withered willow branch in his hand with a frigid demeanor. Inside the Yuan Tao, warming his hands by the stove, also slightly closed his eyes. Master, the young master has been killed. I know, Yuan Tao replied, withdrawing his hand and retreating into his robe, a complex expression crossing his face. Guing, what would happen if the young master were to continue brewing wine? He should be able to protect the estate and, in due time, become a wealthy man. This statement held no fallacy. Yuan Tao cleared his throat twice and lowered his head. But have you ever considered that the young master is a person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the renowned General Li Pasheng? His cavalry tactics and the layout of the 2 cities, these concepts, I have searched through records for a long time and found no precedent. What do you mean, master? The young master is indeed an extraordinary individual. To spend his life merely as a vintner would be a profound waste. I have no time left. Yuan Tao rose. Stooping slightly as he approached the door, his gaze lifted towards the distant snow-covered mountains. Every night, as I sleep, I dream of the late emperor standing before me, chastising me for failing to safeguard the great Ji's territory. It is not your fault, master. That year, when you led the troops to quell the rebellion in Chanyang, the treacherous minister had killed 3 loyal chancellors, seizing control of the court and gathering skilled individuals from the Jianghu. Guing, these matters are incomprehensible. Yuan Tao, cradling his robe, leaned against the doorframe. I ask you, can you discern the young master's thoughts? Master, I cannot. However, the young master must be someone who cares for the common folk. At the very least, he would not conspire with Chang Wei. Guing, I too cannot discern. Undoubtedly. They exchanged a conversation fraught with tension, but Guing dared not express any dissatisfaction. Observing his master's silhouette, he felt a sudden pang of emotion. He vividly recalled that year when his master, clad in a snow-white robe, rode out of Chanyang with the spring breeze and sunlight, leading 200,000 troops to quell the rebellion, with countless wealthy citizens and commoners of Chanyang bowing in farewell. Even that treacherous minister, Xiao Yuanlu, pretended to follow for half a mile, weeping several times. Snow falls upon the 30 states, in a single night, turning my hair white. In the wintry gusts, Yuan Tao's frosted hair suddenly danced about. Outside the Su Mu silently discarded the bloodied willow branch upon the ground. Mugur, why not enter thee and change your attire? Your robe is stained with blood. I shall not change, Su Mu retorted coldly. This is how I leave Chanyang. Whoever obstructs me, I shall draw my blade. Su Mu mounted his horse with an icy demeanor. The 20 riders behind him, including Si Hu, felt a subtle transformation in Su Mu's presence. Chapter 218. We are willing to follow the young master. Amidst the wind and snow, they did not delay further. The group hastily entered Chanyang and swiftly departed. Mugur, shall we return to the estate? I haven't had lamb soup from old Zhou's in ages. We shall go another day. Su Mu frowned. As he had anticipated, as his strength became more pronounced, the ensuing challenges multiplied. This time, he had promised Yuan Tao to rescue those trapped in the besieged county. Naturally, he knew without guessing that the reward Yuan Tao promised would be precisely what he desperately needed. For instance, the weaponry and armor, as well as the private soldier's notarized agreement, are matters worthy of contemplation. Gentlemen, spur your horses, Su Mu commanded in a low voice. 7,000 men occupied the county, and the court had already mobilized a great army. It would not be long before they besieged the city. Su Mu did not wish to encounter a mishap before the envoy from Liangzhou could render assistance. Curiously, this envoy did not seek an audience with the emperor, but instead communicated with Yuan Tao first. They pressed on without respite, journeying day and night. The wind and snow intensified at night, and occasionally, small groups of fleeing soldiers attempted to cut through, but they were swiftly repelled by Si Hu and his men. A dozen riders from the Qinglong camp, stationed at the roadside, saw Su Mu returning and quickly circled around to follow in haste. "Master, we have arrived at the village," Si Hu said. "Call for Wei Feng and Mr. Chen, and also summon Mr. Wenlong and Sheng Ge." After a sigh of relief, Su Mu dismounted and walked straight ahead. Before long, as several figures rushed in, the spacious room was soon bustling under the flickering oil lamps. "What does the master propose? To rescue people from the fleeing soldiers?" Not only Wei Feng but also Chun Jiaqiao, Jia Zhou, and Chen Sheng nearby were all taken aback. "It is entrusted by the young lord," Su Mu gasped, solemnly declaring. Jia Zhou squinted. "My lord, I wonder what promises the young lord has made." He did not speak of it openly, only stating that he needed to rescue someone, and there would be something in return. "Let us go?" Jia Zhou leaned back slowly, believing that with the young lord's capabilities, he would certainly not neglect the master. "Military advisor, if it is merely trifles, they would not suffice to recover our losses," Chun Sheng voiced his concerns, unintentionally referring to Jia Zhou as the military advisor. It was as if they had already become a formidable army, with Jia Zhou, Jiao Wenlong, serving as their chief strategist. This represented both an affirmation and a supportive friendship. Hearing this, Jia Zhou's expression softened. "Rest assured, the young lord will surely rely on the master in the future and will not be stingy." Jia Zhou's words resonated deeply with Su Mu. Could it be that the young lord wishes for the master to pursue an official path? Chun Jiaqiao interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. He was born a chivalrous man, dedicated to saving the common folk, not to a decaying dynasty. "I do not know." Jia Zhou hesitated, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. "Wei Feng, what say you?" "Master, we are but soldiers. Regardless of your decisions, we shall follow your lead," Wei Feng replied. Su Mu rubbed his temples. At present, his camp consisted solely of the leaders before him. Chen Sheng, of course, shared his temperament, prioritizing the interests of the village. Chun Jiaqiao harbored a deep disdain for the dynasty and would certainly not wish for him to pursue an official career. As for Wei Feng, he was the type of reckless warrior, unlikely to harbor conflicting opinions. Lastly, Jiao Wenlong was far more complex, possessing great intellect and talent, with a reputation for audacity. He could easily attain the title of a minor strategist. Naturally, his suggestions were often incisive. Outside, the wind and snow howled, while those inside the room, illuminated by the oil lamps, turned their gazes towards Su Mu. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu declared, "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow at dawn, Wei Feng, you shall select 50 riders to accompany me out of the inner city. Mr. Wenlong, you will join us." Jia Zhou replied calmly, having served the Lord for several days. "It was time for me to take action." Su Mu hesitated but nodded, turning his face towards Chen Sheng. "Chen Sheng, take good care of matters concerning Zhuangzi. Should anything go awry, send someone to the residence of the Marquis of Changyang. Rest assured, my lord." Thus, the gathering dispersed to rest. In the snow-laden city of Tangjiang, the howling winds swept through the streets. The body of Lu Zizhong was delivered overnight by a horse-drawn carriage to the courtyard of the Lu family estate. For stooped elders stood silently in the storm, wrapped in thick fur cloaks, their wrinkled faces etched with coldness. The fine steed they had raised was slain, and the 40,000 taels of silver sent to the Ministry of Revenue had vanished like mist. "Pray tell, where was the corpse collected?" The ministry's dispatch officer, Qian Dashu, also stood trembling in the snow. The Marquis of the national surname. The 4 elders closed their eyes heavily. It was likely the doing of the young master. When one rises in power, they inevitably seek to settle scores. Last month's wine and provisions hardly amounted to 1,000. With spring's arrival, the young master intended to wholly monopolize the business. That initial wager of 1,000 carts of grain was destined to come to fruition. "Let us find a way. This year, we shall select another fine steed." The elders turned away, no longer exchanging glances. Qiandashu offered a few perfunctory bows to the lifeless body of Lu Zizhong before hastily departing. In the biting cold of the wind and snow, only Lu Zizhong's corpse remained, a layer of crystalline frost slowly forming upon his rigid flesh. A shadow emerged silently from the corner, seemingly still in shock. After tossing a stack of paper money, it hurriedly vanished into the darkness. "Dirty man, you Su Mu are nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Were it not for the Marquis's protection, you would have perished many times over. The roaring voice was abruptly torn away by the storm. On that bleak morning, there was still no sunlight. The sky was blanketed in a thick layer of goose-feather snow, casting a somber pall over the world. Ride forth. Sumu mounted the wind general, his gaze fixed ahead. Behind him, in addition to Wei Feng and his 50 riders from the Qinglong camp, there were also Si Hu, Chen Jiaqiao, and Jia Zhou. To ease Jia Zhou's burden, Sumu had deliberately chosen a gentle southwestern mare, adding an extra layer of bedding beneath the saddle. My lord, though I am not adept at riding, I am not entirely inexperienced. Wanlong, you are still injured. I feel much better now. Sumu nodded, turning to look back towards the direction of Zhuangzi. Chen Sheng stood amidst the snowstorm, waving his remaining arm vigorously in his direction. Behind him, Sister Lian, Xia Shuang, and He Fu also waved in unison. 3 elders sat atop the pavilion, drinking, seemingly shouting farewell words, but the howling winds drowned their voices, rendering them inaudible. Jiang Caiwei stood at the forefront, cradling a bronze mirror. According to Great Ji's tradition, a wife and child holding a bronze mirror would reflect all malevolent spirits and ensure a safe journey for their departing husband. My lord, the lady inquired about this yesterday. Chen Jiaqiao sighed. I understand. Sumu rubbed his eyes and turned his gaze back once more. Before him lay an expanse of blinding snow, obscuring the path ahead, rendering everything indistinct. Brothers, let us forge a passage. We are willing to follow our master. Shadows of 50 to 60 riders surged forth, their steeds galloping through the snow. The rhythmic sound of hooves resonating across the expanse of Horsehoof Lake, momentarily shattering the heavens above. Chapter 219. Rumors beyond the passes of the 3 provinces. The howling wind and snow assailed their ears. Beneath the cloak of night, the world appeared even more loathsome. Were it not for Su Mu's deliberate deceleration, it was likely that his steed, General Feng, would have fled at an alarming speed. My lord, have you ever pondered why, on such a wintry day, the envoys from Liangzhou still seek entrance into the inner city? Time is of the essence for the Marquis. Indeed, Jia Zhou replied with a faint smile. You may be unaware, my lord, but years ago, when the Marquis quelled the rebellion, the then king of Liangzhou, seduced by treachery, chose to join the alliance against the great Ji, despite fervent pleas from his kin. And then, the young Marquis decisively defeated Weiwu Pass, leading to the king of Liangzhou's suicide. However, the remaining members of the royal family were spared from massacre, as the young Marquis intercepted the imperial decree and supported another king of Liangzhou to ascend the throne. To put it eloquently, the young Marquis is akin to a benefactor to the Liangzhou royalty. That explains much, Sumu remarked, slightly astonished. Even at a young age, Yuan Tao displayed remarkable audacity. Liangzhou, Shuzhou, and Yinzhou to the north, near the grasslands of the frontier, nominally paid homage to the great Ji, yet in reality, governed themselves independently. Should your lordship harbor ambitions, in due time, one could invade Shuzhou, amass provisions, forge weapons, and recruit soldiers, provided the sole pass outside Shuzhou is secured, rendering it impregnable. Mr. Wanlong, the snowfall intensifies, Jia Zhou noted, pausing, his face breaking into a smile. Over the course of their interactions, he had come to realize that the young lord before him was no fool. Rather, he exhibited a strategic mindset. He could even envision the challenges the young lord faced in entering the inner city, lacking connections, resources, and initially supported only by a mere 20 villagers, a few aged horses, and scant weaponry. Yet, despite these adversities, the young lord had carved a path forward. My lord, when the mood strikes, we shall discuss further. Thank you, Mr. Wanlong. Without further delay, the 50 to 60 riders charged through the snow, traversing several more miles. Wei Feng, how much further? Master, less than 50 miles remain. If we proceed, we shall likely encounter the main army. Let us take the back roads. The snowstorm grew fiercer, causing the entire city to tremble with cold. Those hoarding silver and grain, behead them immediately. We are the celestial soldiers sent to rescue you from dire straits. Once more, those who hoard wealth will face execution. The sound of hooves echoed intermittently along the streets outside. A group of weary faces huddled within a dwelling, ensnared in despair. Little prince, what shall we do? One among them, a fair youth with reddened eyes, lifted his gaze. You ask me, yet whom shall I inquire? I possess no martial prowess, nor do I understand the art of war. It is no wonder my father disdains me, dispatching me to the inner city in winter. Fear not, little prince. Should that esteemed Marquis of the Great Ji be aware, He would surely send aid for us. Another aged guard hastily reassured. I know not. The young prince rubbed his eyes, uncertain whether he would be considered by me, for I possess no martial skills, nor do I comprehend the art of warfare. I am rather an unwelcome presence wherever I go. Young prince, we must act swiftly. The insurgents are returning on horseback. Quickly, we must take refuge in the cellar. Several guards hastily lifted the young prince and concealed him in a hidden cellar within the house. Before long, the door was violently kicked open, accompanied by the faint echoes of coarse shouts. The defenseless young prince curled into a ball, trembling in fear within the cellar. Master, ahead lies Maidens. Amidst the wind and snow, 50 or 60 riders halted their horses, coldly standing at the edge of the forest. Where are the imperial troops? They are dawdling. They have been on the march for at least 5 or 6 days and are still 20 to 30 miles away. Sumu furrowed his brow. In this instance, he harbored no expectations of the camp soldiers. Yet, given the current predicament, how could they possibly infiltrate Maidens? With 7,000 men encamped, even a single drop of saliva from each would suffice to drown them. My lord, the method of entering the city is, in fact, quite simple. Jiao revealed a faint smile. These fleeing insurgents inherently believe that more soldiers equate to greater strength. We merely need to don tattered garments and present 2 horses as a token of allegiance. Thus, we shall surely gain entry. Mr. Wenlong, your words are most astute. Wei Feng, venture a bit further and procure a dozen tattered garments. Approximately half an hour later, Wei Feng returned with 2 or 3 companions. Indeed, bringing back a dozen ragged hemp robes, albeit stained with blood. Why does the hemp robe bear blood, Wei Feng? I encountered brigands armed with knives. I had no choice but to engage them. I spent silver to acquire a few garments and stripped several from the corpses. Do not worry, the bodies have been buried. Sumu felt no revulsion and was the first to change into the hemp robe, ensuring to leave his warm cloak on the horse's back. Once everyone had changed, Sumu sighed with relief and selected 2 older, weaker horses, preparing to head towards Maidens. Mr. Chun, your disposition is cautious. Remain here and assess the situation. Chen Jiaoqiao nodded. Wei Feng, you 2 shall stay with the remaining men nearby and await my return. If something were to befall my lord, how could I face the lady? I have traversed from the border, enduring countless perils. I cannot afford to fail. Wei Feng hesitated momentarily before bowing in farewell. Now, to enter the city. Sumu initially wished to prevent Jiao from accompanying him, considering his numerous old injuries. However, Jiao insisted on joining, leaving Sumu with no choice but to acquiesce. Sihu, Jiao, and over a dozen valiant men from the Qinglong camp, all donned in tattered hemp robes, led 2 aged horses, cautiously trailing behind Sumu as they hastened towards Maidens. As Sumu anticipated, they were accosted by a few scattered soldiers just half a mile from the city gate. The sentinels, trembling with apprehension, glanced around before attempting to apprehend Sumu and his companions. Offering horses? We are on the brink of starvation and seek to enter the great Ping Kingdom for a warm meal. These 2 horses are but a means to eliminate the affluent dogs. Alas, there are too many guards. We wish we could seize a few more to present to the king. Very well, as loyal rebels, please enter the city swiftly. The scattered soldiers, lacking any malicious intent, were overjoyed by Sumu's words and, without even reporting to their superiors, quickly cleared a path. As they proceeded along their path, Sumu turned his head and exchanged a glance with Jiao, each discerning a hint of complexity in the other's expression. We're a formidable leader to govern Maidens. One would expect an immediate closure of the city gates, mobilizing the populace to safeguard the city's defenses before contemplating an exit from the encampment's purview. The 2 bands of righteous soldiers at the city gate, having dismounted their steeds, wore expressions of delight as they provided Sumu and his companions with half a piece of red silk, which they tore and affixed to their right arms as a symbol of their allegiance. Thus, I maintain that this fire will not ignite. As they walked along the street, Jiao spoke gravely. Sumu remained silent. Throughout history, uprisings like those of Chunsheng and Wuguang rarely succeeded, often serving merely as the final straw that broke the dynasty's back. My lord, time is of the essence. If we do not exit the city within half an hour, we risk being trapped when the imperial troops arrive to besiege us. The imperial forces are moving too slowly, Jiao replied with a hint of laughter. Even I cannot ascertain whether this is advantageous for us. On the surface, if it were indeed the imperial troops, Sumu would at least have a viscount's insignia to rely upon. My lord, our immediate priority should be to locate that envoy from Liangzhou. It is said that the people of Liangzhou are fiercely courageous. Undoubtedly, their envoy possesses a similar valor and may well be engaged in combat with his guards elsewhere. Mr. Wenlong, you speak wisely. Lacking martial prowess and military acumen, it seems I may truly perish here. Dongwen sighed heavily as he hugged his knees in the cellar. The nearby guards exchanged worried glances, their expressions reflecting their unease. Young prince, the Marquis of Daji will send someone. If all else fails, once the soldiers of Ji attack the city, we can reveal our identities, and it should not pose a significant issue. Dongwen remained silent. His father had warned him not to provoke the Daji dynasty. Hesitantly, he reached into his bosom and felt a small bundle, sighing in relief upon confirming its presence. Liangzhou is not far from the inner city, approximately 1,000 miles away. Had it not been for the storm, the matter might have been resolved by now. What is that sound outside? The imperial troops of Daji are besieging the city. What shall we do? The guards dared not respond, their faces betraying their anxiety. On the snow-laden streets, the master declared, the imperial forces have finally begun their assault. Su Mu's expression hardened as he looked up, witnessing smoke rising in a hazy plume from the 4 city gates, even amidst the falling snow. Unlike Guangzhou, which had been a fortified city, Meixian's small town was now completely surrounded by the imperial troops, leaving no avenue for escape. What should we do, master? Remain still and seek a place to hide. Su Mu instructed, to which Jiazhou nodded in agreement. In the face of war, their small group could do little. Even if they summoned all the forces from Machui Lake, their impact would likely be minimal. A wave of righteous soldiers surged forth, roaring as they rushed towards each city gate. Amidst the chaos, faintly echoed the manic laughter of women, the cries of children, and the lamentations of the elderly beseeching the heavens. Fearing to be conscripted for the filling of the ravines, Su Mu hurriedly sought refuge, leading a group of over a dozen individuals who veered into a side path. Long live the great Ping Kingdom. Having repelled the imperial forces, the king decreed that everyone shall share in the wealth and glory. Surely, none among you desires to be bereft of riches and nobility. Arm yourselves, ascend the city, and vanquish the enemy. Under this incitement, Su Mu observed many impoverished citizens seizing sticks and joining the fray at the city gates. Amidst the howling wind and snow, the somber sound of the bullhorn resonated throughout Meixian. Faintly, one could still hear the whistle of flying arrows. Should the siege persist much longer, countless stones would surely rain down upon Meixian from all directions. Mugu, even at this moment, why are there still ruffians abducting people? Following the voice of Sihu, Su Mu looked up and, as expected, spotted a dilapidated courtyard nearby, where approximately 30 ruffians were dragging 3 or 4 noble maidens inside, grinning maliciously. With a cold gesture, Su Mu signaled, and over 10 valiant men from the Qinglong camp drew their blades from their sleeves and charged forward. After slaying 7 or 8 of the ruffians, the remainder scattered in a panic. The noble maidens, having hurriedly expressed their gratitude, quickly fled in different directions. One of them, having ventured too close to the city gates, was struck by 2 arrows and fell, shrieking upon the snowy path. My lord, there are still over 100 taels of silver. Su Mu turned to glance, but lost interest, suspecting it was likely the spoils of the ruffians. Mr. Wenlong, is there a way to locate the envoy from Liangzhou? Jiazhou fell into deep contemplation, and after a while, he spoke slowly. My lord, why not try the method of calling the horses? How so? The people of Liangzhou are known for their valiance, with numerous horse farms. Typically, just 2 or 3 men would dare to drive 1,000 wild steeds. Over time, they developed a call to summon the horses, serving as a means to drive them. In my youth, I traversed Liangzhou and learned a few of these calls. If you would allow me, perhaps we might attract the envoy from Liangzhou. Strategist, please proceed. The expressions of the valiant men hardened. Su Mu, too, adopted a serious demeanor, agreeing with Jiazhou's proposition. Jiazhou cleared his throat and suddenly unleashed a strange cry that echoed in the air. Ooh la 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 la. Everyone, proceed along the path and join in the call. Ooh wah 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 wah. Huh. Brother Hu, just observe and refrain from speaking. Su Mu rubbed his forehead and retreated to cover his ears. My father never favored me, and my mother, even with gifts of sweet oranges, never allowed me a taste. Little prince, please, no more. Several guards covered their ears, and once they noticed the little prince finally sighing in silence, they breathed a sigh of relief. One old guard, after loosening his grip, suddenly adopted a grave expression. Did you hear that? Little prince, did you hear? Hear what? The call of the horses. At the old guard's words, the nearby guards perked up their ears. Soon after, one by one, their expressions turned to excitement. Little prince, that is indeed the horse call from Liangzhou. This must be our rescuers, aware of our presence in Meixian and employing this strategy. Quickly, let us pursue the sound. A guard emerged from the cellar, peering through the wooden window to observe the scene outside. However, after a prolonged gaze, the blizzard rendered visibility nearly impossible. The young prince was unable to discern the direction. I had previously stated that someone like me, lacking martial prowess and military strategy, would not be favored by the heavens. The investigating guard, with a twitch of his lips, grew weary of conversation, rubbing his eyes multiple times before resuming his watch at the window. At that moment, he truly perceived a group of silhouettes cautiously advancing along the street amidst the storm. Master, they are exiting the alley, Jiazhou remarked, his expression grave as he slowly lifted his gaze. Sumu also raised his head, focusing on the distant east city gate. The over 1,000 righteous soldiers defending the city were merely putting up a desperate resistance, armed with crude weapons and fearful shouts, which subtly foretold their impending defeat. Had it not been for the ferocity of the storm, this band of righteous soldiers might have swiftly vacated the vicinity of the inner city after their uprising. Jiazhou sighed, lamenting that everything was too late. Does the master intend to rescue them? Sumu shook his head, asserting that without a foolproof plan, he would not act. Moreover, this so-called Great Ping Kingdom had likely become corrupted if they were truly a righteous force. How could they incite the populace to fill the city's ditches? Master, there are movements nearby. In such circumstances, the presence of conflict was not surprising. Yet, the next words from the returning hero of the Qinglong camp left Su Mu momentarily stunned. I saw clearly, a young nobleman leading others in a brawl. He seemed incapable of fighting, merely crying and throwing snowballs haphazardly. As Chapter 221, the Tiger Tally of Liangzhou, unfolded, Su Mu and his men hurriedly arrived, only to find that the young nobleman, who had been tossing snowballs, had already been knocked to the ground. Struggling on the ground, he continued to pick up snowballs, his bloodied face raised as he sobbed and cursed while throwing wildly. Master, his robes are splendid, adorned with sheep wool. He must be from the Shilong region. Is Mr. Wenlong truly a man of the fierce Liangzhou people? Master, there may indeed be anomalies, Jiazhou replied with resignation. See who, go save him first. Sumu discerned that the young nobleman was contending with another group of stick fighters, approximately a dozen in number, each wielding blades and clubs. Upon closer inspection, the Liangzhou guards appeared to be holding their ground. Yet, the pitiful wails of the young nobleman were truly disconcerting. See who, accompanied by over 10 men from the Qinglong camp, charged forth, and in mere moments, they managed to drive back the opposing stick fighters. It seemed that they had attempted to take advantage of the chaos to loot, but retreated quickly after encountering stiff resistance. The Great G had 3 million stick fighters. Of course, this was an exaggerated figure, as the actual count for the entire Great G was merely in the tens of thousands. The young nobleman, rising from the ground and spotting Sumu, mistakenly believed him to be another group of attackers and hurriedly bent down to gather more snowballs. Mr. Wenlong, call for the cavalry. In the frigid winds and snow, it took only a moment before the sound of the cavalry call reached him, causing the young nobleman's expression to brighten instantly. The young lord has sent us to provide assistance. Do not speak yet. Seek shelter. The siege of Meixian continues unabated. Once the city walls are breached, those unscrupulous officials will undoubtedly surge into the city, and any hopes for benevolence should be cast aside. To speak bluntly, the slaughter of the innocent for personal gain is not beyond possibility. Such occurrences are all too familiar along the borders. The most prudent course of action is to wait until the dust settles before devising a means to escape Meixian. Furthermore, the young lord's considerable efforts to evade the imperial troops suggest that the secrets within are not meant for too many to know. Master, there is an old alley here. Even if heaven shows no mercy and my father offers no protection, there remains a path. The young Prince Dongwon, still performing his bows and courtesies, was abruptly hoisted onto the shoulder of Si Hu, who swiftly dashed ahead. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the righteous and the furious roars of the imperial forces, their cacophony rising as if to shatter the snowstorm. Long live the Great Ping Kingdom. Our sovereign personally oversees the battle from the city walls. Heroes from all corners of the realm converge, fighting to carve a new world. Countless heads swarmed upon the distant battlements, only to be felled by a barrage of arrows. Many ragged citizens, incited by fervor, madly clambered up the walls, taking the place of those who had perished. Such scenes had been witnessed many times, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Zhuge Fan had once advised him not to live as a mere passerby, merely skimming through life without experiencing its perils and wonders. Master, let us go. Su Mu took a heavy step forward, accompanied by Jia Zhou, as they coldly followed the figure of Si Hu into the alleyway. Master, night has fallen. In the dim cellar, two stalwarts of the Qinglong camp sought out an old horse lantern, igniting it until it cast a feeble glow, illuminating the surroundings just enough. This is it. My father disdains me and has tasked me with delivering this bundle to the inner city. Dongwen trembled, extracting a small parcel from his bosom, hesitating for a long while over whether to hand it over. Su Mu sighed. This prince from Liangzhou truly displayed a lack of wisdom. Had he encountered a more cunning thief, this would have been the perfect opportunity for deceit. I will take you out. You shall deliver it to the Lord yourself. Su Mu had little interest in the contents of the parcel. This endeavor was merely a favor. After the task was accomplished, he hoped to acquire something akin to a private soldier's notarization from Yuan Tao. Dongwen paused in surprise, quickly retracting the small parcel, only to fumble and drop it, producing a sharp clatter. With no time to ponder further, he bent to retrieve it, wrapping it back up with haste. Su Mu could only shake his head in disbelief. After all, he was a prince from Liangzhou. The proud spirit of the people had seemingly vanished. Young master, what is happening tonight? It seems the siege is still ongoing. Dongwen inquired anxiously as he secured the parcel. Even Su Mu had not anticipated the resilience of the 7,000 righteous troops. Their strength far exceeded that of the forces at Dongyang County. Of course, the continued incitement of the citizens to aid in the defense of the city played a crucial role. Nevertheless, with the city now entirely surrounded, escape was undoubtedly impossible. My father has said that this small parcel must be delivered solely to the Lord. If discovered by others, it would mean my death. Su Mu felt a weight of foreboding settle in his heart. Without a doubt, Yuan Tao's concerns are of utmost significance. For now, we shall rest and devise a plan for tomorrow. The wind and snow intensify, and darkness envelopes the sky, given the character of the Daiji Imperial Army. It is unlikely they would launch an assault during this snow-laden night. Dongwen hesitated, eager to inquire further, yet upon witnessing Su Mu's expression, he resigned himself. Cradling his head and retreating into the corner, a guard from Liangzhou approached, draping a warm cloak over him. I am no martial artist, nor do I possess the acumen for military strategy. This time, I fear the odds are stacked against us. Su Mu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In this fleeting moment, the young prince of Liangzhou had likely lamented countless times. Fortunately, after a lengthy discourse, Dongwen, being in frail health, soon succumbed to slumber. Master, why don't we step outside and take a look? Jia Zhou rose slowly, his voice heavy with gravity. In the presence of outsiders, he seldom referred to Su Mu as Lord but rather as Master. Very well, Su Mu replied, understanding that Jia Zhou had matters of import to discuss. Exiting the cellar, the two ambled leisurely to a corner beside the house. Outside, the wind and snow continued to howl, occasionally pierced by the furious shouts of rebel leaders on horseback. Master, the battle has ceased, Jia Zhou announced. Indeed, as Su Mu had anticipated, such inclement weather made night warfare improbable. I just witnessed something, Jia Zhou continued. What did you see? Su Mu inquired, momentarily taken aback. The contents of the young prince of Liangzhou's bundle. This revelation has clarified certain matters for me. For instance, the young lord appears intent on securing the throne. What is this one long? Su Mu pressed. A tiger talisman, a token for mobilizing troops, Jia Zhou replied solemnly. Su Mu halted in his tracks, fully aware of the talisman's significance as a means to summon soldiers into the camp. Master, this is likely a tiger talisman belonging to the Liangzhou army, Jia Zhou added, his tone grave. Su Mu felt a heaviness in his chest. This also elucidated why Yuan Tao held such regard for these envoys from Liangzhou. Previously, he had heard He mention that Yuan Tao regarded the Liangzhou royal family with immense gratitude, and offering a tiger talisman seemed plausible. Master, what are your thoughts now? Jia Zhou queried. Su Mu remained silent, pondering. His respect for Yuan Tao stemmed largely from the fact that as an outsider, he comprehended the rarity of loyalty and righteousness. Furthermore, He did not intend to simply acquiesce to Yuan Tao's wishes and step into the grand court of Deji. To speak candidly, it resembled more of an employment arrangement. The private soldiers, weapons, and armor he required were only available through Yuan Tao. Master, we are destined to witness the rise or fall of a dynasty, Jia Zhou said, bowing deeply to the heavens. Standing within the confines of the room, Su Mu suddenly felt a chill permeate his entire being. Chapter 222. The reinforcements of De Pinggua in Chanyang City, at the residence of the Guo family, Yuan Tao, clad in a heavy cloak, gazed silently at the night enveloped in snow. Guing, how fares the battle in Meixian? He inquired. My lord, after half a day's siege, we have made no progress. We may need to attack again tomorrow, Guing replied. What of the young master? Yuan Tao pressed. He should have entered the city by now, Guing answered. What time is it? Yuan Tao asked. It is the middle of frost moon, Guing replied. Yuan Tao fell silent, turning back, wrapping himself in the cloak as Guing hurried to carry the hand warmer, following him into the house. The wintry night whistled past. A relentless passage of time. As dawn broke, a group of individuals huddled in a small cellar in Meixian felt an icy chill enveloping them. Young master, I could not dare to sleep a wink throughout the night, consumed by thoughts of my father's instructions, murmured Dongwon, rubbing his eyes, his voice filled with lamentation. You call that a sleepless night? Your snoring could shatter the heavens. Su Mu interjected, suggesting they eat some provisions. The valiant men of the Qinglong camp quickly retrieved some rations and divided them among themselves. Before long, the sounds of battle echoed ominously in the distance. The imperial soldiers were attacking the city once more. These soldiers, akin to frostbitten hounds, should have breached the walls if they had been more resolute the previous day. Just as a guard from Liangzhou finished speaking, a thunderous crash resounded from outside, shaking the entire room. What is happening? Oh no! The imperial forces have begun to use siege stones. Before the last word fell, young Dongwon instinctively covered his head and cowered into a corner. It appeared that the righteous army could not hold out any longer. Wait, why has the bombardment ceased? It has only sounded 2 or 3 times. Su Mu furrowed his brow, recalling his earlier plan to reveal his identity as a viscount and lead Dongwon and the others to safety. What could be the cause of this sudden change? Not only had the siege stones stopped, but even the whistling of arrows had vanished. Master, reinforcements for the righteous army have arrived. A brave warrior from the Qinglong camp rushed into the cellar. Reinforcements? Su Mu turned to exchange incredulous glances with Jia Zhou, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Indeed, reinforcements had come, massed and ready for battle. The mere 30,000 imperial soldiers could not withstand them. On the city gates, many righteous soldiers surged forth, beheading the imperial troops. Su Mu's expression darkened as he pondered the inexplicable surge of events in this seemingly insignificant Meixian. With the righteous army entrenched, the imperial forces besieging, and now reinforcements joining the fray, it felt as though everything had been orchestrated from the outset. How many reinforcements are there? He inquired. Master, it's too far to see clearly, but I've heard there are approximately 10,000, came the reply. Rubbing his temples, Su Mu felt like an outsider, neither belonging to the righteous army nor the imperial forces, only yearning to save lives and survive. Brother Mu, whom shall we assist? Asked one of the companions. With less than 20 of us caught in this maelstrom of battle, it would be better to concede defeat. Let us see if we can escape the city, Su Mu decided, preparing to lead them out of the cellar. If the timing were right, they might find a less contested gate to flee Meixian. Lingering seemed ill-advised given the current turmoil. Woe is me. I told you my father does not love me. Nor does my mother. They have merely sent me here to meet my doom. Dongwon lamented, tears streaming down his face. Before he could voice more grievances, Sihu reprimanded him, urging him to move swiftly out of the cellar like the wind. The streets above were eerily deserted, likely because the remaining citizens had barred their doors and shuttered their windows in fear. Amidst the chaos, the air was filled with roars of fury and cries of anguish. The clash of blades and the whistling of arrows. Today, the great Pinggua would witness the slaughter of officials as a sacrifice to the heavens. The young emperor listened intently as we united our efforts, preparing to storm the Golden Throne Hall and upend the dragon's seat. Our lives are forfeit. We seek but a morsel of sustenance. The empire is shrouded in mist and rain, and with a single sword, we shall sever the dynasty after a decade. The 40 gallant heroes from Muyu State have come to the aid of the righteous army to vanquish the imperial reign. Slay the dynasty. Slay. The roars echoed by the city gates rose and fell like a tempest. My lord, a master strategist is at work. Jiazhou's countenance was grave. Should the righteous army from Maician succeed in repelling the imperial troops, the flames of rebellion might truly ignite. Su Mu's expression remained stoic as uncertainty clouded his mind. To the left or to the right? My lord, the fiercest combat seems to be at the north city gate, while Wei Feng's forces gather just beyond the east gate. The direction of the Zhuang family is closest to the east gate as well. Su Mu's focus sharpened in an instant. He raised his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Behind him, over a dozen valiant warriors from the Qinglong camp, along with 6 guards from Liangzhou, raised their weapons in unison. To the east gate, the imperial soldiers sought to breach the city, awaiting reinforcements. The whistling arrows crisscrossed overhead, creating a lethal net, fortuitously missing their direction, while many of the righteous fighters atop the city wall fell into pools of blood. Brother Mu, we have arrived at the east city gate. Su Mu took a breath, glancing up to find, as Jiazhou predicted, that due to the arrival of reinforcements, there was little fighting at the east city gate. In fact, many righteous warriors wielding clubs, blades, and swords charged forth from the city, seeking to flank the imperial troops with furious shouts. Archers, draw your bows. Outside the city gate, several officers from the Great Ji shouted in panic. Quick, take cover. Su Mu commanded in a low voice. The 20-odd men swiftly concealed themselves in a nearby alley. As waves of arrows shot forth, piercing through the air, hundreds of righteous warriors fell to the ground, howling in agony. My lord, do not forget the red silk. Su Mu paused, recalling this detail, and distributed the red silk he had previously gathered, just enough to tie around the right arms of the 20-odd men. Hurry! What are you afraid of? Follow me into battle. An insurgent leader, riding an old steed, spotted Su Mu's group and shouted urgently. All eyes turned to Su Mu. In the Great Ping Kingdom, for eternity, Su Mu spoke calmly. Indeed, the leader's expression brightened, and after calling out to Su Mu's group, he hurriedly led his 400 to 500 men towards the east city gate. Little Dong, we are now like ants, lamented Dongwon. Even the heavens show us no mercy. These words struck a chord in Su Mu's heart, stirring feelings of bitterness. Born in chaotic times, we are but weary ants, struggling for survival. Charge out of the city gates. Regaining his composure, Su Mu steadied his voice. Not far off, the east city gate was engulfed in unrelenting bloodshed, where not only imperial soldiers lay slain in the snow, but also righteous warriors and common folk in tattered white robes. Let us not linger in battle. Once we exit the city, we shall head into the woods. Su Mu gritted his teeth and declared solemnly. Brother Mu, the imperial troops block our path. Then we shall slaughter our way through. Little Dong, should the righteous army discover our identities, they too will obstruct our route. Then we shall slay them as well. In the aftermath, all present understood the gravity of the situation, momentarily swayed by Su Mu's fierce determination, and raised their blades, charging toward the city gate with fervent cries. Even the young prince, Dong Hu, gathered 3 or 4 snowballs, his face contorted in anguish, as he stumbled along, clutching them tightly in his hands while running wildly. Chapter 223. My lord, the great era has crumbled. The sound of hooves echoed. Approximately a dozen silhouettes of cold-blooded figures traversed the wind and snow. The leader, clad not in armor but a thin winter robe, carelessly left the sash untied, his face obscured by a burlap mask. He bore a gleaming silver spear made of rosewood, standing proudly amidst the tempest. The battle ahead seemed to have reached a foregone conclusion, as the sounds of the retreating official army grew increasingly mournful beneath the gray sky. My lord, the Great Ping Kingdom has been breached. The figure with the silver spear nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening once more. Just then, another figure broke through the snowstorm, hastening from the distance. My lord, I have spotted the young master. He is charging out from the eastern city gate of Mei County. What is his intention? I do not know. He is accompanied by only 20 men. Perhaps he seeks to conduct some business, despite the chaos around him. At such a time, with scattered troops everywhere, what business could he possibly pursue? He has emerged. He has already entered the woods. The figure with the silver spear lowered his head. Pay him no mind. He is a man who seeks a reckoning. Obstructing his fate will only incite his wrath and lead to confrontation. The approaching figure, seemingly grasping the essence of the matter, pondered. The official army has retreated, and our forces have also fallen back. It is unfortunate that we kindled a great fire in this winter, only to have it extinguished before we could warm ourselves. In the woods, over 10 miles from May County, Su Mu furrowed his brow, gazing at the outline of the county shrouded in snow. The unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations. My lord, the appearance of reinforcements for the righteous army is utterly inexplicable. If it were the disbanded troops from elsewhere, there should be some trace to follow. I have a rough idea of who it might be. Who is it? Su Mu sighed, choosing not to elaborate further as he mounted the Wind General. Following him were Dongwon and the remaining 3 guards, all bearing expressions of apprehension. Wei Feng, send a message. We must hasten to Changyang. For reasons unknown. Su Mu did not wish to entangle himself further with the envoys from Liangzhou. After a brief respite of less than half a stick of incense, 50 or 60 figures tightened their reins and re-entered the snowstorm. Amidst the howling winds, Su Mu could vaguely hear the anguished cries echoing beneath the city gate of May County. Without pausing for breath, in the span of 2 days, Su Mu, accompanied by the disguised Dongwon and 3 others, silently entered Changyang and approached the Marquis's residence. Even as dusk fell, Yuan Tao and Gu Ying awaited them outside the Marquis's estate. Above, the once fluffy snowflakes transformed into sharp blades upon reaching the ground, stinging the skin. Yuan Tao's countenance was imbued with unspeakable excitement as he hurried out from the Marquis's residence, prompting Gu Ying, who carried a hand warmer, to hastily catch up. Young master, you have truly succeeded in this endeavor. Thanks to the Marquis's great fortune, everything has proceeded smoothly. Indeed, indeed. The young master has never disappointed. Su Mu remained silent, refraining from responding. Behind him, Dongwon and others hurriedly stepped forward at Gu Ying's call, preparing to enter the Marquis's residence. To Su Mu's astonishment, the melancholic young prince of Liangzhou, Dongwon, suddenly turned around and knelt before him, bowing deeply. Su Mu was taken aback and gently clasped his fists in return. Young master, the prince believes you to be a trustworthy individual, Yuan Tao remarked, a smile illuminating his sunken eyes. Do you know what the young prince has brought from Liangzhou? Not at all, Su Mu replied earnestly, shaking his head. It is an original masterpiece by Li Yizizi. Since Li Yizizi passed away a few years ago, it has become an extraordinary treasure. No wonder the young Marquis is so invested in this. Come, young master. Let us discuss further inside. Yuan Tao extended his hand invitingly. Su Mu hesitated, unconsciously taking half a step back. Yuan Tao silently withdrew his hand. There are matters I cannot disclose, not out of a desire to deceive you. I understand, Su Mu replied. What do you comprehend? I understand the Marquis's intentions. Yuan Tao stood with difficulty, continuing, in the spring of next year, the Northern D will once again assault the city. Even now, during winter, countless righteous armies are rising within the Great G. There are traitors in the court, and beneath it, there are no capable generals. Chang Shouting often scolds me for being a fool, knowing there is no hope, yet still wanting to save. But I must say, I have survived on the provisions granted by the late emperor. My 5 brothers perished on the battlefields of the Great G. Sometimes, I feel as if I am already dead, and what remains is merely the shell of the Marquis of the Gui surname. I know you are unwilling to enter the court, and I have never forced you to do so. Yet, I also know that deep down, you are reluctant to pledge allegiance to Shouting. There is an inherent pride in you that resists living under another's roof. Young master, you are a complex individual, so intricate that even I cannot decipher you, nor can Shouting, nor can many others. Perhaps you should forge your own path. Yuan Tao cleared his throat and slowly produced a scroll from his sleeve. If there is anyone in the entire Great G whom I can trust, it is you. Young master, you do not seem tainted by corruption. This scroll should be of use to you. The Marquis, is it a private military document? Yuan Tao's expression momentarily faltered, his face tinged with sadness as he raised his head. When spring arrives, I fear the number of rebellious armies will multiply. If my conjecture is correct, given the nature of those old foxes in the court, they will announce to the world that private citizens may be conscripted as soldiers to assist the imperial army in battle. They will rejoice at the prospect of saving on provisions and military expenses. After speaking, Yuan Tao let out a dry laugh. Su Mu remained silent and unmoving. He could vaguely recall the knowledge from his previous life, the Yellow Turban Rebellion during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, when the court delegated military power to local authorities in a bid to quickly quell the conflict. Though effective in the short term, it ultimately led to ambitious generals and powerful families amassing troops, resulting in disaster. Marquis, The great Ji is in ruins, Su Mu urged in a low voice. If possible, he would prefer this young marquis before him to relinquish all burdens, seek medical treatment in seclusion, and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. Young master, even a dog does not disdain a poor home. Take this scroll, study it carefully. In chapter 224, the great seclusion in the city. Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, a contingent of 50 to 60 riders hastily made their way towards the direction of the Horseshoe Lake. What has the Lord bestowed upon us? Is it a private military certificate? Not at all. Mr. Wenlong, we shall discuss it further upon our return to the estate. As they trudged through the snow, the group pressed on relentlessly, finally arriving at Horseshoe Lake by dusk the following day. Upon entering the dwelling, they lit the fireplace. Su Mu then produced a scroll, laying it open upon the wooden table. After merely glancing at it twice, Su Mu's expression transformed with palpable excitement. Mr. Wenlong, pray take a look as well. Jia Zhou fetched an oil lamp and, after studying the document for an extended period, inadvertently revealed a joyful, yet muted smile. My lord, this is indeed a remarkable find. Indeed, Su Mu clenched his fist unconsciously. Compared to the previous private military certificate, this time, Yuan Tao had provided something far more substantial. It was a yellowed official document, detailing how a certain officer of the Ministry of Revenue, accompanied by his subordinates, had discovered the location of iron ore. He had submitted this scroll, requesting additional manpower from the ministry. However, after its submission, there had been no further news, and the iron ore discovery was left in abeyance until Yuan Tao had returned the document to Su Mu's hands. The young marquis is indeed generous, Jia Zhou remarked gravely. My lord, the law of the Great Ji dictates that ordinary folk mining without permission face the death penalty. Su Mu had considered this matter as well. Nevertheless, given Yuan Tao's character, the mere act of providing him with the iron ore document indicated that the endeavor was indeed feasible. Mr. Wenlong, let us not dwell on that for now. This iron ore document must be handled with utmost care. Su Mu bowed his head, scrutinizing the scroll once more. The location mentioned was vaguely described, situated within the inner city, amidst a range of mountains approximately 200 miles away. I advise my lord to make plans early. Of course, securing the document, Su Mu's gaze turned somber. He had previously mentioned to Chun Deity that if they could forge several hundred sets of iron cavalry gear, they could establish a formidable heavy cavalry unit. In the current era of the Great Ji, the concept of heavy cavalry was still foreign. They only understood the tactic of charging with horses to disrupt enemy formations, coordinating with infantry to vanquish foes. Even the Northern D people merely excelled in flanking maneuvers and mounted archery. Regrettably, the Great Ji's court was in disarray. His theories would likely be derided as foolishness, a waste of iron resources. Yuan Tao was not mistaken. His reluctance to engage with the court stemmed from a clear perception of its decay, a situation beyond redemption. His hesitation to align with Chang Xiling was also due to the lack of security for the future, as figures like Chang Xiling would thrive in chaotic times, emerging as true warlords. Su Mu had discerned this from the situation in Meixian. My lord, I reiterate my statement. We must enter Shuzhou. Just then, Jia Zhou's words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Shang, who appeared solemnly at the door. Su Mu rose in silence. In such a moment, Chang Xiling's arrival at Horseshoe Lake did not surprise him. Outside, the wind and snow continued to howl. Two figures on horseback broke through the storm, steadily halting before the estate. As Su Mu stepped out and lifted his gaze, he beheld Chang Xiling and Chang Wei standing before him. Young Master Chang, he greeted. Today I ventured to Changyang for a night of revelry and thought to pay you a visit, for there remains the matter of grain trade to discuss. Chang Xiling smiled faintly as he removed the gleaming silver spear of rosewood from his back, which Chang Wei hastily accepted. Young master, let us converse indoors, he suggested. Very well. In the previous room, Jia Zhou had wisely taken his leave, leaving only a flickering oil lamp illuminating a few faces. You remember when you entered the inner city and wagered that within half a year you would outmaneuver the four great houses. Chang Xiling remarked as he poured himself a cup of hot tea and drank it all in one gulp. It seems success is near. Look at how you have driven the four great houses to desperation. I have heard whispers that they are preparing to spend a considerable sum to purchase an official title, attempting to align themselves with the old foxes of the court. Regardless, do exercise caution. Thank you for the warning, young Master Chang. Su Mu replied, his tone steady. Why must there always be this distance between us, little master? Chang Xiling sighed, pondering aloud. I cannot fathom why you can be so close with Xiao Taodao while remaining so distant with me. I surmise you have no desire to enter the court, do you? You jest, young master. I, Su Mu, have always held you in high regard. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged as Chang Xiling shook his head, a complex look crossing his face. He reached for the teapot on the stove and poured himself another cup. Have you heard about the situation in Meixian? I have. Su Mu responded, his voice calm. It is astonishing that a so-called Great Ping Kingdom would dare to incite rebellion so close to the inner city. I have also heard that these insurgents received reinforcements and ultimately managed to break free. The fighting was fierce, resulting in many casualties. The world is descending into chaos, and the common folk must strive to survive. There is no other way. Holding his cup, Chang Xiling's gaze grew intricate. I maintain my stance. This world must inevitably crumble for a new order to rise. With the northern D at our borders and treachery within, amidst the 30 provinces, it is difficult to discern how many ambition-driven souls roam. The nations beyond Lianzhou have ceased their tributes to the great G. The great tree will fall, and neither Xiao Taotao nor we can prevent it. Yet, I wish for you to understand, should the great G collapse, plunging the people into suffering, it shall not be our fault. However, to remain idle in a time of turmoil is indeed our failing. Young master, I harbor no grand ambitions in this life. I merely wish to be a humble brewer. Su Mu performed a respectful bow. Chang Xiling paused, then laughed heartily, before rejoining Chang Wei as they stepped into the snowy landscape outside. Little master, there is truth in the notion of hiding in plain sight. However, you cannot conceal the storm brewing above. The tumult beneath your feet is undeniable. Others will see and know that a great fish is destined to transform into a dragon. Su Mu offered no reply, walking to the edge of the house and bowing deeply in farewell. In the wind and snow, the silhouette of Chang Xiling, spear in tow, faded with the receding hoofbeats. My lord, he mused, one is Yuan Tao, the other Chang Xiling. These two are indeed figures of a chaotic era. Once old friends. Their bond runs deep. Su Mu sighed. Only when peace is restored can these two hope to sit together again. Chapter 225, The Heroic Husband. With Weiqing and the picturesque Mati Lake still over 200 li away from Chongqing, as the fierce snowstorm reluctantly abated, the pale sunlight illuminated the snowy streets, which began to gradually dampen. Perhaps the heavens had finally taken notice, for regardless of wealth or poverty, the biting cold permeated the very bones of every individual. In front of the opulent Li mansion, a few servants hurriedly gathered their tools, meticulously sweeping away the snowflakes. Among them, one servant, perhaps a bit careless, made a rather vigorous motion, causing the wet snow to splash forward, nearly soaking a pair of exquisite deer leather boots without actually dampening them. Instantly, the young master, clad in those fine boots, raised his leg in anger and kicked the bending servant down into the snow. The two other servants, startled, quickly bowed and dared not move. Young Master Feng, please do not be angry. Today, we are guests at the Li mansion. Let us not cause trouble, advised a flamboyantly dressed elderly woman beside him. I shall deal with you filthy dogs later. After adjusting his elegant winter robe, the young master forced a cultured smile, clutching a gift box, and proceeded into the Li mansion. Behind him, the small servant, drenched and in pain, began to emit low groans. Within the grand Li mansion, in a small loft of the southern wing, Li Xiaowan, under the careful guidance of two maids, had her hair styled into a formal Chaoyan bun. Her cheeks lightly adorned with rouge, her lips tinted, and her attire transformed into a vibrant spring hue. Miss, you look stunning today. Li Xiaowan remained silent, not entranced by her own reflection in the bronze mirror. Suddenly, she recalled a day at the border, carrying a tiger-patterned shield, dirty and disheveled, following a small stickman in a flurry of shouting and chaos. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. Miss, young Master Feng has entered the mansion. It was said that young Master Feng's father was a favored official under the esteemed Xiao Zai. If this matter were to succeed, securing a hairpin would ensure a life free of worries. Li Xiaowan felt an overwhelming mix of laughter and tears. It was not until an elderly woman from the Li family called out a few times that she rose silently, making her way to the main hall. Her grandfather, Li Ruqing, along with her parents, sat within. Also present was a young gentleman clad in splendid garments. At dusk, poetry flourishes as the snow falls, alongside plum blossoms, heralding the arrival of spring. The charming verses recited by the young gentleman instantly garnered applause throughout the hall. Yet, in Li Xiaowan's ears, the words of the small stick man still faintly echoed. The fragrant scent pierces through the long sun, the entire city adorned in golden armor. Ah, Miss Wanwan. Li Xiaowan quietly acknowledged with a nod, slowly taking her seat, seemingly frozen, her face marked with frost and snow. Wanwan, despite the cold, young Master Feng still made the effort to visit you today, spoke her grandfather, Li Ruqing. Understood. Why not rise and stroll with young Master Feng in the garden? Enjoying the snowy scenery? I have composed a few verses about the snow that I would like to recite for you. Miss Wanwan, I am at your service. The Li family's garden, having been planted with plum trees well before the onset of winter, was now resplendent, thanks to the careful pruning by the servants. As she walked along the cobblestone path, Li Xiaowan hardly registered what young Master Feng had recited. Miss Wanwan, allow me to place the hairpin for you. According to the customs of the Deji, when a man presents a hairpin and assists a young lady in adorning herself with it, it signifies a bond of affection has been established. They would merely await an auspicious day to determine the birth dates, after which a formal engagement would swiftly follow, culminating in a grand procession to bring the bride home. Li Xiaowan coldly knocked the hairpin away. Miss Wanwan, my father whose son is a favored aide to the esteemed Xiao. Your actions may provoke great displeasure. Li Xiaowan turned her face, momentarily gracing him with a smile that captivated Hu Feng. Young Master Feng, shall we take a stroll by the lake? Ah, splendid. I would be honored to accompany such a fair maiden. After a brief walk by the lakeside, Li Xiaowan suddenly lifted her delicate foot, revealing a smile as she moved towards the lake. The recent heavy snowfall had left a thick layer of ice atop the small Wang Lake of the Li residence. Young Master Feng, why do you not follow? If I were to fall into the lake, I would surely catch a fever, and the bitter medicine would be unbearable, especially in winter without sweet honeyed water. Li Xiaowan laughed sadly. In all the world, there is no other man like that little stick man. She began to hum a tune, stepping lightly as if dancing upon the frozen surface, gliding forward across the ice. Her grandfather, along with her parents, hurriedly emerged from the main hall. No one could have imagined that a wealthy young lady would appear as if she had lost her mind. On the lake's surface, Li Xiaowan came to a halt, gazing down at her solitary reflection in the ice beneath the frigid winter sky. An inexplicable urge to weep overcame her. Grandfather, you spoke of finding me a heroic husband, yet in the inner city, you have searched for over 2 months without success, just like young Master Feng, who fears the bitterness of medicine. However, I have seen a man at the border who, with merely a handful of followers, dares to engage in battle with the northern D. Li Xiaowan wept uncontrollably. Li Ruqing furrowed his brow, aware of whom Li Xiaowan spoke. Yet, that young master, despite bearing the title of duke, remained from an incompatible lineage. Furthermore, this was a choice, to select the esteemed Xiao or the duke. The duke, however, was nearing death. After more than 30 years of commanding troops, did grandfather now yearn for elegance and to become a mere scholar? Would soldiers forsake their duty to the nation and instead retreat in shame before the enemy with poetry? Li Ruqing's expression hardened, remaining motionless. He recalled the days when he carved his path to military glory with sword and blade until he was bestowed the title of Duke of the North. Deep down, he favored the young lord. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to visit upon returning to the inner city. Wanwan, cease your nonsense. Young Master Feng hails from an illustrious lineage. Li Shuo began to speak, but Li Ruqing, filled with fury, seized his son and tossed him into the snow. Tell me, Wanwan, what is it that you desire? To go to Weiqing's Horsehoof Lake? If you cannot bring back a husband, I shall marry according to your wishes. Grandfather, do not forget, I am also someone who has returned from the borders, who has witnessed life and death, who has wielded sword and blade. Good. Li Ruqing exclaimed joyfully. Though my son may be inept, my granddaughter possesses such spirit. Go on, for I am the Duke of the North, commanding an army of over 50,000. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight. As Yuan Tao prepared to brew tea, before he could even begin, Guing hurriedly returned from outside. My lord, the trusted aide of the Duke of Dingbei has just passed through the Duke's residence. Li Ruqing? Yuan Tao's expression brightened. Indeed. Li Ruqing left a message stating that in the coming days, he will dispatch 20,000 troops back to the inner city, taking a southern route to camp in the counties 200 miles outside the inner city. Filled with excitement, Tao cradled the teacup, for he had ultimately chosen the path of righteousness. Furthermore, Li Xiaowan had gone to Mati Lake. Ah, That explains it. My lord, what does this mean? He presumed that since Xiao Dongjia was mine, and Li Xiaowan had chosen Xiao Dongjia first, the Duke of Dingbei would thus select me. Yet little did he know. Even I cannot command Xiao Dongjia. My lord, this is good news. Naturally. Yuan Tao exhaled deeply. Guing. Go inform the brothers at Hatong to increase the guard by 500 men to ensure the safety of the Li residents. As Guing turned to leave, Yuan Tao set down the tea cup, gently closed his eyes, and fell once again into contemplation. At the edge of Mati Lake, sitting inside the house, Su Mu inexplicably sneezed. Nearby, Jiang Caiwei hurriedly fetched a cloak, draping it over him. Su Lang, I will brew you a bowl of ginger soup. Thank you, madam. Jiang Caiwei's cheeks flushed, the remnants of last night's storm still leaving a shy hue upon her delicate face. Su Mu stretched lazily and stepped outside, only to be met with a blinding sight. Last night, when Brother Mu was attempting to catch mice, the entire house shook. Sihu, holding several steamed buns, rushed over, chewing hastily. Sihu, give me 8 steamed buns. Sihu's face registered shock as he quickly turned and ran away. Boy, come drink a bit of wine with your father. From the terrace above, Zhuge Fan, with a drunken grin, shouted after Su Mu as he emerged from the house, tossing a filthy shoe aside. Su Mu was at a loss for words. The 3 old men in the village truly were a band of old drunkards. Without further thought, he made his way up. The food and drink laid out on the terrace were the same old fare: steamed cakes, buns, peanuts, and half a string of candied hawthorns, likely pilfered from some unfortunate child. The 2 notorious rascals of Su family village, the limping Zhuge and the food-guarding Huguer, could hardly resist swindling whatever they could from the children. Zhuge Fan took a swig of the potent wine, grimacing at its strength. Chen Deidi and the old scholar beside him followed suit, sharing the same expression of discomfort. Su Mu poured himself a cup and took a generous gulp. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a sensation that made his entire body tremble with pleasure. I will be stepping out to the village shortly, twirling a peanut. Zhuge Fan stated casually. Su Mu paused. In this fierce wind and heavy snow, where are you headed? To deal with a traitor. Su Mu frowned slightly. He had previously inquired about Zhuge Fan's intentions, but alas, the man had remained tight-lipped. However, the ambush in Chanyang City had indeed been disastrous. What if you don't go? How about you tell me, and I shall handle it for you? That won't be necessary. Just provide us with 2 horses, and we will go ourselves. 2 horses? Is there a problem with that? Once a teacher, always a father. I, the esteemed young master with a jade complexion, have at least taught you 3 sword techniques. That is not what I meant. 2 horses? Who are you going with? Deidi interjected, too lazy to even turn his face. My son, they refused to let me go, claiming I lack martial prowess. When I inquired about their definition of martial skills, they retorted that one ought to be able to slay 7 or 8 foes with a single sword stroke. The old scholar was profoundly displeased. Su Mu was utterly bewildered. Zhuge Fan, an old hero of considerable renown, was undeniably skilled in combat and had even secured a place among the so-called 6 elite of the inner city. Yet he was ultimately hindered by a leg injury. With his frail limbs, how could he engage in a fierce battle? Then there's Chen Deidi, who possesses admirable strength in wielding a hammer, yet he is merely a laborer by trade. Otherwise, I would have dispatched Qin Jiaqiao with a few men to accompany you. It is unnecessary to discuss further. Zhuge Fan clapped his hands. His foot injury had considerably improved. It's merely a matter of taking a life. I shall depart and return swiftly. You remain at the estate, and at dusk, I shall return with old iron. To the riders, do not disperse the banquet. We shall drink again upon our return. Zhuge Fan, leaning on his injured leg, rose to his feet. Chen Deidi, standing nearby, took a large swig and then followed suit. Su Mu, however, remained apprehensive. He would rather Zhuge Fan stay at the estate, continuing his role as a villain stealing candied hawthorns than venture forth to engage in bloodshed. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly return, and you shall witness the emergence of great fortunes, saving countless lives from peril. Chen Deidi, for once, lifted his head and added, indeed. With that, the 2 inebriated old men linked arms and descended the stairs. My son, do not be alarmed. Come, let me tell you. Su Mu leaned in closer. The long spear, the old knife, and the fox sword. Chen Deidi was known for his old knife. Su Mu stood in stunned silence. And by the time he regained his senses, the 2 drunken old men had mounted their horses, each shouldering their weapons, and faded away into the vast, snowy expanse. Su Mu descended the stairs in silence, his astonishment still etched upon his face. "Master, look over there." Chen Sheng pointed towards a small path. Su Mu, shaking off his thoughts, raised his gaze in the direction of the path, where he saw Si Hu engaging in a snowball fight with several children, who were being mercilessly pelted by the vengeful little ones. However, as he continued to look ahead, amidst the blanket of white snow, he spotted a horse-drawn carriage accompanied by a dozen riders. The carriage halted, and a beautiful young woman clad in a RU skirt hurriedly disembarked. "Brother Mu, it's Miss Li Debao." Si Hu's voice echoed across the entirety of Ma Ti Hu. Su Mu froze in place. Jiang Caiwei, emerging with a cup of ginger soup, disregarded handing it to Su Mu and dashed forward. "Brother Mu, Li Debao is crying. She's cursing you, calling you a lecher." Su Mu silently lifted his foot, treading through the wet snow, and moved forward. Last time at the Ho residence, Yuan Tao had urged him to marry Li Shaowan, and shortly thereafter, he was to take charge of Li Ruqing's Dingbei camp. Yet, those matters were ultimately mere political alliances. He placed some trust in Yuan Tao, but not wholly. His distrust of Chang Xiling was not absolute either. In this chaotic era, those who wish to survive must tread carefully. Behind him lay a village of over 700 souls. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. "Miss Debao, no Miss Xiaobao." Su Mu had yet to finish his words when he noticed Li Shaowan approaching with red-rimmed eyes, gripping a piece of hemp rope. Following her were Fan Gu and Wang Yun, inexplicably beginning to apologize. "Fan Gu, Wang Yun, help me restrain this scoundrel. Today, I shall take him back to Chongqing." In the snowy landscape, Su Mu perceived it merely as a playful jest. The same was true for Si Hu, as well as Wei Feng, Chen Sheng, and Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo. Even Jiang Caiwei, having not been seen for some time, exhibited the same fiery temperament characteristic of her noble lineage. "Fan Gu, do you still recognize me as your elder brother?" Su Mu asked with a smile, but upon seeing Fan Gu's silence, he sensed that the situation had grown more complicated. "What are you doing, Li Dawan?" Su Mu furrowed his brow, feeling the strength with which Fan Gu and Wang Yun bound him, despite their scholarly appearance. "Return to Chongqing with me and become my husband." Li Shaowan's voice trembled, yet her head held high. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. I informed my ancestors upon my departure that if I did not bring you back, I would marry any young gentleman from the inner city. Su Mu, marry me. I will brew wine with you, fight against the D people, and ride old horses as we move from place to place. I fear not. But I dread the day you leave the inner city, and we may never meet again. I may never find you." Su Mu remained silent, quietly whistling for Wind General, who came galloping over and deftly bit through the hemp rope. With a flick of his hand, Su Mu rewarded the horse with half a wild vegetable. "You must understand, your grandfather is the Duke of Dingyuan. As for me, Su Mu, I am but a fallen brewer. Our families are mismatched, and should I marry you, many would be displeased." Deep down, Su Mu was aware that marrying Li Shaowan could grant him control over the more than 50,000 troops of the Dingbei camp, commanded by Li Ruqing. Yet, as the saying goes, no matter how sweetly it is spoken, these things may not necessarily fall into his hands. Who knows, that Duke of Dingyuan, Li Ruqing, might have already pledged allegiance to Yuan Tao. With the military talisman of the Liangzhou border army, coupled with the Dingbei camp, Su Mu dared not imagine what Yuan Tao might do next. "Su Mu, I am not unattractive." In the snow, Li Shaowan hurriedly attempted to muster a tender smile, which only made Su Mu's heart ache. "Su Lang, Wanwan is a lady from a prominent family. She is most suited to be a proper wife." Jiang Caiwei quickly interjected. "Caiwei, refrain from speaking for now," Su Mu urged with a firm tone. If this were a mere exchange of affection, Su Mu would likely have readily acquiesced. Though he often teased and played pranks on Li Shaowan, he genuinely felt a mutual delight between them. However, the reality was that behind Li Shaowan lay a political marriage, a tumultuous and chaotic political union. "Li Dawan," Su Mu began slowly. "Let me explain what will transpire after I marry you. Upon marrying you, your grandfather, the Duke of Dingbei, and your lofty father will believe that I, Su Mu, have climbed to the heights of the Li family, and I will be forced to kneel and crawl into the Li residence as their son-in-law. However, I, Su Mu, have never knelt, even when pursued and beaten by tyrannical officials and wealthy gentry at the borders. When tempted with enticing morsels, I still did not bow. Do you believe I would kneel to enter the Li residence?" Li Shaowan stood resolutely on the snowy path, defiantly raising her chin. "As I previously stated, should you wed me, I shall enter Su's manor, joining you in brewing wine and riding horses. I may not take the position of a primary wife, yet I shall heed Sister Caiwei's counsel. An indescribable emotion surged within Su Mu's chest. Very well, even if you enter Su's manor, your grandfather, Li Ruqing, renowned as the Duke of Dingbian, would he truly permit such a union? If my memory serves me right, you are the sole heir of the Li family. The ideal path would be to take a husband of your own household. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Shaowan scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at Su Mu. If you do not desire me, so be it. We shall bear 10 children, and I shall give you 5. Should my ancestors find that insufficient, I shall bear 10 more. Su Mu smiled, his eyes growing misty. Nearby, Sihu sat in the snow, cheerfully peeling peanuts while watching. At Su Mu's sharp glance, he hurriedly scampered away 100 paces. Su, speak. If you remain silent, I shall consider it an affirmation. Li Dabao, you may return now, Su Mu sighed. This remark inevitably made Li Shaowan weep anew, desperately approaching Su Mu, binding him with a length of hemp rope, looping it around him time and again. Su Mu remained still, allowing the officials to observe. Chapter 228. The Duke of Dingbei's mansion. Blood must be shed tonight. Sitting on the pavilion, Su Mu sighed. To his left, Jiang Caiwei rested peacefully against his arm. To his right, Li Dabao clung to him, also dozing off, drool soaking his sleeve. My son, open your mouth for some wine. The old scholar held out a wine bowl, feeding him a mouthful of strong liquor, followed by 2 peanuts. As the alcohol slid down his throat, Su Mu silently lifted his gaze towards the distant sky, the dimming sun fading, and the Horsehoof Lake, illuminated by the snowy landscape, grew eerily silent. Yet still, there were no sounds of returning hooves. Elder, did you not mention returning at dusk? Indeed I did. And I was instructed not to disperse the banquet. Dusk had indeed passed. Su Mu extended his finger, playfully flicking Li Dabao's head. Rogue, dare you deceive me? Over the past few days, feeling unwell, travel was unwise, and thus the journey to Chengcheng was impossible. Li Shaowan hastily retreated down the pavilion steps, while Jiang Caiwei rose to drape a cloak over Su Mu before following suit. Longbow, can you see clearly? The bow dog atop the pavilion shook his head. Master, no one has returned. Night is approaching. Hesitating, Su Mu could not help but reflect that had he known this would transpire, he would not have sent 2 elderly souls to confront danger astride their horses. As he descended the stairs, ready to call for Sihu, the bow dog behind him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Master, they have returned. Zhuge and the others are back. Hearing this, Su Mu joyfully rushed outside, and indeed, through the thick snowfall, a robust figure approached the Horsehoof Lake. As they drew closer, Su Mu discerned that 2 elderly men were sharing a horse, swaying along the snowy path. Master, he is covered in blood. Chun Sheng's voice was heavy with gravity as he approached. Quickly, Xingyang, go heat some water. A surge of alarm coursed through Su Mu's heart as he hastened alongside Chun Sheng, reaching the horse only to discover that Chun Deidi was carrying Zhuge Fan. Hastily returning. What has transpired, Iron Master? Su Mu inquired. Murder, bloodshed, Chun Deidi replied, pulling a bloodied sword from the satchel beneath the horse's belly, his impatience evident as he strode onward. Su Mu swiftly supported the dazed Zhuge Fan, now noticing the myriad sword wounds marring the old hero's body. Hey, refrain from grabbing my backside. I was slashed there, Zhuge Fan's voice rasped. No wonder you're sprawled out. At your age, with your frail limbs. Why gamble with your life? With such winds and snow, wouldn't it be more pleasant to drink at the tavern? Su Mu lamented as he bore Zhuge Fan on his back. You know nothing. He is a traitor. I cannot kill him. I must relinquish my title as the foremost master of the inner city, Zhuge Fan retorted. Killed? Indeed. A rare smile flickered across Zhuge Fan's face. This young lad just became a commander in the camp, thinking I am beyond salvation. Senior, have you concealed your identity? Su Mu inquired. Indeed, I have. A breath of relief escaped Su Mu. Having concealed his identity meant there was something to discuss. Otherwise, a wanted poster depicting him would lead to a plethora of troubles. I have concealed my identity, but Old Knife remains unmasked. Su Mu paused, nearly cursing aloud. But he has disguised himself, Su Mu muttered under his breath. I say, Fox Sword, mind your breath when you speak. If I stumble, we may both fall, and tomorrow you might find yourself mourning. You offspring of a donkey. I have wasted my teachings on your swordplay, Zhuge Fan retorted. Moreover, I am not Fox Sword. I am the jade-faced young master. Back in the day at the Qingguan, those courtesans, upon seeing my elegant demeanor, would not accept any silver. You understand nothing. Su Mu, uninterested in this banter, replied, I shall return inside. Wash up with hot water and tend to your wounds. You truly are audacious, returning at dusk without dispersing the banquet. The old scholar has been straining his neck in anticipation. To Su Mu's surprise, Zhuge Fan did not retort. After a prolonged silence, he patted Su Mu's shoulder. Youngster, you must keep a tight rein on Old Knife. Regardless of your future endeavors, even if they do not involve killing, Old Knife skills will serve you well. That is only natural. Who else remains among the masters? Su Mu inquired. Why ask? Are you contemplating a duel? You should abandon such thoughts. Hugo might still have potential. Fear that in the future, should he grow distant, he will not flee swiftly enough, Su Mu scoffed. Bah, Old Knife has already armed you. That should suffice to preserve your life on several occasions. However, discussing this with you is of little consequence. There are 6 individuals. You are aware of the first 3. The remaining 2 are with that butcher aide. And the last one? Su Mu pressed. Zhuge Fan tilted his head, his expression revealing admiration. That individual is quite peculiar. I am unaware of their identity. However, it is said they are a young person who has traversed the 30 provinces of the realm, acquiring a unique skill. Do they have a name? None that I know of. Had I known, I would have informed you. Now, refrain from grabbing my backside. Su Mu, exasperated, halted his steps and assisted Zhuge Fan into the house. First, draw a warm bath. Shortly, I shall have someone apply the medicine for you. My delicate young lord shall not meet an untimely demise. It would be preferable, for I do not wish to mourn too soon. A small stool was flung aside, and Su Mu swiftly evaded it, dashing out of the room. In Changcheng, at the Li residence, Li Ruqing sat beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, sipping wine while cradling a sword. The hurried footsteps echoing from the street outside shattered the deathly silence of the snowy night. Nearly 800 black-clad figures, each wielding a saber, stood coldly before the Li residence. Before long, following a low whistle, the 800 armed men surged forward toward the mansion with lethal intent. Li Shuomo, startled, covered his head and sought refuge in a cabinet, hesitating to draw the long sword he held. In stark contrast, his father gripped his blade with a gaze that was chillingly composed. Zhema Mian, Guing stood atop the roof, his voice resonating with authority. Behind him, 500 valiant men donned masks of burlap. The master decreed that none shall be spared. The dark night merged with the white snow, entrancing those who witnessed the clash of blades and the flicker of steel. Li Ruqing remained unmoved, tilting his head back to consume another mouthful of strong liquor. Only then did he rise coldly, dragging a long cavalry saber as he stepped outside. Close to 200 armored soldiers followed suit, their strides synchronized and resolute. They questioned the nature of this world, whether it was shrouded in darkness or illuminated by light. Should the darkness prove unbearable, we shall beseech the heavens to take notice, slaying a pack of curs, and then lay down a fresh blanket of snow to purify our realm. With a swift arc, the cavalry saber cleaved through the air, severing the first black-clad assailant in twain. The onlookers recoiled in shock, remembering the esteemed General Li Pasheng of the Great Dynasty, who fell to treachery. Do not question the old man's capacity for sustenance. In the past, during battles in the northwest, the bandit slain could encircle Changcheng 8 times. How dare you attempt an assassination? Several streets away, a cloaked watchman, hearing the violence outside the Li residence, fled with legs almost giving out, disregarding everything else. Tonight, the Li residents of the Great Dynasty shall witness bloodshed. Chapter 229. A feast of snow. The road to Changcheng was lined with a thick blanket of snow, the hoofprints of horses marking the way. Bundled in a winter cloak, Su Mu rode the wind, occasionally lifting his gaze. It seemed that the remnants of the inner city's army had mostly retreated, led by Shao Qing and the forces of the Great Ping Kingdom. In recent days, life had returned to the once desolate official road. Inside the carriage, Li Shaoan continued to embroider a handkerchief, her fingers pricked and stained red from the effort. Yet she maintained an air of enthusiasm. Su Lang, Li Shaoan called out, her voice sweet yet piercing. Call me Su Mu. She pouted momentarily before her expression brightened again. Su Mu, come here. I have something delightful for you. No, if you don't want it, I shall weep in the carriage. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, slowing the horse's pace as he extended his hand to receive the handkerchief. The embroidery was a request from Sister Caiwei, a labor of love from the past 2 days. Li Dawan, why have you embroidered 2 buns? They're stuck together. This is a pair of mandarin ducks. Su Mu found himself at a loss for words, weary of further contemplation. He tucked the handkerchief into his sleeve and rode forward without hesitation. After traversing the official road for over 100 miles, undeterred by the frost and biting cold, a company of 20 to 30 riders escorted a carriage. Finally arriving at Chongqing, "Master Su, where are the garrison troops?" called out Fan Gu, his voice trembling. Su Mu glanced up, feeling a twinge of curiosity. It wasn't until a few individuals entered through the city gates that an elderly official approached, his face paling as he stepped aside to make way for the carriage containing Li Xiaowan. A faint sense of foreboding enveloped Su Mu. It dawned on him that Li Xiaowan's journey to Mati Lake indirectly signified the Duke of Dingyuan's stance, already aligned with Yuan Tao. This implied a confrontation with the treacherous minister in the court. In the inner street outside the Li residence, remnants of coagulated blood remained uncleaned, resembling crimson plum blossoms blooming upon the snow-covered path. Su Mu halted his horse, momentarily furrowing his brow. Behind him, the shadows of over 20 riders came to a stop as well, halting before the Li estate. Only Li Dewan in the carriage sensed something amiss. Disregarding her fur cloak, she hurried inside. "Master, there must have been a massacre," Wei Feng remarked, his gaze fixed, "at least 100 dead." "Perhaps more," Su Mu replied, gesturing toward the far end of the street where a dozen officials bowed their heads to wash the pavement. The past 2 days had seen no heavy snowfall, and with the sun breaking through, the blood-red plum blossoms appeared to lead the way forward. "Master, who would dare to provoke the Duke of Dingbei?" Su Mu remained silent. The power struggles within the court could be exceedingly brutal. The young lord was at a disadvantage, yet he was fortunate to have found some support this time. "Master, why do you not enter the Li residence?" "I shall not enter until Li Ruqing comes out to invite me. Yet you are to marry their young lady. This seems contradictory. You think I am overstepping my bounds." "That is not the case," Su Mu replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. He neither engaged in the court's intrigues nor the rebel forces, but it was not to say he was a mere outsider. In fact, both factions bore an inexplicable connection to him. "Master, someone is emerging." Su Mu raised his gaze to see Li Shuomo exiting the estate, and he calmly closed his eyes. "I knew it would be you, an obscure stick-bearer. Do you aspire to climb the social ladder? Enough, enough. I shall grant you an opportunity. You may kneel before the Li residence and crawl into the main hall. Perhaps in a moment of folly, I might allow you to become a son-in-law." Li Shuomo stood before the estate, unabashedly cursing. "What profit do you gain from brewing wine? What an audacious scheme to ensnare Wanwan. All stick-bearers in this world are foul and corrupt." Su Mu opened his eyes, turned his horse's head, and coldly made his way toward the city gate. Wei Feng, puzzled, observed Su Mu's demeanor but dared not inquire further. He hastily urged the accompanying riders to prepare to exit the city. However, just as they began to move, a hoarse voice resonated steadily from behind. Chapter 230, The Tiger Tally of 8,000 Men in the Pavilion of the Li Residence. No one could have anticipated that the young master from Mati Lake would engage in such spirited conversation with a seasoned marquis who had spent 30 years on the battlefield. Even Li Xiaowan, observing from the nearby garden with a face full of delight, was taken aback. Her father, however, was far from pleased, fuming with indignation and cursing the fallen gentry repeatedly. A cold breeze swept through. The 2 men in the pavilion slowly set down their wine bowls. Li Ruqing, feeling quite content, let out a satisfied belch, his tone growing serious once more. "Young master, it is rare for us to have such a joyful time today." Thanks to the old marquis, Su Mu's voice remained steady, but he understood that it was time to discuss serious matters. "In the future, once you join the Li family, you will be one of us. I shall visit the Ministry of War shortly to appoint you as a deputy general in the Dingbei camp, in command of your own troops." "Old marquis, are you intoxicated?" Li Ruqing smiled, not truly inebriated. "Eventually, you will belong to the Li family. Who knows? One day when I leave, the over 50,000 troops of the Dingbei camp may very well be entrusted to you." The old marquis seemed to be somewhat intoxicated, likely aware of his own state. "I, Su Mu, shall not become a son-in-law of the Li family." Li Ruqing smiled. "Then what is your intention?" "If Wanwan were to marry into Mati Lake, I would certainly be pleased." "Are you suggesting, old marquis, that you still hold to the notion of social status?" Li Ruqing shook his head. "Young master, you know well that my Li family has only passed down a single heir for 3 generations, even if it were a daughter. With the resources of the Li family, taking in a son-in-law would be more than sufficient." "Old marquis, let us speak plainly." Su Mu's voice remained calm, his expression unhurried. The old marquis was not merely selecting a son-in-law. He was in search of someone capable of safeguarding the Li family. How so? Li Ruqing wore a faint smile. Su Mu offered a respectful bow, admiring the old marquis's patriotic spirit, which ultimately aligned with the cause of the national surname marquis. However, both understood that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Should Wanwan go to Mati Lake, I cannot promise much, but as long as I draw breath, I shall protect her. Of course, when the day comes that the old marquis secures the realm, my entry into Chung City and acquiring a large residence near the Li estate would be no great challenge. Li Ruqing let out a heavy sigh. Young master, if my son proves unworthy, I have only this granddaughter left. Should I, Su Mu, be blessed with a legitimate son, the second child born to Wanwan shall bear the surname Li, as a token of gratitude for the old marquis's patriotic endeavors. Listening to this, Li Ruqing trembled for a moment, his expression shifting to one of brilliance, unsure whether to laugh or cry, as tears of age seeped from the corners of his eyes. Lord Yuan was not mistaken. Young master is indeed a remarkable individual, destined to rise amidst the storm and soar like a dragon. The old marquis humbly disagreed. Su Mu maintained his composure. What are your thoughts on the affairs of the Dingbei camp? Li Ruqing shifted the subject, his gaze growing intense. What does the marquis think? Come spring next year, the young marquis may not withstand the pressure. Therefore, we cannot delay matters any longer before the new year. I have already mobilized 20,000 troops from the Dingbei camp, preparing to enter the inner city. What about the other generals of the Dingbian? Li Ruqing threw his head back and laughed, his voice becoming hoarse. Someone has already delivered news of the young marquis's poisoning. Young master, do you believe they will take action? It is undeniable that these individuals have long been in collusion, in a series of intricate schemes. The young lord finds himself isolated and overwhelmed. In a fleeting moment, Su Mu once again glimpses the figure clad in white, as pure as snow, stepping alone into the tempest of wind and snow. I am quite eager to learn of the path that lies ahead for the young master. Su Mu remained composed and resolute. When spring arrives, you shall make a journey to the northwest. Why? Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting that Li Ruqing still clung to hope, wishing to appoint him as a deputy general in the north camp. Remember your words. Leave a trace of the Li lineage for me. Li Ruqing curled his fingers and retrieved a half of a bronze tiger talisman from his bosom, placing it heavily upon the table. The tiger talisman, gold signifies the imperial family, silver represents the noble houses, while bronze is employed by the frontier generals of the Great G. One half is kept in hand, the other entrusted to a confidant at the camp. If the halves are united correctly, it enables the command of troops. Initially, I had considered testing you further. However, time is of the essence, so I have decided against it. As for the young lord, he has heard far too much about you. Consider it a dowry for Wanwan. Su Mu's eyes flickered. The half of the tiger talisman before him held immense significance. Previously at the Yuan Tao had mentioned that marrying Li Shaowan would grant him command over Li Ruqing's north camp. He had not fully believed it. How could an obscure young master, having lived off others, command an army of over 50,000? The factors involved were far too numerous. Yet now, Li Ruqing had indeed placed the half of the talisman before him. This talisman would allow you to command only 8,000 men. Li Ruqing's voice grew serious as he considered the Northwest's bandits, the station forces, and the need to save the nation from within the city. The nation may be in turmoil, but the realm must remain intact. These 8,000 men serve as Wanwan's dowry. Should great matters come to fruition and the world be at peace, you need not act, but rather, enjoy your life as a wealthy gentleman. If circumstances prove unfavorable, then these 8,000 men will be your means of survival. Su Mu hesitated, then nodded. In the future, whether it be Lord Yuan, the esteemed scholar Chang, or the advisor Xiao, as well as other frontier generals, leaders of righteous armies, and masters of chivalry, do not trust them entirely. You, Su Mu, are not a mere dependent. You must soar to the heavens. Even on the day I pass, I will watch you rise with eager anticipation. I have always trusted only myself, not even the heavens. Su Mu's voice remained steady. Very well. Li Ruqing's face brightened with joy, standing in the cold wind. Yet his age was nearing 70, and in his excitement, he coughed several times. Su Mu, I shall not disappoint the old lord's trust. No, after marrying Wanwan. You ought to call me Grandpa. Grandpa. Su Mu raised his head, devoid of any pretense. I, Li Ruqing, have indeed gained a fine son-in-law. Su Mu lifted his gaze, observing the gray hair at Li Ruqing's temples. A wave of melancholy surged within him. I suspect the motives of these two lords of the great Ji. My son-in-law, do not involve yourself in this matter. The young lord has also mentioned that keeping you around is akin to preserving a spark. One day, when you truly ignite, you shall illuminate the world with clarity. Su Mu understood. Rising, he offered a respectful bow, feeling a deep admiration for the elder before him. My son-in-law, there is one more matter. My son, remaining in Chengcheng is not very safe. Therefore, we shall proceed to Mati Lake. Although I harbor no fondness for Li Shuomo, there is little choice. Having acquired the tiger talisman of 8,000 men, and being the father of Li Duan, I cannot simply abandon it. My dear son-in-law, snow is on the horizon once more. A change in the weather is imminent. Standing within the pavilion, an unidentifiable chill seeped in, causing my body to shiver. Chapter 231. The Will of Heaven. As Su Mu stepped out of the pavilion, the astonished Li Shuomo, eager to speak, was silenced by a sharp glance from Li Ruqing. Retreating in dismay. My son-in-law, are you familiar with a line from those gallant poets? In the misty rain, the mountains and rivers sway, a sword drawn every decade to sever dynasties. Li Ruqing stroked his graying beard, recounting how the young lord had once told him that those gallant souls are also pitiable, striving to aid the world, both for public and private reasons. In this world, even if you squint your eyes, discerning right from wrong remains elusive. While someone decorates the bright hall with aids of peace, others uphold righteousness in the shadows. Do not gaze too long, lest your eyes be harmed. Remember, those who serve the people embody the greatest righteousness in the realm. Su Mu absorbed the lesson, raising his hands in salute, bowing deeply. Fearing repercussions, I shall venture into Changyang Sifang tomorrow, claiming that Wanwan eloped with me and that I have been expelled from the Li residence. In the face of great righteousness, I step forward, hoping that the mountains and rivers may retain their former splendor. Su Mu gently closed his eyes. Wanwan, you too, come here. At Li Ruqing's call, Li Shaowan, who had been secretly watching from a distance, blushed slightly, displaying an unusual shyness as she approached with timid steps. In a moment, you shall return to your chamber to prepare, and accompany Su Mu back to Mati Lake. Great-grandfather, am I truly married? Yes, you are. Li Ruqing's tone was gentle. Once you leave the Li residence, you are no longer a noble lady, and must conduct yourself with greater grace. I say, son-in-law, why have you not yet inserted the hairpin? Su Mu smirked. Having come to discuss matters, he had not anticipated this turn of events. Where would he find a hairpin at this hour? After a moment's hesitation, he reached out, plucking a branch of snow plum, taking a couple of steps forward to place it in Li Shaowan's hair. Initially, he thought the spirited young lady would be upset, yet her countenance betrayed an unmistakable joy. Li Ruqing raised his hand, delivering a playful knock to Su Mu's head. Su Mu, somewhat speechless, had only consumed a few bowls of wine, without even a dowry. He had led the young woman away. Return now, for the road to Mati Lake is quite distant. My son-in-law, remember to conceal the items I entrusted to you. Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Li Ruqing, with a slight nod, began to move forward, his aged steps faltering in the biting wind. The young lord of Changyang, with hair white as snow, and the veteran of Chengcheng, unyielding against the cold. As long as General Li is stationed in the north, the barbaric dogs shall not cross Yongguan. Su Mu felt a tightening in his chest, standing still for a moment before raising his gaze, only to find Li Ruqing's figure had already retreated 100 paces. Exiting Chengcheng, the sky above was once again graced by falling winter snow. Without mounting a horse, Su Mu treaded silently along the snowy path. Within his embrace lay the copper tiger talisman capable of commanding 8,000 men, searing his chest with its weight. Wei Feng, accompanied by over 20 riders, cautiously trailed behind. Su Mu, why do you remain silent? Li Shaowan stumbled slightly, her noble upbringing rendering her somewhat fragile. I am lost in thought. Do not fall. Take my hand. Li Shaowan blushed deeply and quickly extended her hand. Su Mu, I am now yours. Then you will protect me, right? Yes, regardless of what the future holds, I shall safeguard both you and Caiwei. However, by following me out, you will no longer be a lady of noble birth. I am not afraid. I will follow you to brew wine and fight, and become a formidable lady of Ma Ti Hu. I have left my tiger shield in the carriage at Wangzhou. Su Mu chuckled softly, recalling the time they were trapped in Wangzhou, when Li Shaowan, blushing and carrying a tiger shield, had shouted for battle behind him. Su Mu, my father does not approve of you. You are not angry, are you? Not at all. Li Shuomo would rather die than go to Ma Tihu. Having fled the Li residence in tears after receiving a few blows from Li Rucheng. Sumu, I wish to embrace you. Sumu paused, bewildered, turned around, and helplessly opened his arms. In an instant, Li Shaoan leaped into him, tightly holding him amidst the wind and snow. To the north of Chanyang City lay an endless expanse of palatial structures. Amidst the snowstorm, the 9 coiling dragon pillars in front of the Golden Luan Hall, though vividly crafted, seemed to lose their vibrancy in the frost-laden air. In front of the Golden Luan Hall, rows upon rows of eunuchs and palace maids knelt, trembling. The young emperor, having been frightened earlier, was attempting to maintain his regal composure as he wielded a golden sword, thrusting it back and forth. Having already felled 2 or 3 individuals, Xiao Yuan Lu stood coldly to the side, his face devoid of any expression. After a considerable time, he turned to face the scenery outside the imperial city. Duan Chou, he uttered softly. Before long, a towering figure approached, bowing his head as he knelt before him. You must personally visit Ma Tihu. Be cautious, and do not allow that pest to discover you. Sir, shall we kill? There is a nail that binds 2 marquises of the great G together. You are to remove it. The strong man grinned wickedly, rose, clasped his fists, and turned a step forward. As he descended the imperial path, several attendants in black quickly presented a massive axe. The strong man grasped it with one hand, his immense figure crushing the snowy dust as he advanced purposefully. The master has returned. Outside Ma Tihu, several cavalry from the Qinglong camp galloped in cheer. The village was bustling with activity, and Sihu, accompanied by 7 or 8 children, was the first to rush over. As the carriage halted in front of the village, Li Shaoan hesitantly disembarked, clutching a small bundle and facing the villagers pouring out, unsure of what to say. Here stands the illustrious Li Dawan of Cheng City. Sumu chuckled, but he understood that for Li Shaoan, a lady of noble birth entering the wilderness, it would inevitably require a process. Heed my words, good lady. Sumu raised his head, his expression imbued with a hint of longing, calling out, Second madam, second madam. We eagerly welcome the second madam. An uncountable number of villagers whistled, excitedly gesturing and dancing. Second sister-in-law. Sihu's voice boomed, startling a nearby child who burst into tears, collapsing in the snow. Li Shaoan nervously fiddled with her clothing, her face and eyes flushed, continually responding to the greetings. Fortunately, Jiang Caiwei hurriedly arrived, grasping her hand joyfully and leading her into the house. Sihu, catch it securely. Sumu retrieved a package of oiled paper from the saddle and tossed it forward. Brother Mu, roast chicken. Sihu caught a whiff and suddenly recalled something, immediately dashing forward with the roast chicken in his arms, causing the 7 or 8 children trailing behind to wail anew in pursuit. Sihu, would it kill you to spread your legs a bit? Wei Feng cursed furiously. Sumu, at a loss for words, reflected that during their time in Wangzhou, they had grown accustomed to hunger, which had fostered Sihu's possessive temperament towards food. In truth, there was plenty more in the saddle, including mutton soup, yet Sihu ran too swiftly. Wei Feng, let's enter the village. 20 riders dismounted slowly. At the forefront, General Feng let out a long cry amidst the wind and snow, unassisted, leading the 20 southwestern stallions directly towards the stable. Master, the snow is intensifying. Sumu raised his head, feeling a twinge of relief. Had they returned any later, they might have been frozen in place. Sihu picked off a roasted chicken wing, reluctantly tearing off a piece of meat before handing it to the children before him. Sihu, I treated you to candied hawthorn yesterday. Sihu is great. Sihu is wonderful. Reward me with a little chicken head. Sihu, my mother will steam pancakes tomorrow. I'll bring you 8 in exchange for a chicken foot. Sihu, wide-eyed, hesitated before distributing a bit more. Once he devoured the entire roast chicken, he rubbed his hands together in the snow while the children hurriedly gathered the chicken bones to stuff into their pockets. Return, the snow is about to fall heavily. With 7 or 8 children in tow, Sihu glanced towards the village 2 miles away. The sky had darkened, and the surrounding expanse of white snow illuminated the scene with a bright glow. Sihu paused, and behind him, the 7 or 8 children halted as well. What is wrong, Sihu? Sihu looked up at the figures approaching on horseback. At the forefront was a giant, so imposing that his steed could barely lift its neck. A massive double-edged axe hung from the horse's belly, stained with blood. The severed heads of 2 or 3 patrolling villagers dangled from the horse's side. Chapter 233. inviting the lord into Shuzhou on the snowy ground. Sihu's furious roars echoed repeatedly. The dark silhouettes of dozens of riders, taking advantage of Sihu's distraction, cunningly wielded their long knives, coldly slashing downwards, occasionally splattering droplets of blood. Even from a distance, Su Mu felt a surge of rage. Wei Feng, slay all these thieving scoundrels. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, Wei Feng's expression turned furious as he swung his long knife, leading hundreds of riders heedlessly into the dense forest, recklessly charging forth. Sihu, catch the knife. Sihu, enraged, struck out, knocking one rider to the ground, then turned to seize the cleaver, bloodied and rushing towards the lurking Duan Chou. Duan Chou's eyes bulged as he tightly gripped the double-edged axe. Having gained notoriety in the inner city for 13 years, he found it difficult to fathom the path of the giant before him. According to common sense, even the other 5 masters could not possibly withstand the fierce onslaught of dozens of riders through the blizzard. The best outcome would be a retreat. Yet, the giant before him not only endured but was also alive and flourishing, brandishing his blade as he charged. What did you say your name was? The surname is Duan. The given name is Chou, and I am known as Duan Axe. Clenching his teeth, Duan Chou demanded, tell me your name. I shall sever your head. Duan Chou's face flushed with rage as he dragged his double-edged axe, intending to make a show of power before finding a way to escape. However, the giant's movements were too swift. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword toward Duan Chou. Clang! Sparks flew in the darkness. As Duan Chou lifted his axe, a sudden heaviness enveloped his hands, forcing him to cough twice. The giant was indeed a formidable figure, even taller than himself. But what good was that? With such feeble strength, he might as well don a red robe and perform as a courtesan in a brothel. Silence. Enraged, Duan Chou swung his double-edged axe horizontally at the giant's abdomen after deflecting the saber. The saber returned to its guard, firmly blocking the axe's path. Proclaim your strength. If you dare. Sihu's eyes widened defiantly, refusing to retreat. Duan Chou responded with a cold stare, feeling the sting of his hands as they were forced apart by the recoil. After 13 years of notoriety and dominance in the inner city, who could have fathomed the emergence of such a village brute with terrifying strength? As he stepped back, Duan Chou squinted and feigned a retreat, dragging his axe along the ground to carve a deep trench. Sihu took a few steps forward in pursuit. Suddenly, Duan Chou reversed his attack. The massive double-edged axe glinted ominously as he executed a swift downward strike aimed at the advancing Sihu. In the biting wind, Duan Chou's eyes widened with excitement, convinced that the unsuspecting giant would surely be cleaved in two. Bang! In an instant, Duan Chou found himself dumbfounded, having been sent flying once more. He vaguely perceived that the giant merely raised his sword sheath in haste. This was utterly outrageous. Struggling to rise from the ground, Duan Chou cursed and immediately whistled for a few riders to return, quickly seizing a horse before hastily fleeing towards the main road. Sihu, braving the snowstorm, chased for several miles before reluctantly turning back, still clutching his saber. At the lakeside, the dozens of Jianghu experts brought by Duan Chou had been completely annihilated under the wrath of Su's clan. Su Mu walked forward in silence, removing the head of a dead horse along with the severed heads of 2 or 3 men. These individuals had been patrolling the small paths and were killed before they could return to warn the village. Who do these belong to? Su Mu shook his head. There were too many people in the inner city who wished to see him dead. Brother who has returned. On the snowy path, Sihu, bloodied and battered, approached Su Mu with a plaintive voice. Brother Mu, my body aches. Su Mu felt a tightness in his chest and quickly whistled. General Feng galloped forward, bending down to carry Sihu onto his back as they made their way slowly back to the village. Is that the one known as Duan Axe? The surname is Duan. The full name is Duan Chou. Indeed, I have been born with an unseemly appearance, yet I have honed extraordinary martial skills within merely 8 days. Chapter 234, Ochre. As he tapped his fingers, Jiazhou's discourse continued unabated. The documents regarding the iron mine for our lord are not located within the inner city. Rather, they are fortuitously situated not too far from Shuzhou. When the time comes, our lord will be able to seize them without difficulty. I surmise that few are aware of this iron mine's existence. Su Mu nodded in silence, acknowledging the thoroughness of Jia He's plan to enter Shuzhou. The 3 kings of Shuzhou harbor mutual resentment. If navigated skillfully, there lies potential for our lord to claim the entirety of Shuzhou, with Shuzhou as a springboard. Great undertakings may be anticipated. However, our Lord cannot depart at this juncture. Why? Su Mu paused. The winter-s snowstorm is one reason. The rising tide of events is another. Wenlong, what do you say? Without a noble cause, our Lord leading 9,000 men would merely constitute a common militia. Yet, should our Lord accomplish deeds that echo through the ages, the narrative shifts. Such is the nature of this world. Those who live do not speak of righteousness. Yet to achieve great things, one must possess a measure of it. Mr. Wenlong speaks wisely. As the year's end approaches, Jia Zhou's words struck a chord deep within Su Mu. The impending new year signifies not only Yuan Tao's imminent demise due to a peculiar toxin, but also that the matter of establishing a stable regime cannot be delayed any longer. I comprehend our Lord's intentions. Jia Zhou spoke calmly. If there is fear of being implicated, then the inhabitants of the estate should be relocated from the inner city first. And then, I invite our Lord to enter the court. Jia Zhou rose, bowing deeply once more. The Deji lacks the people's support. Should our Lord enter the court and collaborate with the two marquises, regardless of the outcome, his name will surely resonate throughout the realm. Wenlong, you did not express this earlier. What was said previously is in the past. The present is another matter. As our Lord's strategist, I cannot become ensnared by the current situation. Once the year concludes, the young marquis will perish. The Duke of Dingbei, having reached an advanced age, has little time remaining as well. At that time, our Lord will be left alone, undoubtedly claiming the mantle of righteousness. Our Lord must understand that no one will deem you a rebel. You shall be regarded as a hero who saves the world. Su Mu sat heavily, contemplating Jia He's words earnestly. The Daiji is destined to collapse. This is an undeniable truth. Even if Yuan Tao were to return to the heavens, it would merely be a forced extension of life. The realm will inevitably descend into chaos once more. Wenlong, how should I enter the court? Should I travel to Changyang City to converse with the young marquis? Not quite, Jia Zhou replied with a slight smile. Unbeknownst to our Lord, the young marquis had already sought to utilize you as a pawn some time ago. However, due to the Duke of Dingyuan, you have been temporarily set aside. How so? The Viscount's official token of our Lord. The Viscount's official token? Su Mu's expression turned astonished. What Yuan Tao had purchased for 5 taels of silver turned out to hold such significance. Jia Zhou sat composedly, stating that although our Lord might not perceive this token as valuable, even in the realm of selling titles and positions, our Lord is indeed a 4th-ranked Viscount within the Deji. During the court discussions in the palace at year's end, our Lord may certainly participate. Su Mu offered a bitter smile. Wenlong, had you not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware of being ensnared in the young marquis's game. The young lord's solitary endeavor to save the nation is, in truth, a most natural occurrence. Jia Zhou's voice faltered, then trembled slightly. If the sovereign perceives it this way, in the vast realm of Deji, there exists but a single ailing young lord and another venerable general, both willing to face the national calamity. The remainder, when surveyed, are merely individuals clinging to life for their own sake. My lord, these two are extraordinary heroes. I am aware. Su Mu rose heavily, determination igniting within his gaze. The specific matters require the sovereign to confer with the two lords. Once confirmed, Commander Chen can lead the villagers to avoid the turmoil of the inner city. The wind is frigid outside. I kindly urge the sovereign to close the door. Exiting Jia Zhou's abode, Su Mu remained burdened with thoughts. At the Li residence, Li Ruqing had advised him to preserve the flame, likely with the greater intention of safeguarding him, and indirectly, his granddaughter, Li Douwan. Yet, as Jia He remarked, should he abstain from this matter, even if it were not a question of great righteousness, he would still find discomfort in his heart, an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Master, we have returned. Just as Su Mu was mulling over these thoughts, he spotted Zhou Zun approaching along the path outside Mati Lake. Accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen riders, their faces marked by the dust of travel. Observing this, Su Mu hurried to greet them. As Zhou Zun dismounted, he could barely contain his excitement, revealing a pouch that had been strapped to his horse's belly. Master, behold what I discovered over there. The accompanying Li San and others claim this is iron ore. A small brown stone was laid open in Zhou Zun's palm. Su Mu, filled with delight, received it, tapping and striking it, nearly succumbing to the urge to bite into it. Zhou Zun, summon Iron Master here. Ochre, Chen Deidi said, his tone unusually serious. Iron Master, what is to be said of this? Indeed, it is ochre, a fine material for smelting iron. Young man, Conceal that location well. I shall visit when I have the time. Furthermore, go and select some individuals to come learn the art of blacksmithing. Thank you, Iron Master. Su Mu's joy knew no bounds. Ochre, he vaguely recalled having seen it mentioned, was the ore of red iron, an excellent material for crafting implements. Rest assured, Master. The hoofprints left by the departing horses should vanish once the snow deepens. Zhou Zun chimed in with glee. Zhou Zun, well done. Su Mu exhaled in relief, already envisioning the scene of ironclad cavalry galloping across the world. What occupies your thoughts, Master? Your eyes gleam with excitement. No matter, Zhou Zun, you should retire for now. I have instructed Qin Yang to prepare some meat. Thank you, Master. Nodding. A sudden thought crossed Su Mu's mind as he altered his course toward a large house deeper within the village. The wind and snow intensified, laying another layer upon the path. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu finally pushed open the door. Inside, Li Dawon was busy tidying up when she spotted Su Mu entering and hurried over, her face alight with joy. Allow me to pour you a cup of hot tea. In her eagerness, she fumbled the cup, spilling tea all over Su Mu. Grabbing a handkerchief from nearby, she had barely begun to dab at the mess when Su Mu winced in pain, extracting 3 or 4 embroidered needles from the handkerchief. Li Dawon, remain still. I merely wish to see if there is anything you require. Su Mu, you are not upset, are you? Sister Caiwei came by earlier and gifted me many items. That is good. During this time, you should also exercise caution. I fear that Mati Lake may not remain tranquil. Su Mu, what has transpired? The estate has been raided. Su Mu let out a deep sigh, urging me to heed his words, refrain from wandering aimlessly for the time being. As he rose to depart, he noticed that Li Debao had remained silent for an unusually long while. Li Debao? Su Mu turned around, and his mouth twitched in surprise. There stood Li Debao, blushing, fidgeting as she unfastened her long garment. Li Debao, this is rather unexpected, he remarked. Su Mu, did you not mention something about staking? That is what Sister Lien and the others have said. Her voice was barely audible, and her expression bore a tragic resolve, as if she were prepared to face death without fear. Li Debao, it's not staking, it's a powerful force at play. Chapter 235. Overthrowing the dynasty powerful force? Li Debao, halfway through unfastening her attire, suddenly froze. So it is not as Sister Lien described? One could interpret it that way. Su Mu hesitated, glancing at the freshly made bed. Li Debao, the red quilt seems rather festive. Li Debao's face reddened further as she nodded, desperately rubbing the hem of her garment. I had previously promised your ancestors to bear 10 or 8 children. Crash. The door swung open abruptly. Su Mu flinched, the icy wind and snow from outside enveloping him, chilling him to the bone. Li Debao stomped her feet and hurried behind the curtain. By the door, a sniffling young lad lifted his chin defiantly. Boss, I have pondered over the matter of brother whose revenge, and I can no longer contain myself. In these past 8 hours, I have mastered 9 extraordinary martial arts. If you grant me 2 taels of silver, I shall devour a candied hawthorn and achieve mastery. Xiao Gofu, step outside. Boss, allow me to show you a move to broaden your horizons. Su Mu rubbed his forehead and turned to see that Li Debao had re-emerged, having properly donned her skirt. Xiao Gofu, I shall take you to feast on meat. What kind of meat? Bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. With a heavy heart, Su Mu sat silently on the terrace, listening to the wailing of Xiao Gofu as his mother scolded him, his expression growing increasingly exasperated. Footsteps approached, and Su Mu turned to find Jia Zhou had quietly arrived, greeting him before taking a seat. Boss, I have completed the accounts. Mr. Wanlong is a man of great talent. He has proven quite useful in my estate. Master, such words should not be spoken again. Jia Zhou lifted his gaze toward the path beyond Mighty Lake. While reviewing the accounts, I observed that the Chang family in the town has not adhered to the regulations and has failed to deliver grain these past few days. Listening intently, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Not only was there a need for brewing, but also for stockpiling provisions amidst the chaos. Chapter 236. Speaking to the mountain spirit inside the room, Su Mu remained utterly still, devoid of any expression. Joining forces with Chang Xilang merely served as a vanguard for rebellion. Should Chang Xilang succeed one day, perhaps out of gratitude, he might be granted a minor marquisate. However, the variables were far too numerous. To speak frankly, Su Mu was reluctant to entrust his fortune and life to any individual. This applied equally to Chang Xilang and Yuan Tao. Very well, to overthrow the dynasty, I shall commence recruiting 100,000 refugees tomorrow. I implore young Master Chang to provide provisions. Donkey grass. Chang Xiling was momentarily taken aback, muttering a curse under his breath. It always seemed to be this way. I truly do not comprehend what it is you desire. The will to live has been present from the very beginning. Indeed, it is rare for you to have achieved anything resembling success now. With a look of reluctance, Chang Xiling remarked, Little Master, do you truly wish to avoid this? You must understand, should chaos ensue and something happen to Xiao Taotao, no one will be able to safeguard you. To speak candidly, you are merely a commander of a multitude. After the collapse of the Grand Era, it is uncertain whether you can carve out a path for yourself. From the border to the inner city, do you truly wish to be at the beck and call of others? If one day, let us say if one day, our paths diverge, it is entirely possible that we may become adversaries. Master Chang, I am well aware, Su Mu replied calmly. You have mentioned before that I was once pursued by over 20 soldiers, yet I was unwilling to be at the mercy of others. Now, my resolve is even firmer. That is quite stubborn of you, Chang Xiling said, a slight frown forming on his brow. With such a temperament, unless you carve your own way, you will inevitably encounter misfortune. I shall grant you 2,000 carts of grain, as a means of fulfilling your wager against the 4 prominent families. After this, do not return to Chang family town. With a sigh, Chang Xiling grasped his iron bow and turned to leave. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly turned back. Little Master, I advise you to depart the inner city before the year's end. Thank you, Master Chang. Su Mu raised his head, watching the figure venture into the snowstorm, feeling an indescribable sense of farewell brewing within his chest. The world is tumultuous. The choices of our leader are not misguided. After a long while, Jia Zhou approached, standing slightly behind Su Mu. When long, I fear I am about to lose an old friend. I am aware. Nodding, Su Mu turned around, faintly hearing the sound of Chang Xiling's galloping horse gradually fade from his ears. At the end of Frost Moon, only a month remained until the year's end. Su Mu could distinctly sense the changes within the entire inner city. The tavern keepers had become scarce, and the paths outside Mati Lake were devoid of the sounds of thundering hooves for quite some time. Occasionally, destitute refugees would brave the storm to kneel before Mati Lake, begging for shelter. Families with dependents take precedence. Able-bodied individuals take precedence. Any misconduct within the village will result in immediate expulsion. Chen Sheng, accompanied by his black servant, continuously traversed among the fleeing refugees. Su Mu furrowed his brow, standing in the snowstorm, feeling increasingly frozen. Mr. Chen, accompany me to the official road outside. A carriage moved slowly outside Changyang City, its wheels crunching through the snow, leaving behind a trail of imprints. A figure resembling a frail elder sat quietly within the carriage, occasionally raising a hand to cover his mouth and cough. Gooing. Cough, cough. Are you prepared? Lifting the curtain, Yuan Tao raised his face, revealing deeply sunken eye sockets and an extremely pale, gaunt visage. My lord, all is well. Gooing replied, his voice hoarse. I have also taken care of the old marquis. It is settled. Yuan Tao lowered the curtain and resumed his seat in the carriage. My lord, the road ahead is still long. Perhaps you should lie down in the carriage for a while. I have lived my life with integrity and dignity. How could I lean to one side? As the year's end approached, the snowstorm grew increasingly fierce, and soon, the slowly moving carriage was blanketed in a layer of white snow. Gooing furrowed his brow and came to a halt. Inside the carriage, Yuan Tao, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, slightly opened them. My lord, the soldiers block our path. Gooing, upon receiving this command, hesitated no longer. He drew his sword with determination, gripping the reins in one hand while holding the sword before him with the other. Young Lord, Chapter 237, The Iron Certificate of Immunity. The young master took his seat. Dispelling his emotions, Su Mu performed a respectful bow before settling across from Yuan Tao. The young master was aware. Today I ventured out from Changyang. Yuan Tao spoke calmly, articulating each word with precision. During this period, I shall not be returning. Su Mu naturally understood Yuan Tao's intentions. However, such matters, particularly when the other party is on guard, would prove to be quite arduous. Unless, of course, Yuan Tao possessed some extraordinary plan to alter the course of destiny. Those in the court likely regarded me as a madman, yet they dared not act against me. Thus, they resorted to employing a peculiar poison. There must exist a list of those involved, but I could not uncover it, nor did I bother to pursue it further. Time is of the essence, and I wish not to squander it any longer. Sumu nodded in silence. He recalled that Chang Xiling had mentioned similar occurrences, where many had conspired, pooling their resources, all wishing for the demise of this young lord before him. What are your plans, my lord? The treacherous chancellor and the young emperor shared an unbreakable bond akin to that of father and son. To speak frankly, my little nephew has already strayed from the right path. I intend to establish a new emperor, and once this is accomplished, I shall select wise ministers to assist the state. In doing so, I can depart from this world with peace of mind. Yuan Tao spoke with an air of calmness. Yet Sumu felt a tempest raging within his heart. My lord, what if there are no capable ministers? There are some. You, young master, are one of them. I have reviewed your previous correspondence and conferred with the Duke of Dingbei at great length. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately perceived that allowing you to acquire a measure of reputation, regardless of the future, would be beneficial for you. The prerequisite is that you must not perish. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, you would serve as a spark of hope. Sumu nodded in silence. The young master has a formidable ally behind him. Yuan Tao covered his mouth, bowing his head as he coughed for quite some time before calmly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips. As I have stated before, I understand you are reluctant to enter the court. When the time comes, you may select a few from humble backgrounds to oversee matters, and it would not be amiss to employ them beyond the usual standards. Once the state is stabilized, you may depart. His voice abruptly ceased, and Yuan Tao let out a self-deprecating smile, his pale face appearing increasingly haggard. Of course, these are but words to be spoken after success. After spending some time with you, I shall be entering the camp tomorrow. The future emperor I intend to establish is the son of a fallen royal relative. It took considerable effort to locate him. He possesses a gentle disposition, is steady in his actions, and subtly exudes the aura of a sage ruler. Congratulations, my lord. Sumu clasped his fists. He was astute enough not to inquire about the location of the encampment. Before the year's end, during the court assembly, you possess the viscount's token and may enter the court. Exercise caution, for you remain within enemy territory. My lord, what shall I do? Yuan Tao fell silent for a moment. When the time is right, I will speak with you again. Sumu hesitated before nodding. I have heard that Xiao Yuanlu has sent a decisive axe your way. However, you need not worry. His thoughts are with me. What I previously mentioned pertains to plans following our success. If the situation proves unmanageable, you must promptly depart the inner city with your loyal followers. Do not forget, to the northwest lies your 8,000-strong army. This force, provided it does not provoke conflict, is sufficient for your survival in that region. Naturally, you may also seek refuge in Liangzhou. The king there is an old acquaintance of mine and will not trouble you, should you choose to ignite a spark. I cannot predict the path you will take. Having spoken at length, Yuan Tao suddenly coughed, covering his mouth. Sumu quickly rose to pat him gently on the back. I have conveyed all that needed to be said. During this time, exercise caution within the inner city. Should any matters arise, I will send Guing to you. Here, take this. Yuan Tao reached into his bosom and retrieved an iron contract. The document was densely inscribed with numerous small characters. Among them, one line stood out prominently. You may forgive 9 deaths, and your descendants 3. My lord, is this a death exemption token? Sumu's face registered shock. Indeed. It is also known as the Dan Book Iron Token. Upon my departure from Changyang, I visited the general's office and inscribed your name beneath my family lineage. My lord, we do not share the same surname. You are mistaken. Yuan Tao exhaled deeply. I, Yuan Tao, belong to the national surname of Ho. But before being adopted as a son by the late emperor, I shared your surname, Su Tao. This is precisely why I held you in such high regard from the outset. My 5 brothers perished on the battlefield, and as I have mentioned, you are akin to a brother-in-law to me. Take it. Sumu trembled as he accepted the document. With this iron token, you will face no reproach. For the time being, Xiao Yuanlu will not act against you. However, I wish for you to understand that should the great dynasty collapse one day, this token will be as worthless as a piece of scrap paper. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Tao smiled faintly, but the smile faltered as he coughed, staining his handkerchief with blood. There were still items I had intended to present to you, yet time has slipped away too swiftly, and I must forgo them. Your kindness towards me has already been immense. You are deserving. Yuan Tao tilted his head, as if wishing to extend his hand. Sumu, nearby, stood to draw back the carriage curtain. This year, the great dynasty has been beset by rain and snow. The rain descends suddenly, and the snow falls fiercely. Amidst this tempest, I can discern nothing clearly. My brother, I shall strive for one final endeavor. Su Mu stood in silence, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Through the wind and snow, Yuan Tao's carriage ventured once more into the frigid embrace of winter, without the sun to illuminate the path. The dusk enveloped the world in darkness. The Chen family bridge ignited the horse lanterns. The shadows of over 20 riders followed suit, lighting their lanterns. Master, a snowy night. Mount your horses. Let us trample the wind and snow. We shall follow you, master. General Feng led the charge, his steeds surging ahead with more than 20 riders behind him, their cries piercing the snow as they vanished into the distance. In Changzhou town, Chang Wei sat in silence upon the tower, occasionally lifting his gaze to behold the snowy night before him. Behind him stood at least 7 or 8 individuals, forming a crescent around him. There were valiant heroes as well as armored generals, all bearing expressions of grim resolve. If only a gentle breeze could return to the world, it might transform the landscape entirely. The 7 or 8 individuals encircling Chang Wei listened to his poetry, and suddenly, their faces transformed, becoming imbued with an air of fierce determination. Chapter 238. I have obtained Mr. Wanlong. Like a tiger gaining wings, a couple of days passed. According to Chang Weiling's words, a staggering 2,000 carts of provisions were indeed delivered through the biting wind and snow, creating a dense mass that filled the empty ground of Mati Lake. Chang Wei entered the house for a warm cup of tea. Su Mu presented a box of gold bars and placed it before Chang Wei's hands. He had always held a favorable impression of this head horseman, Chang Wei. Chang Wei accepted the gold bars with an inscrutable expression, neither uttering a word nor responding. He silently turned and prepared to mount his horse and depart. Without needing to guess, Su Mu understood that some counsel had likely been imparted from Chang Weiling's side. After riding for 2 or 3 miles, Chang Wei suddenly returned, hesitatingly halting his horse before Su Mu, his expression one of perplexity. I inquired of the young master why he intended to enter the court. If the young master becomes a corrupt official, should I also eliminate Tiger and Shang, who are likewise corrupt? That was what your young master had said. Chang Wei hesitated, unable to reply. I too would slay corrupt officials upon entering the court. Su Mu remarked coolly. Chang Wei paused, revealing a clean smile, bowed to Su Mu while mounted, and then sighed, leading the hundreds of men delivering provisions as they galloped away from Mati Lake. Mugur, little Chang Wei has ceased to concern himself with others. See who approached. His voice seldom tinged with melancholy, lamenting that the one who had previously offered to treat me to drinks had now distanced himself, leading me to miss a feast, which I felt was unfair. Su Mu silently nodded. It was not only Chang Wei, skilled in martial arts, but also Chang Wei, Zhao Qingyun, and even Yu Wenkai. Some individuals, as they journeyed, had taken a different path. See who, summoned Mr. Chun and Leader Wei. The young master intends for us to transport the provisions to the village first? Wei Feng was momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping Su Mu's intent. However, Chen Jiaoqiao, standing nearby, squinted and nodded slightly. Young master, the village by the mountain hunt should pose no problem. However, the 2,000 carts of provisions must be divided into several batches. Su Mu nodded. Once the provisions are transported, Mr. Chun, you shall lead 200 men to guard the mountain hunt village, regardless of whether it is the government troops or the remnants of the bandits. Should they attempt to seize the provisions, do not hesitate to draw your blades. The great G is on the verge of chaos, and he cannot afford any missteps at this juncture. Remember, do not approach via the main roads, but rather through the forest paths. Rest assured, young master. Wei Feng, the specific matters shall be discussed between you and Mr. Chun. I appreciate your efforts. Wei Feng and Chen Jiaoqiao clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Su Mu turned and walked ahead, gazing up at the snow-laden sky, contemplating that, regardless of the circumstances, it was nearly time to relocate the villagers. Even if they did not enter Shuzhou immediately, the village by the mountain hunt would be safer. It was a pity for the newly established Mati Lake settlement. He walked solemnly to the lake's edge, standing in silence amidst the wind and snow, gazing at the frozen surface of the lake, lost in deep contemplation. In the 18th year of the great Ji's martial prosperity, during late spring, the refugee Su Mu, outside the desolate land of Emonan town, inexplicably murdered 8 martial artists and abandoned their corpses in the wilderness. In the 18th year of the great Ji's martial prosperity, during the month of Huai, the refugee Su Mu brandished a blade in the street, killing 109 innocent citizens in a narrow alley. In the 18th year of the Great Ji's martial prosperity, during the month of Shrew, the refugee Su Mu colluded with the rebel hero, attempting to ambush the envoy of the northern Di in Changyang City. In the official residence of Chongqing, an elderly clerk paused in his writing to glance at the man before him. Is there still enough for him to die several times over? He inquired. Yuan Kai smirked. Allowing some ink to dry before continuing, I shall have someone deliver it to Changyang City shortly. Once the young marquis departs from Changyang, he will have no backing. Unlike myself, who ascended through sheer ability. The old clerk smiled obsequiously and hastened to comply. I heard earlier that he is a fourth-class viscount, he added. Yuan Sai's expression remained unfazed. It matters not. Stripping him of his title and executing him is merely a matter of paperwork. I also heard that the official has a history with him. This remark caused Yuan Sai's demeanor to shift dramatically. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck the clerk, who cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Let it be known that I have no association with this filthy person. The clerk scrambled to his feet, nodding quickly in agreement. With a cold snort, Yuan Kai wrapped his fur cloak around him and strode out of the official residence. Following the assassination attempt on the Li family, the entire Chongqing seemed to fall into an eerie silence. The once mighty Li residence had been reduced to a state of decay. The passing government troops came and went, seemingly unaware of their own haste. Come, walk with me for a moment, he commanded, as a dozen officers emerged from the residence. Blades drawn, trailing behind Yuan Kai, who remembers the whereabouts of the Wang and Fan families. The wealthy gentry of Chongqing. My lord, one of the officers remarked. In this world, where madness exists, there are also those who ride the winds and waves. Two figures sat upon the doorposts of a house, both gazing up at the snowy landscape. Wanlong, what are your thoughts? Still the same as before. Our lord must attain a reputation this time around. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed favorable for him. I have a rough idea of the young marquis's plans. Jia Zhou sighed deeply. Throughout history, those who gamble with little against great odds often leave no room for retreat. I never imagined the young marquis would act as a gambler. Wanlong, how do you interpret that? Jia Zhou's expression grew serious. Our lord must understand that the entire inner city, to speak bluntly, is waiting for the young marquis to make his move. The treacherous minister who manipulates the emperor to command the disloyal is indeed sinister, yet he is no fool. The young marquis is plotting, and so is he, merely waiting for the young marquis to act to label him a rebel. The young emperor is suspicious, colleagues are estranged. With only the aging Duke Dingyuan and the little-known lord willing to face national calamity together, the righteous army, the defeated soldiers, the chivalrous, the northern Di people, and the border generals seeking to establish themselves. Furthermore, there is also Chang Xilang within the inner city. Su Mu exhaled heavily. He could imagine the difficulties the young marquis had endured over the years. If the decayed Deji dynasty still harbored heroes, it could only be the young marquis. He is not merely saving a dynasty, he is rescuing a nation, an entire realm. My lord, whether for righteousness or the world, I await the day when your name resonates throughout the land. Su Mu rose steadily. Wanlong, I have been waiting all along. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew. In your gaze, I discerned compassion, a compassion for the world. Su Mu's expression was peculiar. These words had been spoken before by the limping Zhuge. My lord, the wind and snow have intensified once again. Wanlong, return indoors. In the past few days, I have managed to straighten that scholar's robe, eagerly awaiting the day when I may don it and accompany my lord out of the mountains. With the esteemed Wanlong by my side, I feel as though I have gained the wings of a tiger. It is a fulfillment of a long-held aspiration to serve my lord. How bittersweet this is. On the balcony, the old and limping Zhuge took a sip of wine and voiced his disdain. Zhuge, what is sour about this wine? The old scholar was perplexed. You know nothing. Zhuge Fan chided with a smile, then glanced at Su Mu, a hint of joy unwittingly surfacing in his features. Chapter 239. The unsavory Yuan Kai on the 7th day of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere of the upcoming new year grew increasingly palpable. In the village, Jia Zhou had people fetch red paper and began to compose couplets. The little dog Fu, accompanied by the children, ventured into the woods to gather twigs, preparing new brooms to sweep away the dust. Master, word has come from Mr. Chun that the 2,000 carts of grain have arrived at Shanjia village, and a warehouse has been erected near the ancestral hall, awaiting your orders. Chun Sheng hurriedly approached. Excellent, Su Mu replied with a smile. Starting from this moment, You and Hifu should take the villagers to Shanjia village. Regardless of the outcome, when chaos erupts in the inner city, lingering by Mati Lake would not be prudent. To speak kindly, if the young lord truly secures the realm, returning later will not be urgent. Rest assured, master. Chen Xing's tone was slightly hesitant. If only my arms were whole, I could fight alongside you. Do not speak such nonsense. Su Mu placed a hand on Chen Sheng's shoulder. In my heart, Sheng is a great benefactor of the Su family estate. Had it not been for your assistance in those dire times, I would have perished in Guangzhou long ago. We are brothers. Such words should not be uttered again. Chen Sheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded earnestly. When he turned away, he raised one arm, wiping his eyes for a long while. In the midst of the wind and snow, the entire Su family estate seemed to spring into action. It was not until afternoon that the sound of hooves echoed along the small path outside Mati Lake. Su Mu, who was inspecting his weapons, furrowed his brow and rose. Master, it is the imperial troops. Called out the archer stationed above. How many? At least 500 or 600 figures. At such a time, who would come to Mati Lake? Su Mu shook his head, momentarily at a loss. He suspected that the most probable culprit was that treacherous minister. After all, the last time, that so-called broken axe had suffered a great defeat at the hands of Sihu. However, given the minister's stature, one would think his primary target at such a critical juncture would be Yuan Tao. Damn it, it's that old scholar. How can he ride a horse? Yuan Kai? Indeed. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of nausea washed over Su Mu. If there was anyone he currently loathed, it would be Yuan Kai. Master, I will call for the brothers from the Qinglong camp, Zhou Zun said angrily as he dashed toward the row of wooden houses behind the estate. Archer, summon the archers from Shanjia, Su Mu calmly instructed. Whatever the case may be, since Yuan Kai dares to confront us personally, this matter must be of considerable significance. The over 500 horsemen halted coldly before Mati Lake. At the forefront, 5 or 6 riders halted. Among them was Yuan Kai. Accompanied by 2 middle-aged men clad in robes and armor, their fair complexions suggesting they were accustomed to a life of luxury. Which one is Su Mu? A cold voice emerged from a mounted officer. It is I, Su Mu responded, stepping forward calmly, his gaze directed at Yuan Kai. This time, Yuan Kai did not shy away. Instead, he held his head high, glaring back with an icy demeanor. Su Mu found a hint of amusement in this. The first time he encountered the old scholar, he was a petty man consumed by greed for wealth and meat. Yet now, upon entering the inner city, he had assumed a grander guise. The Ministry of War has issued a decree to suppress bandits. Listen well to the heinous acts of murder and plunder. The proclamation echoed, detailing an incident from the late spring of the 18th year of the Great G, where the refugee Su Mu had inexplicably slain 8 martial artists outside the town of Mabe, leaving their corpses in the wilderness. A cold smile crept upon Su Mu's lips. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Yuan Kai. You, brother you, harbor such deep-seated grievances that you have brought an army to capture me? Have you forgotten that it was Su's family that once provided you sustenance to survive? Do not speak nonsense. I am not well acquainted with a thief like you. Yuan Kai retorted, his voice taut, a sickly joy flickering across his face. The tides of fortune have turned, Su boss. This time, no one is here to shield you. Do you think I, Su Mu, entered the inner city relying solely on the protection of others? Su Mu replied, his fury transforming into a mocking smile. Were it not for his own valor in slaying the D-dogs and taking down 20 riders of the imperial army, Chang Wei would not have sought his favor. Similarly, had he not led 100 troops into the border, blocking the advance of the 13,000 northern D forces, the young Lord Yuan Tao would not have confided in him. It is no exaggeration to say that he had carved his path through the world with the sweat and blood of his fellow villagers. Yu Yulang. From within the house, Xia Shuang broke free from Jiang Caiwei's grasp, dashing forward into the snowstorm. Her eyes reddened as she reached the front of the village. Wretched maid. Be silent. Yuan Kai bellowed, as if deeply humiliated. Look at me and then at yourself. You are but a servant, unworthy to call out in such a manner. Su Mu's expression hardened like frost. He comprehended that Yuan Kai believed Yuan Tao's departure from Chanyang signaled the collapse of his influence, only to be wielded as a weapon by others. The foolish of the world share a common trait, insatiable greed. Xia Shuang, return at once, Jiang Caiwei urged, attempting to pursue her, but was halted by Su Mu's firm grip on her arm. Xia Shuang, look closely at what he has become. Xia Shuang trembled in the biting wind and snow, momentarily at a loss. What have you become? Sumu, you are as filthy as I am. You speak of your purity and greatness, yet are merely a sycophantic dog. I cannot fathom how you dare to speak to me. Yongguan shouted from his mount, his rage palpable. You truly are deluded, Sumu scoffed. Ah, I know you wish to flee the inner city with the fall of the young lord. You will scurry about like a dog, and I shall be there to obstruct your escape. You misunderstand, Sumu sighed. Huh, look at him, still pretending to be noble. Yongguan cackled like a madman, exchanging glances and laughter with the two affluent generals beside him. Do not waste words with this thief. Soldiers, seize this brigand. Sumu merely smiled. Behind him, over 300 cavalrymen from the Qinglong camp thundered forward, their horses whinnying in the icy air. More than 100 mountain hunters coldly positioned themselves atop the estate, raising their iron bows. Su, you dare to rebel. The Ministry of War has personally ordered your capture. Do you intend to defy it? Yongguan's face twisted in malice. Very well, rebel if you must. Soon, your villagers will all face the gallows. This utterance cast a shadow over Sumu's gaze. Do you truly believe that a mere viscount's title grants you the power to act with impunity? Here lies a battalion of over 500 armed soldiers. Can your peasant dogs contend with them? You have lost your senses. Sumu waved his hand dismissively. An arrow shot down from above, piercing Yongguan's calf, causing him to tumble from his horse and fall into the snow. I initially thought you were merely a nouveau riche, overly vain. Yet, it appears you are gravely ill, beyond redemption. With a cold stride, Sumu advanced, flanked closely by Si Hu and Chun Sheng, who stood protectively beside him. You dare to move? Try it. Sumu bellowed, turning to face the startled General Fu Gui, who froze in place. If you are in doubt, go to the headquarters and inquire about who I truly am. I am Sumu. I could slay 1, 10, or 100 of you. Your demise would be insignificant. Such brazen words incited one of the lieutenants to roar in response, but before he could finish, an arrow pierced through his skull, sending his horse galloping forth with his lifeless body in tow, leaving a trail of blood behind. Kill him, quickly. He is nothing but a rebel leader. Yongguan, writhing on the ground in agony, shouted, I can hardly believe you dare to rebel. Another arrow flew, striking another lieutenant in the chest, who fell to the ground lifeless. The soldiers present gasped collectively, astonished at the audacity of the slaughter. Keep your longbows ready. Anyone who dares utter a word shall be struck down. The two wealthy generals retreated, and the soldiers behind them hesitated, too intimidated to move. Sumu's expression remained cold, but a sense of helplessness surged within him. Over 500 soldiers stood before him, yet none exhibited true valor. Brother Yu, I have come to realize that you have been watching me closely during this time. It seems we have grown to despise one another. In the snow, the injured Yongguan struggled, still clinging to the notion of resistance. You speak of loyalty and the safety of the villagers, but deep down, you are merely driven by your own selfish desires. Yes, Sumu, you have become formidable, pushing the 4 prominent families to the brink while leveraging the power of the Gua surname. You are not simple, are you? Perhaps you have even sent the maidens of your estate to curry favor with those wealthy men. Ha! With a cold demeanor, Sumu placed his foot upon Yongguan's injured leg. He had never imagined that someone he once shared the frontier with would devolve into such a wretched figure, perverse, mad, yet envious. Do you dare to kill me? I am the esteemed 7th-rank official of Chongqing Prefecture. Without your support, you are nothing. Dare I? I certainly do. Sumu lowered his head, his voice suddenly turning cold. I was somewhat perplexed. Those within the Zhuang were likely indebted to you. You have repeatedly failed your examinations. Merely a languid, idle scholar. Had it not been for us rescuing you from the border, you would have perished long ago. Do you think the longbow refrained from slaying you out of pity? In truth, at the outset, no one harbored disdain for you. It is you alone who has squandered your own potential. On the tower, the bowman remained silent, offering no words. I am the prefect of Chongqing, and I have no need for the pity of that little hunchback. Yongguan held his neck high, his eyes still ablaze with fury. Look at me, clad in the finest fur robes, adorned with exquisite jade. Even my footwear is entwined with golden threads. Observe me well. For one day I shall ascend to the imperial court, present myself before the sovereign, and pay my respects. Sumu rose in silence. The more than 500 cavalrymen surrounding him appeared apprehensive, unknowingly retreating a fraction. If you were wise, you would surrender quietly. Perhaps you might find a path to survival in Chongyang. Do you believe your offenses can be erased? I shall recite each one, and you shall not escape. You will be recorded in the annals of the Dali division. Your wretched concubine, your villagers, and that despicable slave, Xia Shuang, none shall evade their fates. Sumu lifted his gaze and slowly lowered his hand. He had no desire to listen to Yu Wencai's raucous shouting in the snow. Xia Shuang, turn around. Sumu turned back, his voice resolute. Xia Shuang, sensing the gravity of the moment, knelt and bowed deeply to Sumu. Turn around. Sumu bellowed. Jiang Caiwei hastily approached, silently assisting Xia Shuang to her feet as they made their way back toward the zhuang. Clang. Sumu coldly drew his sword. On the tower, Zhuge Fan and Lao Dao exchanged solemn glances, focusing on the snowy expanse outside. Lao Dao, is this to be considered a sacrifice? His words were succinct. It seemed he intended to convey to many that Sumu would no longer be a soft persimmon to be squeezed by others. As for those imperial troops, should they dare approach, I would likely slay them as well. Zhuge Fan lifted a wine bowl, filled to the brim. A fierce spirit stirred within him. Lao Dao followed suit, drinking deeply. No, he always possessed such resolve. Before the more than 500 cavalrymen, Sumu's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, many villagers looked up, watching their master to see what his next move would be. Sumu laughed heartily. Who do you think you frighten? You dare to kill me? If you lay a hand upon me, as a dignified 7th-rank prefect of Chengqing, your act would be tantamount to slaying an official. Crack. Without the flourish of a sword technique, the long sword pierced directly downward, impaling Yu Wencai's abdomen, a spray of crimson erupting and falling to the snow, solidifying into beads of blood. The two affluent generals on horseback were instantly stricken with terror, their mouths opening as if to cry out. You would do best to remain silent. Sumu raised his head, his countenance as cold as frost. The 300 cavalrymen of the Qinglong camp, howling, trampled through the snow, encircling the 500 imperial troops with a dense formation. The mountain archers also coldly raised their longbows, aiming toward the front. Little master, I have but one question. Do you truly dare to rebel? One of the affluent generals stammered. Sumu could not be bothered to respond. When Yuan Tao departed, he must have anticipated being plotted against, hence he left behind that iron ticket for immunity from death. The wealthy general's face flushed with anger. Yet he ultimately dared not move, having expected to seize military merit, but instead finding himself entangled with such a formidable opponent. In the snow, Yu Wencai stared in terror, coughing blood incessantly. Even in death, he could not comprehend how the former acquaintance before him dared to strike. You are a filthy man, Sumu, a truly vile person. The world you perceive is tainted. In your next life, do not open your eyes too wide. Born in an era of chaos, a moment of carelessness can cloud one's vision. Standing in the snow, Sumu silently sheathed his sword. Yu Wencai's lifeless body lay in the snow, perhaps still wishing to speak, but no words came forth. Eventually, he slowly closed his eyes. With a sword gripped in one hand, Sumu stepped forward. The over 500 cavalry of the imperial army hurriedly reined in their horses. Little master, regarding today's events, I will make a note, and upon returning to Changyang, I will report to the Dali division and negotiate further, a trembling wealthy general stammered. Very well, Sumu replied coldly, raising his hand as the 300 soldiers of the Qinglong camp cleared a path. Go, exit from Mati Lake. The two leading wealthy generals hastily turned their horses, fleeing towards the official road. Master, if they report back, we will be in great peril, Chun Sheng approached solemnly. It matters not, Sumu assured him. With this incident unfolding, the so-called Dali division will undoubtedly investigate his identity thoroughly. When they uncover Yuan Tao's lineage, they will surely curse. Those who understand the situation recognize that the young lord is not powerless. He has merely stepped out of Changyang. The treacherous officials do not dare to act recklessly. They too will refrain from confrontation. Even in peril, they must wait until the dust settles. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the iron certificate of immunity is in hand. It is merely a matter of time before grand events unfold. Turning his gaze, Sumu silently observed the village. Not far away, the anguished cries of Xia Shuang suddenly echoed. Chun Sheng, find a suitable place and see him off, he instructed. Rest assured, master, Chun Sheng called out, along with two villagers, as they lifted Yu Wencai's corpse and trudged towards the woods by the lake, braving the wind and snow. Sumu stood in the snow, momentarily dazed, lifting his head to the snow-laden sky. With each step he took, he felt as if walking on thin ice, gaining insight into many matters and predicting numerous outcomes. The only miscalculation was the human heart. Old man, I ask you if I, Sumu, must wield my sword to carve a bloody path. Is this method correct? Zhuge Fan, seated cross-legged on the pavilion, chuckled at Sumu's words. If you do not kill, others will kill you. Speak of great righteousness and principles all you want. I will say this. As long as you grip your sword firmly, that is the greatest principle. When the world is at peace and war ceases, I shall take you to roam the 30 provinces as a hero. When you have the time, come discuss the refining of red lead with me. The old knife also rarely uttered a word. My son, when you have the time, come to bow to your father. It has been a long while since you last did. Sumu turned, facing the 3 elders, and sincerely bowed. Then, he solemnly approached a gnarled tree. Part the 1,000 mountains. At the edge of the forest, a few small creatures foraging were startled and dashed away, disappearing into the pure white snow. Chapter 241. The armored Guiying. On the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, the Su family village at Ma Ti Lake suddenly fell silent. The last group of villagers, escorted by the Qinglong camp, set off for the mountain hunting village outside the inner city. Sumu, do not perish in the inner city. We have yet to lay the foundations, nor have we sired 10 children. Li Dabao, are you cursing me? Sumu's expression was one of amusement. Li Shaoan hurriedly covered her mouth, but after a moment, she could not resist letting it go, and proceeded to utter a flurry of awkward remarks. Even Sihu, standing nearby, could not bear to listen and wandered off, picking his nose. Little dog Fu, remember to think of me when you go over there. If I do not see you each day, I shall find it impossible to sleep. Brother Hu, like a fool, I shall not pay you any heed. Li Dabao wiped away his tears, picked up a snowball, and chased after Sihu, throwing it all the way. Su Lang, be cautious while you remain here. Jiang Caiwei stood in silence for a long while before approaching Sumu. When Su Lang was absent from the manor, I took El Feng to the back mountain and discovered a path leading down. I tied white hemp to mark it. Perhaps Su Lang may find it useful. Sumu silently raised his hand, embracing the petite maid beside him. I shall wait for Su Lang over there. When he arrives, I will prepare a nourishing chicken soup and warm a jug of wine for him. I cannot die. I have faced death countless times. Sumu smiled. Jiang Caiwei lifted her head, gazing earnestly at Sumu's face. It matters not. Su Lang shall not be alone. Wherever Su Lang goes, there shall I be. Sumu stood frozen in place, holding Jiang Caiwei close, reluctant to release her. Su Lang, take utmost care. The carriage gradually receded, until it vanished into the wind and snow. The sound of 200 hooves became increasingly indistinct. My lord, you are unburdened now. Jiazhou, hands clasped behind his back, approached Sumu. When long, you shall depart as well. I will travel with Senior Zhuge. It poses no issue. Sumu looked up to find the 3 elderly men on the tower still delightfully indulging in their wine. This is for you, my lord. Jiazhou hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a brocade pouch from his sleeve, vibrant red and embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having just seen off 2 who poured out their hearts, could another be arriving? When long, I must absolutely refuse. The lord misunderstood. I merely wished to leave a strategy pouch for you, and upon failing to find one, resorted to purchasing it with silver from a village woman. Sumu sighed with relief, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. My lord, remember, should you enter the court and encounter any misfortune, open it once more to examine. Thank you. When Long Jiazhou nodded with a smile. My lord, if I am not mistaken, within these 2 or 3 days, the young Marquis's entourage shall arrive. Why is that? To secure the realm and usher in a bountiful year. If that cannot be achieved, given the Marquis's temperament, he would not allow the common folk to fall into panic amidst the spring's promise. I, Jiao Wenlong, shall await the day when your name resonates across the 30 states. Jiazhou bowed and turned, soon disappearing into the snowstorm. The snow fell heavily. Gather the wine. The 3 old men on the tower also hurriedly gathered their belongings and rushed down. Sumu clutched the mandarin duck pouch, carefully placing it close to his person, and raised his head, standing silently in the snow for a long time. As Jiazhou had foretold, on the 19th of the 12th month, Guiying arrived with over 1,000 cavalry, galloping swiftly towards Horseshoe Lake. Sumu suddenly felt a sense of unease. The usually clad in armor Guiying had transformed into a fierce warrior. However, upon the armor draped upon him, faint traces of blood remained. Do not laugh, my young master. This is the will of our lord, Guiying said with a smile. The master instructed that in this round, We must disregard life and death. Hence I shall dress more solemnly. When I eventually arrive at the realm of reincarnation, I shall appear as a valiant warrior from the battlefield. His words were calm, yet they pained Su Mu's heart. Brother Gu, have you encountered anyone along the way? Indeed, I have. Gu Ying's tone grew somewhat frigid. I am uncertain of their allegiance. They seemed intent on obstructing my path, so I resorted to drawing my blade. Everything is well, I presume? Indeed, there was no issue. Those government troops are no match for the formations taught by our master. I have retained them in my memory. The young master is still unaware, I suppose. Our lord has refined your equestrian skills for the border and imparted them to numerous generals. I am unworthy of such praise, Su Mu chuckled awkwardly. As a seasoned veteran of the military forums, he had long been ensnared in their depths, save for the occasional click on a flashing link. Brother Gu, how is the health of the Marquis now? After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu inquired. Upon hearing this, Gu Ying's expression darkened. Yesterday, while having breakfast, our lord suddenly fell into a violent fit of coughing and expelled a bowlful of blood. Thankfully, the divine physician Li Wanger was at the camp and managed to save his life. Young master, I have heard some troubling news. What news? Our lord asked Li Wanger if there were any miraculous medicine to bolster his spirits in these days. And what did the physician say? Li Wanger mentioned that if he could devise a method, our lord might endure until spring. However, if he consumed this peculiar divine medicine, he would only survive for 2 days, and once its effects wore off, our lord's body would be greatly weakened and he would perish immediately. Su Mu fell into a profound silence. Without even thinking, he knew that Yuan Tao would undoubtedly choose to take this divine medicine. My brother, I will only strive for one last time. The distant echo of Yuan Tao's words deepened Su Mu's sorrow. Let us not speak of this. It brings me to the verge of tears. Gu Ying sighed deeply, raising his head, his voice slightly quavering. Young master, the Lord has requested that you visit the camp. Gu Ying dismounted and handed Su Mu a freshly inked map. Will you not accompany me? I cannot. I have other matters to attend to. Time is of the essence. I hope you will set forth soon. Very well. Gu Ying raised his hand in farewell, turned, and hastily remounted his steed. The silhouettes of thousands of riders surged forth under Gu Ying's urging. Su Mu slowly unfurled the sketch map, memorizing the location before crumpling it into a ball. Brother Mu, I am hungry. The cook has departed. Open your mouth. What is this? It does not taste good. Never mind. It has been swallowed regardless. See who? You should also don a scholar's robe. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu spoke. When we truly enter the court to participate in the discussions of the ministers, you cannot be clad in oversized attire, lest you attract unwanted attention. Brother Mu, why should I wear such garments? Do you expect me to recite poetry? If not, shall I recite one for you to hear? Go ahead. A flower girl costs a few coins, 10 camellias for a coin. I send camellias to the flower girl. Saving 2 coins again tonight. Which rascal taught you this? Brother Mu, it was the old cripple, Zhuge. Do not heed that old fool any longer. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, clad in tight-fitting attire beneath a cloak that would tear during combat, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Sihu pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, disregarding his hunger as he turned and dashed towards the village, rummaging through boxes. Su Mu, sword in hand, stood for a while amidst the wind and snow before he too turned heavily away. Chapter 242. In this prosperous era, may there come a day as the Lord desires. At dawn, having skipped breakfast, a dozen figures began their journey from the lake of hoofprints, traversing the long snow-covered path ahead. Master, where do we go from here? Zhou Zun urged, galloping towards him. Take the narrow path, Su Mu replied. The main roads might see military traffic, but the secluded trails through the woods would offer greater safety. Rubbing his numb face, Su Mu raised his head to discern the route before leading his companions into the forest on horseback. Soon, only crescent-shaped imprints remained, dotting the entire snowy trail. Master, we are nearing the inner city. Su Mu nodded, unperturbed. With impending warfare in the inner city, a concealed encampment was of utmost importance to Yuan Tao and his men. Master, how many soldiers are there? Approximately several thousand, Su Mu replied, gazing at the hidden encampment. Due to the winter season, there were not many military tents. Instead, numerous simple wooden houses had been erected. 3 or 4 squads of soldiers, clad in robes and armor, wrapped in cloaks, wore iron bows and carried swords at their waists, while tightly gripping iron halberds with sturdy wooden shafts in their right hands. Further ahead, amidst the vast snowy landscape, 3 or 4 generals donned in gleaming iron armor practiced their combat techniques with their formations in the snow. To the north of the encampment, a massive drum made of cowhide stood silent in the snow, waiting for the day someone would grasp the drumsticks to sound its thunderous call. Zhou Zun. Have the others lead the horses and walk, Su Mu instructed, his voice firm as he turned back. A dozen figures dismounted to lead their steeds. Cautiously following, Su moved forward at a deliberate pace. After walking a little over 100 steps, a young deputy officer approached with half a squadron. Before any questions could arise, he cupped his hands in greeting. Young master, the Lord has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me to the tent. Do you recognize me? Su Mu asked, taken aback. Of course, I am from the Tiger Hall, the young officer replied with a smile. It is understandable that the young master does not know, as members of the Tiger Hall have remained hidden until now. The Tiger Hall was likely the secret force cultivated by Yuan Tao. It made sense, without some means. How could the young marquis maintain a firm seat within the marquisate amidst the turmoil of the inner city? Please follow me. Su Mu nodded and stepped forward, trailing behind the young officer as they entered the encampment. After approximately half a mile, they halted before a sturdy wooden house. Outside, a squad of soldiers confirmed their identities before lifting the curtain at the entrance. Zhou Zun, wait for me outside. See who? Don't wander off. Su Mu instructed as he composed himself and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Within, at least 3 fireplaces warmed the entire room, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Su Mu lifted his head and, though still at a distance, could already discern Yuan Tao, hunched over, his winter robe draped down to his lower abdomen. A serious-looking old physician was wielding a wooden spatula, methodically scraping away at Yuan Tao's back. My brother, come closer. Yuan Tao raised his face, his sunken eye sockets barely allowing his eyes to open. His voice was aged and hoarse. Su Mu, I pay my respects to the Lord. Come nearer. I can no longer see your countenance. Su Mu felt a pang in his chest and stepped forward significantly until he stood before Yuan Tao. He suddenly regretted that, despite being 17, none of his posts in the forum were related to detoxification or traditional medicine. Dr. Li has said that the toxins have harmed my lungs and have spread to my back. We must first scrape away some of the damp poison. Otherwise, my entire body will rot away. After speaking, Yuan Tao bowed his head and coughed twice. Your grandfather just happened to lead his troops outside and will return shortly. Please sit down. Do not tire yourself by standing. Yuan Tao turned his head. Dr. Li, let us postpone the scraping. I wish to speak with my brother for a while. After all, I am not yet at death's door. Li Wonger remained silent, performing a deep bow and assisting Yuan Tao in donning his garments before sighing and stepping outside. Several generals, who had been within the military tent, also exited in silence. My brother, do not worry. In 2 or 3 days, I shall recover. Yuan Tao forced a smile, though it was frail. Su Mu sighed inwardly. He had heard Guing mention that Yuan Tao was to take a life-saving elixir, which would lead to death after 2 days if not administered. There was no counsel offered. The last noble lord of the Deji dynasty had long since chosen his path. I summoned you to discuss matters. But before he could finish, Yuan Tao began to cough again. My lord, what should I do? The court meeting before the year-end is fast approaching. Yuan Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You shall enter the court and find a eunuch named Lian Chun in the eastern part of the respectful affairs room. He will provide you with the necessary details. Su Mu was taken aback, entirely unaware of Yuan Tao's intentions. This visit to the palace was to seek an audience with the eunuch? Lian Chun has served 3 generations of the Yuan family emperors. He is an old man who has witnessed the decline of the dynasty. It took a lengthy conversation for me to come to this conclusion. My lord, if he were to betray us, it would spell great danger. Yuan Tao fell silent for a moment. Lian Chun personally entrusted me with the treasures from the clean affairs room. One could say I have made my peace with death. Su Mu knew all too well what treasures the eunuchs possessed. The ancients placed great importance on bodily integrity, particularly the eunuchs, who, even in death, desired to remain whole in order to live with dignity in the next life. Lian Chun will merely act as a guide, leading you to meet another individual. The rest will depend on your own capabilities. Furthermore, once you enter the court, those loyal to Xiao Yuanlu will investigate you. This cannot be avoided, but it is not insurmountable. Here are 300,000 taels. Many within the inner city have secretly contributed this to me. I shall refrain from revealing their names. Outside, there is an ousted old general named Yang Fu, who has remained in the inner city, opposing Xiao Yuanlu's actions. Xiao Yuanlu has offered substantial rewards, but has yet to capture him. My lord, I have never heard of these individuals before. That is quite normal. The shadows are vast. And you have not looked far enough before. Yuan Tao's voice was somewhat strained. The seasoned veteran Yang Fu will bestow upon you an item that will ensure your safe entry into the royal palace and facilitate a covert collaboration. What is it that he is giving? Su Mu's voice trembled as he vaguely surmised. He confided in me that at the age of 63, in a few more years he would no longer be able to wield a sword. Rather than clinging to this life, he would prefer to lay down his life to pave a path for the common folk. He resides to the east of the camp. You should go speak with him shortly. Su Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, momentarily rendered silent. My brother, on the day you witness a flourishing era, do visit my grave and recount our tales properly. My 30 years of folly have been spent in bloodshed and strife. This prosperous age shall come to pass, as the Lord desires. Yuan Tao closed his eyes, a gentle smile emerging on his pale face, revealing a rare glimmer of vitality. Chapter 243. Only admiring General Yang's righteousness, the tent flap was pushed open, revealing Li Wonger, who appeared to have wept recently, her eyes still glistening with frost. She carefully cradled a food tray in her hands, moving slowly. Upon the tray lay a bowl of medicinal broth. Yuan Tao took it, picked up a wooden spoon, and apathetically scooped a few mouthfuls. My brother, please wait a moment. I shall introduce you to someone. Su Mu nodded steadily. Soon, another figure hurriedly entered. And when Su Mu looked up, he noticed a young man clad in scholar's robes unconsciously approaching him. Without any prior greeting, he reddened eyes approached Yuan Tao, taking the broth to blow on it before feeding it. Yuanin, this is the young master I mentioned to you, Yuan Tao remarked, displaying a rare smile as he pointed to Su Mu. The young scholar, Yuanin, carefully set down the broth, stood up, and offered a deep bow to Su Mu. I have met the young master, he stated politely. Su Mu returned the gesture, but as he resumed his seat, he felt a slight shock within. He surmised that this Yuan and was likely destined to be the new emperor. You may find it hard to believe, but the first time I encountered Yuanin, he was carrying an unknown frostbitten traveler into the medical hall of Feng City. Yuan Tao gazed up with a hint of regret, often pondering that if the person in the Golden Luan Hall possessed a heart like Yuan An's, even if the dynasty were to crumble, a glimmer of hope would remain. Alas, Yuan Tao lowered his head and was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing. Yuanin swiftly rose to assist him, gently patting his back. Yuanin, should I no longer be here in the future, heed the young master's words closely. Do not fret, my little royal uncle. I shall inquire in the town outside shortly. There may still be good medicine. At this, Yuanin's eyes brimmed with tears. No need for that. Yuan Tao calmly raised his head to look at Su Mu. My brother, I entrust you with the matter of entering the court. Your ancestral grandfather and I cannot conveniently enter the palace again at this moment, unless I intend to force my way in with my own strength. Su Mu stood and bowed deeply once more. You should take a stroll outside. Your grandfather will likely return soon. If time permits, do visit Yang Fu. Thank you, my lord. As Su Mu turned to leave, Yuan Tao broke into a severe coughing fit once again. Soon, the sound of a wooden blade scraping poison echoed through the air once more. On the eastern side of the camp, Su Mu halted his steps and, from a distance, observed an elderly general, unadorned by a helmet, his white hair cascading freely. He was instructing two newly enlisted soldiers, his face reddening with urgency as he kicked each of them in turn, commanding them to practice another 10 times. Upon turning, the old general caught sight of Su Mu. Su Mu bowed in reverence to General Yang, bending deeply, a pang of discomfort gripping his chest. Oh, you must be the young master. The Marquis spoke of you earlier, Yang Fu remarked, exhibiting no sign of peculiarity. He grasped Su Mu's hand and settled himself upon a tree stump. Now, tell me, when do you plan to enter the court? It shall be in a couple of days, Su Mu replied, his voice hoarse amid the biting wind and snow. General Yang, perhaps there are alternative methods. There are no alternatives, Yang Fu interjected with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I have conferred with the Marquis for quite some time, and this is our only course of action. That cunning dog is exceedingly shrewd. Attempting to deceive him is no simple task. 300,000 taels of silver is indeed a substantial sum, yet we must possess a worthy bargaining chip. Observe, I have even shaved my head clean for fear of his recognition. Should the timing permit, let me first indulge in a cup of strong liquor. Su Mu lowered his head, gritting his teeth tightly. Why the downcast demeanor? This is my act of righteousness, and I find great joy in it. It is for the best. Once I depart, I shall be in the company of my esteemed younger brother. You may have heard of his name, the foremost general of Deji, Li Pashan. Su Mu rubbed his eyes and raised his head, his face a canvas of astonishment. With treacherous factions in power, it is a pity for my younger brother. Given more time, he could have quelled external threats and stabilized the inner city. With both external and internal strife, the young emperor under the thumb of powerful ministers, compounded by the suffering of the populace, it heralds the signs of a nation's demise. Yang Fu's voice trembled slightly as he let out a long sigh. I am already 63. I can scarcely lift the sword anymore. For a solitary man like me, the thought of dying in a dilapidated abode stirs a sense of indignation. I might as well take one last stand. Ah, what a sight you are, Yang Fu remarked, displeased. As I mentioned, this is my act of righteousness. I fear not death. I only admire your noble spirit, General Yang, Su Mu replied, rising and bowing once more. In the past year, he had encountered many individuals, most of whom were wicked officials and affluent gentry. Yet among them were numerous heroes, unafraid to sacrifice their lives. The old official at the city wall, Feng Qiu, who met death at the gates, Tian Song, who returned from the brink, and the young marquis. The venerable Li Ruqing, before him stood Yang Fu. Some individuals, even when ravaged by illness or with hair completely white, harbor within their small hearts the love for their country and its destiny. Brother Mu, what troubles your eyes? The sandstorms are fierce. Huh, in this endless snowfall. Where could there possibly be sand? Zhou Zun interjected, stuffing a bun into Si Hu's mouth. Until dusk, Su Mu awaited the return of Li Ruqing to the camp. A lingering unease settling within him, for they had indeed become family. Scouts reported an encounter with obstructing camp soldiers. After dealing with the poison, Yuan Tao emerged cautiously, supported by Yuanin. It is of no consequence. I shall send someone over shortly, Su Mu exhaled in relief. Prepare to return, on the day you enter the court. Your esteemed grandfather will undoubtedly be reluctant to part, and will come to see you off. My brother, I am grateful. Yuan Tao suddenly moved, laboriously performing a deep bow. If it were not for me, you would have already found your own path. Regardless of the outcome, my brother's profound sense of righteousness brings great solace. Your Grace, I am humbled by your praise. Please take care of yourself. Su Mu hastily returned the gesture. Yuan Tao extended his trembling hand, grasping Su Mu's, and proclaimed, on that momentous day, I shall be strong. Behind them, Li Wanger bowed his head in silence. Your Grace, what of young Master Chang? As he turned, Su Mu suddenly recalled this matter. Chang Xilang was indeed a rebel. Meddling now could lead to dire consequences. Yuan Tao spoke with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, my brother. There is a plan in place. This reassured Su Mu, who ceased further conversation and mounted his horse. The others, including Zhou Zun, followed suit. In the biting wind and snow, the silhouettes of more than 20 riders swiftly vanished beyond the camp. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, only 10 days remained until the new year. Outside Changyang City, guards patrolled diligently, their rotund figures brandishing whips as they gallantly rode forth. The entirety of Changyang seemed once more enveloped in a shroud of snow. Chapter 244. Entering Changyang, the desolate Hoof Lake, a grand estate, bore witness to scarcely a soul. Si Hu, this is the place. Break the ice. Standing at the edge of Hoof Lake, Si Hu, upon hearing Su Mu's command, swiftly seized a stone, shouted with vigor, and smashed a considerable hole into the ice. Su Mu furrowed his brow and summoned a long pole, fishing in the frigid waters for some time before finally retrieving a rope. Before long, a wooden chest wrapped in animal hide was drawn up. Brother Mu, what is this? Treasures, along with silver armor. The origins of the silver armor from Hu Kuei remain unverified, but in the current circumstances, it must be taken. Zhou Zun, carry this chest to Shanlai village, and be sure to instruct the villagers to heed the military strategist's words regarding external affairs. Outside the estate, Su Mu felt uneasy. If not, I shall accompany you. You cannot go. Su Mu shook his head. Bringing Si Hu along was already a stretch. Given the prevailing conditions, it was likely that the defenses outside Changyang City were stringent. Go to Shanlai village. I shall arrive in due time. Zhou Zun hesitated, understanding his master's disposition, sighed, and with a final shout, galloped away from Hoof Lake with the remaining 20 riders. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Sharpen the blades. Si Hu paused momentarily, then followed Su Mu's directive, drawing his horse-slicing knife and diligently sharpening it by the lake's edge. The sound of grinding blades resonated for much of the day. As dusk fell, several figures coldly approached the empty hoof lake. Dismounting before the lake, Li Ruqing raised his head and scrutinized the surroundings for a long while before finally dismounting. Behind him, a young captain, his face flushed and eyes glistening with unshed tears, approached while carrying a wooden chest. "Brother Mu, your esteemed lord has come to see you." Su Mu hurriedly exited the dwelling and approached Li Ruqing. Upon raising his gaze, he saw the remnants of a gruesome wound etched across Li Ruqing's face. "Son-in-law," Li Ruqing sighed from a distance. Su Mu bowed deeply before his father-in-law. "Let it be. Let it be. Your matters have been conveyed to me by the young lord. Are you truly determined to embark on this journey? Even at the venerable age of my ancestor, he remains unafraid. Thus, I have no reason to retreat. Rest assured, my dear Yongguan has already left the inner city." Li Ruqing fell into a prolonged silence before gesturing for someone to approach. "Chaizong, come forth." From behind, a youthful general, cradling a wooden box, approached with measured steps. "His name is Chaizong, a protege of mine, akin to a half-adopted son. In the arid expanse of the northwest, he once repelled 4,000 bandits with merely 800 bows, leveraging the terrain to his advantage. He shall accompany you henceforth. Chaizong has met the lord." The young general spoke earnestly. Had he not been burdened with the box, he might have bowed in reverence. Su Mu was taken aback, never anticipating such a grand gesture from Li Ruqing. Matters concerning the tiger talisman can be addressed with Chaizong later. Li Ruqing extended his hand and accepted the wooden box from Chaizong. This morning, General Yang consumed 3 bowls of farewell wine before resolutely picking up his blade and retreating to a secluded corner of the camp. Li Ruqing's words faltered, the weight of his brow heavy with concern. "You may proceed as you wish this time. Regardless of the outcome, it is imperative to safeguard yourself. The esteemed figure behind you is indeed formidable. I had hoped you would seize this opportunity for righteousness. Perhaps one day you shall ascend to great heights, though I fear I shall not witness it." Su Mu silently accepted the wooden box, its weight feeling as burdensome as a mountain. 300,000 taels of silver and treasures, transported in 7 or 8 carts, shall be escorted to Changyang. Should any dare to harbor ill intentions along the way, you may draw your blade without hesitation. After relaying his instructions, Li Ruqing hesitated, then continued, "You must have encountered the new emperor. I perceive him to be rather ostentatious." He ceased speaking, leaving behind a cloud of worry that lingered in his expression. "My dear son-in-law, do you have wine?" "See who, fetch the wine." "Ha, splendid." Once see who brought forth the wine jars and cups, the 3 men clinked their vessels firmly and drank deeply. "Magnificent." Li Ruqing raised his hand and patted Su Mu's shoulder before turning away, laughing heartily as he strode forward. "Young man, remember your promise to me." "Rest assured, ancestor." Su Mu clasped his fists in salute, watching as Li Ruqing and his company vanished along the snow-laden path. Su Mu withdrew his gaze in silence. This farewell marked the beginning of their respective journeys. "Lord, the 300,000 taels and carts lie ahead in the forest. If you wish to set out now, I shall prepare immediately." Chaizong spoke suddenly. Su Mu turned his head, regarding the young general with seriousness. "Chaizong, let me be clear. If you remain by my side, the potential for advancement may be limited. The Lord has already clashed with the enemy, and the city has been besieged by over 100,000. Chaizong calmly interjected. "That alone suffices. I will follow the Lord from now on." Su Mu smiled, pleased. "Excellent. Su family manor has gained another capable general. Please do not worry, Lord. Chaizong is willing to accompany you." Su Mu nodded in satisfaction, then recalled something. "By the way, Chaizong, the 8,000 tiger talismans, are they secure?" Chaizong pondered for a moment, acknowledging that with the half of the tiger talisman in the possession of the Lord, he could indeed summon troops. However, it would be prudent to wait until spring. The heavy snow blanketing the ground rendered the path to the northwest increasingly arduous. Understanding this, Su Mushi exhaled, taking a few steps forward to summon Si Hu as well. Calculating the time, Yuzu estimated that if they set off now, they would likely reach Changyang City by the early morning of the day after tomorrow. The 3 riders swiftly advanced, and soon, under Chaizong's command, 7 or 8 heavy carriages and over 100 disguised soldiers began to mobilize within the woods. As they galloped, Su Mu occasionally lowered his head to gaze at the wooden box hanging from his satchel, a myriad of emotions stirring within him. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, In the 18th year of the great record's martial flourishing, the winds were favorable and the rains abundant, bringing joy to the populace. With General Zhao Qingyun defeating the northern D and the Chancellor Duke Xiao Yuanlu maintaining peace and prosperity within the realm, it was a time of celebration. As the year drew to a close, I shall drink with my ministers to celebrate the bountiful harvest of our great record. All those of 5th rank and above are invited to court for a feast of music and merriment. Thus decreed, countless civil and military officials of all ranks flocked into the city and then to the imperial palace. Those reinforcements outside Changyang City likely assumed their presence was merely to safeguard the court's deliberations. Outside the Golden Luan Hall, clad in a sable robe, Xiao Yuanlu raised his head coldly to survey the scene before him. Behind him followed a dozen generals, all wearing expressions of delight. By next spring, the chancellor could rest easy. The generals trailing behind him were equally beaming with joy. A young eunuch, carrying an exquisite hand warmer, accidentally slipped but quickly regained his balance, though he still trembled and gasped for breath. Did you fall? Xiao Yuanlu turned and asked with a smile. I apologize, Chancellor. Please, spare me this once. The eunuch suddenly knelt and bowed, tears streaming down his face. In your next life, watch where you tread. A flash of an axe, and the eunuch's head rolled away. Outside Changyang City, Sumu halted his horse, silently lifting his gaze to the elegant carriages continuously flowing in. Officials with jolly faces, their corpulent figures adorned with gift boxes, sauntered forward. It was said that in recent days, to rid the city of beggars, many had been executed as a warning. Zhaizong spoke gravely. No one noticed, nor did anyone dare to glance at the ragged bodies hanging from the watchtower. Sumu retracted his gaze and dismounted coldly. Chapter 245. Let it be named Su family army before entering the city. Zhaizong spoke earnestly. You have called me Lord. From this moment forth, you must heed my commands. Zhaizong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, nodding solemnly. Do not follow me into battle. You must remain inactive. Take your 100 brothers back to the northwest. When the time permits, I will retrieve the 8,000 troops. Sumu had contemplated allowing Zhaizong to take the half-tiger talisman and lead the 8,000 troops forth. However, given their brief acquaintance, such a precious item was best handled personally. After a moment's hesitation, Zhaizong ultimately nodded. The general guarding the northwest is also an acquaintance of mine. I will go ahead and consolidate the army for the Lord. As per the old Marquis's instructions regarding the division of troops, there should be no issue. The sovereign may establish a new battalion name. The term battalion signifies the name of an entire army, such as the Wangzhou Tongzi Battalion, the Hezhou Xiaofeng Battalion, the Wubei Battalion, and the Hubei Battalion, among others. Su Mu, too, yearned to choose a name of great renown, perhaps something like the Xinjiang Battalion or the Beihui Army. Yet, in the end, he simply spoke with solemnity. Zhaizong, let it be called the Su family army. The Su family army, the brigade belonging to Su Mu himself. The sovereign, with his far-reaching vision, nodded approvingly. As a 4th-rank viscount, Su Mu entered the palace bearing 300,000 taels of relief silver. Together with Si Hu, he rode forth under the scrutinizing gazes of countless officials and plump generals, maintaining a composed demeanor as he followed behind 2 battalions, making his way toward the imperial palace. Although it was termed relief silver, it was widely understood that the ultimate destination of the riches would inevitably be into the hands of the treacherous chancellor. Much like the inexplicably vanishing 70% of the grain across the realm. After a leisurely passage of over an hour, they finally arrived before the palace. Dismounting, General Feng seemed inclined to accompany him inside, whinnying softly as he tugged at the reins, but Sumu led him to the stables beneath the palace. Exiting the stables, Sumu lifted his gaze to behold the imposing palace before him, yet was soon shrouded by the swirling winds and snow. Before the palace, an elderly scholar, hunched and frail, emerged in haste, accompanied by several elderly eunuchs. Sumu, are you Su Dongjia? He inquired. I am Chen Lu. It is an honor to meet you. Sumu furrowed his brow, discerning that this old scholar was likely a minor aide beneath the treacherous chancellor. The news of 300,000 taels entering the palace had been sufficient to rouse many in just over an hour. Su Dongjia, please follow me, Chen Lu smiled, his sycophantic demeanor and frail appearance igniting a sense of discontent within Su Mu. It was not mere prejudice based on appearance, but rather a disquieting resemblance to the likes of Yuan Kai. With a sigh in his heart, Su Mu composed himself and, lifting a wooden box, followed Chen Lu into the palace. Su Dongjia, allow someone else to carry the box for you, Chun Lu suggested with a fawning smile as he glanced back. No need. This is for the greater good. Moreover, Su Mu was reluctant to allow the obsequious old scholar to tarnish General Yang Fu's dignified bearing. Su Dongjia, let us hasten. I must inform you that tomorrow is the court banquet, and your arrival is most timely. Should you arrive any later, Changyang will be sealed off. Indeed, even within the inner city, I have recently heard frequent mention of young Dongjia's name. That brutish fellow has almost turned young Dongjia into a legendary figure, Chun Lu continued. His excitement unabated. Su Mu maintained a cold demeanor, offering no response. Feeling the conversation grow tedious, the hunched Chun Lu soon fell silent. As they passed along the way, officials carrying gift boxes exchanged flattering greetings with Chun Lu, casting haughty glances at Su Mu's wooden box before proceeding with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Si Hu, clad in scholar's robes, appeared uncomfortable in his attire, accustomed to striding with purpose, and now found himself awkwardly taking small steps. Su Mu turned to him, casting a somewhat exasperated glare. Si Hu, sensing the displeasure, finally ceased his antics and began to walk slowly alongside him. Upon passing through the central gate, one arrives at the grand halls of the imperial palace. At this threshold, at least 4 or 5 squads of the imperial guard stand, clad in heavy mountain armor, gripping long halberds, positioned on either side of the entrance. Some gazes were cast in their direction, and Si Hu returned the glare with equal ire. However, no incident ensued. Chun Lu's entourage was substantial, prompting the guarding squads to bow respectfully towards him. Once you enter the palace, please wait here. I shall inform the Prime Minister. I believe he will be quite interested in meeting you. 300,000 taels, indeed a generous sum from the young master. I wonder what treasures lie within that box. Could they possibly be of greater worth than 300,000 taels? Su Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Undeterred by the lack of engagement, Chun Lu continued to flatter as he escorted Su Mu for nearly an hour before finally halting in a side hall. Please, young master, wait here for a moment. Thank you. Once Chun Lu departed, Su Mu exhaled deeply, settling into a chair alongside Si Hu. Brother Mu, should that treacherous minister approach, I shall tear him apart on the spot. Su Mu shook his head bitterly. Were the situation so simple, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes on Yuan Tao's part. He was certain that the minister's entourage would be filled with skilled individuals. Even utilizing a hidden crossbow might not ensure success. Too many enemies. Ultimately, one must cherish their life. Armored defenses and protective gear will undoubtedly be worn at all times. Si Hu, restrain yourself for now. I do not wish to jeopardize our plans. After the minister was dealt with, he still needed to devise a method to locate the elderly eunuch Lien Chun, who would then introduce him to another insider within the palace. As dusk settled, Su Mu, still pondering while embracing the box, remained in a contemplative state until the twin Wangwali doors of the side hall were suddenly thrust open, allowing the frigid wind and snow to sweep in, chilling the entire room. The first to enter was a giant, wielding a massive double-edged axe, initially striding in with an air of arrogance. Ah, the young master has unwittingly walked into a trap. Su Mu remained unmoved, disinterested in responding. It was true that Duan Shou was a formidable fighter, yet he ultimately represented merely a figure from the underworld. Si Hu, however, could not contain himself, raising his chin defiantly. The previously haughty Duan Shou turned pale upon noticing Si Hu, instinctively retreating a few steps. What followed was even more amusing. As he backed towards the door, he nervously attempted to unfasten his axe, swallowing hard several times in anxiety. In his flustered state, he accidentally collided with the doorframe, stumbling and falling into the snow outside the side hall. Duan Guardian, is that truly the visage of one who has seen a ghost? Chun Lu's voice rang out. Duan Shou, fuming yet at a loss for words, scrambled to his feet, fixating nervously on Si Hu. Si Hu glared back fiercely, causing Duan Shou to retreat even further in fright. Si Hu, sit down, Su Mu commanded calmly. Moments later, light footsteps echoed from outside the side hall. Duan Shou hastily stepped aside, and Chun Lu, with a simpering smile, also moved back slightly. A tall figure, flanked by a dozen Jianghu guards, coldly strode into the side hall. Chapter 246. Gu Ying, retrieve my finger tiger and battle armor. Su Mu raised his head with a heavy heart. Feeling the wooden box he held grow increasingly warm, the heat radiating to his chest. Previously, he had advised Si Hu, but now he felt somewhat entranced. rolling up his sleeves in search of an opportunity to unleash the hidden crossbow within. His aim was to eliminate the canine presence before him. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 martial protectors from the rivers and lakes had swiftly approached Su Mu. Clarity returned to his mind as he placed the wooden box upon the table, steadying his grip. As a 4th-rank viscount, Su Mu acknowledged his acquaintance with Xiao Zhaifu. The imposing figure before Su Mu remained impassive as he seated himself, gazing at Su Mu with keen interest. You are indeed willing to part with 300,000 taels of silver. To return to Xiao Zhaifu, it is merely a matter of avenging a life. Su Mu remained neither humble nor arrogant. I have heard that your relationship with the Duke of the national surname is quite favorable, and your name has already been inscribed in the Su family genealogy. The official expressed some skepticism, questioning whether you had infiltrated the imperial palace to act as an informant. Ever since the Duke of the national surname emerged from Changyang, I have been relentlessly pursued and attacked. It is true that our past relationship existed, but relationships inevitably evolve. The waters flow downward while individuals strive upward. How can I trust you? Su Mu clasped his fists and rose, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. As he slowly opened the box on the table, a gruesome, severed head came into view. Xiao Yuanlu recognized it instantly, momentarily stunned. My lord, I, Su Mu, have painstakingly built my business in the inner city, only to find myself driven away like this. What lies within this box is a grand gift from me, Su Mu. At the table, Xiao Yuanlu gradually closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. The 4 prominent families of Tangjiang have also offered 200,000 taels for your life. Your trade in wine appears to be thriving. Gathering military provisions from Yangfu and selling horses has also amassed a considerable sum. Su Mu's tone remained unchanged. Indeed, you are quite generous. A smile crept across Xiao Yuanlu's face before he lowered his gaze to the severed head on the table. It makes sense. You are merely a brewer. Tomorrow, you shall attend the banquet at the court. Furthermore, henceforth, I require 50% of the revenue from your wine sales each month. Su Mu's expression wavered. My lord, the recent revenue from the estate has not been promising. How about temporarily settling for 30%? 50%? Otherwise, you shall turn around and leave Changyang. A cold sneer formed within Su Mu's heart. With such a chancellor in the dynasty, it is no wonder the state is decaying. As Yuan Tao has stated, as long as this greatest parasite remains, the myriad citizens of the great record will be beyond salvation. Understood, my lord. With a heavy sigh, Su Mu spoke slowly. Xiao Yuanlu rose with a smile, suddenly recalling something, calling out to the old scholar Chen Lu beside him. The scholar promptly lifted the wooden box and exchanged a teasing glance with Su Mu. Congratulations, young master. You may rest here tonight, and tomorrow you shall feast. Thank you. Once the others had departed, Su Mu gradually closed his eyes. Brother Mu, are you well? Si Hu's face was filled with anger. Those 2 individuals had been watching me intently. I am well, Su Mu exhaled. The fate of the nation and the world. Indeed, the ancients pursued their aspirations with unwavering commitment. Then, Brother Mu, what shall we do? We shall speak of it under the night sky. There are likely those watching outside. The canine presence is indeed greedy for wealth. Yet he is ultimately a man of profound malice. Otherwise, in the preceding years, one would not have taken advantage of Yuan Tao's departure from Changyang to eliminate the loyal ministers and cunningly persuade the young emperor to acknowledge him as a surrogate father. Upon entering the palace, weapons were naturally prohibited and were left with General Feng. However, it was fortunate that someone like Si who could wield a stone as a weapon. Exiting the side hall, Su Mu glanced around, yet regrettably, he could not discern the positions of the hidden sentinels. If Gong Go were present, such matters would be effortlessly resolved. Brother Mu, it is nearly night. After an indeterminate time, Si Hu finally spoke. Su Mu furrowed his brow tightly. Outside Changyang City, the snowstorm swept through the night, freezing the patrolling soldiers, who could not help but huddle together for warmth. It was unclear what the Lord intended. A corpulent general expressed some irritation. Tomorrow would be the court meeting, yet he could not enter the city for the feast. TSK. That was an imperial banquet with 88 courses, featuring the most exquisite dancers in the realm, and the young emperor would also bestow rewards of melon seeds. Listen, I heard there are plans for rebellion, calling for the removal of the usurper. A lieutenant beside the corpulent general spoke in a hushed tone. Rebellion, my foot. Life is promising enough. Why would we seek rebellion? Not far from these 2, in the ditches several miles outside Changyang City, lay at least a dozen frozen beggars. Rigid and stiff, their faces contorted in expressions of agony. To govern the realm should be for the multitude of common folk, not for those avaricious officials and incompetent generals. Xiao Yuanlu controlled the court, colluding with the northern Di, inciting the young emperor's tyranny and oppressive taxation, which was an act that would invoke the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the populace. Li Ruqing stood before the camp, his white hair billowing in the night breeze. Before him stood 6 or 7 armored generals, all with resolute expressions. Throughout history, those who dared to enter the palace to eradicate treachery were indeed brave souls. One by one, the soldiers donned their robes and capes, hastily assembling for the march. In the central military tent, Yuan Tao, his face pale, silently grasped a porcelain vial. "Young lord, if consumed, you shall perish in 2 days." Li Wanger persisted for a while, ultimately breaking down in tears. "It is nothing." Yuan Tao calmly uttered 2 words, tilting his head to gaze at the snowy scene outside. "My brother must take action. My lord, if something happens to the young master." Gu Wing hesitated to speak. Yuan Tao closed his eyes. If that were to occur, it could only expose the hidden agents. However, a man capable of leading 3,000 troops to besiege 130,000 northern Di was the true harbinger of death. "I have previously stated that I am playing a game of chess." Yuan Tao rose steadily, retrieved the pills from the porcelain vial, and without sorrow or joy, swallowed them down. "These years, I have been pondering whether I have adhered too rigidly to the conventions. If I had returned to Cangzhou earlier, what would have become of this dynasty? I befriended the king of Liangzhou, nurtured 9,000 elite assassins, and sought alliances with various generals, yet in the end, only the Duke of Dingyuan was willing to face national calamity alongside me, until I was struck by a peculiar poison." Yuan Tao's complexion soon bloomed with a sickly flush. He bowed his head and coughed up the last remnants of tainted blood. Li Wanger, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt in reverence. Yuan followed suit, weeping bitterly. "Gu Wing, bring me my battle armor and weapon." Yuan Tao's expression was cold as he stepped out of the central military tent. His frosted hair, as if enchanted, gradually returned to its original black. In the camp outside, Li Ruqing turned around, and the assembled 50,000 soldiers raised their faces in unison, each countenance silently gazing upon the young lord before them. Yuan Tao walked steadily forward, gradually lifting his gaze, his voice eerily calm. "What we desire is nothing but peace for the realm." He paused, surveying the faces before him, and then raised his hand to point towards the direction of Changyang City. The expressions among them momentarily grew cold. "The current state of affairs is indeed an eyesore. One day, when our great dynasty remains unbroken, the borders secure, the people at peace, and the countless citizens live in joy, with officials in the court as virtuous as the wind, how could there be talk of decline in such a vast empire?" Before Yuan Tao, the 50,000 soldiers erupted in a chorus of furious roars. "Draw swords." Li Ruqing's hair stood on end as he drew his sword and stood resolutely. "Draw swords." Countless long blades clashed in the wind and snow, the metallic sounds reverberating as if to shatter the very storm. Chapter 247. Lianshuan. The night deepened, and the snowfall intensified. A detachment of imperial guards patrolled past the side hall, their heavy footsteps and the rustle of armor resounding clearly in the air. Inside the side hall, Sumu turned his head, observing 4 or 5 black-clad corpses piled in a shadowy corner. His expression grew grave. Sihu tugged at a corner of his robe, repeatedly wiping the bloodstains from the back of his hand. The flickering candle on the table, buffeted by the howling wind and snow, cast distorted shadows of the room's contents. After an indeterminate time, the footsteps of the imperial guards gradually faded away. Sumu exhaled in relief, and Sihu also raised his head. "Sihu, pick up a long knife." "Brother Mu, can this scholar's robe be torn?" "Wait a moment." Sumu rubbed his forehead. By tomorrow at the latest, their actions would surely be discovered. Sihu picked up a knife and also helped Sumu retrieve a sword. Sumu accepted it silently, cradling it in his hands. Then, with careful steps, he pushed open the door and stood outside for a moment, finding that no black-clad figures leapt down to question them. He signaled to Sihu, and they stealthily advanced through the night of the palace, treading cautiously. According to Yuan Tao's instructions, the eunuch named Lianshuan was holed up in the eastern service room. "Brother Mu, there are too many large rooms in this palace. I can't discern the corner nestled at the stone staircase." Sihu's words trailed off. Sumu suddenly raised his hand, covering Sihu's mouth. 2 teams of imperial guards passed overhead, their footsteps echoing. Once the sound receded, Sumu finally let out a breath. He felt as if he and C who were akin to assassins, seeking to uphold their honor. In the service room, the 100-person dormitory along the eastern courtyard wall typically housed newly admitted young eunuchs or older ones discarded by their masters. Lianquan belonged to the latter category. Having served 3 generations of the Yuan family emperors, he was once the grand eunuch of the palace at the height of his favor. Standing beside the dragon throne, he read the edicts for the late emperor, prepared ink for him, and summoned the court for his company, until the young emperor ascended the throne and the treacherous minister rose to power. After falling from grace, he was not only robbed of his accumulated salary by a former palace maid, but was also subjected to a thorough beating by several young eunuchs. There was little anger within me. The nation and the family are inherently intertwined. When the country deteriorates, so too does the household. In the dimness of night, Lianquan stifled a cough, slowly rising to her feet, only to be unceremoniously kicked to the ground by a small eunuch nearby. Lianquan remained silent, steadying herself to stand, grabbing a lantern as she cautiously made her way outside the makeshift shelter. The wind and snow howled around her, the lantern flickering as if it too could not withstand the biting cold, its flame growing ever weaker. Tomorrow marks the court banquet. It must come, Lianquan murmured to herself, fearful of being overheard by the others in the shelter, and thus wrapped herself tightly in her tattered robe, taking several more steps. The blizzard continued to rage, unnoticed by all, as 2 figures stealthily approached the edge of the shelter. Mugur, there is an old eunuch over there. Sumu looked up, following Sihu's gesture, and spotted a trembling old eunuch, clutching a lantern, shivering uncontrollably. The snow fell heavily upon the long sun. Sumu's expression hardened as he raised his crossbow. If the old eunuch failed to respond to the unspoken signal, to avoid exposure, he would have no choice but to shoot. Sihu widened his eyes, poised to spring into action. Sword, draw the sword at the border. Lianquan turned back, her weathered face breaking into a smile of joy. She extinguished the lantern, wrapping herself tightly, and carefully led the way ahead. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard rarely approached this humble shelter, finding it too filthy. In the past, the carts delivering night incense would pass through here on their way out of the palace. They can be quite fierce. I urged them to hurry, lest they stench up the palace, and those who deliver the incense would drag me into a corner for a beating. Sumu was slightly taken aback. He had heard the Lord mention that the eunuch had once been the chief steward of the inner court. Things have changed. They have all changed. A young eunuch who performed tricks pleased the young emperor, and I was sent back to this shelter. The young lord promised to procure a residence for me in Sangzhou to retire. Why do you not wish to go? Lianquan paused, turning back, a sorrowful expression on her face. Little master, I have served the Yuan family for 3 generations of emperors. Even as a eunuch, one can form attachments. I cannot leave. Deep down, I feel I am part of the palace. Sumu fell silent. The great dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. Not due to my failings as a eunuch, but as Hu Lianquan, I too am a member of the palace and must do something in these dire times. I know nothing of warfare. I cannot even best the old palace maids who are adept at their craft, and after a lifetime of toil, I am left with nothing but ailments. My conscience is burdened, yet for the nation, Lianquan bears no guilt. In the midst of the falling snow, Sumu looked up and saw the frail figure of the old eunuch suddenly appear grand. Little master, please proceed forward. Beyond this passage, someone awaits you. I shall not accompany you, as I have matters to attend to. Thank you, eunuch. Lianquan offered a gentle smile, her hands, weathered with age, tightly gripping a small wooden box. After Sumu had taken a few steps, Lianquan's eyes suddenly welled with tears, trembling. She retrieved a precious item from the small box and bound it with a red string around her waist. After binding the items, he proceeded to a secluded corner, retrieved a wooden stump, and extracted a faintly yellowed white silk from his sleeve. With all his might, he hurled it high over the eaves. How could a eunuch save the nation? Disengaging from the wooden post, a silhouette dangled amidst the wind and snow, merging with the somber night. Sumu, startled, turned back and caught a glimpse of a swaying figure, barely discernible in the tempest. Brother Mu, he has hanged himself. Sumu fell silent for a long moment before resuming his steps, following the path pointed out by Lianquan, his expression resolute as he pressed onward. Brother Mu, I feel somewhat unwell. If you feel unwell, remember to take down a few more enemies while fighting. Sihu nodded eagerly. They traversed a secluded corridor, having covered more than half a mile. When Sumu lifted his gaze again, he was taken aback to discover, at the end of the passage, A figure clad in mountain armor, one hand wrapped in a cloak, the other resting on a sword, standing coldly amidst the snowstorm. The rapid march outside Changyang City spanned 200 miles, the long snake formation weaving swiftly through the woods. The foremost figure, donned in silver armor, rode fiercely, his expression bleak. Chapter 248. The sword emerges from the frontier in the secluded corridor of the palace. Su Mu halted, furrowing his brow, one hand firmly gripping the long sword at his waist. Even with but a scant understanding of a few moves, he could not yield to fear. Sihu, agitated, drew his own blade, poised to charge forward. The sword emerges from the frontier. In the snowy night, the figure clad in mountain armor spoke coldly, then stepped forward slowly from the shadows. Now, Su Mu could see clearly that before him stood a middle-aged commander of the Imperial Guard, sporting a goatee, with fierce, starry eyes and brows like ink. The snow is heavy. Young master, walk a few steps with me. Su Mu nodded, still gripping the sword, showing no sign of relaxation. Sihu, hesitating, sheathed his knife and followed, his steps heavy. The Lord has sent you to find me. Do you know what you are to do? I do not know, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. According to Yuan Tao, he was only to find Lien Chun, who would then lead him to this figure. Tonight, the Lord must act. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating further inquiries, only to find the goateed man had already ushered him into a room. So, what exactly am I to do? The goateed man turned, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Su Mu earnestly. There are two matters. The most significant is that you are to lead a contingent to open the city gates of Changyang for the external forces. Is that the Lord's intent? Su Mu's expression shifted in shock. This was indeed a preposterous proposition. Chang Xilang had mentioned that the treacherous minister commanded at least 90,000 troops. Young master, the Lord has stated that this task cannot be accomplished without you. I am unable to manage it. The goateed man offered a placid smile. I command 1,000 imperial guards willing to follow the Lord into battle within the city of Changyang. The Lord has also stationed 5,000 elite soldiers from the Tiger Hall, alongside 3,000 old veterans, guards, and righteous butchers, all prepared to face the national crisis. In total, we have 9,000 men. 9,000 men. Against an enemy tenfold our number, breaching a city gate is no simple task. Then I must ask, why did we not conceal more forces initially? Sihu spoke gruffly. The goat beard shook as the 5,000 warriors of the Tiger Hall approached their limit. If the numbers were incorrect, it would be easily uncovered. Young master, here is a robe of armor for you to don. Additionally, to the north of the palace lies a grand sacrificial fire cauldron, within which I have already placed flammable oil. Should the cauldron ignite in a great blaze, it will signal the uprising. I implore you to ignite the fire, young master. Given the snow-laden night, the great army outside may not discern the flames. Yet, no amount of snow can obscure brilliance. Su Mu's expression darkened as he reached for the white armor before him, adorned with 2 wolf heads on the shoulders. From this moment forth, you shall be the general of these 9,000 men, coordinating with the 50,000 outside to secure a new era. Su Mu fell into a brief silence. His ability to stir the palace was anchored in the 300,000 taels and the head of the veteran Yang Fu, successfully deceiving the treacherous chancellor. Furthermore, Yang Fu's righteous act stirred the hearts of the righteous, for sorrowful soldiers are destined to triumph. It must be said that Yuan Tao had orchestrated this affair almost to perfection. The 1,000 imperial guards of my command lay in ambush at the main gate, awaiting the signal from the young master to ignite the cauldron and promptly rise in rebellion. The 8,000 within the city were similarly poised. Good. Don the white armor and helmet. Su Mu's countenance became as calm as the still waters. Amidst the swirling snow, dozens of imperial guards had gathered behind him. Yuan presented a signal arrow to Su Mu and then drew his sword, standing resolutely with the guards before him. Blood stained the snowy path, evidence of at least one patrol being slain on the spot. Young master, please command. Yuan bellowed. The guards, undaunted, echoed his cry. With iron bow and signal arrow in hand, Su Mu took a deep breath. Beside him, Sihu hastily produced a fire taper and ignited the arrow's fuse. Sihu, I have yet to draw the bow. Sihu, wide-eyed, extinguished the fuse with his palms. Su Mu's expression hardened as he faced the cauldron, drawing his bow with a cold determination, fingers steadying the arrow against the taut string. Sihu, light it. The fuse crackled to life. Brother Mu, we have more arrows. There is no rush. Su Mu gritted his teeth and released the string. watching as the signal arrow soared swiftly towards the cauldron. He was no inept young master. In a previous life, he had practiced archery and won against a retired archer in a 3-round competition. Alas, this moment did not afford him a composite bow, and he felt the ancient might of the two-stone bow still eluded him. With a sharp sting, his finger was grazed, blood droplets bursting forth. The signal arrow struck the cauldron, exploding upon impact, and flames erupted fiercely, illuminating the dark snow-laden night. Roar! Yongguan and the Imperial Guards bellowed in unison. Amidst the wind and snow, the sound of countless footsteps echoed from afar. The fire blazed high above Changyang City, revealing a multitude of figures clad in black, each wielding long swords or blades. Where has the master gone? A vendor of rouge, having just acquired his whistle, was promptly pursued by his wife with inquiries. I wish to procure some goods. Our child has grown and can now attend school. The vendor's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The butcher from the southern street, armed with twin knives, began to push open the door. Meanwhile, a wealthy patron from the northern street, wielding a stone iron rod, vaulted over the courtyard wall. In this colorless realm, they knelt in supplication, igniting a blaze of brilliance. Hundreds of retired soldiers congregated, clad in worn wooden armor, brandishing rusted swords, shouting with fervor. Outside Changyang City, Yuan Tao, adorned in silver armor, sat resolutely upon his steed, turning his gaze towards the immense flames to the north of the palace. My brother has set the fire. A great conflagration is ablaze. Before him, soldiers wrapped in white cloaks held their heads high. Yuan Tao turned, angrily pointing towards Changyang's direction. The sound of footsteps began to shatter the snowstorm, gradually converging upon the entire city of Changyang. Don the white robes. Yuan, accompanied by dozens of imperial guards, promptly donned the garments. Before them, an increasing number of imperial guards charged forward. Kill! Roar! See who also tore off his scholar's robe, brandishing a blade, and felled several foes in quick succession. Brother Mu, our weapons are ineffective. We will discuss matters at the central gate. Su Mu raised his sleeve, revealing a concealed crossbow, and swiftly shot down an approaching small captain of the imperial guards. Little master, stay close to me. Yuan seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly dispatching the first group, and then hurriedly led the remaining imperial guards, along with Su Mu and Si Hu, towards a remote passageway in the palace. The air was filled with the furious shouts of pursuers, accompanied by the occasional whistle of wanderers. Upon reaching the central gate, we prepared to exit the palace. The 8,000 troops outside awaited the little master. The young marquis has likely begun to encircle the city. Su Mu nodded solemnly, trailing behind Yuan as they evaded their pursuers. After nearly an hour, they finally emerged, spotting the 2 enormous gates in the distance. Yuan removed his iron bow and swiftly loosed a signal arrow. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of roars erupted from the vicinity. I inquired, where shall we flee? Suddenly, Duan Chou, wielding a double-edged axe, along with hundreds of wanderers, coldly obstructed the passage before the central gate. Beside him, the hunched figure of Chun Lu raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Little master, your actions this time are misguided. The prime minister is displeased. You old rascal, do you wish to hasten your demise? Si Hu retorted angrily. Chun Lu smiled faintly, spreading his arms, causing his robe to fall away, revealing 2 iron whips adorned with tiger heads strapped to his back. This was no mere hunch, but the concealed presence of twin whips. Little master, allow me to introduce myself again. My surname is Chun. Some call me Chun Lu, while others refer to me as Chun the Heavenly King. Heavenly King Whip. Chun Lu smiled without a word, his frail visage belied by the firm grip he maintained on the heavy tiger-headed iron whips. Chapter 249, Su Mu, General of the Wind Character Camp. Yuan bellowed angrily. The 1,000-strong Wind Character Camp surged forward, encircling the hundreds of wanderers completely. Mu, issue your orders. The 1,000-strong Imperial Guard momentarily halted. Upon recognizing Su Mu clad in white armor, they swiftly raised their blades and spears, charging forth with lethal intent. Chun Lu wielded his iron whip, seemingly exerting little effort. Yet he sent 2 advancing guards sprawling, their heads bloodied. He leaped into action, aiming for Su Mu. Su Mu raised his long sleeve, but the poisoned crossbow bolt was deftly deflected by the iron whip. Clang! Si Hu raised his sword to block, only for it to shatter into fragments. Chun Lu maintained a smile as he lightly retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "No wonder that waste, Duan Chou, fell to you." At these words, Duan Chou dared not direct his ire at Chen Lu. Instead, seizing the moment while Si Hu was weaponless, he swung his double-edged axe. An imperial guard embroiled in battle was cleaved in half. Si Hu retreat. Su Mu's expression turned grave. Yet Si Hu remained steadfast, his towering figure resolutely blocking the path. You rely solely on brute strength. You're nothing but a foolish brute. Duan Chao's voice faltered. Su Mu clearly observed Duan Chao's eyes widen in disbelief. Even Chen Lu, lingering behind, furrowed his brow in concern. Si Hu. In the midst of the wind and snow, Si Hu's face flushed red as Duan Chao's axe was perilously close to his head, mere inches away, yet Si Hu clamped his palms together, firmly immobilizing it in midair. A blade is one thing, but this is my axe's strike. Duan Chou was left dumbfounded. He had known the peasant before him was formidable since their last encounter at Mati Lake, yet he never anticipated such an unreasonable display of strength. With a roar, Si Hu seized the massive double-edged axe, bringing it before him with a thunderous crash upon landing. Poor Duan Chou, still retracting his weapon, was dragged forward along with his axe, collapsing in a heap. Crack! Si Hu turned the axe handle, cleaving Duan Chou in two. He then advanced with heavy steps, brandishing the double-edged axe, roaring towards Chen Lu. Little master, your brother is no ordinary man. He is a force to be reckoned with. Yuan swallowed hard. Indeed. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with delight. Since their journey from Wangzhou, his monstrous brother had only grown more formidable, utilizing innate divine strength to vanquish countless foes. Commander Yu, we must act swiftly, drive these ruffians away and depart the palace post-haste. Lingering here may draw forth even more enemies. Wind Battalion. Yuan bellowed fiercely. Inspired by Si Hu, the 1,000-strong Wind Battalion transformed into a relentless force, wielding their weapons and engaging the hundreds of rogues in fierce combat. Su Mu raised his sleeve, dispatching a hidden rogue archer. Clang! Clang! Si Hu, wielding the double-edged axe, relentlessly struck down at Chen Lu. Chen Lu, unable to confront him, coldly evaded each strike. Initially hoping to capitalize on Si Hu's exhaustion to launch a counterattack, Chen Lu soon realized there was no sign of fatigue in Si Hu. Ultimately unable to resist the urge to retaliate, Chen Lu unleashed a desperate attack. Si Hu staggered back a few steps while Chen Lu slid dramatically down the corridor, leaving a long trail in his wake. What a farce! With a heart full of reluctance, the king of Qin executed a swift maneuver, leaping onto the nearby palace wall. Before he could steady himself, Si Hu hurled his double-edged axe, which cleaved into the wall with a force that embedded it over an inch deep, cracks beginning to spiderweb across the surface. Chen Lu furrowed his brow and swiftly darted to the adjacent hall's tiled roof. In no time, the wall where he once stood began to gradually crumble. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu secured his dual whips across his back once more and vanished into the night. In the wind camp, a bloody path was forged. Yuan, leading 1,000 imperial guards, grew bolder with each skirmish, relentlessly driving back hundreds of martial artists. Commander Yu, we must retreat. At this moment, an increasing number of imperial guards began to converge, their archers concealed in ambush, raining arrows that struck down dozens of guards on the spot. Si Hu, retracting his axe, glanced at the desolate tiled roof of the hall before hastily returning to Su Mu's side. We must leave. After repelling several squads of imperial guards near the central gate, Su Mu's face remained cold as he pressed onward toward the palace's exterior. Little master, we are besieged. Su Mu was startled into looking up, realizing that outside Changyang City, volleys of incendiary arrows were incessantly hurled against the walls, accompanied by earth-shattering battle cries. In the streets, waves of soldiers, led by their officers, fled in panic toward various gates. The walls of Changyang, thick and sturdy, rendered a direct assault unwise. This was precisely why the treacherous minister felt secure. If the general were to open the gates, it would be prudent to select either the west or south gates, yet both were heavily guarded. Following closely behind Yuan, Su Mu listened attentively to the information being relayed. Having visited Changyang City numerous times, the capital of the Great Ji, he was well aware that this fortress, deemed the mightiest in the realm, was surrounded by a moat over 10 meters wide, with walls of unparalleled resilience. Even the most formidable of projectiles would struggle to breach them in a short time. Had there been rifled cannons from the future, the circumstances might have improved. Thus, Yuan Tao had stationed 9,000 troops as an internal support. Even now, Su Mu was momentarily lost in thought. Yuan Tao was indeed a gambler. audaciously entrusting such a life-and-death mission to him. Previously, he had attempted to embed spies among the stationed troops, but soon realized they had been swiftly ousted by the Ministry of War. The only course now was to devise an alternative strategy. Sumu nodded and turned to survey the growing number of pursuers behind them. The archers raised their bows, loosing a flurry of arrows. Those lagging behind in the wind camp suffered more casualties, with dozens falling dead on the spot. "Let us regroup," Yuan gasped, raising his blade to fell a blocking soldier. "Commander, there are soldiers blocking the palace entrance." "How many?" "At least 3,000. Yuan turned, his bloodied face reflecting urgency as he looked towards Sumu. Chapter 250. The 8,000 headless army outside the palace. The sound of battle roared. Sumu coldly wiped the blood from his face and stepped over the corpses of fallen soldiers before blowing a sharp whistle. Before long, General Feng shattered the snowstorm. Charging forth. "Sihu, retrieve your blade." As Sihu approached, he slung the saber across his back, his hands tightly clasping the massive double-headed axe he had seized. His blood-soaked appearance made him resemble a deity of slaughter. Sumu mounted his horse and turned to look back. Behind him stood at least 8,000 men, all bearing expressions of defiance in the face of death. Among them, aside from the 5,000 death warriors of Yuan Tao, the remainder consisted predominantly of common folk from various walks of life. Hundreds of seasoned soldiers, lacking helmets, had merely wrapped their heads with coarse cloth. Yet each bore a white robe tied around their bodies. Sumu raised his longsword high. The 8,000 warriors followed suit, brandishing their varied weapons. The treacherous officials of the court, their tyrannical rule is fiercer than that of a tiger. They have rendered our grains barren, our livestock languid, our wives and children devoid of joy, and our aged fathers awash in tears. Gritting his teeth, Sumu pointed his sword forward. Ahead, thousands of troops were madly converging. If this realm is to be steeped in corruption, we must rely on our swords to carve out an era of clarity for eternity. Kill! Kill! The morale of the 8,000 warriors surged as they valiantly charged forward into the fray. A corpulent general, caught off guard, was cleaved in two by Sihu's axe. "Draw your bows," commanded 3 or 4 captains, directing rows of archers to knock their arrows. Soon, a hail of arrows rained down upon them. Shields! Shields! The thousands of warriors at the front raised their makeshift shields, some wooden, some metal, and even oil paper umbrellas. As the arrows flew, many fell before the palace gates. Return fire. Wind Battalion. Over 900 members of the elite Wind Battalion, upon hearing Yuan's command, raised their bows and, seizing the opportunity as the enemy regrouped, unleashed volleys of arrows in retaliation. Over 1,000 death warriors from the Tiger Hall, undeterred by the threat of death, surged forward into the ranks of the enemy. Charge! Sumu commanded without hesitation. The thousands of troops, initially lacking in the will to fight to the death, were soon overwhelmed by the ferocity of the death warriors and began to retreat in panic. The previously boastful generals fled in terror on horseback. In the Yangxin Palace, Yuan Lu, awakened by the sounds of battle, rubbed his eyes in distress while calling out for his father. Outside the palace, clad in golden armor, Xiao Yuanlu paused momentarily before hastening inside. "Father, has my young uncle invaded the palace? I hear many screams." "It is nothing." Xiao Yuanlu smiled reassuringly. "It must be just a nightmare. The realm of Deji is destined to belong to your majesty. None can usurp it. In a few years, when your majesty comes of age, I shall assist you in selecting a worthy consort. Sleep now, your majesty." "Father, why not tell me a story to soothe me? I would be honored to oblige." Once the young emperor drifted into slumber, Xiao Yuanlu quietly rose and exited the Yangxin Palace. On the imperial road, a silver-armored general, waiting for some time, bore a slight frown. "Xiao Zaifu, with the war imminent, it would be prudent not to delay further. We must not underestimate the marquis of the national surname." "I have been prepared for this round," he replied. Xiao Yuanlu revealed a serene smile. "I had known the Duke of the national surname for years, often pondering how such a flawless individual could exist. Loyal, virtuous, proficient in both arts and arms. He graciously treats all, whether corrupt officials or common folk, who hold him in high regard." "Xiao Zaifu, you are being rather verbose," the silver-armored general frowned. "Patience, for after this battle, I shall deliver upon you what I have promised. Mu Yunzhou shall become the 4th royal state beyond the borders, where you may establish yourself as king." The silver-armored general smiled. "Very well. If Xiao Zaifu is not in a hurry, I shall wait patiently." The Duke of the national surname commands only about 50,000 troops outside the city. He cannot breach our defenses. Have you heard of the internal traitors in Changyang City? Indeed, there are traitors. If one were to speak kindly, they would be called righteous. If not, mere fools in the eyes of heaven. Xiao Yuanlu slightly closed his eyes. General Chun, you may not be aware, but I have truly waited a long time for this moment. It feels akin to the childhood misdeeds discovered by my father, always fearing that one day I would face punishment. To me, the Duke of the national surname is like a punishment decree, and I often worry when he might come to take my head as a treacherous minister. Much like the year he wielded the imperial sword to execute 123 corrupt officials. Chen Chongqing, you fought alongside the Duke of the national surname in the past. I ask you, are you truly unafraid? The silver-armored general remained silent in the biting wind and snow. The world deems me a treacherous minister, yet they fail to see that it is not I who have led the dynasty astray, but rather the dynasty itself that has erred, giving rise to someone like me. Some regard gold and silver as mere dirt, while others scheme for half a copper coin. Grasping power only increases one's desires and greed. I ask you, how many people in this world can rival the Duke of the national surname? None. Xiao Yuanlu took a step forward, walking resolutely. After a few paces, he turned back with a sickly smile. Chen Chongqing, let us remove this great decree of punishment once and for all. The fate of this land shall be determined by us. General Su, there lies the west gate. An old soldier approached on horseback, pointing towards a massive gate ahead. Approximately 30,000 troops, he reported. And the south gate? Sumu furrowed his brow. We previously sent someone to check. There are also nearly 30,000 there. Something seems amiss. Sumu's expression turned grave. The three gates of Changyang City, the west and south gates, are merely side entrances. Together they guard 60,000 men. The main east gate likely has even more defenders. Yet, according to intelligence, does the treacherous minister not command only 90,000 troops? General Su, what troubles you? Before Sumu could finish, a heavy sound of marching footsteps echoed from all directions. Damn it, the troops are coming again. General, what shall we do? Withdraw for now. Sumu clenched his teeth, casting a reluctant glance towards the west gate before turning his horse around. Chapter 251. The southern official granary. The streets of Changyang City resonated with the sounds of gathering troops. Over 8,000 men closely followed Sumu, their long blades drawn, struggling to carve a bloody path. Young master, there are far too many soldiers in the city. This statement held truth, especially near the city gates, which resembled a den of dragons and tigers. Riding the wind like a general, it was a hard-won escape with a small contingent, galloping down the street and distancing themselves from the encirclement of the camp soldiers. Sihu turned back midway, seizing a long spear from the wind camp and, with a furious roar, hurled it forward. A pursuing officer, having ventured too far, was sent flying along with his steed, his body pierced by the spear, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing into the snow. After about half an hour, they had distanced themselves from the main road beneath the imperial palace. Sumu finally caught his breath, glancing around at the dwindling numbers, feeling a pang of unease in his heart. Setting aside the wind camp for the moment, the 8,000 decapitated army had suffered over 500 or 600 casualties. With a grim expression, Sumu took out the brocade pouch given to him by Jia Zhou and retrieved a roll of parchment, silently unfolding it. The parchment bore scant content, inscribed with only a few terse words. South City Granary, lure the enemy with smoke. The granary was the place where the imperial family stored their grain. Luring the enemy with smoke. Could it imply setting fire to the grain? Sumu's expression darkened. The young lord outside the city had but 2 days' grace to survive. Should he perish, the current purging of the court would undoubtedly shatter morale, leading to a complete rout, even a disastrous failure. After all, even if the granaries were burned, it was estimated that there would still be stores of grain remaining. Moreover, it had been said that a significant portion of the world's grain had been secretly hidden away by certain individuals. The greatest avarice in the world belonged to but one person. Rubbing his forehead, Sumu understood that his strategist would not propose a foolish plan. Upon further reflection, he grasped the true intent. It was not truly about burning the grain. Given the weather conditions of wind and snow, it was unlikely to create a great fire. Rather, it was about using smoke to draw the enemy's rescue forces. After all, the capital's granary was of utmost importance. Follow me. Sumu no longer hesitated, raising his gaze toward the south of the city. Young master, where are we headed? To the southern city granary. Outside Changyang City. A vast army of 50,000 formed an imposing presence. "Master, what will the young lord do?" Guing inquired cautiously. In front of him, Yuan Tao, standing tall, did not respond immediately, lifting his head to gaze at the formidable city before them. The city walls loomed over 3 zhang high, comparable to the watchtower city at the border. The moat, connected to the Ji River, flowed with living water, unable to freeze. Li Ruqing approached, his voice laced with gravity. "The snowstorm is too fierce. The power of the explosive stones will be diminished and separated by the moat. The blast may not even connect." Yuan Tao remained silent for a long while. "I considered this earlier. Changyang is a formidable fortress. If we wait another night, your son-in-law should be responding within the city." Standing in the snow, Li Ruqing's robe was dusted with frost. "Brother Yuan, scouts from Muyun Prefecture have just arrived. Qin Chongqing has lured the tiger from its den and secretly brought an army of 30,000, lying in wait within Changyang City." The snowstorm hindered the delivery of messages, causing delays. Yuan Tao closed his eyes briefly. 120,000, then. I can guess what promises Xiao Yuanlu has made to him. There is no shortage of ambitious individuals in this world. Stepping through the snowstorm, Yuan Tao moved forward with determination. "Young master, we have arrived at the southern city." On horseback, Sumu furrowed his brow and looked up. Before him stood a vast encampment within the city. Through the snowstorm, he could vaguely discern the figures of night watchmen patrolling back and forth. "General, little Huan has returned." A slender figure clad in black hastily made his way back. Sumu recalled that this individual had honed his skills in thievery to secure the funds for his ailing mother's medicinal soup, displaying remarkable talent for concealment. "General, I have observed for quite some time and counted the earthen stoves by the encampment. There are at least 7 or 8,000 troops within." "Understood." Time was of the essence. Sumu narrowed his gaze and glanced back at the decimated soldiers behind him. Many bore wounds of varying sizes upon their bodies. Sumu drew his long sword, sliding his palm along the blade to inflict a cut. He then calmly raised his hand, smearing the blood across his face and armor. The onlookers were mystified by his actions. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a ploy to lure the enemy out of their encampment. Those rotund commanders, upon witnessing our tattered state, will undoubtedly be compelled by their sense of military honor to charge forth from their stronghold, seeking our lives." The more than 8,000 disheartened soldiers comprehended the strategy and promptly complied. Sihu, brimming with bravado, slammed his palm against his double-bladed axe, sending blood spraying several feet high, startling the nearby Yuan, who hastily tore a piece of his armor to staunch the flow. "Where are the warriors of the Tiger Hall?" Sumu stood amidst the snow and wind, now appearing as a figure drenched in blood. "General, we are here. If any hardship arises, please entrust it to us." Several leaders from the Tiger Hall stepped forward with resolute strides. Sumu's eyes gleamed with gratitude. They were indeed the loyal and fearless soldiers nurtured by Yuan Tao. Upon receiving the command, the Tiger Hall concealed themselves outside the encampment, poised to ambush the enemy as soon as they were lured out. "Follow the general's orders. Yu Tongling, take your wind battalion to a safe distance and engage the enemy with your iron bows." Yuan, with a determined expression, clasped his fists. "The rest of you, go and portray our tragic plight." Sumu turned around and observed that the remaining 3,000 soldiers appeared equally bloodied. With a limp, Sumu calculated the distance for his bow. He paused momentarily. Sihu, seemingly oblivious, was about to challenge when Sumu delivered a sharp rap to his head, startling him into submission. The sentinels atop the encampment quickly discerned the remnants of the army before them. A rotund commander, alarmed, scrambled to the battlements. "Withdraw," Sumu barked. The 3,000 beleaguered soldiers erupted into a cacophony of despair, cursing as they limped and stumbled forward in flight. Along the way, many discarded their weapons and wooden armor, consumed by panic. "I am starving. I haven't eaten a bun in 8 days." Sihu cried out most vociferously. Sumu, fearing a debacle, swiftly covered his mouth. "General, they are truly coming out." An elderly soldier nearby, head bowed, wore a jubilant expression. Sumu clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 252. The 50,000 Rescue Battalion. "We have fallen into their trap. Retreat, retreat back to the encampment." The rotund commander cried in terror. Yet, the path behind them was already blocked by the Wind Battalion. There was no escape. "Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." The raucous shouts resonated, echoing Sumu's call. Indeed, many of the camp soldiers, frightened, dropped their weapons. The advancing Tiger Hall warriors swiftly dispatched them. Retreat. The rotund general, having dismounted, attempted to gallop away but was swiftly dispatched by a single axe from Si Hu, his body severed and collapsing onto the snowy path. A resounding roar erupted from the more than 8,000 decapitated soldiers, their fury palpable. The remaining 1,000 or so soldiers in the camp, terrified, abandoned their posts and fled in disarray. My goodness, how much grain must there be? Si Hu exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment as he stood in the camp. His expression one of sheer disbelief. Su Mu, equally taken aback, beheld the granary, which was astonishingly filled with hundreds of official storage houses. Each one, upon a mere thrust of a sword, spilled forth grains. Reflecting on the starving refugees outside, Su Mu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Even if just 10 of these storage houses were distributed, many lives could be saved. The soldiers trailing behind him shared a sense of unease. In ordinary times, the mere filling of a rice jar at home would suffice to honor their ancestors. General, how tragic it would be if it were to be burned. Several seasoned soldiers sighed. It is not my intent to incinerate. In such snowy weather, it is unlikely to catch fire. What do you mean, General? To create thick smoke. To simulate the appearance of a fire. Regardless of future outcomes, having this grain offers hope to many. You are to gather firewood and place it near the storage houses. We shall obey your command. Soon, plumes of thick smoke began to rise from the granary in the southern part of the city, intertwining with the wind and snow, presenting a startling sight from afar. At that moment, a fleeing officer returned, weeping as he spoke. My lord, the granaries in the south have been overtaken by the chaotic troops. With a swift motion, the officer's head fell to the ground. Xiao Yuanlu furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze toward the southern direction. Chen Chongqing, those fools have stirred trouble. We must eliminate Yuan Tao. You do not understand. If we disregard this, there will surely be another granary that these fools will burn. How many chaotic troops are we facing? Approximately 10,000, led by Yuan Tao's men, who have recently won a significant battle at the border. Are you suggesting I lead the troops to annihilate them? Excellent. Chen Chongqing's countenance darkened slightly as he mounted his horse, armed himself with a long blade, and, with his 2,000 men, coldly advanced toward the south. The one who beheads Su Mu shall receive a bounty of 1,000 gold and be granted the title of Deputy General. Just over an hour later, Chen Chongqing, leading his army, entered the granary camp in the south. Thick smoke enveloped the sky, stinging the nostrils. Charge into the camp. Waving aside the smoke, Chen Chongqing refused to squander time. To him, this chaotic troop of fewer than 10,000 was merely a disorganized rabble. Kill the 2,000 soldiers of the Muyan prefecture. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's command, raised their blades and spears, roaring as they surged into the camp. General, there is no one in the camp. Under the thick smoke, several officers reported, if not, we should lead the troops to search the area. They have likely fled. Indeed, they are a disorganized rabble. First, extinguish the fire and save the granaries. General, there is no fire. It's merely thick smoke. Buzz. The officer speaking was abruptly silenced. A volley of hidden arrows striking him and turning him into a sieve. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. How dare these chaotic troops? Chen Chongqing's face paled. In times past, if the mob had heard of the regular army approaching for suppression, they would have fled at the first sign. How could a disorganized force of fewer than 10,000 dare to ambush? Douse them. The valiant warriors of the Tiger Hall relentlessly poured the prepared well water beneath the encampment. In former times, such an act would have been utterly futile. Yet now, in this frost-laden and frigid weather, the soldiers drenched in water shivered uncontrollably after only a brief moment. Moreover, amidst the chaos, some were struck down by flying knives and arrows that pierced through their bodies. Retreat. Su Mu did not linger on the battlefield. If he waited for the 20,000 soldiers to regain their composure, the likelihood of a successful assault would diminish significantly. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, the 3,000 warriors of the Tiger Hall swiftly descended from the fortifications using ropes. What trickery is this? Chen Chongqing gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. A captain leading over 1,000 men had just pursued out of the encampment when a volley of arrows forced him to retreat in panic, clutching his head. General, there are ambushes outside. Chen Chongqing, infuriated, found himself ironically amused. This little fellow had underestimated him. What was the name of that treacherous advisor? Su Mu. Form the shield wall and charge out of the encampment. Bang, bang, bang. The massive shields were instantly planted into the snow. March. Chen Chongqing's voice was cold. The shields advanced slowly, yet after a distance of at least a mile, not a single figure was in sight. General, those rebels have fled. Feigning confusion. Thud, thud, thud. Before Chen Chongqing could finish his sentence, a barrage of arrows rained down from the rooftops of the nearby alleyways. A dozen soldiers from Muyun Prefecture collapsed in disarray. Enemy attack, damn it. Shield wall. After an indeterminate period, Chen Chongqing stood momentarily dazed, before realization dawned upon him. Turning to gaze at the thick smoke rising from the encampment, his expression morphed into one of profound rage. The smoke billowed skyward. Yuan led a contingent of fewer than 1,000 imperial guards, winding their way through the alleyways. Behind them, countless soldiers roared in pursuit. We shall die for our country. Those who lag behind shall be brothers in the next life. Yuan's countenance darkened. In the Wind Battalion, none retreated, echoing with resounding roars. On the main street, upon witnessing the swirling smoke, the returning soldiers hurriedly made their way southward. Yet, before they could escape halfway, they were ambushed and pursued by a horde of decapitated soldiers. In less than half a night, nearly 10,000 lives were lost. Master, if we do not encircle and suppress, the situation could become dire. Chen Lu hesitantly approached, speaking with gravity. That young master is no ordinary person. Xiao Yunlu's expression was fraught with irritation, unable to comprehend how this band of fewer than 10,000 could create such turmoil. Where is Chen Chongqing? He is still in the southern part of the city, pursuing the Wind Battalion, which numbers less than 1,000. But there are only alleyways there. Is he foolish? The Wind Battalion was incredibly valiant, utilizing the alleyways to continuously disrupt. Whenever the soldiers of Muyun Prefecture retreated, the Wind Battalion's ruffians would strike from behind. After a few rounds of fire, they would dart back into the alleys. It was likely that Chen Chongqing was enraged and could no longer contain himself. That little fellow aimed to disperse the defending forces. Xiao Yuanlu frowned coldly, promptly notifying the various camps within the city to prioritize the defense, forbidding any reckless movements. In the dead of night, Su Mu meticulously counted the casualties. From the initial 8,000 headless soldiers, fewer than 6,000 remained. Among the 300 valiant veterans, only 100 survived. The rest, bloodied and battered, stood resolutely behind Su Mu. Many of the righteous warriors had exchanged their weapons and armor in the midst of battle, their determined expressions now exuding an aura of formidable valor. Su Mu, deep in contemplation, realized that the reinforcements within Changyang City were scattered. If they could seize the Western Gate within an hour, great success could be anticipated. The Western Gate was tantalizingly close, with over 10,000 troops distinguishable in the distance. Su Mu removed his iron bow, coolly knocking a signal arrow. As he released the string, the arrow soared into the night sky, bursting into a brilliant explosion. Outside the city, Yuan Tao, wearied by worry, transformed into a picture of unrestrained joy upon witnessing the signal. All troops, heed my command. Duke Dingyuan, lead 10,000 soldiers to feign an attack on the eastern gate. Guing, you shall take 5,000 soldiers to simulate an assault on the southern gate, primarily to distract the enemy. The remainder shall charge with me towards the western gate. With a fierce roar, Yuan Tao leaped onto a drum cart. Chapter 253. Night assault on Changyang. Beyond the vast expanse of Changyang City, the ground outside the western gate was blanketed in pure frost and snow. The moat had not frozen over. Only a thin layer of frost had formed, which melted away under the surrounding clamorous shouts. Construct the floating bridge. Yuan Tao donned his finger armor, lifting his gaze to the city gate, his voice steady and commanding. In a short span, the method of filling the moat with sandbags was no longer an option. Although constructing the floating bridge was fraught with peril, it allowed for a seizing of the initiative. Braving a hail of arrows, the foremost soldiers of the patriotic battalion roared as they raised their large shields, providing cover for their comrades in front. Move faster. The treacherous minister's dogs must be mocking us, moving as slowly as old women. The subordinate commanders galloped on horseback, relaying orders with urgency. Thud, thud, thud. One wooden raft after another was hurled into the moat. Water ghosts. When spring arrives next year, I shall bring you 2 bowls of wine at my grave. Hundreds of brawny men, braving the wind and snow, took swigs of strong liquor, bellowing as they stripped off their armor and leapt into the icy moat, rapidly binding the tossed rafts together with hemp ropes and iron hooks. On the city walls, several panicked captains frantically urged the defending soldiers to unleash volleys of arrows into the moat. Countless water ghosts were struck, turning into lifeless, bloodied corpses that no longer stirred. Archers, hold the enemy at bay. With a thunderous sound, thousands of patriotic battalion archers surged forward, furiously knocking their arrows and firing in unison. The night sky, laden with wind and snow, became a tapestry of arrows, weaving intricate patterns as they arced through the air, landing heavily upon the city walls. Report to the Duke. 3 floating bridges have been completed. Just as a young officer from the water ghosts finished speaking, an arrow from the city wall struck him down, shattering his skull. Yuan Tao's expression hardened. He paid no heed to the danger and pointed decisively ahead, with shields at the forefront and ladders behind. We shall seize the western gate of Changyang. The first to scale it shall be rewarded with a fortune and granted the title of 1,000 Household Commander. With a resounding roar, the battle commenced. On the city wall, a general finally arrived, and upon surveying the battlefield, he was struck with an overwhelming astonishment. Prepare the battering ram. Within Changyang City, merely 2 miles from the western gate, Su Mu coldly raised his long sword. Behind him, the decapitated army of fewer than 6,000 bore grim expressions, tightly gripping their weapons. Brothers in arms, raise your battle blades in unison. Let us not forget our purpose. This time, we are the heavenly force destined to save our nation. A resounding roar echoed as over 5,000 men, bloodied yet unyielding, charged fiercely towards the guards at the western gate. Beneath the western city gate, the camp soldiers, hearing the thunderous footsteps, hurriedly turned, brandishing their long halberds against the advancing, decapitated army. See who led the charge. Wielding a stolen massive shield in one hand and a double-edged axe in the other, causing limbs to fly in all directions. The guard on the city wall, witnessing the renewed onslaught from behind, became pale with fear, unable to comprehend how they were being attacked from both sides. Protect the city gate. We must not allow the rebels to breach our defenses. Form a circular formation. A trembling voice commanded from behind the city gate as the besieged soldiers, with no retreat left, unleashed a fierce counterattack, swiftly arranging themselves into formation, using their long halberds to impale the 100 or so decapitated soldiers who had pressed forward. Even See who suffered several jabs, howling in pain. Within the circular formation, the young deputy released a sigh of relief, taunting Su Mu, rebel general. If you have the courage, come and breach our ranks. Su Mu replied with a cold smile. Decapitated army, charge and vanquish the curs on the city wall. At his command, the decapitated soldiers shifted direction, launching themselves onto the wall to engage the guards. The previous commander atop the wall was still directing the rolling logs, and had no time to react before his head was severed by a swift blade. The victorious vendor, enraged, seized the head and hung it at his waist. In that moment, the deputy still arrayed below the city gate was left utterly astounded. Disperse. Disperse the formation. Go save the city. Yet, it was too late. The first of the soldiers from the rescue battalion had already climbed the siege ladder, but before he could steady himself, he was impaled by the long spears of 2 camp soldiers at the wall's edge. Thud. The 2 victorious soldiers, however, could not escape their demise as arrows shot forth, piercing their chests, sending them tumbling into the moat. At this juncture, more and more troops from the rescue battalion had ascended the city wall, assessing the situation, and raised their swords to strike down the thousands of camp soldiers behind the gate. Su Mu raised his sword, thrusting it 3 times into an approaching camp soldier, who fell lifeless to the ground. General, we are in grave trouble. Reinforcements are approaching. An anxious veteran exclaimed. Su Mu furrowed his brow and looked up, confirming his fears as he discerned, through the swirling snow, at least 20 to 30,000 camp soldiers marching frantically towards them. What shall we do, General? Block them. If the enemy reinforcements manage to establish their defense, all our efforts will have been in vain. Cut off their rescue. Countless decapitated soldiers, including many who had scaled the walls, echoed Su Mu's command with furious roars as they charged towards the reinforcements. Sever the drawbridge. Dozens of colossal men, brandishing great swords, surged across the floating bridge, raising their blades high as they roared and struck at the iron chains. Sparks flew against the backdrop of the snowy night, becoming increasingly vivid. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the first iron chain of the suspension bridge was severed. Meanwhile, the guards atop the city wall were preoccupied with their own survival, devoid of any reckless courage, and dared not to push the heavy wooden beams, instead fleeing towards the safety of the city wall. Crack! Yuan Tao unleashed 3 or 4 powerful punches, finally breaking the last iron chain. As the suspension bridge collapsed with a thunderous crash, a massive siege cart, propelled by hundreds of soldiers, thundered across the protective bridge and collided with the two iron gates of the western entrance. Boom, boom. The resounding impact sent chills down the spines of the thousands of guards on the other side of the gates. Kill! Su Mu charged forward with those behind him, rushing to assist the reinforcements. Not far away, Chun Lu sat crouched atop a tiled roof, his expression a mask of coldness. Within the shattered house below, the faint sounds of weeping could be heard. Silence, or I shall kill your entire family. He reached into his bosom and retrieved 3 throwing knives, fixating his gaze on Su Mu. Moments later, the 3 knives were hurled like shooting stars. Clang. Unfortunately, they were intercepted mid-flight. Chen Lu froze, lifting his gaze ahead. Upon seeing a figure clad in silver armor, disbelief washed over his face. Yuan Xuanquan. You, the consumptive wretch, how have you returned to life? Yuan Tao remained silent, merely closing his eyes as the silver figure glided down the snowy path, leaping onto the tiled roof and launching a punch forward. Bang! The dual tiger-headed whips reverberated with a sharp sound, causing Chun Caiwei to stagger backward. What a disaster! I can't even. With a swift movement, Chun Lu vanished into the night. Yuan Tao leapt down from the roof, pausing to hear the cries within the house. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a gold coin and tossed it into the dwelling. Chapter 254. Little Haidang has already rebelled. Draped in golden armor, Xiao Yuanlu, who had yet to depart the palace, was utterly astounded. In less than an hour, Yuan Tao had captured the western gate? Indeed, it was true. What a failure! What of the tens of thousands of troops within the city? They have all been delayed. The forces from Muyan Prefecture are still pursuing the Fengzi camp. Incompetence. Xiao Yuanlu turned coldly. The messenger scout, unable to plead for mercy, was swiftly dispatched by several figures from the martial world. Inform all troops to retreat to the palace and secure the central gate. Upon the arrival of the loyal reinforcements, we shall immediately counterattack this band of traitors. Understood. Countless martial artists swiftly dispersed in all directions. Bang! Yuan Tao maintained a calm demeanor as he sent a panicked military officer flying with a single punch. Young Lord Su Mu, who had been engaged in the fray, could hardly contain his joy upon catching sight of that figure in silver armor. My brother. Yuan Tao smiled gently. Thanks to my brother, our forces have breached the western city gate. My brother deserves the credit. Su Mu humbly declined, stating that this victory was due to the valiant efforts of all the righteous warriors who fought without retreat. Excellent. Yuan Tao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mu also felt a surge of excitement in his heart. To be honest, when Su Mu first laid eyes on Yuan Tao, he was astonished. He never anticipated that Li Wanger's miraculous medicine would possess such extraordinary potency. Regrettably, the time available for sustenance is fleeting. After 2 days, the young lord shall meet his demise. This occurrence, according to memories of a past life, bears resemblance to the stimulating effects of adrenal hormones. Previously, Guing had sent word that both the eastern and southern gates had been abandoned by the troops. What could be the reason for this? Yuan Tao furrowed his brow slightly, interpreting Xiao Yuanlu's intention to guard the entire imperial palace, using the central gate as a stronghold. My lord, is there perhaps a reinforcements? Su Mu was taken aback. You cannot hide this from me. Yuan Tao sighed heavily. Xiao Yuanlu's implication was that whoever achieved merit in defending the state would be granted a fief in Wangzhou and could declare themselves king. This would undoubtedly attract many. Yuan Tao smiled faintly, remarking that it had been a long time since any titles of nobility had been bestowed in the Great Ji. Even I am merely a minor lord. No wonder. In 2 days, the city shall fall, and my time is running short. There is a saying that Su Mu hesitated to voice. Tomorrow is the final day, and the young lord before him is akin to a mayfly, born in the morning and dead by dusk. Upon the young lord's death, the morale of the entire army would surely shatter. I am confident in our ability to assault the imperial palace, but exhausted troops are unfit for battle. Let the army rest for a few hours before we mount our offensive again. Those willing to assist in saving the nation are few in number, though not entirely absent. To incite rebellion in a single Feng troop would be quite remarkable. By the way, where is the commander of the Feng troops? As if on cue, Yuan, bloodied and leading just under 800 men from the Feng troop, arrived. I pay my respects to the lord and greet the young master. Commander Yu. What of the general from Muyinzhou? Su Mu paused. For some reason, they suddenly ceased their pursuit as they departed. That individual even smiled and clasped his fist in greeting. Regrettably, a 1,000-strong Feng troop has suffered some casualties. Years ago, Qin Changqing was merely a deputy general. After several years of warfare alongside me, he was finally promoted to a general of border defense. I know him well. He possesses a somewhat cunning nature. Having evaded losses by pursuing the Feng troop, Yuan Tao's expression remained unchanged. However, these matters are inconsequential. Sumu did not comprehend this for a moment. Only by breaching the imperial palace can the task of clearing the court truly be considered accomplished. Yet now, there are still at least 70 to 80,000 troops stationed at the palace, and the 30,000 soldiers from Mu Yunzhou remain largely unscathed. Should reinforcements arrive, the advantageous position they once held may very well turn into a meat sandwich. Little Haidang has already captured 8 major cities beyond Chongqing. Having also taken the old pass 500 miles away, he has turned against us. When Yuan Tao calmly uttered this, Su Mu was momentarily frozen in place. My lord, why does Chang Xiling not seize Changyang? Yuan Tao remained silent for a while, ultimately offering a bitter smile. The old pass, now magnificently restored and located 500 miles from Changyang, stood tall and imposing. Atop the city walls, faint silhouettes of figures could be discerned standing solemnly. Within the inner city, of the 23 cities, our lord had risen overnight to capture 8. The Lord's insight is profound. The terrain of these 8 cities can serve as mutually supportive strongholds. With the Dog General having withdrawn forces, the soldiers defending the city are certainly insufficient for battle. A great enterprise is within reach. The seasoned strategist speaking was overwhelmed with excitement. Additionally, I have just received a confidential report that the esteemed Marquis of the Gua family has recently captured Changyang. Should we, like a clever bird waiting in the rear, position ourselves strategically, we may achieve remarkable results. Centering our efforts on Changyang, we could potentially seize control of the vital strongholds surrounding the inner city within a matter of months. Let us deliberate further. Chang Xiling hesitated for a moment before speaking, unconsciously gazing into the distance towards Changyang City. Suddenly, a scout hurriedly approached the city gates, his voice laced with urgency. The Shifeng camp of Hezhou, led by General Zhao Qingyun, is charging towards us with 20,000 cavalry. What does he think he is, a mere general of the north? He has eliminated a handful of nomadic horsemen and now fancies himself a formidable figure. That last battle was won by our master, the Little Eastern Lord. My lord, the vanguard scouts of the Shifeng camp urge us to open the gates. Open for what? Ask him if he wishes to enter. Chang Xiling chuckled, informing the scout that he, Chang Xiaodang, was stationed at the old fort, challenging Zhao Qingyun to come forth and attack. Furthermore, make it clear that there are only 3,000 defenders within the old fort, and I implore him to assault us swiftly. If he does not, he is but a coward raised by dogs. Hasten now. Approximately an hour later, a magnificent force of 20,000 cavalry from the Shifeng camp arrived before the old fort. Zhao Qingyun, mounted and calculating the distance of his arrows, spoke coldly. May I inquire, is this the renowned Chang Xiaodang? No, I am your father. Chang Xiling, arms crossed, stood atop the city gate, his expression one of mocking amusement. You have rebelled. Zhao Qingyun smirked contemptuously. Indeed, I am here, waiting for you to apprehend a traitor. Do you dare? There are only 3,000 men atop the old fort. If you have the courage, come. Have the paths near the old fort been blocked off? Chang Xiling still felt a twinge of unease atop the gates. They have all been severed. The routes are completely obstructed. Chang Xiling breathed a sigh of relief, almost speaking to himself. Thus, I can assist him only to this extent, considering the favor he bestowed upon me with a night of revelry. As night yielded to dawn, the wind and snow continued to howl. Within the expansive Changyang city, numerous soldiers from the National Salvation Camp were tirelessly collecting the bodies of the fallen, stacking them outside the city and dousing them in oil to burn. Yuan Tao's expression grew somber. He raised his head, silently gazing towards the central gate. After a night of bloodshed, the army was still regrouping. Rest assured, brother Yuan, within 2 hours at most, we shall assault the imperial palace. Li Ruqing's voice was firm. Where's my brother? My son-in-law has gone to the southern part of the city to distribute grain from the military granaries to the common folk. I have heard that over 10,000 refugees kneel on the official road outside Changyang, overflowing with gratitude. Indeed, Yuan Tao rarely displayed a smile. He was destined for greatness. Additionally, Yuan has also ventured south of Changyang City. Su Mu distributed grain by household, and the recipients, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, many even kneeling in reverence before him. Master Su cares deeply for the welfare of the people. Would it not be better for you to become our emperor? One voice called out, startling Su Mu into momentary silence. Yuan, nearby, appeared oblivious, his demeanor calm and composed. Brother Yuan must be weary after a night of toil. Why not return and rest for a while? Su Mu replied with a serene smile. We have yet to ascend the dragon throne. Calling you your majesty seems somewhat premature. Brother Su, the people are suffering. Yuan stood upon the constructed platform, tears welling in his eyes. To be candid with you, Brother Su, I never anticipated that the common folk would endure such hardship. Were they to encounter a wise ruler, they would surely experience better days. A faint smile graced Yuan's lips as he raised his gaze to meet Su Mu's. My uncle has decreed that you must be well utilized in the future. I am determined to bestow upon you a high-ranking title. Brother Yuan jest. The many soldiers whose bones lie unburied cannot be forgotten, and I dare not take credit. Su Mu replied calmly. Yuan paused slightly, choosing silence as his eyes glistened anew, distributing the grains before him to a feeble old woman who approached. Perhaps he had given her an extra bag, for she, overjoyed, fell to her knees, bowing her head and exclaiming praises. General Su, the Lord commands. The army's assault is imminent. An old soldier galloped forth on horseback. Su Mu clasped his fists in salute to Yuan, swiftly mounting his steed, Wind General, and hastening onward. The vast expanse of Changyang City revealed the lingering smoke of the night battle, faintly visible amidst the swirling snow and wind. Over 40,000 troops of the Salvation Army, along with 5,000 of the decapitated army, stood in formation, awaiting but a single command to surge towards the palace gates. The brief respite of 2 to 3 hours had revitalized these valiant souls, ready to embrace their fate. My brother, there are matters I must discuss with you. Su Mu hesitated, understanding in his heart that Yuan Tao's days were numbered, and he was preparing to impart his final wishes. Not only Guing, but even Li Ru had silently stepped back. The palace was not difficult to conquer. After today, the foundation of the realm should be secured. My brother, I do not speak from arrogance, but rather from a position of strategy. I have laid down hidden pieces. He pondered briefly, recognizing that certain truths needed to be shared. He was uncertain if he would survive this encounter. Yuan Tao sighed, extending his hand to catch a few snowflakes that melted in his palm. The old marquis once told me that Yuan may be concealing his true nature. I am unsure whether to believe this. Yet I feel that the current plight of the dynasty is inextricably linked to Xiao Yuanlu, and ultimately, he must be removed from the court. I understand your reluctance to enter the court. Your willingness to face death for the nation surely stems from a notable figure behind you, who desires to establish your reputation for the paths that lie ahead. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, about to offer an explanation. Yet, Yuan Tao chuckled. It is amusing, for I am merely a regent marquis, and aside from Guing, I have no one else to trust. It is not that I am suspicious, rather, I have witnessed too much treachery in human hearts. My brother, you are the second. After Yuan ascends to the throne, you shall temporarily govern in my stead. I have already spoken with Yuan regarding Xiao Haidang, commending him for his achievements in quelling the rebellion, and he shall be granted the title of King of Yuzhou. As Su Mu walked back to the military formation with Yuan Tao, a somber expression darkened his face. For the first time, his heart yearned for the fervor of battle. To lead the royal troops to storm the palace. The Salvation Army saw officers rallying, swords in hand, inspiring the troops with fervent cries. Outside the palace, the tightly packed ranks of soldiers erupted in a chorus of roars, raising their weapons and shields. Storm the palace. This moment shall turn the tide and secure the realm. Charge. The first formation began to advance at a rapid pace, their resolute faces reflecting an unwavering defiance of death. Scale the walls. With a commanding shout, Guing rallied his troops. In an instant, thousands of archers began to ascend the high walls on either side via the siege ladders, seizing the initiative. Yuan Tao maintained an impassive expression, silently gazing ahead at the distant gates of the imperial palace. If his instincts were correct, the enemy would undoubtedly exploit their advantageous position to launch a counteroffensive through the main gate. Li Ruqing's voice was heavy with gravity. Beside him, Su Mu, without much contemplation, understood that with Yuan Tao's mention of Qin Chongqing, the outcome of this battle for the throne was assured. Within the imperial palace, in the Golden Luan Hall, Despite the considerable distance, the sounds of battle could be faintly heard from outside. In contrast to the trepidation exhibited by some elder statesmen, Xiao Yuanlu appeared remarkably composed. "Chen Changqing, what is your perspective?" he inquired. "Should we hold our ground and await reinforcements?" The main gate of the palace, if the Duke of the national surname so wished, could easily be breached with a boulder. With a jest, Xiao Zhaifu retorted, "In our palace, we boast over 70,000 troops." Xiao Yuanlu chuckled in response, Chen Changqing's words bringing him comfort, for not only were there over 70,000 soldiers, but also 4,000 imperial guards and an additional 2,000 to 3,000 from the martial world. Altogether, they numbered over 80,000. In a fierce melee, possessing double the strength of the adversary should pose no challenge. Chen Changqing, how about you lead the vanguard this time? Since it was a close-quarters battle, it was only fitting for the warriors of Muyun Prefecture to assert the first wave of might. That would be inadvisable, Chen Changqing replied. Chapter 257, Old Dog. You should silence yourself, uncle. Yuan, drenched in sweat and clad in gleaming armor, rushed into the military formation, strangely drawing his sword with the intent to charge through the main gate. However, he was swiftly intercepted by Yuan Tao. Nearby, Li Ruqing's expression involuntarily tightened. "Let me go save our nation and vanquish our enemies." Yuan's face flushed crimson, tears shimmering in his eyes. Su Mu remained momentarily silent, recognizing, as the ancestor Li Ruqing had observed, that this future emperor was displaying an excessive fervor. "Just observe," Yuan Tao's voice remained calm. With a sigh, Yuan unsheathed his sword and steadied himself beside Yuan Tao. At this juncture, bolstered by Chen Changqing's coordination, the assault on the main gate intensified, causing several battalions to retreat steadily. "Patriots, storm the main gate," Guing bellowed from atop the palace walls. With a rallying cry, more and more patriots surged through the main gate. The retreating soldiers, spurred on by their commanders from the rear, summoned their resolve, turning to fight desperately for their lives. In an instant, the grand palace resounded with the din of battle. Utilizing his agility, Guing leaped down from the palace walls, severing the head of a corpulent general and then leading his comrades to encircle and eliminate the enemy. Muyun Battalion, assist the patriots in vanquishing our foes. Chen Changqing urgently rallied his forces to follow suit in the onslaught. "General Su, what shall we do?" Behind Su Mu, over 5,000 headless soldiers lifted their gazes expectantly towards him. Su Mu, with a stern countenance, coldly signaled with his hand. The 5,000 soldiers erupted in a furious roar, raising their weapons and charging towards the main gate. Si Hu intended to follow suit, but was halted by Su Mu. He recalled Yuan Tao's words, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate Chen Changqing. It is not a case of discarding the donkey after grinding its mill, but rather the multitude of unsettling factors that have arisen from Chen Changqing's lingering presence in Changyang, awaiting the demise of Yuan Tao. "Brother Mu, what is this? I have heard that the military functions can be exchanged for steamed buns. In a moment, you shall assist me in eliminating a person, not merely buns. But lamb soup shall be served daily." Si Hu was instantly elated, hastily retrieving his double-edged axe and running to Su Mu's side. Bang! Xiao Yuanlu, infuriated, removed his hairpin and hurled it heavily to the ground. His disheveled appearance astonished many nearby. "This is impossible," inviting Chen Changqing into Changyang. "I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. A wretch like him, akin to Zhao Qingyun, is driven by greed for both merit and power. A title of nobility is sufficient for him to pledge his allegiance. Lord, I have heard that he previously fought alongside the Duke of the national surname. I am well aware." Xiao Yuanlu gritted his teeth. "Yet what of it? I have stated before, in this world, there exists but one person who is not greedy, Yuan Tao. What of the common people, those lowly wretches, born as they are of tainted stock? If they can survive on wild vegetables, what talk of righteousness can there be?" He kicked over the golden chair before him, coldly lifting his head to gaze upon the carnage outside the golden Luan Hall. The young emperor beside him, his eyes red and swollen, wailed while clutching his arms tightly. "Someone, protect the emperor. Damn that King Chun, where has he run off to now?" "Lord, they have already breached the golden Luan Hall's exterior." A young eunuch had barely spoken when Xiao Yuanlu raised his golden sword, swiftly decapitating him. "Your Majesty, come. Follow your minister." "I shall follow my lord. My lord is my loyal minister." Xiao Yuanlu laughed heartily, grasping the young emperor with one hand and brandishing his golden sword with the other, ready to advance. Behind him, fewer than 100 guards remained. And though they took only a few steps, dozens fled in an instant. My lord, will the young prince slay me? He dares not commit regicide. Should I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure that all those who pride themselves on their loyalty are eradicated. Bang! The Golden Yuan Hall was abruptly breached, and Xiao Yuanlu, scarcely having advanced further, was immediately taken aback. Dozens of guards hastily discarded their weapons, falling to their knees in reverence. Gu Ying entered with a cold demeanor, his blood-soaked appearance prompting the young emperor to cry out once more. General Gu, shall we slay these ruffians? Do you understand how many common folk these accomplices have forced to their demise? Upon hearing Gu Ying's words, many soldiers from the National Salvation Camp roared in anger, swiftly executing dozens of guards before them. How dare you? This is the Golden Yuan Hall. A young head eunuch had scarcely finished speaking when Gu Ying leaped forth, severing his head with a single stroke. Xiao Zhaifu, it is in your best interest not to act rashly. Xiao Yuanlu smirked coldly. For once your master succeeds, you too shall share in the spoils. Gu Ying, with a stern expression, charged forward, but after only a few steps, a dozen black-clad figures appeared before Xiao Yuanlu, brandishing long blades. Even with Gu Ying's swift movements, blood stained his shoulder. The dark guards. Gu Ying, retreat a bit. Outside the Golden Yuan Hall, silver-armored figures finally stepped forward, their voices hoarse yet powerful. Old friend, it has been a long time since we last met. Xiao Zhaifu returned his blade, struggling to gather his disheveled hair. No need for pleasantries. We are not friends. Rebels, you treacherous wretch. Upon seeing Yuan Tao, the young emperor burst into tears and curses. Yuan Tao remained utterly unmoved. Having exhausted numerous attempts to salvage the situation, he was left with no choice but to proceed as he did. Do you comprehend how the people of the Great Ji have fared in recent years? Naturally, they live in peace and prosperity, with no theft upon the roads. Yet you, the traitor, dared to conspire against the throne. A bitter smile spread across Yuan Tao's face. Many soldiers behind him instantly shed tears of anguish. Su Mu, who had rushed from behind, sighed silently upon hearing these words. Had he been an ordinary wealthy youth with such innocent sentiments, it might not have been unreasonable. However, born into royalty, he bore the weight of the entire nation upon his shoulders. An elder general roared in fury. The treacherous faction has taken advantage, causing our great Ji to crumble. Father, what are they saying? They are deceiving you. Indeed, they all deceive me. Only you, dear father, are the greatest loyal subject. Yuan Tao slowly closed his eyes, unable to fathom what the state of the great Ji would be without this effort to cleanse the court of its corruption. He feared that upon his death, the realm would immediately fall into disarray. Xiao Yuanlu, here lie your innumerable crimes. What more can you possibly say? Li Ruqing, with disheveled hair, retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, opening it coldly. Xiao Yuanlu looked up and laughed heartily, cradling the young emperor in his arms, offering no explanation. Young lord, we have contended for many years. Your regency has proven ineffectual. The young emperor has been rendered incapable under my care. Now, in his rage, he has already slain at least 20 eunuchs before reaching the age of maturity. It is no wonder you refuse to negotiate peace and send tributes, insisting on marching your army to Changyang, despite the entire court's attempts to dissuade you. If the court were devoid of integrity, I, Yuan Tao, would remain the final bastion of virtue in the Great Ji, never regretting my choices. Yuan Tao, unperturbed, paused momentarily before speaking again. Old hound, you should silence your barking, lest I become enraged and shatter your toothy grin. The soldiers of the patriotic camp behind him were momentarily stunned, then erupted into fervent roars. In the Golden Hall, Xiao Yuanlu's expression darkened. The young emperor, Yuan Lu, resembled a frightened beast, desperately curling inward. Outside the hall, the armored Yuanin entered, prompting Xiao Yuanlu to erupt into wild laughter. Lord of the nation, you pride yourself on unparalleled loyalty, yet still harbor your own selfish desires. The emperor is present, and this one daring to don golden armor. Could it be the new emperor? Precisely. Yuan Tao answered with 2 words, suddenly lunging forward, his fist crashing down, sending several concealed guards reeling, bloodied, and sprawled on the floor. Xiao Yuanlu, furious, drew his sword, but was met with a swift kick from Yuan Tao, sending him crashing to the ground, his golden sword slipping away. You wretched fiend, your time is up. You wish to control the young emperor, but I have outpaced you. Yuan Tao, devoid of sorrow or joy, shattered the swords of the guards attempting to strike, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Your Majesty, please come here. Yuan Lu's face was pale, marked by panic. After much hesitation, he attempted to step forward, but only managed a few paces before foaming at the mouth, desperately clutching his throat. With just a brief embrace, Yuan Lu's frail form fell motionless to the ground. Yuan Tao trembled and closed his eyes. On the earth, Xiao Yuan Lu's maniacal laughter echoed, taunting, "Do not resist. I had already poisoned him. Since he acknowledges me as his father, we shall embark on this journey together. Father and son, Yuan Tao, you cannot compete with me. While you lived, you were akin to a forsaken stray dog, restless throughout the day. Even in death, it remains the same." Yuan Tao opened his eyes, their chill piercing. I inquired, "Who remembers you? Among the countless citizens of Deji, who recalls your name? The memorial tablets in and out of the inner city will be hastily destroyed upon your demise. You may at best be mentioned in the historian's records. A few scant entries noting the treachery of Deji's corrupt officials. Your kin will feel profound shame, erasing you from the family tree. There will be no grave for offerings, nor will any relative speak of you. At most, a few wild dogs will endure the stench to feast upon your remains." Yuan Tao. Xiao Yuanlu's face flushed crimson. Yuan Tao turned away coldly. Chapter 59, A Farewell to the Lord. "Brother, assist me in walking," Yuan Tao stammered. Each step he took causing the nearby citizens and soldiers to bow their heads to the ground. In that moment, Su Mu comprehended the true meaning of an unparalleled patriot. "Brother, let us stroll towards the city wall. I once relished standing atop and gazing across the vast expanse of our Deji's mountains and rivers." "My lord, I shall carry you," Su Mu replied. "If my brother were to cough, it would be perfect." With tears in his eyes, Su Mu hoisted Yuan Tao onto his back. Feeling that this lifelong loyal little lord had grown emaciated, frail as an elder, Gu Ying followed behind, sobbing like a child while keeping pace. "Once the nation is stabilized, I shall face the former emperor's wrath, but though I, Yuan Tao, have my sins, I bear no guilt. I am not saving the royal family. I am saving the nation. Such matters must be undertaken by someone. Born into a chaotic era is not our desire, yet to neglect a crumbling nation is our fault." Gu Ying, the scholar from the Lu family in Changyang's Qingsher Alley, is quite talented. "Have you delivered the silver for relief?" "Master, yes, I have," Gu Ying replied, his voice still trembling. "In Fengyang town, several households are suffering from the frost disaster. Have you urged the officials for relief funds?" "Master, I have pressed them too." Su Mu realized that the little lord on his back had begun to ramble. "Gu Ying, you shall follow the young master henceforth. Heed his words." "My brother." Gu Ying is rather impetuous, yet he is a man of loyalty. "My lord, we have arrived at the city wall," Su Mu said, wiping his nose and steadying Yuan Tao as they leaned against the wall side by side. Below, an uncountable multitude of citizens and soldiers of the National Salvation Camp approached, weeping loudly, and hastily knelt in the direction of Yuan Tao. Yuan crawled forward almost on his knees, bowing his head, pressing it firmly into the muddy ground. "Brother, I hear the cries. The citizens are bidding farewell to the Lord." Yuan Tao smiled, his laughter hoarse to the extreme. "In the days to come, with a new emperor and devoid of corrupt officials, your lives shall surely improve beyond what they once were. Alas, I shall not witness it." Chapter 260, Spring fills the old mountains and rivers, adding new years. A fine poem deserves appreciation. The 18th year of Xingwu, at the year's end. Within and beyond Changyang City, as the turmoil of war began to ease and the treacherous minister met his demise, it appeared as if a new era had dawned. Yet Su Mu was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. These days, aside from attending to the funeral of Yuan Tao and the recruitment of several honest old ministers, the remaining time passed in a hurried blur. In moments of solitude, he would reminisce about the Duke of State and Gu Ying, as well as the numerous valiant warriors who perished in the fierce battles at Changyang. To the south of the city lay the burial mounds, where, as per the master's wishes, the fallen soldiers had been afforded a proper resting place. Before Su Mu stood a hawk-nosed guard, not Gu, but Chao, whose full name was Chao Hong. He had succeeded Gu Ying as the leader of the 4,000 Tiger Hall elite warriors. Chun Chongqing Chao Hong spoke with a hint of resignation. It seems he has anticipated something. These days, he has been entering and exiting the palace accompanied by thousands of iron guards. I've heard that the famed Chen Tianwang, who wields twin whips, has also pledged his allegiance to him. Should the master wish it, Tiger Hall could issue a headhunting decree tonight. A headhunting decree? Su Mu's expression darkened. He did not desire to plunge Changyang into chaos once more. The new Emperor Yuan and had yet to solidify his position should turmoil arise. All of the young lord's efforts would be rendered futile, not to mention the exceedingly slim chances of success. Chao Hong, keep a watchful eye. We shall devise our plans upon my return to Changyang. Chao Hong nodded earnestly. The strategist inquired whether the master required an entry into Changyang to formulate strategies. Not for the time being, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. The situation remains unstable. Their presence there would only ensure greater safety. Chao Hong clasped his fists and stepped back, then leaped away, vanishing from sight. Brother Mu, these individuals possess a remarkable audacity, unafraid of death. I have witnessed it before. During the assault on Changyang, they were always the first to charge. Indeed, Su Mu sighed, pondering the immense effort the young lord had invested in cultivating Tiger Hall. See who? Accompany me to Yuzhou. Yuzhou was nearly an outer city bordering the inner districts, although adjacent to the Ji River. It remained among the least prosperous of the 23 cities along the river. According to the old ministers, Yuan and S ascension to the throne was to be on the first day of the first month, coinciding with the re-establishment of the era name, a day deemed auspicious. Su Mu, disinterested in the political machinations, saw this as a perfect opportunity to visit Chang Xiling. Follow General Su. Behind him, the band of headless warriors, numbering over 400, expressed their willingness to remain. To Yuzhou, as the year-end approached, the once snowy skies began to clear. The official roads, warmed by the gentle sunlight, were lined with the melting snow. Along the way, many destitute refugees hurriedly made their way towards Changyang City. Following the downfall of the treacherous minister, ample supplies had been uncovered, filling dozens of granaries. As Chang Xiling had once proclaimed, 70% of the world's grain was held in the hands of a select few, among whom the treacherous minister Xiao Yuanlu was a key figure. In an apparent bid to win the people's favor, Yuan had been distributing grain from the granaries for 3 consecutive days. After more than a day's journey along the official road, they finally arrived at Yuzhou City by the afternoon of the following day. Why does the rice seller aspire to be a king? Si Hu, pursing his lips, spoke with an air of disbelief. Brother Mu, should I address him as the rice seller or as the king of Yuzhou? Call him as you please, Su Mu chuckled. Chang Xiling has grown accustomed to his wild nature. Even if you were to let out a loud fart before him, he would likely not take offense. After all, in this realm, he is of ancestral stature. A political upheaval aimed at restoring the emperor's authority has indeed propped up the crumbling dynasty. Yet it has simultaneously given rise to numerous formidable figures. Chang Wei just entered Yuzhou City. See who called out from a distance. Sure enough, clad in iron armor, Chang Wei was patrolling with a 1,000-strong battalion. Upon spotting Su Mu, he joyfully spurred his horse forward. It had been a long time since he last saw the young master, and he felt a deep sense of longing. It appears that my little master has now become a battalion commander, Su Mu remarked with a smile. Although I may be somewhat dull-witted, my lord is in need of assistance, so he has entrusted these tasks to me. Chang Wei scratched his head, his expression shifting to one of melancholy. I heard that the young marquis has passed away, and Little Eagle has perished as well. Su Mu fell silent. They had barely exchanged blows 3 times, with neither side able to claim victory. Deep down, he had hoped to invite him for a drink. Chang Wei, when you find the time, let us go to the graveyard and offer a bowl of rice wine, Su Mu consoled. This statement eased the regretful expression on Chang Wei's face. What should I call you now, dear young master? Has the new emperor not conferred upon you a high position? Surely, you must be made a minister. Let us stick with calling you young master, Chang Wei replied, smiling. He had grown accustomed to calling him that for so long. Young master, let me take you to meet my lord. Excellent. Su Mu had anticipated that after being granted the title of king of Yuzhou, Chang Xiling's carefree demeanor would be tempered. However, upon encountering him, Su Mu realized he had overestimated the situation. By the riverside in Yuzhou City, Chang Xiling had yet to fasten his robe. His face flushed as he argued with several old fishermen about whether to add coriander to the fish head soup. Nonsense. If you don't put in coriander, what is the point of the fish head soup? I might as well gnaw on it raw. One old fisherman boldly retorted. Even if I were to gnaw it raw, I wouldn't add such inferior herbs, just like a flower maiden that hasn't bathed for days. My lord has been like this these past few days. Chang Wei lamented. He drinks himself into a stupor alone in the residence, cursing foolishness while shedding tears. I tried to dissuade him 3 times, only to be met with blows each time, so I no longer dared to intervene. Once he sobers up, he goes out to the market, randomly picks a fight. And after that, he returns to the residence to sleep. Sumu was at a loss for words. My lord, the young master has arrived. Chang Wei, having grown accustomed to the routine, called out loudly without regard for decorum. Chang Caiwei, unable to contend with the old fisherman, angrily shoved him into the river, then brazenly tossed a handful of silver coins onto the ground. The fisherman, who had been shouting and brawling, suddenly brightened at the sight. Why did you take so long to arrive? Chang Caiwei approached, casting an annoyed glance. Did young Master Chang know I was coming? How could I not know? Hurry up. It's a letter from Xiao Tao Tao. You are aware of this as well. When Laozi was playing with mud, your father had yet to marry. Seizing the letter, Chang Caiwei eagerly opened it, standing in the sunlight, carefully perusing each word. As he read, this young prodigy, recently conferred the title of King of Yuzhou, unexpectedly found himself weeping on the bustling street, his eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 261. The vast lands without Lord Yuan in the tea house of Yuzhou, with visitors arriving. Chang Caiwei declared, I shall not interfere with the affairs of Changyang. Suppressing the tremor in his voice, he gradually regained his composure. As for the question of whether I am to be granted the title of king, I remain indifferent. Upon your return to Changyang City, convey to the new emperor that he would do well to remain prudent. His position was secured at the cost of Xiao Taotao's life. Should he falter, I shall take his place. Chang Caiwei did not mask his intentions. It was Xiao Taotao, on the brink of death, who upheld the crumbling edifice. For this reason alone, I shall refrain from acting for the time being. After spring arrives, even if the northern D advance upon the old pass, I shall aid in their defense. We may engage in battle, but the D dogs shall not set foot in the central plains. Sumu clasped his fists in salute. While it was indeed a struggle of internal strife, Chang Caiwei's audacity in stating he could thwart the D people was sufficient proof of his valor. Furthermore, inform the new emperor that the 8 cities surrounding Yuzhou shall henceforth fall under my jurisdiction regarding taxation and recruitment. Should he harbor grievances, he is not far away. If he has the courage, let Qin Changqing come and have a word. Do not presume to impose yearly tributes upon me. I am doing this for Xiao Taodao. Sumu couldn't help but smile wryly. You are, after all, a king now, yet your temperament remains unchanged. Chang Caiwei shook his head. You do not understand. I harbor no faith in the new regime. You may extol Xiao Taotao for saving the realm, but do not delude yourself into thinking a towering tree can sprout from rotten roots. I comprehend, Sumu sighed. If not, you would not have come to me this time. Chang Caiwei reiterated his previous words. I must decline, Sumu replied with a smile, shaking his head. Why should I concede to Xiao Taodao? You assist him, but not me. He saved the world, the common people, without any selfish desire. Chang Caiwei fell silent, nodding with a hint of emotion after a prolonged pause. This time, you are not mistaken. Let us not dwell on that any longer. At that moment, the tea house's proprietress personally served hot tea and sunflower seeds, placing them carefully on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Caiwei discreetly took advantage. With a sharp slap, he rubbed his aching hand and continued calmly. I must ask you, has the new emperor mentioned granting you any official title? Not yet, Sumu replied honestly. Chang Caiwei furrowed his brow. You would do well to be cautious. You ought to understand the principle of discarding the donkey once it has served its purpose. Should the time come, you might find yourself a foolish donkey ready for slaughter. I have my own plans, Sumu asserted. Remember my words. If you are to pursue an official position, aim for the highest rank. If they offer you a lower title, cast aside the burden and refuse with your abilities. You could thrive anywhere. Sumu pouted, recalling the treacherous journey of 2,000 li along the border, where he nearly perished. There is another matter. Not long ago, Zhao Qingyun arrived with 20,000 cavalry, but I did not allow him to pass the old pass. Zhao Qingyun. Indeed. I suspect that upon learning of the events in Changyang City, he may entertain other intentions. The other frontier generals, to varying degrees, harbored dissenting thoughts. It only awaited a catalyst to plunge into chaos. Sumu's expression grew solemn as he nodded. Presently, Zhao Qingyun and Hezhou stood as the first line of defense against the northern D, should the imperial authority ever wane. The situation would not merely involve fragmentation, but could potentially spiral into greater turmoil. Shaking his head, Sumu dismissed the thought, convincing himself that he was overthinking. After all, Zhao Qingyun was a product of the Tongzi camp. Little master, should the day come when we clash, you must allow me some leeway. Chang Xiling remarked, cracking open a peanut with a knowing smile. A strip of iron, will you take it? Su Mu playfully scolded him, well aware of Chang Xiling's nature. As both were individuals who could afford to jest, raised by dogs, I command an army of 50 or 60,000, enough to beat you into submission. Chang Xiling retorted, cursing lightly, get lost, get out of my Yuzhou. Tell that new emperor to sit tight. If he cannot, I shall take his seat myself. Despite the banter, as they departed Yuzhou, Chang Xiling nonetheless accompanied Su Mu for 2 miles, hesitatingly producing a jar of homemade plum wine. I shall not go to Changyang. You must take my place and offer 2 cups of wine to little Tao Tao. Drunken fairy? He cherished the single jar he had brewed himself. Su Mu clasped his hands in gratitude, firmly accepting it. This visit to Yuzhou had yielded a significant outcome. For the time being, Chang Xiling would likely remain stable. However, this was not a long-term solution. Regardless of Chang Xiling or any other frontier general, as long as the dynasty wavered, they would inevitably aspire to carve out their own domains. Such is the lament of a decaying dynasty. Mountains and rivers stretch without Yuan Jun. In this life, it is difficult to find a similar soul. Chang Wei, fetch the wine. My heartache has returned. Standing in the sunlight, Su Mu paused contemplatively before resolutely continuing forward. Upon returning to Changyang, it was already the dusk of the following day. In contrast to the previous desolation, the city now buzzed with life, likely due to the downfall of the treacherous minister and the ascension of the new emperor. Brother Mu, tomorrow marks the end of the year. If there are any old debts, they should be settled. Su Mu wished he could, but at this moment, Chun Changqing resembled a startled bird, entirely elusive. Even if found, he was heavily guarded, rendering any approach impossible. Otherwise, we should return home and spend the new year with the 2 sisters-in-law. I miss them. And little puppy Fu still owes me 8 strings of candied hawthorn. I cannot return. Su Mu resolutely shook his head. Outside the inner city, the concealed hunting village bustled with activity. He could not return. Jia Zhouzhong was writing spring festival couplets when he abruptly heard Li Debao's inquiry and hesitated before responding. Why can we not return? Li Debao exclaimed in frustration. Does he not want to have children anymore? He promised 10. In Fuyang Mountain, Jia Zhou replied succinctly, contemplating before adding, if he can stabilize things, he will naturally bring us along. If he cannot, he will return. Regardless, we must attempt it. Will he truly be able to stabilize it? Wei Feng asked, his tone heavy. I refuse to tell you. Then why do we not return to Mati Lake first? Jia Zhou set down his brush, revealing a smile. Leader Wei, let me ask you, do you genuinely wish for our little master to brew wine for a lifetime? Wei Feng paused, his face revealing a wild joy. What did the strategist mean? It was not to be spoken of. Yet, Leader Wei felt assured that our little master was not so simple. Your words are rather peculiar, strategist, he remarked. Old Wei, you should read more, Chen Jiaqiao chided, approaching with red paper in hand. Well, you old hero, let us have another contest. What a trivial quarrel. Whoever disturbs my drinking shall feel my wrath, Zhuge Fan retorted. His neck stiffened as he sat outside the ancestral hall, grumbling. Enough noise. The madam is in a foul mood, Chen Sheng sighed. As dusk fell, Jiang Caiwei stood at the village entrance, gazing into the distance until her eyes grew dim, reluctantly turning away and silently retracing her steps. After a few paces, she suddenly heard a sound behind her and quickly turned to find it was merely a small foraging creature. She halted, standing still for a long while, before letting out a quiet sigh. From pear blossoms to plum snow, she had ultimately transformed into a person consumed by longing. Chapter 262. The palace's New Year banquet in the 18th year of Xingwu, on New Year's Eve. Su Mu rode back to Changyang City after paying respects at the graves of Yuan Tao and Guing. The streets began to fill with townsfolk offering sacrifices to the kitchen god. The festive couplets adorned every corner in bright red. Children shook rattles while clutching glutinous rice balls, their mouths smeared with food. The aroma of roasted meat occasionally wafted from the stalls lining the streets. Brother Mu, let us buy one, see who pleaded. After we finish the New Year's feast, you can go to Old Zhou's for plenty of lamb soup, Su Mu replied tersely. According to the customs of the Great Ji, the palace would not hold court today. The emperor, along with his consorts and relatives, would partake in an extravagant family banquet. However, Yuan found himself alone, having not even established a queen. Reluctantly, he had to rely on a few ministers for company, and Su Mu was among them. General Su, the imperial kitchen is already preparing. Yuan, clad in tiger armor, exclaimed as he rushed towards Su Mu, cupping his hands in greeting. I hear Commander Yu has also been promoted, Su Mu noted. The Golden Blade Guard of the 3rd rank, commanding 4,000 Imperial Force troops. Yuan replied with a steady tone. Congratulations, Commander Yu, Su Mu said. Yuan expressed his gratitude, hesitated briefly, and then spoke again. General Su. We emerged from the beheading army together. Should there be anything, do not hesitate to speak. Su Mu felt a stir in his heart and patted Yuan on the shoulder. Has Chen Chongqing entered the palace? He has indeed. Bringing about 4,000 iron guards with him, Yuan informed him. Hearing this, Su Mu furrowed his brows. He felt a sense of discomfort as long as Chen Chongqing remained unchallenged. I have something to convey to General Su, Yuan continued. In recent days, Chen Chongqing has been quite close to His Majesty. We all know that should there be an attack on Changyang, the credit would undoubtedly belong to General Su. Even the members of the Salvation Army would attest to this. Let us discuss this further in the palace, Su Mu calmly replied after a moment of contemplation. Yuan clasped his fists and, alongside Su Mu, they made their way toward the palace. The young Emperor Yuan Lu had been poisoned by treacherous ministers, and many eunuchs and palace maids had followed him in death. Now, within the palace, the remaining eunuchs and palace maids were few in number. As they approached the side hall, 2 elderly eunuchs could be discerned, leading a group of joyous yet impoverished children toward the cleansing chamber. Su Mu felt an uncomfortable sensation, but offered no obstruction. In comparison to the flourishing era, being admitted to the imperial palace as a eunuch was indeed a commendable fate. General Su, behold, that is Chen Chongqing's iron guard, Yuan remarked coldly as they neared the imperial path. Su Mu looked up and, as expected, he discovered a formidable contingent of armored soldiers standing along the imperial way, shields in one hand and halberds in the other, exuding the aura of a strong military force. These armors were originally items from the palace armory. The late emperor had intended to establish a protective army, but for reasons unknown, the plan had been shelved. Chen Chongqing had accessed the armory and taken them, selecting some soldiers from his own troops to form this iron guard. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Has His Majesty expressed any displeasure? None, it was said. I heard that Chen Chongqing personally sought forgiveness and was pardoned by His Majesty. Pardoned indeed? Su Mu found it difficult to comprehend whether this was a manifestation of Yuan An's imperial cunning or if it was simply disregarded. After traversing half the imperial path, Su Mu hesitated and turned back, exchanging a silent glance with Yuan, both choosing to remain mute. General Su, Commander Yu, an elderly eunuch stood in the brisk wind, hastily bowing as the two approached. His Majesty is in the Tienda Hall, having prepared a banquet for the new year, and has commanded this old servant to await you here. Well said, esteemed eunuch. Please lead the way, Su Mu replied, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Due to Lien Chun's influence, he held a relatively favorable impression of the palace's elderly eunuchs. Please, both of you. As they moved forward, Su Mu cast a final glance at Chen Chongqing's iron guard, his expression darkening. Bringing private troops into the palace, indeed, Chen Chongqing was beyond redemption. Su Qing. Before reaching the Tienda Hall, Su Mu was taken aback to find Yuan and standing on the imperial path, accompanied by several palace guards, awaiting him. Su Qing. You have kept me in suspense. Yuan approached, warmly grasping Su Mu's hand, while Yuan discreetly stepped aside. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such honor. Haha. My royal uncle has stated that in this realm, only Su Qing possesses a heart solely devoted to the nation. With a talent as grand as yours, I naturally must welcome you in person. Were it any other minister, they would be weeping with gratitude at such a moment. Yet Su Mu remained unmoved. Having risen from the ranks of a mere laborer and distiller, he had witnessed too much duplicity. To speak frankly, had he been somewhat careless, he would likely have been left with nothing but remnants. He indeed wished to save the nation and its people, following the path laid by Yuan Tao, hoping that one day, the entire Deji would be adorned with verdant hills. However, Yuan Tao had left behind a saying, should Yuan falter, he could make his own choices. Su Qing shall join me for the banquet. Today, in honor of your presence, I have specially commanded the offering of winter deer. I am overwhelmed, Your Majesty. There is no need for such formality, were it not for your noble intentions. The realm of Deji would surely remain in a state of corruption. Su Mu pondered briefly and nodded slightly. As they approached the Tienda Hall, Yuan finally caught up, while Sihu remained outside, gesturing to wait. Su Qing. Oh yes, and you too? Yu Qing, please enter the hall. I am but a solitary being, with only the two of you remaining by my side. Su Mu and Yuan both fell silent, bowing deeply. Within the hall, beneath the dragon throne's first row, an unfamiliar figure had already settled heavily at the banquet table. It was General Su, and his presence was none other than Qin Changqing. When leaned closer, his voice laden with seriousness, Su Mu furrowed his brow and raised his head with weighted gravity. Deep within, he harbored a palpable sense of animosity towards this young marquis, whom he was determined to eliminate. It was not merely a mission, but a visceral conviction that the formidable general from Muyun Prefecture posed a significant threat. When Jia Zhou ignited the flames, it was Qin Changqing who seized the opportunity to mobilize troops and occupy Dongyang County, revealing his ambitions. General Su, Qin Changqing greeted with a smile, rising to clasp his hands towards Su Mu. Su Mu, maintaining his composure, raised his sleeve and reciprocated the gesture, ultimately refraining from triggering the crossbow mechanism. It was truly absurd to don armor and bring personal soldiers merely to attend a New Year's feast. Su Qing, come forth to the front row. You are indeed my right-hand minister. In ancient times, the right was regarded as honorable. For instance, a demotion was termed as a left transfer, while a promotion was referred to as a right elevation. Qin Changqing took his seat at the head of the right row. Should Su Mu choose to sit, he would only be able to occupy a position on the left. He did not take his seat, as the rationale was straightforward. Once the court established a hierarchy, one would invariably become passive. General Su, this is the imperial decree, Qin Changqing remarked with a smile. A newly arrived official from the Ministry of Rites, intending to present the imperial feast, observed the scene and wisely retreated. Yuan sat silently upon the dragon throne, momentarily lost in thought. Outside the tienda hall, Sihu, stealthily peeling peanuts, abruptly halted his actions and lifted his gaze towards the crooked figure before him. An entity neither fully human nor ghostly, yet clad in an exquisitely luxurious scholar's robe. From this day forth, the 6 great masters of the inner city shall be supplemented by one more. Chen Lu halted his steps, speaking with a sly tone, and beckoned to the foolish-headed tiger. Sihu widened his eyes and bellowed, charging towards Chen Lu. You old dog. Only 2 exchanges each time. Sihu shouted up in indignation. Foolish-headed tiger, Chen Lu replied with a subtle smile. Sihu's face flushed crimson as he drew his horse-slicing blade, preparing to leap onto the hall's platform. Sihu, do not be provoked. Su Mu interjected coldly as he stepped out of the tienda hall. At Su Mu's words, Sihu was taken aback and hurriedly jumped down, pouting as he returned. King Chun, even after pledging allegiance to a new master, exercise caution. Do not fall into my hands, Su Mu remarked with a cold smile, aware that Qin Changqing would undoubtedly have 100 justifications to protect Chen Lu at such a time. Standing atop the hall, Chen Lu squinted his eyes and smiled, offering no response. Brother Mu, have we finished eating? I am full. If you are still hungry, I shall peel peanuts for you, Su Mu sighed internally, fully comprehending Yuan An's concerns. Among the 8 great generals of the border, his maternal grandfather was Li Ruqing, and Zhao Qingyun from Hezhou had once been a close comrade. Not to mention the newly pardoned Wang Chang Xilang from Yuzhou, who was yet another old friend. Su Qing, please accompany me back to the hall, Yuan urged as he chased after him, having pursued too hastily and lost one of his dragon sandals in the process. Su Qing, I was remiss in my earlier considerations. How is this? I humbly remained by Su Qing's side during this year's banquet. As a solitary monarch, I kindly asked for Su Qing's understanding. To exhibit such respect for scholars and the worthy is typically a hallmark of a sagacious ruler. Yet, strangely, Su Mu harbored no such sentiments. Your Majesty jest, Su Mu remarked, having heard the commotion outside, prompting his emergence. I knew it. Su Qing is undoubtedly a person of great foresight. Su Mu smiled, waiting for Yuan to return to the palace before turning his gaze towards Sihu. Sihu, should that old scoundrel provoke you again, step outside and draw your blade without hesitation. I shall bear the consequences. Chen Lu's appearance was merely to incite trouble for Sihu outside the tienda hall. These wretched individuals are all shrouded in malevolence. Sihu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded fervently. As Yuan himself had stated, remain in Changyang City, and my lord, take great care. Jiazhou rose to bow. Concerning matters at the estate, with myself and the lady present, my lord may rest assured. Should any ill fortune arise, please return swiftly to the estate. Su Mu also clasped his fists steadily, acknowledging that having Wen Long's assistance was indeed a fortuitous blessing. My lord, I feel somewhat weary. Jia Zhou smiled, no longer lingering, and with the protection of several loyal warriors, he departed, his footsteps fading into the distance of the stone-paved alley. Su Mu had contemplated leaving Jia Zhou and Changyang for support, yet he ultimately felt uneasy about the estate. After all, with Jia Zhou present, it should be safe unless a considerable force sought to besiege it. Brother Mu, do you wish to eat? Sihu inquired, perched on a gatepost, his mouth full of food, his expression tinged with concern. Brother Mu has dined in the palace and is likely not hungry. Why wouldn't I eat? My wife prepared this for me. Brother Mu, do eat sparingly. Once the eve of the new year has passed, it is the first day of the first month. According to the Astronomical Bureau and the elder ministers, the first day of the first month is indeed an auspicious day for the ascension to the throne. Naturally, the decorations are in full swing. Early on, not only within the palace but throughout the entire Chanyang city, there was a scene of fervent celebration. The loyal elders could hardly contain their excitement to pay homage to the new emperor. Having donned their finest robes, they crowded the streets outside the palace, kneeling in reverence for an extended period. Carriages rolled over the damp, snowy ground, and as drivers and guards called out, the retired officials and self-proclaimed patriots dismounted their carriages, entering the grand avenue before the palace, joyfully gazing at the splendid canopy that had been erected. As the appointed hour approached, the elderly eunuch positioned at the main gate. His face flushed, seemed to exert every ounce of his strength as he began to sing in a high pitch. In an instant, an uncountable number of firecrackers and fireworks erupted into the sky, merging with the darkened heavens. Thousands of figures, kneeling in unison along the entire palace street, cried out in jubilant praise. Dressed in silver armor, Su Mu slightly raised his gaze, observing Yuan and S silhouette before him, visibly trembling, as he advanced step by step alongside the announcing eunuch. Su Mu, across all of Chanyang, you possess merely a few thousand soldiers. Do not forget that I command an army of 30,000. Test me if you dare, Su Mu interjected coldly. Yuan Tao, initially delayed by his expedition, inadvertently allowed treacherous factions to multiply within the court, regardless of the path ahead. Being present in the court now necessitates a display of authority to intimidate those who might dare to stir. This act serves not only to establish his power, but also to draw a metaphorical sword. The tension between him and Chen Changqing had clearly escalated under Yuan and subtle machinations. With a stern countenance, Chen Changqing dismissed the gathered iron guards, who reluctantly retreated. Shadows of thousands clad in black slowly faded into the darkness on either side of the palace walls. Thus, it was evident that in Chanyang City, one of them would surely perish. After uttering this grim proclamation, Chen Changqing rose coldly, anticipating the measures of Duke Dingnan. Remember, add an extra layer of armor for tomorrow. Turning away, Su Mu did not spare Chen Changqing another glance and strode resolutely forward. In front of the iron guards, an eager young commander feigned readiness, drawing an iron bow to aim at Su Mu's retreating figure. However, before he could even complete his motion, 7 or 8 poison daggers struck him down. Before he could utter a cry, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Damnable wretch, Chen Changqing cursed, looking up. Brother Mu, what just happened? Sihu, who had been sent for the carriage, appeared visibly agitated. Nothing, Su Mu replied with a smile. Even if Chao Hong had not arrived with reinforcements, with Yuan present, it was highly likely that Chen Changqing would choose to keep the peace. Master, might we alarm the enemy? Chao Hong asked, descending from a height, his voice laden with gravity. Not at all. He has always been on guard, Su Mu sighed, foreseeing that by tomorrow, all of Chanyang City would be aware of the methods employed by the newly appointed chancellor. Chao Hong, ensure someone keeps a close watch on Chen Changqing. If an opportunity arises, report back swiftly. Chao Hong clasped his fists and vanished once more into the night. Sihu, get in the carriage. Brother Mu, do not make me fetch the carriage again next time. Sihu grumbled as he jumped onto the carriage and swiftly took up the reins. Outside the palace, the lively atmosphere had yet to wane, with drunken figures staggering about amidst the debris of firecrackers and colorful lanterns scattered everywhere. The pardon of the chancellor had led Yuan in to bestow a residence at the end of the street. It was said that this estate once belonged to an old trader, which Chen Changqing had confiscated and silenced, leaving it abandoned for a time. Brother Mu, spring is approaching. The snow of February and March seemed to gradually calm following the sacrifice of the young Lord Yuan Tao. The icy remnants along the snow-laden paths were becoming fewer. The arrival of spring was indeed a joyous occasion for the common folk, as both farming and handicrafts could resume, allowing them to earn a living once more. However, Sumu held a different perspective. With the onset of spring, the northern D, having been cooped up all winter, would likely seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil within the Great G to launch another assault on Hezhou. Zhao Qingyun is no longer of any use, becoming increasingly like a lapdog. Fortunately, the old fortress was under the command of Chang Xilang, the king of Yuzhou, who, given his temperament, would not allow the northern D to breach the inner city, even if it meant fighting to the death. Sumu was already contemplating drafting a petition to secure funds for the repair of the old fortress from Chang Xilang. Brother Mu, is this it? Why are there so many people? Sihu halted the carriage, chattering incessantly. Sumu raised his head, only to discover that a diverse assembly of individuals had gathered before a mansion, their presence unknown until now. Officials, wealthy gentry, and scholars stood trembling in the cold wind. Bow, pay respects to Su Zaifu. Sumu furrowed his brow. A small steward, sporting a thin mustache, hurriedly emerged from the mansion, offering greetings while assisting with the horses. Sir, they have all come to pay their respects. Since you have not returned, I dared not allow them entry. Well done, Sumu acknowledged. The steward's face flushed with excitement at the praise. As the new official, we have come specifically to congratulate you. A group of elder officials, gathering their courage, hastily approached. Sumu, disinterested in engaging, remained silent, but a sharp glare from Sihu sent a large portion of them retreating in fear. If anyone dares to obstruct the entrance, I shall draw my sword. The officials, clutching their gift boxes, quickly cleared a path. Sumu strode confidently inside. Chapter 266, The Small Court in the Early Morning. Outside the Golden Luan Hall, 8 enormous coiled dragon pillars stood, the dragons seemingly poised to take flight amidst the cold wind and gray mist. At the 5th watch of the night, the ministers who had entered the imperial palace were already shivering from the chill. It had been quite some time. The previous young emperor, indulging in sleep and gluttony, had likely not attended court for half a year. Such thoughts lingered, yet none dared to utter a word of complaint. The new emperor had ascended the throne, and there was a palpable tension in the air. During such a time, no one wished to appear foolish. A palace eunuch emerged from the Golden Luan Hall, bowing respectfully as he finally announced the court's assembly. The civil and military officials entered slowly, with Sumu leading the way among the civil officials. He did not step forward, and the rest of the officials dared not move. Sihu, wait for me on the side, Sumu instructed as he removed his heavy cloak. Understood, came the response. Su Zaifu's commanding nature was evident. The military commander at the forefront, clad in thick armor, chuckled softly. Shut your mouth. Sumu retorted coldly, causing the civil officials behind him to tremble slightly. Chen Changqing squinted and turned his head. With a deep breath, Sumu finally stepped forward, entering the hall with steady resolve. From a minor lord to the current chancellor in such a brief span of time had been a considerable leap, leaving him somewhat unsettled. However, to speak honestly, even in this small court, he did not feel particularly honored by his position as chancellor. The dragon throne within the hall seemed familiar to Yuanin, who was clad in a dragon robe, exuding an air of regal authority. He lifted his gaze to the assembly of civil and military officials, a surge of fervor igniting within him. The officials chanted "Long live the emperor," as Yuanin hastily gestured for calm. If there are memorials to present, step forward. If not, the court will be dismissed. With a eunuch by his side, the proclamation rang out. I have a memorial to present. Sumu paused, noticing an elderly official, frail and white-haired, stepping forward from behind. He recognized him as Yang Xiao, one of the 5 incorruptible elders left by Yuan Tao, who had been painstakingly invited back to court. It was said he served as a mirror to advise the emperor, which had drawn the ire of the late emperor. Chapter 267. King of Yuzhou enters Changyang on the 17th day of the 1st month. Several old willows by the inner river had begun to sprout new buds. The scholars who had languished through the winter once again gathered at the Waterside Academy, reciting tedious verses. Recite, recite, until you find yourself in a dog-s belly. Chang Xilang, in a fit of frustration, kicked several scholars into the lake, prompting a cacophony of curses and cries. After all, you hold an esteemed position, yet you dare not intervene? The thought of Xiao Tao Tao enduring this daily irked me immensely. Recent events have been overwhelming. Sumu offered a wry smile, reminding him that, as a prince of Yuzhou, he ought not to engage in such antics. I was born with this temperament. Wherever I am displeased, I strike. Chang Caiwei clapped his hands, picked up a couple of stones, and after bestowing bumps upon the heads of the unfortunate scholars, returned with a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction. What brings you to Changyang? There is a significant matter at hand. Chang Caiwei's expression suddenly turned grave. Su Mu, momentarily taken aback, recalled that the notorious young Master Chang was generally a lawless character. What could possibly compel him to enter Changyang personally? The Northern D dispatched an envoy, and Zhao Qingyun from Hezhou yielded passage, now arriving at Laoguan. Is it the Northern D envoy? I surmise they sought to enter the inner city to flaunt their power and demand tribute. Did you slay them? Chang Caiwei scratched his ear. Out of 300. Only 15 remain. Su Mu was left speechless. Then why not finish the job? One of them shouted Tengari several times, then informed me that General Li Pujuan was in their custody. Surely, they were deceiving you? After the battle at Yongguan, the odds are grim. I would rather spare a few Northern D than relinquish all hope. If I discover it to be false, I can always resume the slaughter. Are you entering Changyang to seek an audience with the court? Chang Caiwei raised his head, surveying the scenery of Changyang City, pondering what to inquire of the one upon the dragon throne, seeking clarity to ease his mind. What shall you ask? Will we confront the Northern D? If another tribute is demanded, I shall refuse. Furthermore, regarding General Li, I must procure some documents from the Ministry of War. Chapter 268. I wish to be Emperor Prince of Yuzhou, Chang Xiaodang, and the Chancellor, Su Mu, request an audience. The eunuch stationed outside the hall, after clearing his throat, proclaimed loudly. Within the Golden Luan Hall, Yuan anxiously lifted his gaze. Quick, grant them a seat. He felt compelled to do so. Having heard that the Prince of Yuzhou was a significant rebel, not only holding dominion over 8 cities near Yuzhou, but also commanding the allegiance of many scattered troops. These newly crafted gilded chairs are quite commendable, Chang Caiwei remarked, his brow furrowed. Su Mu, standing nearby, discerned the underlying implication in his words. Prince of Yuzhou, please take your seat. I have long been aware of the amicable relations between you and my royal uncle. He accuses me of being a rebel, Chang Caiwei interjected, interrupting Yuan. The 2 attending eunuchs dared not chastise him, and even Yuan himself suppressed his irritation, feigning a countenance of delight. Prince of Yuzhou, let us discuss matters of importance, Su Mu said with a hint of exasperation. During this visit to Changyang, I bring a message for your majesty. Without the customary thrice-repeated salutation, Chang Caiwei spoke directly. What news do you bear? The envoy of the Northern D seeks passage through Laoguan, wishing to enter Changyang for discussions. I wish to inquire how your majesty would like to proceed. With straightforwardness that pierced through the air, the words momentarily drained color from Yuan's face upon his throne. Naturally, he was to be rebuffed at the nation's gates. However, the specifics of this matter required consultation with numerous ministers. Although somewhat ambiguous, the underlying sentiment was unmistakably conveyed. Su Mu exhaled softly, for while the Northern D were indeed formidable, the greater terror lay in the fact that the entire Deji had lost faith in resisting them. Your Majesty's intentions are duly noted. Since we face a fight to the death, I implore you to prepare at the earliest, he stated. Rest assured, should the Northern D dare to invade our borders, I shall personally lead the charge to expel the barbaric intruders. Well said, remarked Chang Caiwei, a wry smile playing on his lips as he suddenly rose, clasped his hands in farewell, and made his way out of the hall. Su Zhaifu, this lord of Yuzhou has been rather presumptuous. Once Chang Caiwei had distanced himself, Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with barely concealed anger. Such was his temperament. Su Mu rose steadily, adding, We, your subjects, hope that your majesty will remain steadfast in your sacred resolve, lest you betray the hopes of countless citizens and the earnest efforts of the young lord. Of course, Yuan replied, his expression momentarily faltering as if reciting from scripture. I have declared the state as Yongchang, which signifies eternal prosperity. Su Mu nodded calmly and departed, retracing his steps from the imperial palace. Thus, you are orchestrating a pretext for rebellion. On the imperial path, Su Mu furrowed his brow. While others remained oblivious, he discerned the underlying machinations. Though Chang Caiwei appeared to flit about effortlessly, he had meticulously arranged the pieces on the board. Should Yuan truly resist the Northern D, there would be no issue. Yet, if Yuan, fearing for his own life, clung to his throne like the treacherous sycophants of yore, then Chang Caiwei would possess a legitimate rationale for insurrection. You cannot hide this from me. Chang Caiwei chuckled softly. I previously mentioned that young Cao Cao's time was too brief. Many matters remain unresolved. His letter indicated that his initial plan was to assist the young emperor in consolidating his authority, relying on the identity of his royal uncle, and gradually assuming governance over the course of several years. However, afflicted by a peculiar poison and with little time remaining, that path is evidently no longer viable. Yuan's ascension was, in essence, a second move in the game. Stability could not be sought. He could only gamble. Sumu fell silent, realizing that everything suddenly made sense. As the second move, Yuan was indeed somewhat inadequate. Young Master Chang, what are your intentions? I aspire to become emperor. Chang Xiling declared plainly upon the imperial path, without a hint of hesitation. I wish to be the one to plan anew, ensuring that future generations may reap the fruits of prosperity. A chill coursed through Sumu, even in the absence of a strong wind. Little master, I differ from you. If the day comes when I must, for the greater good, take the life of Chang Wei with my own hand, could you do the same with your monstrous brother or your tenants? I cannot, Sumu replied, shaking his head resolutely. Given your nature, you would undoubtedly seek a solution that benefits all parties. This is the greatest divergence between us. Young Master Chang, you are a figure of ambition. As are you, was the reply. In that fleeting moment, an unfamiliar distance seemed to bloom between them. Sumu did not experience such sentiments when confronting Yuan Tao. Little master, I reiterate, the inner city is unsuitable for you. It would be wise to depart soon. To speak bluntly, if the new emperor were a wise ruler, I would have remained in Yuzhou without making this journey to Changyang. I am aware of the arduous path you have traveled, rising from a mere stickman to a prominent minister of the court. However, the affairs of the world are not as straightforward as you envision. The salvation of the nation and rebellion, aside from ambition, are also about the desire to forge a new order. It is true that the capable should take charge. Chang Xiling paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at Sumu, feeling an inexplicable conviction that your tenure as a minister may not last long. Perhaps one day, we shall find ourselves at odds with each other. Young Master Chang, I make my living by brewing wine and am still engaged in that craft. Spare me your words. He replied. Chang Xiling scratched his head, expressing his reluctance to engage in idle chatter, stating his position clearly, and whether it was pleasing or not was of no concern to him. My brother, if Yuan cannot rise, then he may choose his own path. In a moment of reverie, Sumu recalled Yuan Tao's words of entrustment, reminiscent of how Lu Doer had entrusted the chancellor back in the day, a striking similarity. You must carve out your own way. The 23 cities surrounding the inner city cannot stifle your ascent. As an old friend, this is my final counsel. You are undoubtedly pondering that by relinquishing your burdens, you may be failing little Cao Cao. Yet, you are mistaken. Little Cao Cao wishes to save not just the royal family, but the entire realm. He has spent his life ensnared by the court, resorting to the methods of purging the court's factions. But you are different. Born of humble beginnings, you are ill-suited to be a minister. I suspect you have your own plans by now. Chang Xiling's throat grew sore from speaking, and he unscrewed the wine gourd at his waist, indulging in a couple of swigs. Little Dongjia is a complex individual, not just little Cao Cao. Even I find you difficult to fathom. After just a couple of drinks, young Master Chang was already intoxicated. Drunk or not, it matters not whether you wish to listen. Were it not for your handsome features, I wouldn't bother with such prattle. Sumu scoffed. Chang Xiling was not entirely mistaken. Deep within, he felt little attachment to the imperial palace or the grand city of Changyang. To reiterate, he felt no sense of belonging to the position of minister in this minor court. If Yuan could rise, he would attempt to support him. If not, he would not hesitate to withdraw. Regardless of the path he chose, one task remained paramount: to eliminate Qin Changqing. Hey, little Dongjia, would you take me to little Cao Cao's burial mound? Do you truly believe your good looks grant you any merit? Standing there with your arms crossed like a statue, are you amusing the palace maids? Oh dear, my esteemed minister. Chapter 269. A fruitless progeny. After paying respects at the burial mound and retrieving documents from the Ministry of War, Chang Xiling departed Changyang in a whirlwind. Oh my dear sister-in-law, my little dog Fu, my little grilled fish. With Chang Wei excessively intoxicated, Sihu found himself unable to drive. Sumu sighed, taking the reins himself and steering towards the minister's residence. As he passed through the bustling streets, many merchants and passers-by bowed in greeting. Minister Su. We have seen Minister Su. Numerous merchants offered silk, dried fruits, and even live fish, pressing them into Su Mu's hands. It was well known that this Su minister commanded no official authority. A simple bow might even elicit a courteous response. Just days prior, they had witnessed the Su minister decisively slay a treacherous official in broad daylight. In the city of Changyang, only Su Zaifeng would consider the plight of us, the suffering populace. Su Mu clasped his fists, silently guiding the horse-drawn carriage, a complex feeling welling up within him. The master was contemplating his next move. In the study of the residence, Chao Hongli stood before Su Mu, his tone somber. We must first lure them out of the city. Within Changyang, Chen Chongqing's 30,000 Muyu troops patrolled incessantly. If we cannot repel the 3,000 iron guards, it won't be long before we are counterattacked. Previously, we discovered that Chen Chongqing was also bribing people in the underworld, plotting against the master. Listening intently, Su Mu furrowed his brow. As Lang had mentioned, Chen Chongqing was nearly retreating into his shell. My lord, if not, shall I gather men tonight and fight fiercely? Such haste is unwise. In Changyang, apart from the 4,000 Tiger Hall warriors, he had only a few hundred decapitated soldiers left under his command. There is still some goodwill from the commander towards the master, which could be leveraged. I am aware of this. However, the imperial guards leaving the palace without cause is a grave dereliction of duty. I do not wish to involve him at this moment. Chao Hong, devise a plan to eliminate a few captains of the Muyu troops, ensuring no trace remains. Chao Hong bowed in acquiescence, suddenly recalling something. He stood up hastily. By the way, my lord, the old marquis seems to have fallen ill. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Su Mu's expression turned slightly astonished. The old marquis had ventured out today, but suddenly collapsed on the ground. Su Mu raised his hand with a hint of bitterness. Chao Hong sighed and vanished into the night. As Su Mu exited the study and turned down the path, he discovered Si, who sprawled on the bed in a crosswise position, deeply intoxicated and fast asleep. With a helpless smile, Su Mu signaled. Before long, over 100 Tiger Hall warriors had quietly gathered around. Retrieve the carriage. We are heading to the Duke of Dingbei's residence. After the cleansing of the court, Li Ruqing chose to remain in Changyang, not returning to Chongqing. After all, that area was now predominantly under the influence of Chang Xiling. My lord, we have arrived. Conceal yourselves. A multitude of figures silently vanished into the shadows. Su Mu adjusted his robe before knocking on the estate door. The servant who opened the door, upon recognizing Su Mu, hurriedly welcomed him, holding a lantern and gesturing him inside. The master has been unwell these days. I intended to inform Su Xiang, but the newly appointed guards would not allow me to leave. Suddenly, the servant fell silent, hastily bowing. Su Mu looked up to see Li Shuomo, clad in resplendent attire, standing coldly in the pavilion. Esteemed son-in-law, Li Shuomo called out. Su Mu held no fondness for him. The betrothal with Li Dewan had essentially bypassed this father. I have met the father-in-law, Su Mu replied with a slight bow. I have previously stated that my esteemed son-in-law is truly a dragon among men, destined for greatness. You may as well sweep the floor. Su Mu cursed inwardly, unwilling to continue the pleasantries, and quickened his pace toward Li Ruqing's quarters. Li Shuomo snorted coldly, and once Su Mu had distanced himself, his expression darkened. Upon entering the room, Su Mu's gaze fell upon the Duke of Dingbei, whose extremely haggard appearance momentarily reminded him of Yuan Tao in his final days. Do not weep yet. Li Ruqing retreated to the sides, his voice momentarily hoarse. Su Mu stepped forward and assisted him in rising. Over the past 2 days, I have contemplated the matter and suspect that he has been poisoned. Su Mu's expression turned grave. Both Yuan Tao and Li Ruqing were afflicted in this manner. What a wretched world this is. Why is this happening? My son-in-law, you are aware, are you not? I possess over 50,000 troops in the northwest, having dispatched 20,000 to Changyang, leaving approximately 30,000. Why can I not send them all to you? I have only delivered the Tiger Talisman for 8,000 men. My ancestor stated that the remaining forces must remain to safeguard the northwest in order to guard against the marauding horse bandits. We refer to them as horse bandits. Yet they are, in truth, despicable foreign tribes. Although few in number, their methods are brutal, mercilessly slaughtering villages and towns. Should they breach the borders, a calamity would ensue. Regardless of rebellion or the cleansing of the court, whether under the new emperor or the new dynasty, the struggles remain a matter of the Central Plains. However, the incursion of foreign bandits is a different matter altogether. What does my ancestor imply? There are those who wish to undermine my Dingbei camp and reassign it to Changyang. Su Mu's expression grew increasingly tense. You have deduced the truth, and so have I. After my demise, who shall inherit the title of Dingbei Marquis? Your son, my father-in-law. Once he inherits the title, what will he do? He shall transfer the Dingbei camp to Changyang. Li Ruqing shut his eyes in pain. The two elderly generals who accompanied me perished mysteriously some days ago. I had sensed something amiss, yet I never anticipated that this ungrateful son would be the culprit. Is there an antidote? It should not be a lethal poison, but the most pressing concern is that my body cannot endure. It is not that I do not wish to inform you. Those I sent out were intercepted midway. Moreover, your arrival at this juncture suggests that you have fallen into a carefully laid trap. Sumu turned his head, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. I have battled on the battlefield for over 30 years and have long accepted that I may not meet a natural end. I often believed I would perish in battle. My remains returned to the inner city by my comrades. Yet, that has not occurred. Li Ruqing's face contorted in agony. I could never have anticipated falling prey to my own offspring. I should have eliminated Chen Chongqing earlier. Su Mu's voice trembled. He has reason to suspect that it is Chen Chongqing's scheme. It is not your fault. He is always hidden within his shell. The most elusive thing in this world is the human heart. Not everyone is like you, willing to accept meager compensation even after attaining high office. Do you comprehend the meaning behind the title of the national surname Marquis? I understand some of it. He thrust you into the public eye, harboring a belief in your integrity. He expected you to heed his final wishes and become a loyal regent. However, I surmise he must have anticipated this day, perhaps leaving behind additional counsel. He did leave it. Should Yuan fail to rise, I shall have my own choices. Li Ruqing closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Then choose your path. A son lacking in talent. Yet I take pride in having you as my grandson-in-law. If I may offer my counsel, depart from Changyang. You must forge your own path. You must discern that in this round of purging the court, your greatest gain is not the title of regent, but the recognition from the people, who now know there exists a man such as you, a slayer of traitors. I have said it before. Su Mu, you are not a dog living under another's roof. Even if you stand just beneath one man and above 10,000. Do not act like a dog. You must soar like the dragon in the tranquil waters, proclaiming your might across the 30 provinces. Chapter 270. Someone seeks to move Su Zaifu. Did you hear that clearly? I heard it clearly. Su Mu's expression was solemn. Li Ruqing exhaled deeply, declaring, I am old and no longer capable. After my demise, I shall have my wayward son buried beside me. Su Mu paused, gradually comprehending Li Ruqing's intent. I have spent half my life in warfare and another half in disciplining my rebellious son. Perhaps my methods were flawed, raising a white-eyed wolf instead. In this world, even the purest among us will inevitably encounter filth, except for my grandson-in-law. Earlier, I caught sight of my father-in-law. Su Mu hesitated before speaking. According to the words of my ancestor, he should have fled by now. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. This past year, I have fought my way through. Go then. Li Ruqing's satisfaction was evident in his smile. A death warrior from the Tiger Hall, stationed outside the Li residence, lifted his gaze and coldly regarded the encroaching figures clad in black. Without hesitation, he ignited the signal flare in his grasp. In an instant, a firework erupted in the sky. Crack! The servant who had previously led the way was struck down, his face cleaved open, and he fell to the ground, letting out a couple of pained cries before succumbing. Su Mu drew his long sword and stepped steadily out of the house. My lord, at least 7,000 of them. They are too far away. The Tiger Hall's men are on their way. The warrior continued urgently. Please take a different route. We shall hold them off. Which faction do they belong to? The style of their blade resembles that of the Imperial Army. The Twilight Cloud Camp. More figures leapt into the Li residence, forming a protective barrier in front of Su Mu. Upon closer inspection, there were already about 1,000 of them. Kill. In the palace, Yuan, perusing bamboo scrolls, suddenly felt inexplicably irritable. I fail to understand why. When we executed the treacherous minister, my royal uncle did not allow me to take action, instead entrusting it to a mere wine merchant. Does he deem me incapable of even subduing a chicken? Such an opportunity to win the people's hearts should rightfully belong to me, the new emperor. The eunuch nearby quickly lowered his head, not daring to respond. When I ask you a question, you are to answer. If I may report to your majesty, General Su is a trusted minister and has achieved great merit in breaking the city. He should accumulate public favor for future endeavors. Trusted minister? I am 23 this year. Do I still qualify as a young emperor? My uncle chose such a person, powerful and beloved by the people. What if he rebels? The eunuch bowed his head once more. Continue. The late Duke of Guo may have had intentions. General Su is also of good character. You old eunuch. Yuanan, in a fit of rage, seized the inkstone and hurled it at the eunuch before him, who stood steadfastly, even as blood flowed from his wounds. Unsatisfied, Yuanan grabbed the bamboo scrolls and scattered them haphazardly until the entire imperial study was left in disarray, before momentarily pausing. My uncle does not believe in me. Only when he is on the brink of death does he remember my existence. Let them go and kill. None of them are good. Brother Tiger, someone seeks to kill our master. In the midst of a deep slumber, Si Hu, who had been dreaming of a heavenly rain of chicken legs, abruptly awoke to this proclamation and sat up straight. Who dares to harm Brother Mo? The scoundrels. In the residence of the Duke of Dingbei, a formidable assembly of 7,000 souls stirred. The messenger from the Tiger Hall, a clandestine assassin, clasped his hands and swiftly leaped out of the chamber. Cursed be the treacherous villain. Si Hu, brandishing a double-edged axe, bellowed in fury as he charged forth. Throughout the streets and alleys of Changyang, cries echoed. Who dares to kill General Su? An old soldier, caught mid-relief, hastily returned indoors to seize his blade upon hearing the uproar. Who would dare lay a hand on Su Zaifu? Brothers, someone seeks to slay General Su. What shall we do? Let us dispatch that scoundrel. Under the cover of night, the entirety of Changyang's thoroughfares and rooftops teemed with people. Save Su Zaifu. A voice rang out, and instantaneously, countless figures, armed and fervent, surged forward. The vanguard of the decapitated soldiers, fleet of foot, soon reached the street before the Duke's estate. Within the confines of the Duke's residence, Su Mu maintained a calm demeanor, his blade poised in the courtyard. In less than an hour, the assassins from Tiger Hall had all arrived. Before Su Mu stood a corpulent figure clad in black, panic evident in his voice. How can they arrive so swiftly? This is dire. It appears a multitude is converging upon us. Who dares to douse me with refuse? Is there no reason among men? From a horse-drawn carriage, Chen Chongqing's face turned ashen. I dispatched but 7,000. How could so many commoners from Changyang have assembled? Beside him, King Chun raised his head and uttered languidly, that old tiger has also come. Are you afraid of him? Chen Lu, are you not one of the 6 great masters? It is not fear, but rather a desire to avoid conflict of late. Chen Chongqing cursed under his breath, his countenance morphing into one of anguish. I initially believed this to be a slaughter. That young master is no ordinary man. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Lu spoke. I suggest the Duke withdraw his forces. If he desires my death, and I wish his demise. Such is the nature of our conflict. Chen Chongqing remained incensed, contemplating the augmentation of his troops, ideally summoning the 30,000 from the Muyu camp. But it was too late. Generals from the Guogua camp were already hastily approaching. Return, Chen Chongqing sighed heavily. What of Li Shuo Mo? At this juncture, with the plot unveiled, do you expect him to still seize the title? Recalling the Dingbei camp to Changyang? If that young master survives, what chance do we have? Duke, shall we allow him to accompany us? Like a useless hound, let him run alongside the carriage. 3,000 iron guards swiftly cleared the path, closely followed by a glass carriage racing ahead. Trailing behind, Li Shuo Mo gasped for breath, waving his arms in a desperate plea. Exiting the Duke's residence, he treaded over the stacked black-clad corpses, and Su Mu raised his head, a swell of emotion surging within him. Before him stood innumerable citizens of Changyang, wielding an array of weapons, even makeshift tools, all bowing deeply in reverence. Initially, Su Mu had presumed the approaching force to be merely the nearby decapitated soldiers, bolstered by the arrival of 4,000 Tiger Hall assassins. To his astonishment, so many had come. General Su is a man left behind by the young Duke. Should anyone bully you again, let us know. We do not bow to anyone but General Su. We all witnessed the day he vanquished the treacherous minister. What a hero he is, truly magnificent. In Su Mu's heart, there lingered an unresolved sorrow. Regardless of the state of the world, it is not the high officials or wealthy gentry who support the empire, but rather the countless ordinary citizens before him. Su Mu expressed his gratitude, and amidst the night breeze, he raised his hand, bowing deeply to the excited populace. The morning wind swept through the still chilly Changyang city. Initially, there were shouts and calls for Su Zaifu. Soon, shadows of people emerged from their homes in every direction. I too was present that night, as the 9 main streets and 48 old alleys of Changyang city were filled with individuals wielding sticks and iron implements. A vendor selling candied hawthorn squatted at the street corner, his voice filled with joy. It had been a long time since such a scene had unfolded. Su Zhifu had executed the treacherous minister and had taken the initiative to reduce our taxes. Those who treat us well, we shall fight for with all our might. Chapter 271. The Assassin by Chu. At the Changyang prefect's residence, several imperial physicians entered and exited, each wearing a solemn expression, wishing to shed a few tears. My lord, we have summoned the finest imperial physician in Changyang. The steward, with his 8 mustaches, felt his voice tremble. Understood, find a way to procure some old ginseng. Sumu managed to utter with difficulty, turning back towards the room. Deep down, he understood that it was not poison that had brought the old marquis to the brink, but rather his failing body. In his 70s, he had once fought valiantly for the sake of the emperor. Do not summon me anymore, Li Ruqing observed with a rare glimmer in his eyes. 2 months ago, I would have dared not to die. I would have clung to life with all my strength. Having met you, Wanwan has found her footing, and the Li family in Chung City has also found solace. First Yuan Tao, now Li Ruqing. Sumu felt that those who had shown him kindness were gradually departing, forever separated from him. Do not let Wanwan enter Changyang. The matters that follow, let them be discussed after my death. You do not know how content I am. After more than 30 years of battles, I might just live out my days peacefully. Among those who have marched with me against the Northern D and the horse bandits, few have survived. Last night, I had a nightmare. Many departed friends and colleagues were calling out to me. You must lift your head. Sumu, with reddened eyes, looked up. As I approached death, let me speak one last time. Li Ruqing cleared his throat twice, unable to rid himself of the hoarseness. In the inner city, storms brew in the shadows. You must find a way to leave Changyang. You can see clearly now that the new emperor is beyond redemption. It has not been long, and he dares to sever the bridge once crossed. The young marquis does not blame you, nor will the countless citizens. Depart now, my son-in-law, and prepare the banquet. My old colleagues and friends are already crowding into the room. My blade needs but a little sharpening, and it shall still suffice. His voice grew softer, until it became unintelligible. A sudden cold wind rushed into the room, chilling one to the bone. Sumu rose in silence, taking a step, then another. But on the 3rd step, he abruptly halted, laboriously leaning against the doorpost. Standing nearby, Si, whose eyes were wet with tears, crying out loudly. The old gentleman has departed. After the funeral arrangements, Sumu refrained from entering the palace, feigning illness daily and missing even the morning court. Yuan within the imperial palace was inevitably unsettled and dispatched several rounds of messengers. As for Qin Changqing, he remained hidden within the palace. The original 3,000 iron guards now bolstered by an additional 2,000 troops. With a self-reproachful expression, Chao Hong lamented, My lord, it is our inadequacy. It is no wonder, Su Mu retorted, one might as well hide within a turtle's shell. Fear not, the one we have summoned should arrive tonight. Su Mu nodded slightly. This guest was someone Chao Hong had inquired about, reportedly costing 7,000 taels of silver. What else did you discover? The new emperor seems to have changed significantly. When he was with the marquis, I met him a few times. He was always humble and courteous. However, regarding the plight of the disaster victims, last night, Inspector Yang sought an audience, but the new emperor disregarded him. Inspector Yang knelt all night and eventually fainted. He is quite adept at making an impression. Chao Hong chuckled bitterly, unwilling to conceal the truth from his lord. When the marquis selected him, he contemplated for quite some time, but by then, the marquis had little time left. If we compare the previous young emperor to Yuan, the latter does indeed seem more competent. Thus, the marquis entrusted you with the administration. There is no support to be found. Sumu raised his gaze coldly. I shall apologize at the grave of the marquis when the time comes. My lord wishes to speak of it at a later date. With spring approaching and the northern D people knocking at the gates, chaos will only ensue in the inner city. Chao Hong, if I were to depart from Changyang, would the Tiger Hall follow? Once we have acknowledged you as our lord, we shall willingly follow you in life or death. Good. Sumu rarely smiled. The greatest boon left to him by Yuan Tao was not merely the reputation for slaying the treacherous minister, but also these 4,000 loyal Tiger Hall warriors. My lord, the person has arrived, another Tiger Hall warrior conveyed from outside. Allow him to enter. Earlier, a plan had been discussed with Chao Hong to invite an assassin to Changyang to eliminate Qin Changqing. Shortly after, a somewhat frail figure entered, wiping the sweat from his brow while balancing a tofu burden. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, and Chao Hong beside him was equally startled. Chao Hong, it cannot be mistaken, Su Mu declared. My lord, it must be the world's foremost assassin, Bai Chu. The tofu vendor, entering the room, smiled as he set down his burden. Chao Hong, please fetch some hot tea. Calming his demeanor, Su Mu spoke earnestly. For the sake of survival, he had long concealed his talents. It was likely that this tofu vendor harbored a similar reason. Before entering the city, I made some inquiries. Bai Chu, showing no reservations, directly sat across from Su Mu. You are Su Zhaifu, the one who slays the treacherous minister. Indeed. Bai Chu smiled slightly, producing a stack of banknotes from his bosom and presenting them to Su Mu. Su Mu's expression turned perplexed. Does the hero not wish to accept? I shall accept. But this silver. It is Su Zhaifu's silver. It is too hot to handle. Su Mu fell silent, utterly unprepared for the substantial benefits that arose from the order of the national surname Marquis to personally execute the treacherous minister. The assassination order was thus established, and Su Zhaifu awaited word. Bai Chu smiled and calmly rose. Is that all? After the deed is done, I still need to deliver tofu. As he stepped out, Bai Chu suddenly turned back. If I do not return, I would trouble Su Zhaifu to deliver the tofu to the Huang family in Niu. If one fails to fulfill a promise, it often feels akin to bearing a debt. Mr. Bai, I still possess a fine blade. Beside him, Chao Hong could scarcely contain himself. With murderous intent, even a pair of chopsticks can become a lethal weapon. Bai Chu chuckled, gesturing towards a bamboo chopstick nestled in his coiled hair. Master, do you believe this endeavor can succeed? Once Bai Chu had distanced himself, Chao Hong inquired with a hint of uncertainty. I am not certain, Su Mu replied solemnly. Chao Hong, gather the men from the Tiger Hall, as well as those from the Headless Army. Should ill fortune befall us, we must prepare for the worst. Deep down, Su Mu wished to believe. Like Jiang Caiwei's assassination of Qin and the ancient assassin Yu Rang who concealed a sword in a fish's belly, the moment one embarks on such a venture, they must be prepared to embrace death. The essence remains unchanged. Irrespective of the path taken, Chen Chongqing must meet his demise. Approximately an hour later, dawn broke. 2 carriages laden with night incense rumbled into the imperial palace. Within one of the carriages, Bai Chu sat with his head bowed, resembling a frightened commoner, his arms wrapped tightly around himself. Inside the imperial study, Chen Chongqing and Yuan sat opposite one another, their expressions grave. The citizens of Changyang City recognized only Su Zhaifu, oblivious to their sovereign. Moreover, the northern tribes were amassing a formidable force, their intentions ominous. Yuan furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how, after barely a month as emperor, he found himself in such dire straits. The mess left by my uncle is overwhelming. I am willing but powerless. As Yuan sighed, an unusual commotion seemed to resonate from outside the study. Chapter 272. The wise ruler and the foolish ruler. Morning sunlight cloaked Changyang City in a hue reminiscent of blood. Su Mu stepped outside, momentarily furrowing his brow. Chao Hong, do you have any news? None. Su Mu turned to gaze at the tofu vendor outside, lost in contemplation. In the past 2 hours, he had undertaken many tasks. He had laid an ambush at the outskirts of Muyu camp and provided several esteemed, incorruptible elders with generous retirement packages, ensuring their comfort for the remainder of their lives. The world may be salvageable, but the great era is beyond saving. Yuan is irredeemable. My lord. Several figures rushed toward him, each bearing expressions of alarm and fury. A message from the hidden sentries beyond the borders reported that the Northern D had amassed an army of 100,000, poised to march on Guangzhou. What of Zhao Qingyun? He remains inactive. And the palace? We have discovered that a corrupt official disguised as a grain officer has taken 200 men to Hezhou. Does Yuan dare to negotiate? My lord, the possibility is substantial. Su Mu burst into laughter, unable to contain his mirth until he was left breathless. What a world we inhabit, what a dynasty we endure. My lord, chaos is brewing in the inner city. What is destined must come to pass. Adhering to the strategy left by Yuan Tao, even if Yuan were lacking in capability, as long as he refrained from erratic actions, Su Mu could remain in Changyang for a year or more, assisting Yuan in restoring order. Yet it was evident that Yuan was beyond recovery. The scene before him was a disarray of wretchedness. Even Zhuge Liang would sigh in despair, feeling utterly helpless. Ashamed before the Marquis, Su Mu resolved to pursue an alternative path. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu spoke with determination. Many of the assassins nearby clasped their fists and reverently bowed towards the heavens. My lord, we have received news. Chao Hong suddenly leapt in from outside, his voice laden with gravity. What news? Did you succeed? My lord, we succeeded. Chao Hong hesitated. But today's Chen Chongqing donned 3 layers of masks. He wore 3 layers of masks? Su Mu's voice was incredulous. Previously, Chen Chongqing had only worn 1 layer. Now it seemed he was encased like a turtle. Upon entering the palace, Bai Chu, a mere commoner, could not bear weapons. He concealed himself outside the palace using earth-escaping techniques. As Chen Chongqing passed, he struck with a bamboo chopstick. Unable to pierce the mask, he could only stab one of Chen Chongqing's eyes. Fortunately, the chopstick was poisoned. And then, Su Mu ground his teeth. Chen Chongqing fainted from the pain. While Bai Chu was torn to pieces by 3,000 iron guards, Su Mu let out a difficult sigh. Outside the door, the 2 baskets of tofu that had been left for too long began to emit a faint odor. Chao Hong, send someone to buy 2 fresh baskets of tofu and deliver them to Niue Alley. What are your plans next, my lord? Do not move the troops in the Muyu camp. I will enter the palace. The safety of my lord, with Yu Wenzai in the palace. There is no cause for concern. In a side hall of the palace, Chen Chongqing, awakening, found his remaining eye bloodshot, his face pale, resembling a madman as he howled. Yuan stood nearby, his complexion somewhat ashen. He had witnessed the assassin strike, not far from him. He had never imagined that taking a life could be so terrifying. Earlier, he had envisioned himself as a tyrant, personally leading troops to the frontier to repel the Northern D. Upon reflection, he decided such ambitions were best left untouched. It must be Su Mu. Chen Chongqing's voice did not cease. Your Majesty, you saw him. He seeks to kill me. Once I am dead, he will seize control of the court, and your Majesty will become a puppet ruler. Chen Qing, you still have poison in your system. You must rest. Chen Chongqing, in agony, tilted his head back. He had always prided himself on his handsomeness, but now, blinded in one eye, he struggled to swallow his pride. Your Majesty, if Su Mu dares to strike at me, he would dare to strike at you as well. Yuan remained rooted in place. He recalled a time in the academy when a wealthy student had insulted him, compelling him to bark like a dog for 10 taels of silver per bark. He had barked 4 times and received 50 taels. The extra 10 were a reward for his melodious performance. This was a secret he had never revealed until Yuan Tao's people found him and unearthed his lineage. Deep down, he was averse to conflict. He had become emperor merely to bring glory to his family name and enjoy a life of boundless wealth. As for saving the country, that was merely a side endeavor. He would do it if possible. Rest assured, uncle, I will take it upon myself to save the nation and uphold the great dynasty, so as not to disappoint you. Every time he recalled this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he were akin to the painted faces in a theater, deeply concealed, yet ultimately revealed as treacherous beings. Trembling, Yuan summoned the scribe eunuch. Your Majesty, Su Xiang has entered the palace. Yuan turned back urgently, his face betraying fear. Beside him, the precariously balanced Chen Chongqing, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly had others assist him in moving towards the exit of the palace, stepping into the midst of a military formation of 5,000. Outside the palace, Su Mu halted his steps, turning around to gaze upon the vast assembly of 3,000 ironclad guards and 2,000 troops of the Muyu camp. Kill Su Mu, Chen Chongqing bellowed, clutching one eye and coughing up toxic blood, clearly disregarding everything else at that moment. The Imperial Guard received their orders. Protect Su Zaifu. If anyone dares to cross a single step beyond the Imperial path, they shall be executed on the spot. Yuan, leading the army, approached with an icy demeanor. Within the ranks, Chen Chongqing, consumed by rage and burdened by his injuries, began to sway unsteadily. Su Zaifu, you'd best not let me catch you. Silence, you one-eyed mutt. I will flay your skin off later, Su Mu replied coldly. This remark undoubtedly struck a severe blow, causing Chen Chongqing within the ranks to spurt another mouthful of blood. Yuan, stationed outside the imperial study, witnessed the unfolding situation and hurriedly retreated inside. Su Xiang, His Majesty has already retired for the night. Su Mu, with a swift kick, flung open the door to the imperial study. A trembling Yuan, startled, raised his head. Su Qing, why have you intruded into the palace at such a late hour? There are matters I must discuss with His Majesty. Su Qing, I am weary. Your Majesty, can you truly sleep soundly? Su Mu's gaze was icy. In less than a month, with the entire debacle escalating, it was evident that Yuan could no longer conceal the truth. Other matters could be addressed, but what most incensed Su Mu was the negotiation with the Northern D. The audacity of Chang Xiling to venture into Changyang for this matter proved how deeply loathed it was for the entirety of the great Ji. Su Qing, you misunderstand. There has been no negotiation. That was merely an official dispatch to oversee the grain. Hezhou is 2,000 miles from the inner city. What kind of official have you sent? Su Mu's expression darkened. Do you truly believe Wang of Yuzhou is a fool, allowing your grain official to cross the old pass? Or does His Majesty think that Chang Xiling, the king of Yuzhou, dares not rebel again? Su Qing, I act to preserve the integrity of the great Ji. What if the northern Di descend upon us? If we cannot defend ourselves, what then? We must defend ourselves, even if we are unable. Su Mu rose, his voice filled with unparalleled fury. Your royal uncle Yuan Tao nearly perished at the border to fend off the northern Di. Even I, as a mere subordinate, have rallied 100 riders to defend the border against them. The king of Yuzhou, even he, should the northern Di breach Hezhou one day, will stand guard at the old pass. Those old generals, those seasoned soldiers, those displaced refugees, all raise their heads and watch the capital Changyang. If they were to learn of your negotiations, they would be shamed to be Ji people. Do you think I wish for this? My military strength is to safeguard against those traitors. Otherwise, the great Ji shall face annihilation. You truly understand nothing. Su Mu, returning to a calm demeanor, spoke again with a hint of bitterness. The Marquis retains you not solely to make you a wise ruler, yet you have resolutely become a foolish monarch. Chapter 273. A commoner of high esteem Su Qing seeks rebellion. Yuanan, summoning all his strength, exclaimed urgently. At this moment, I have no interest. This decaying great Ji, you may handle it yourself. Has Su Qing not pledged to your royal uncle to become my regent? You still remember that I am the regent? Su Mu scoffed. Your royal uncle left behind a second remark, and I am unafraid to share it with you. Should Yuanan falter, I possess the option to choose otherwise. Do you comprehend? If it were not for the time constraints of the noble lineage, with your insignificant tricks, how could you ever ascend to the throne? Yet, in this instance, his fortune has betrayed him. Ultimately, he has lost his gamble. With that, Su Mu turned on his heel and coldly exited the imperial study. Su Mu, do you dare to humiliate me? Yuanan, infuriated, pursued him, declaring, I shall issue an edict to strip you of your chancellor position, and your marquis title shall be revoked. The estate granted to you will also be reclaimed. You are but an insignificant commoner. No, you are a destitute individual, a mere commoner in tattered clothing. On the imperial path, countless eunuchs, palace maids, and the soldiers of the National Rescue Battalion, even Yuan, were taken aback by Yuan An's words, turning their heads in astonishment. Su Mu halted, turning back to face the enraged Yuan An, feeling an amusement welling up within him. What a curious creature this is. Yuan Tao has not only lost, but has been utterly defeated. Your Majesty wishes to dismiss me? Indeed. Bring forth the imperial edict at once. From this day forth, Su Mu shall no longer serve as the Chancellor of Deji, and his marquis title is hereby revoked. There is no need for such formalities. Su Mu remained calm, removing the golden crown of the Chancellor from his head and casting it onto the ground. Subsequently, he shed the gilded robe adorned with golden threads, tossing it aside as well. Yuan, with reddened eyes, rushed forward to intercede but was silently pushed aside. Not far off, Qing, his face turning pale, laughed grotesquely. Your Majesty, Su the Chancellor has rendered remarkable services. His high position is not only the wish of the Marquis, but also the aspiration of countless citizens. I implore your Majesty to retract your decree. Yuan hastily knelt in supplication. Many palace maids and eunuchs also knelt, weeping. Numerous soldiers of the National Rescue Battalion, along with 4,000 imperial guards, followed suit, kneeling in solidarity. Do not persuade me. Do not. Yuan An, like a cat with its tail stepped on, continued to shout, a first rank? Very well, Su Mu, you are extraordinary. I shall bestow upon you the title of a first-rank commoner. Is that not what you desire? Consider it a recognition of your great merit. A commoner, Changqing exclaimed in agitation. Su Mu, you are ultimately a destitute individual, a mere winemaker. How dare you aspire to lofty heights? Your Majesty, throughout history, has there ever been a precedent for conferring the title of first-rank commoner? Yuan persisted in his pleas. Turning his gaze, he discovered that Su Mu exhibited no remorse whatsoever. Thank you for your great grace, your Majesty. Su Mu's expression was serene. Seize Su Mu for trespassing the palace. Yuan An, with a sudden shift of his gaze, shouted urgently. Truly mad, Su Mu sighed. Bring forth the national rescue troops. However, none among the approaching soldiers stirred. They bowed their heads in silence. Qin Chongqing's troops attempted to rush forward, but were quickly subdued by Yu Wen's 4,000 imperial guards, who rebuked them into retreat. Suddenly, Yuan, who had been kneeling, gritted his teeth and stood, discarding his gilded armor, casting it to the ground. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, a warm feeling rising within him. Never having anticipated that Yuan would also prove to be such a valiant man. Left Sword Lieutenant Chen Xiao bids farewell to return home. Once again, a deputy general of the Salvation Corps fell to his knees. Following this, an increasing number of individuals erupted into furious shouts. Fan Lu, a 5th-rank silver guard, retired to his hometown. Li Sui, a 7th-rank deputy warden of the city gate, returned home. The military officer Wang Fei also chose to retire. In a fleeting moment, the vast imperial road was filled with those shedding their armor, clad only in inner garments, gathering behind Su Mu. To the naked eye, nearly 2,000 souls had assembled. Su Mu felt a fervent surge of blood igniting within his chest. He turned his gaze towards a nearby spot, barely restraining the impulse to charge forward. Retreat! Retreat! Qin Chongqing shouted frantically, hastily backing away with the protection of 5,000 guards. Yuan remained in place, gazing at the mountain of discarded armor before him. An inexplicable despair flooding his mind. Your Majesty, this is what you desired. Su Mu's voice resonated. With no loyalty to your country, how can you maintain this vast empire? Silence. Yuan bellowed. I am the emperor, the sovereign of the great Ji. Everything I do is for the good of the great Ji. Su Mu turned with a smile. Behind him, over 2,000 others followed suit. At that moment, the soldiers of the Salvation Corps and those who had yet to depart from the Imperial Forest Army slowly lifted their heavy feet, regrouping around Yuan and get away. You are all useless. Yuan, unable to contain his fury, kicked a deputy general of the Salvation Corps to the ground. Exiting through the middle gate and leaving the palace, whispers of discontent had spread, and the streets outside the palace were surrounded by waves of citizens. Upon seeing Su Mu and his companions approach, they all bowed and knelt. Hearing that Minister Su intends to leave fills us with despair. Without Minister Su, will the realm of Great Ji not revert to its former state? Minister Su, do not hesitate to become our emperor. Su Mu felt a pang in his heart. It was not just Li Ruqing who expressed such sentiments, but also Jia Zhou, Chang Xiling, and even Yuan Tao, who had subtly suggested an alternative path. Remaining in Changyang was unwise. The inner city was rife with hidden turbulence, and given his current strength, he felt far too weak. Of course, before his departure, he had matters to address. It was indeed regrettable that Yuan could not be supported. It was equally unfortunate that Qin Chongqing had not perished. The prospect of Yuan seeking peace and the northern D knocking at the gates was most lamentable. Yet, shedding the golden robe of dual phoenixes, Su Mu felt no regret. I, Su Mu, promise you all that I shall remain in Changyang, and one day, I will return with heavenly soldiers to reclaim it. Where is Minister Su headed? To slay treacherous men and drive out the northern D. Su Mu stood amidst the crowd, his voice resolute. We are willing to follow. One after another, young and strong citizens stepped forward, joining the 2,000 to stand behind him. I am a blacksmith, strong and capable. I shall follow Minister Su. Even if the rouge is unsold, if Minister Su does not disdain me, then I too shall join. The 3 brothers of the Wu family, all sturdy boatmen, pledged to follow Su Mu. Wei Xiaowu, a skilled fighter, also expressed his willingness to accompany him to the battlefield. In just 2 hours, an additional 3,000 had gathered behind Su Mu, making a total of 5,000. Yuan, remember their names and origins. The 5,000 men shall henceforth be under your command. General Su, it is time to designate a name for the battalion. Let it be known as the Azure Sky Battalion. We shall traverse north and south, and one day return to reclaim the 30 provinces, restoring the realm beneath a radiant azure sky. Roar. Outside the imperial palace, the streets reverberated with thunderous roars that shattered the heavens. Amidst the throng, Su Mu clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 274, 3 New Graves. 5 li south of Changyang City, beyond a small river, 3 new graves lay nestled beneath the verdant mountains. Su Mu, with a solemn expression, tore off his disheveled hairpin, letting his long hair dance freely in the wind. With a clang, his long sword was unsheathed. Thrusting firmly into the ground, Su Mu knelt on one knee. Following suit, the 5,000 men of the Azure Sky Battalion, along with 4,000 Tiger Hall warriors and approximately 1,000 decapitated soldiers, all knelt in unison. The mountain breeze whipped up dust, cloaking their faces in grime. Ancestor you, I pay my respects to you. Grasping the sword's edge, he drew back, blood droplets falling into the wine bowl. Su Mu poured out half of the wine and then drank the remainder. Together, the more than 10,000 soldiers followed suit, pouring out half a bowl and lifting their heads to finish the other half. Brother Gu, I toast to you. He gripped the sword blade again, blood trickling anew into the bowl. After pouring out half a bowl once more, he drank it down. As he approached the last grave, Su Mu's hand began to tremble, not from pain, but from a deep ache in his chest. My lord, I have ultimately chosen the second path. Should I descend to the Yellow Springs, I shall personally seek forgiveness. Wiping the wine stains from his lips, Su Mu rose and pulled more weeds from the grave of Yuan Tao. He understood that Yuan Tao had not favored the imperial mausoleum, which was why he had chosen this spot beneath the Green Mountains, gazing towards Chanyang City. As my lord envisioned, when spring arrives, the Northern D will seize the opportunity amidst our internal turmoil to assail our borders once more. Su Mu had become a commander. With Yuan and offering no aid and the court turning a blind eye, it fell upon me, Su Mu, to provide salvation. You shall observe from above as I, Su Mu, slay a dozen or so of the D dogs and, should fortune smile upon me, take down 3 more of the gully kings. Sitting cross-legged, Su Mu exhaled a heavy breath, then turned to face the multitude of over 10,000 soldiers. Wei Xiaowu, tell my lord your age. A youth clad in a hemp robe stepped forward, kneeling steadily. I am Wei Xiaowu, 16 this year, and I wish to accompany General Su to the border to slay the D dogs. If I perish, I shall return as a valiant man in 18 years. Good. Su Mu's eyes glimmered with moisture as he filled his cup and poured it before the graves. Chen Baishan, inform my lord, has your sword grown rusty? An elderly soldier, spirited and resolute, stepped forward and knelt before the grave. I am Chen Baishan, 64 years of age, still capable of cleaving a horse with a single strike. I wish to follow General Su into battle once more. Zhang Feng, General Su declares that one day, he will ensure that all the people of this realm have enough to eat. I have grown accustomed to hunger, but I cannot bear to see my wife, children, and neighbors suffer. If no one dares to act, I shall. Ma Zhong, my lord, Ma Zhong is a former eunuch, but even if I have but half a man, I am still a true man, capable of wielding a sword and taking lives. Good. Su Mu gritted his teeth, tears rolling into his wine bowl. He stood up, and behind him, the multitude of shadows rose in unison. In this world, darkness looms everywhere. The heavens show no mercy, and the court is devoid of contention. We shall seize what we desire ourselves. Let us drink. With a hearty gulp of fiery liquor, Su Mu let out a contented belch and, in a fit of rage, hurled his wine bowl to the ground. Crash! The sound echoed as thousands joined in, shattering their bowls in unison. Brave lads, overflowing with courage, seated upon the dragon throne. Yuan raised his gaze, observing the now somewhat desolate Golden Luang Hall. Is that first-class commoner still in Chanyang City? Every time he hears Su Mu's name, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washes over him. Your Majesty, he remains in Chanyang City. Many commoners are willing to follow him. How many? The number has swelled to 10,000. A rebellion is imminent. Yuan's face flushed with anger. What of the Duke of Dingnan? Send him to quell this uprising. The Duke of Dingnan is still recuperating. What of the other generals from Dingbian? Are there none to come to the throne's aid? There are none. And the kings of Yenzhou and Shuzhou regarding the annual tribute? Have we received any response? Aside from the king of Liangzhou, the other 2 states, including Yuzhou, have not sent a single bolt of silk. Incompetent fools. Yuan's frustration boiled over as he seized a jade wine cup and flung it forward violently. In Chanyang City, Su Mu furrowed his brow, seated beneath the willows of the Water Pavilion Academy. In the small Wang lake before him, at least a dozen scholars had been kicked into the water, lamenting and wailing. Master, Chen Changqing remains in the palace recovering, attended by numerous renowned physicians. It is said that the poison has been treated. Chao Hong approached steadily. He had summoned the 30,000 men of the Muyun camp to the palace. He genuinely feared his master. If that were the case, the threat could not be eliminated. Keeping Chen Changqing alive undoubtedly posed endless troubles. The key was that he was exceedingly cunning. At the slightest hint of danger, he would vanish without a trace. Regrettably, The assassin by Zhu's painstaking efforts had only succeeded in blinding one eye. Furthermore, now he remained with over 10,000 men in Changyang City, which was hardly a sustainable situation. In addition, Li Shuamo had been murdered, his corpse discarded before the Li residence. An act of vengeance, surely. Chao Hong. Send 2 men to retrieve the body. He has received his just deserts. Chao Hong nodded and turned to issue orders. Silence your mouth. Su Mu turned his head, and 2 young scholars reciting poetry froze for a moment before scrambling away in haste. Exhaling a deep breath, Su Mu slowly rose, lifting his gaze toward the northern palace. Not long ago, beneath this very willow, sat a sorrowful figure clad in white, gazing upon the shattered landscape, coughing and clutching his chest. My lord, I must return to the frontier. Su Mu closed his eyes heavily. The optimal plan was to lead 10,000 men to Shuzhou, bolstered by 8,000 troops of the Tiger Tally Army. After methodically occupying Shuzhou, he could leverage the knowledge stored within his mind to amass provisions and forge weaponry, observing the shifting tides of the world while awaiting the opportune moment to strike. He was a descendant of the Ji clan, yet not solely defined by it. However, his blood, no matter where it flowed, should remain fervent, hot enough to sear his chest. Commander, tonight we shall procure the armaments. Procure the armaments? Could they be hidden by General Su? As Yuan approached, his face suddenly paled. Changyang General Headquarters. The soldiers are devoid of armor and weapons. Unable to engage in battle, we are not a mere rabble. After a brief pause, Wen understood Su Mu's intent and nodded firmly. Rest assured, General Su. I will make the necessary preparations at once. He took up his equipment and headed towards the king of Yuzhou. General Su. What if the general's office attempts to obstruct us? Raise your swords. Those who do not retreat shall be slain, Wen declared with fervor. That scoundrel Qin Changqing has mobilized 30,000 troops from the Muyun camp to safeguard himself within the palace, leaving the remaining patriotic troops to turn a blind eye. Out of respect for past camaraderie. In essence, with Yuan's cowardice and Qin Changqing's ambition, the little court nestled in Changyang City is bound to descend into further chaos. Chapter 275. A million-strong army. Su Mu did not anticipate that the expansive Changyang general's office would present him with 10,000 sets of equipment upon his arrival. Although somewhat antiquated, it provided the over 10,000 followers with standardized gear. He vaguely recalled that the Changyang general's office was founded by Yuan Tao, originally intended to heed the voice of the people. Could it be that they have once again reaped the benefits of the young lord's influence? General, the patriotic troops have opened the city gates for us. Mounted on his steed, Su Mu lifted his gaze to the familiar faces near the city gate. Once comrades in the heat of battle, they now faced separation. Su Mu expressed his gratitude, raising his hands in salute. Farewell, Su Xiang. Dozens of officers from the patriotic troops also clasped their fists in respect. Beyond the gates of Changyang, the vast army began to advance steadily. Regrettably, they failed to eliminate Qin Changqing. Wen felt a pang of frustration, reflecting that had he commanded the 4,000 Imperial Guards to charge at that moment, they might have succeeded. Su Mu sighed. While one was indeed the commander of the Imperial Guards, with Yuan present, a single command would likely deter half of them from engaging in combat. General, will the king of Yuzhou permit our entry into the city? He should. Su Mu reassured him. In truth, he too felt uncertain. Behind him marched a formidable army of 10,000, and with the ministers no longer in service. They appeared to be on the verge of rebellion, akin to the companions of Chang Xilang. Within this fierce competition for survival, departure from Changyang was only the beginning. He intended to find a suitable location to train the new army. It was essential for the 5,000 troops of the Qingtian camp to muster the courage to wield their long spears against the D people in a short span of time. Brother Mu, we have arrived at Yuzhou. Hence, did the young lord cast aside the ministerial robes before that foolish emperor? Standing atop the city walls, Chang Xiling's voice was soothing. Isn't it exhilarating? Wasn't it supposed to be 4,000 elite warriors? This is beyond that. As the young lord exited the city, 5,000 or 6,000 armed citizens expressed their willingness to follow him. It appeared that, after the general's office provided an additional 10,000 sets of equipment, the old officials hastily fled the city. The general's office belonged to the young lord, which was entirely reasonable. Yet, he never anticipated that after half a month of recruiting only 3,000 men, the moment he left the city, 5,000 or 6,000 would be eager to accompany him. Chang Xiling wore an incredulous expression. Should we allow these people to enter the city? I certainly will not. Upon hearing this, The old strategist beside him was about to give a thumbs up. To my astonishment, Chang Xiling had already taken several steps to the edge of the city, his voice booming like thunder. Little Dongjia, do not jest with me. I shall lend you a city, Qingchuan City, among the 23 cities of Zhejiang. It is the most remote. Although it lies somewhat far from Zhejiang, it is fortunate to possess 8 wells, a blessing from the heavens. I should have summoned you here earlier to brew wine with this spring water. TSK, venturing into Chimao's Soup River City to seize food has led to a great mess. Chang Xiling lounged comfortably, resting one leg over the other, perched upon the well's edge. Sumu nearly succumbed to the urge to shove the old rogue into the well. Young Master Chang, we were not acquainted back then, were we? It seems so, even if we were strangers. Did you not understand the importance of making your presence known earlier? Enough of this banter. Tell me, what are your current plans? Should you mention returning to Maitue Lake to brew wine, I shall hang you up. Not a chance, Su Mu replied with conviction. How about we join forces to conquer Changyang, and I shall grant you 3 cities. Your demeanor resembles that of a rebel leader. I shall not be your garment. Su Mu retorted, taking a gourd of wine for himself and indulging in a couple of swigs. At that moment, Chang Xiling was momentarily taken aback. Wait, something seems off. What is amiss? You used to converse with me in a manner devoid of nonchalance, fearing the leak of any information. Let me guess, little Dongjia. Have you resolved upon something? Resolved upon what? The ambition of Tej. What nonsense! Chang Xiling exclaimed, wide-eyed as he frantically dug at his ears. Chapter 276. Seeking aid from the veteran as he departed, Chang Xiling continued to grumble incessantly, yet Su Mu remained unfazed, treating it as mere background noise. Yuan, I entrust the matter of training the army to you for the time being. Regardless of how long the training lasts, it will surely prove beneficial. As for the border, we must await the mobilization of the 20,000 troops from Chang Xiling and the gathering of civilian laborers and provisions. Chao Hong, send someone back to the strategist. Inform him to proceed with his plan and capture Fufeng City. Fufeng City, the small town that Jia Zhou intended to seize, is situated on the border of Shuzhou and lies in an area marked by chaos, occupied by thousands of defeated soldiers. Having abandoned the court, he ultimately needs a place of refuge. The inner city is out of the question. Lord Chang publicly commands an army of 50 to 60,000, not counting those willing to follow the rebels. Even Yuan and of Changyang commands over 40,000 in the National Salvation Corps, coupled with Chun Chongqing's 30,000. There are numerous clandestine forces stirring beneath the surface. Remaining here, he would likely be utterly devoured, the best outcome being reliance on Chang Xiling. Yet, this path does not appeal to him. Until now, he suddenly comprehended. The legacy left by Yuan Tao was not a shaky dynasty to be propped up, but rather a fervent surge of righteous blood and a heart full of sincerity that the world ought to possess. In formation, the voice of Yu when training the army resounded in the distance. Outside Shanjing village, a solitary tree stood, faintly revealing a few budding shoots. Jiazhou, legs crossed, unfurled the letter in his hand. As he read, a subtle change came over his countenance, and a smile broke forth. Leader Wei. Wei Feng hurriedly dismissed the chattering village woman and rushed over. What is the matter? Tomorrow morning, bring some people with me into Fufeng City. What for? Even a bowl of tea costs 8 copper coins. Do not speak nonsense. Fufeng City will become our homeland. Wei Feng was momentarily taken aback. Just about to speak again when a crumpled piece of paper suddenly flew over. I am not a foolish tiger. I will not fall for this. Chapter 277. Black armor and white armor. The old soldier at the border shed tears as he marched, his sword and bow at hand under the clear sky. 8 days of galloping 2,000 miles, he laughed at the large rats of the court. Chang Xiling, with his hands behind his back, was still pondering how to compose a regulated poem, but having drunk too much wine, he could no longer articulate his thoughts. Young Master Chang, what name do you bear? I remember, it is Chindir. Su Mu nodded and respectfully inscribed the name upon the tombstone. The young master is thoughtful. With a sigh, Chang Xiling approached, kneeling without hesitation and bowing 3 times. He is indeed a hero. Rising, Chang Xiling brushed the dust from his robe and raised his head to gaze at Su Mu. The world should know that the foolish emperor in the court will not save the border. Yet, these matters must be attended to. Previously, it was Xiao Tao seeking solutions. Now it falls to you and me. My current identity may still resemble that of a rebel, yet I must strive to be a person of integrity. I admire young Master Chang's benevolent heart, Su Mu clasped his hands. Enough of this trivial chatter. Chang Xiling waved his hand dismissively. The foolish emperor likely intends to negotiate peace. When the D people come, he will concede a few lands to survive for a year, and after a year, he will concede a few more, allowing his little court to persist. Does he not feel pain? Is this not worse than cutting flesh? He feels nothing. Su Mu frowned. Chang Xiling smiled. You go to the border. I shall devise a plan for the court. I have said before, if he dares negotiate, he will not sit securely upon the dragon throne. Hearing this, Su Mu understood that Chang Xiling intended to challenge the throne, but he no longer wished to be involved. Yuan Tao's gambling loss was indeed regrettable, to speak candidly, had it not been for the sake of an old friend's reputation. Chang Xiling would have likely already sent troops to attack Changyang. I have thought it over. I shall provide a more auspicious number. I will send 30,000 men, adding to your original 10,000, thus totaling 40,000. Young Master Chang, how fortunate. Nonetheless, Chang Xiling's ability to dispatch 30,000 of his subordinates to the border for a strike revealed his noble character. I am not foolish. I trust that you have a plan. If the border remains stable, I can safely rebel. Thus, your forces may not be too numerous. You are mistaken, my greatest skill, young master, lies in turning beans into soldiers. Su Mu paused, reluctant to inquire further. Go now. The supplies and transport should be prepared on Chang Wei's side, and the laborers mobilized. Su Mu bowed and calmly turned away. On the day I become emperor, young master, as you have said, I shall ensure that all the people of the realm have enough to eat, free from foreign tribes and rebellion. The sound of hooves echoed in the wind, brushing through the budding spring grass, and soon galloped several miles away, beneath the old passes. A vast assembly of troops, the Northern Expeditionary Army, stands ready. Chang Wei, clad in iron armor and donning a cloak, exudes an unexpected aura of valor. However, Su Mu understands that Chang Wei's presence is not merely that of a comrade in arms. With 30,000 men from the Yuzhou camp, they will undoubtedly heed his commands. Yet, with Chang Wei at the helm, these 30,000 will remain Chang Xiling's soldiers, and post-battle alliances will be improbable. Despite Chang's seemingly carefree demeanor, his thoughts are astutely calculated. The inner city, barring unforeseen events, will inevitably fall under Chang Xiling's control. Without the intervention of the Guoxinghe, Yuan and's feeble court cannot withstand the tide. Regrettably, due to the urgency of the situation, an ambush of Qin Changqing is out of the question. Little Dongjia has arrived. Chang Wei approaches with excitement, sharing that his young master has decreed that they shall heed the commands of little Dongjia on their journey to the frontier. Chang Wei, are you afraid? He asks. Chang Wei raises his head and casts a sidelong glance, replying, Little Dongjia, I was once the most audacious guard in Changjia town. Watch closely. This time, as we enter the frontier, the name of my small spear shall surely resonate. Su Mu strides forward, lifting his gaze. Before him stands not only the 30,000 of the Yuzhou camp, but also a contingent of 10,000 troops from headquarters, all arrayed in formation. The gleaming black armor of the 30,000 Yuzhou soldiers contrasts strikingly with the white armor of the 10,000, creating a formidable spectacle under the sun. Compared to the previous incursion of a mere 100 riders, this display is truly awe-inspiring. Without further delay, Su Mu coldly unsheathes his long sword. This blade, a companion for over a year, was a gift from the old officials of Wangzhou City. He has wielded it to vanquish corrupt officials, slay wealthy gentry, and confront the Northern D, sharing in life and death, until he became a chancellor, until he shed his official robes, until he stood before the prison gates, facing an army of 40,000, ready to march northward. Su Mu, acknowledging his role as the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army, feels an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. Born in Wangzhou, he has witnessed the devastation wrought by the Northern D, with countless refugees piled at the northern city gates, subsisting on tree bark and grass roots, even exchanging children, weeping as they resort to cannibalism. Even now, taking a few steps outside Wangzhou, one might still tread upon bones. At the forefront of the formation, see who weeps openly, while the ranks of 40,000 occasionally show signs of red-eyed sorrow. Surely, some may mock, deriding us as fools of the heavenly decree, rushing to undertake what the court disregards. But what of being a fool? We cherish the realm and protect our homeland, with blades in hand and blood in our hearts. What harm is there in playing the hero? By my command, we shall cover 2,000 miles to the frontier, and strike at the royal court of the D-dogs upon the grasslands. Let us flood the entire northern plains. With a resounding cheer, the 40,000 armored figures stand resolutely, heads held high. The king of Yuzhou has proclaimed that whoever retrieves a copper ring from the D-dogs shall be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The head of the dog-ho shall fetch 1,000 taels. Whoever dares to strike down the king of Valley Li among the northern D shall be elevated to the rank of a great general. Instantly, the entire northern expeditionary army is electrified, raising their swords and spears in unison, echoing their fervent roars. Did I utter such words? Chang Xilang muses, momentarily taken aback as he glances at the seasoned strategist before him. Perhaps the Lord has forgotten. It matters not. Rewards are rewards. If they run out, we shall seize more. The Wang family of Yenzhou is impoverished and of little stature, but they have recently profited from the sale of horses. I've long been eager to take action. The strategist falls silent, momentarily speechless. Upon the departure of Xiao Dongjia, trepidation loomed once more. That cur, Zhao Qingyun, currently ensconced in Hezhou City with his formidable force of 40,000, neglects to lend aid to Wangzhou. How I yearn to lead my troops and shatter his canine skull. Chapter 278. The veteran camp of Wangzhou, Hezhou City. Zhao Qingyun stood upon the city walls, his countenance a mask of silence and indecision. General Zhao, another messenger from the veteran camp of Wangzhou, seeks assistance. Bowing his head, Zhao Qingyun beheld an elderly figure clad in tattered robes, kneeling before Hezhou City, weeping and wailing. General, will you not open the city gates? No, replied Zhao Qingyun, his step steady as he turned to descend the wall. He had heard that his old acquaintance, Xiao Dongjia of the inner city, had ascended to the position of prime minister, only to foolishly discard his official robes, becoming a mere subject of ridicule in his common garb. After laboring so earnestly for wealth and status, he failed to comprehend the futility of his pretentiousness. What does it matter to endure some grievances or live under another's roof? A life of prosperity is paramount, allowing for the flourishing of one's family branches. That is the essence of significance. In merely 1 year's time, he himself had risen from a modest officer of the Wangzhou Tongzi camp to the esteemed title of General of the Northern Expedition, a distinguished commander of the borders. Ultimately, the paths diverge. Entering the central military tent, Zhao Qingyun exhaled laboriously before lifting his gaze to the shadow before him. General Zhao, another veteran, seeks assistance. The speaker, a young man adorned in a white robe, bore a golden hoop in his right ear, a trinket favored by the Beatty people. Despite the passage of time, Zhao Qingyun remained uncertain. The young man sighed. Huang Daochun, you are a subject of G, are you not? No, I am now of the D people. The young man smiled. Having ventured alone into Hezhou, he hoped Zhao Qingyun would recognize that the Beatty's dominion over the Central Plains was an irreversible tide. Throughout history, the conquest of the Central Plains by foreign tribes has invariably heralded disaster. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow. You are mistaken, General Zhao. Huang Daochun shook his head. The Beatty are born of the steppes, where the land is barren and crops scarce. To survive, they must raid the borders of the Great G. Allow me to rephrase. Should the Beatty gain control of the Central Plains, blessed with fertile land and countless citizens, they would assuredly not act as they have in the past. And what then? Zhao Qingyun scoffed. The newly enthroned emperor of the Great G is reputed to be a fool. At the very least, my sovereign is wise and valiant, and would not commit the folly of oppressing the populace. With a loyal hound like you, Tuoba, who would surely be pleased. Huang Daochun smiled faintly, unperturbed. General Zhao, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The inner city is in turmoil, the 3 provinces yearn for independence, and other border commanders are merely observing. My lord has decreed that should you consent, you shall be bestowed the title of Wang of Yuguli, equivalent to that of a noble in the Great G. Zhao Qingyun remained silent, neither dismissing nor engaging, hesitating as he exited the military tent. General, Wangzhou City cannot be held. This time, be wary of the king of Yuzhou lurking behind Hezhou. I suspect he intends to stab you in the back. Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth, suddenly recalling Chang Xiaodong's words at the old pass. General, at that moment, a hastily approaching officer arrived. General, we have received military reports. Read it. The front commander Su Mu led an army of 40,000 troops out of the old pass. Zhao Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly seized the military dispatch and scrutinized it meticulously. After perusing the report, he found himself momentarily frozen, lost in thought. General? Silence. Zhao Qingyun replied, eyes closed, rapidly calculating in his mind. On the battlements of Guangzhou, the seasoned General Lian Yong was also deep in contemplation. Though his thoughts revolved around how to defend the city, he was acutely aware of the countless lives lost for the sake of Guangzhou. The valiant young master had once held back the advance of over 100,000 Northern D soldiers with a mere 2,000 men, allowing for a decisive victory when reinforcements arrived. General, there has still been no response from Huzhou. Lian Yong sighed, lamenting the new emperor's ineptitude during such critical times. He had yet to send a command to expedite reinforcements. It seems we have merely exchanged one emperor for another, both indifferent to the realm. Enough, Lian Yong admonished, his eyes widening. Do not speak recklessly about the affairs of the court. We serve the emperor and must remain loyal. Do not forget that you are a subject of the realm. If everyone were to think like you, how could this dynasty ever flourish? Turning back, Lian Yong rested his hand on the hilt of his old sword, a shadow of anxiety creeping into his gaze. Before the northern city gate of Guangzhou, over 100,000 Northern D soldiers had begun to set up camp, and it would not be long before they commenced their assault. Even though it was a narrow pass, the city walls of Guangzhou had grown frail and worn, resembling the decrepitude of age. I have heard from the people of Guangzhou that right here, where I stand, there was once an old official who, with nowhere to retreat, ascended the battlements with a rusty sword and led 3,000 men in a fierce battle against the Northern D forces. The tales of General Li and his indomitable spirit resonate in my mind, often robbing me of sleep. Until their last breath, they bore a singular thought. General, what is it? Ji, our nation. The aged vice-general stood in silence, his eyes, like Lian Yong's, gradually igniting with the fervor of battle. At the foot of the city walls, many returning citizens of Guangzhou were once again reliving last year's tragedy, wailing as they dragged their families and meager belongings, preparing to flee. Fortunately, this time, there were no refugees outside the northern gate. The path from Yongguan to Guangzhou had long been a land of bones. Lian Yong closed his eyes. With merely 2,000 veteran soldiers left to defend against the 100,000 Northern D, even a fight to the death would be fraught with peril. The mournful sound of the Northern D's horn echoed in the air. The aged soldiers, their hair white as snow, strapped on their quivers, grasped their bamboo bows, and secured their armor and scabbards, beginning their march towards the battlements. Lian Yong opened his eyes wide, his silver hair billowing in the wind. He drew his iron bow, gripping it fiercely in anger. Until the D-dogs are extinguished, let not our hair turn gray. Across the vast plains of the Central Plains, we invite you to witness the resolve of our 2,000 veterans, ready to sacrifice themselves for the nation. If the D wish to cross into Guangzhou, let them first tread upon our corpses. Old men, let us teach you youngsters how this battle is to be fought. Draw bows. Sumu halted his horse, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the dust-laden sky. Yuan, how far are we? General, we are less than 700 miles from Huzhou. Yuan, standing beside, clasped his fists. Along the official road, remnants of refugees fleeing from Huzhou could still be seen, some driving horse-drawn carts, others burdened with their belongings, all wailing as they made their way toward the inner city. Last year was no different. The calamity wrought by the Northern D had reached a point of undermining the very foundation of the nation. What kind of world is this, where the court is devoid of virtue, and the common people are left without support? Even the vast lands are slowly crumbling. March swiftly. Sumu gritted his teeth and urged from behind. By order of General Su, we march with haste. The long procession, like a sinuous serpent, swiftly weaved through the densely packed throngs of refugees, cutting through the swirling dust, marching with an air of grim determination toward the frontier. Chapter 279. What is the greater picture in Shanjia village? Beneath the old tree outside the ancestral hall, Jiang Caiwei sat quietly, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Before her, many villagers came and went, perhaps preparing to leave once more. She had inquired of Jia Zhou about their plans. Jia Zhou had replied that they intended to capture another city, to present it as a gift upon the return of her Su Lang from the frontier. Good. Jiang Caiwei raised her hands in a gesture of reverence, bowing deeply. Those who do not believe in the heavens kneel before them nonetheless. Report to General Su. A large army approaches, all light cavalry. Amidst the sand and wind, a scout galloped back hastily, turning his horse with urgency. Confirm the situation, and scout further. Behind Sumu, Yuan raised the camp flag. In the face of urgency, the banner of the 40,000 Northern Expedition troops bore only an embroidered tiger emerging from the forest. General Su, he must be from Huzhou. Zhao Qingyun. Su Mu furrowed his brow. He had been contemplating matters concerning Hezhou throughout this journey. If they truly refused entry, they would have no choice but to fight their way through. Report to General Su. We are 10 miles away. Form a barrier. Yuan drew his long sword, pointing fiercely ahead. The troops behind quickly formed ranks, with shields in the front, spears in the middle, and archers ready with arrows in the rear, coldly aiming forward. Sihu brandished his double-headed axe, cursing greed and ambition. Chang Wei gripped his pear-flower spear, nervously resting it on his shoulder. Su Mu remained utterly still, his gaze chillingly calm. The 20,000 light cavalry, it seemed, were remnants collected from the last battle. However, the Ji people were not skilled in horsemanship, and Zhao Qingyun's meager training was hardly sufficient. Even in the face of a charge, Su Mu held no fear. Rest assured, General Su, even the caltrops are laid out. Yuan rode back, lifting his sword high. Su Mu turned his head, glancing at the camp flag amongst the formation. The tiger embroidered upon it seemed to come alive, swaying in the brisk wind. Wei Xiaowu, hold steady. Chen Baishan, I don't need your advice. A small squad was anxiously guarding the camp flag. The sound of galloping hooves grew ever closer, and in an instant, they were upon them. The dust kicked up by the 20,000 light cavalry enveloped the sky. As they came to a halt, the swirling dust lingered for some time. Su, my brother. Zhao Qingyun beamed with delight, hastily dismounting. Upon hearing that Su brother was coming to Hezhou, I was so overjoyed that I couldn't even eat, rushing to welcome you. Su Mu smiled faintly. Beside him, Sihu was ready to leap from his horse, swinging his axe menacingly at Zhao Qingyun. Startled, Zhao Qingyun waved his hands repeatedly as hundreds of his personal guards rushed to shield him. Sihu, return at once. Sihu, grumbling angrily, dragged his enormous axe back. Brother Su, what troubles Tiger? Zhao Qingyun adjusted his attire, his face a portrait of grievance. Sihu has a penchant for striking dogs. Upon seeing them, he simply cannot resist. This remark drew smiles from those surrounding Su Mu. Regaining his composure, Zhao Qingyun mounted his horse, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Brother Su, what compels you to lead troops to the border this time? Are you truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance? There is no conflict at the border. Indeed, the northern D once sought to breach the gates, but for reasons unknown, they have since retreated. Su Mu smiled knowingly. Zhao Qingyun, you possess neither the valor of a fierce tiger nor the strategic brilliance of a hero. I fail to comprehend how you expect to establish yourself as a lord through mere opportunism and repetition. Brother Su, I am the general of the northern expedition. Matters of the state are more familiar to me than to you. I have previously stated that you are akin to my sworn brother. Silence, you cur. Sihu bellowed once more, causing Zhao Qingyun to fall silent. I shall say this only once. Vacate Hezhou. You may cower within the city, but many are unwilling to do so. Brother Su, I have stated clearly that there is no war at the border. The D have long since retreated. Otherwise, I would have reported to Changyang by now. Furthermore, I hear you have resigned from your position as a high official, gathering tens of thousands of troops in civilian garb, which amounts to rebellion. Brother Su, rein in your ambitions. With a sigh, Su Mu was now nearly certain that Zhao Qingyun harbored intentions of siding with the D. He coldly gestured. Advance 200 paces, prepare to shoot. The army of 40,000 swiftly sprang into action. Caught off guard, Zhao Qingyun suddenly froze, quickly turning his horse to transform the rear ranks into the front, hoping to escape a short distance. However, in the narrow terrain, such a maneuver was clearly too late. As the arrows fell, 300 or 400 light cavalrymen, along with their horses, collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qingyun raised his head coldly. Brother Su, think carefully. If you march forward and Hezhou does not yield, you shall not pass. When I led 3,000 into the heart of the northern D, did you yield? Zhao Qingyun halted, his voice trembling. Retreat to Hezhou. The army must return to Hezhou. Suddenly, the 20,000-strong army, daunted, dared not charge, but hastily turned back. Brother Mu, why not pursue? Brother Hu, one cannot outrun a horse, Yuan lamented. Su Mu felt a twinge of regret. In the warfare of cold steel, the knowledge from his past life emphasized the importance of cavalry above all. Alas, the 500 spirited steeds accompanying the army had been painstakingly gathered by Chang Lang. General Su, what shall we do now? Do we truly continue towards Hezhou? Though Tuatu Mountain offers perilous paths beyond Hezhou, the last time, even the seasoned veterans of Qinglong Camp suffered losses traversing those treacherous routes. The current troops comprise many fresh recruits, should they attempt the perilous path again. It would likely lead to even greater casualties. Moreover, time is of the essence. Just moments ago, Zhao Qingyun's demeanor was verbose. Yet Su Mu could discern but a fragment of his discourse. This wretched creature is concealing the tumult at the borders, buying time for the northern D to infiltrate. It is evident that this former acquaintance, the young captain, harbors intentions of defection. 7 generals of Dingbei, 3 princes from distant provinces, and I, the arch-rebel. Alongside a multitude of disbanded military leaders clamoring for the redistribution of wealth, and the aristocratic families recruiting soldiers and stockpiling provisions. The great Ji is once more in chaos. Chang Xilang, bearing a pearwood silver spear, lifted his gaze towards the distant Changyang. I surmise that Yuan and within the Golden Luan Hall is once again berating us, accusing us of lacking loyalty to father and sovereign, disregarding the greater good. What constitutes the greater good? It is the audacity to swear that every citizen shall have food to eat. Dare he do so? He does not. The most inscrutable of all things in this world is the human heart. My heart aches for little Tao Tao. She must have foreseen this, and it is only out of necessity that she allowed the young master to choose a different path. Within the palace, Yuan had trembled, standing outside the Golden Luan Hall for the better part of the night. A eunuch approached, quaking as he draped a golden dragon-embroidered cloak over his shoulders. Am I a foolish monarch? I am not. I have committed no error. It is my uncle who has erred, elevating a mere vintner to such heights. When I stand beside that commoner, the populace gazes upon him, not upon me, their emperor. Yuan seems to have forgotten that Su Mu's triumph at Changyang was carved through bloodshed and valor. My uncle likely did not wish to take me away back then. He pondered in his quarters throughout the night. I am of royal lineage. What of the trusted ministers? I am already 23. Must I still be led by the nose? If future generations were to brand me a puppet ruler, would that not be a grave injustice? The eunuch nearby dared not respond. Those who lack father and sovereign, the princes of distant provinces, the Dingbian generals, do not heed my commands. I command fewer than 50,000 loyal troops. What do they expect me to do? Yuan wept. They all assume that I do not wish to lead the charge, to secure a lasting legacy. Go inform Qin Changqing that I have acquiesced. Let him hasten here to discuss the relocation of the capital to Mu Yinzhou. I shall proceed slowly, meticulously plotting for greatness. Chapter 280. The first sage of the northern D beneath the yellow sands lay a scene of desolation. Having returned to Hezhou, Zhao Qingyun gazed at the refugees streaming toward the inner city, an inexplicable rage igniting within him. Does this not imply that these commoners do not trust him to safeguard Hezhou? Close the gates. Any further disobedience shall be met with execution. Raising his riding crop, he struck a few wailing refugees across their faces, and only then did his expression soften slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to relish this state of being, elevated and free to act as he wished. The young master is rather foolish. This is not the time to venture into the borderlands. He halted his horse, furrowing his brow as he strode toward the camp. Yet, before he could enter, he discovered Huang Daochun already smiling at the entrance of the tent. Congratulations, General Zhao, on your triumphant return to camp. This statement was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Huang Daochun, do not forget that your loyalty to the Northern D remains within the ranks of the Great Ji's army. I dare not forget. Huang Daochun smiled patiently. It is said that the esteemed Xiaodong family has entered the border, putting General Zhao in a precarious position. Are you acquainted with him? Indeed. A valiant man who commands 2,000 troops at Wangzhou. I have heard of him. Zhao Qingyun's expression darkened. If it were the Xiaodong family, perhaps you should inquire of your lord whether he would be willing to relinquish his throne. It might create an opportunity for alliance. Huang Daochun remained calm, stating, General Zhao, I have never contemplated an alliance with that Xiaodong family. I am aware of the futility of such endeavors. This remark inexplicably unsettled Zhao Qingyun, as if implying he were a mere lackey, one destined to surrender, which is why he would seek to ally with him. The Xiaodong family's entrance into the border surely signifies an intention to rescue Wangzhou. However, to reach Wangzhou, they must first traverse Hezhou. The choice lies with General Zhao. Huang Daochun lowered his head slightly, observing that many within the Central Plains dynasty harbor disdain for him. Should he lose power, it is likely he would be swiftly executed. Water flows downhill, and men strive for elevation. Zhao Qingyun's demeanor faltered, his countenance becoming menacing. Outside the northern gate of Hezhou, an aged soldier, weary and travel-worn, bellowed for the troops of Xiaofeng camp to march forth. This scene evoked memories for Zhao Qingyun, reminiscent of his own desperate plea for aid from Wang Zhou, which ultimately changed nothing. General Zhao, Wang Zhou is on the brink of collapse. Huang Daochun turned his head, expressing keen interest. Once Wang Zhou falls, should Zhao Qingyun defect to the northern D, the formidable army of the northern D will then encircle the inner city. It seemed that all matters were progressing favorably, except for the sudden emergence of 40,000 reinforcements. Huang Daochun frowned slightly. Often, he had presumed that the people of the Central Plains lacked the courage. With a population of several million, they were unable to vanquish 300,000 nomadic foes. I only inquire, what will happen when the Xiaodong family's 40,000 troops arrive? Zhao Qingyun's sudden interjection disrupted Huang Daochun's contemplation. Naturally, we will repel them and await the assembly of the northern D forces from the rear. Once we enter the Central Plains, as previously agreed, my Xiaofeng camp will claim 3 states and the nobility of the northern D. Will General Zhao accompany us into the inner city? I shall remain in Hezhou to assist in quelling the insurgents. General Zhao certainly has a keen strategic mind. Huang Daochun chuckled softly. However, my lord has declared that you are worth this price. Indeed, should Hezhou not permit passage, you shall not enter the Central Plains. Zhao Qingyun wore a mocking smile. Does General Zhao not care for a lifetime of infamy? In the next life, I shall be reborn as a loyal and righteous man. Huang Daochun stood atop the city wall, laughing heartily. General Su, we are approaching Hezhou. Su Mu halted his horse, raising his head to gaze coolly at the distant outline of Hezhou city, now discernible within a 5-mile range. The Xiaodong family has not yet changed their banner. Chang Wei rode back, his face alight with joy. The fact that they had not yet changed their banner implied that Zhao Qingyun had not yet surrendered to the northern D. Yet such matters are played through intrigue. The banners atop the city walls reveal little. What is the situation in Wangzhou? They should still be engaged in fierce combat. If Wangzhou falls, the northern D will surely advance to Hezhou. Su Mu longed to lead the 40,000 troops swiftly, yet Zhao Qingyun, that treacherous dog, resembled a plague upon the land. Seated within the military tent, Su Mu surveyed the intelligence he had gathered, a cold smirk crossing his visage. Little Dongjia. I too have procured this information by locating 2 officials from Hezhou seeking refuge. It is said that not only are 100,000 D warriors advancing southward, but there are also an additional 120,000 preparing to rendezvous. As for Huang Daochun, he is the national strategist of the northern D, specifically dispatched by their formidable Khan to persuade Zhao Qingyun to surrender. In such a savage land as the northern grasslands, even a mere dog could attain some recognition. Su Mu, unfazed, possessed the wisdom of 5 millennia and was well versed in both covert and overt strategies. He could easily dismantle the so-called foremost strategist of the northern D. Now, will we truly be able to capture Hezhou city in 3 days? Little Dongjia questioned, doubt evident in his tone. Chang Wei clearly held skepticism, while Yuan and several other subordinate generals wore expressions of uncertainty. Given Zhao Qingyun's temperament, coupled with the presence of the northern D's premier strategist, success appeared plausible. Su Mu rubbed his forehead and slowly exited the tent. Around him, a myriad of tents sprawled like a constellation under the flickering torchlight, revealing shadowy figures moving within. Chang Wei, tomorrow you shall lead 3,000 men to circumvent the right side of Hezhou city, and do so without making a sound. Little Dongjia, where precisely shall we go? Just make a circuit and return. This is folly. Su Mu chose not to respond and continued earnestly. See who? You too shall lead 3,000 men. When Chang Wei returns, follow suit and make a circuit. Originally gnawing on a bun, See who sprang to attention at Su Mu's command, filled with renewed vigor. Brother Mu, am I to become a general now? Go forth, but exercise caution. After your circuit, enter the forest on the right, and then return to the main camp. Brother Mu, I heard we need to establish military orders. You need not do that. Then what are we to do, General Su? Yuan and several subordinate generals rose hurriedly. You all shall remain temporarily at the camp. In a couple of days, we will commence cooking for 40 men per stove. Brother Mu, won't that ruin the rations? Endure a little. Once we enter Hezhou city, there will be meat and wine aplenty. As the night passed, following Su Mu's instructions, Chang Wei led his 3,000 men cautiously towards Hezhou amidst the morning fog, carefully navigating a circuit through the nearby woods. Believing he had successfully outsmarted the enemy, Chang Wei viewed it merely as a playful game. Unbeknownst to him, in such arid weather at the border, Even the smallest misstep could stir up dust. Brother Hu, you are a general now. Exercise caution lest you jeopardize our efforts. Chang Wei reminded Si Hu as he returned. Understood. I was to establish military orders last night, but Brother Mu forbade it. Delighted to have led a contingent. Si Hu radiated enthusiasm. His life was simple. He would follow Su Mu's words without question. Be careful, everyone, be careful. Si Hu made a rare gesture for silence and advanced, only to inadvertently crush a tree stump beneath his foot. Startled, he froze in place, as if struck by lightning, hesitating to move. Nearby, a concealed rise was occupied by several warriors, who exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless by the spectacle. General Su, indeed, Brother Hu is a valiant commander. Yet regarding such trivial matters, I cannot shake the feeling that he may encounter some difficulties. Yun's face bore a bitter smile. I share your sentiment. Su Mu replied nonchalantly. General, what do you mean by that? Let us observe. I, Su Mu, wish to test the cunning of this so-called first sage of the D, to see how many years of learning he has truly accumulated. Yuan, remember to reduce the firewood. On the city walls, Zhao Qingyun's expression suddenly turned cold. The smoke and shadows from the nearby forest, no matter how discreetly concealed, could not escape his notice. What does the young master intend to do? Take a detour. Previously, you mentioned that there was another passage to the west of Hezhou. Indeed, last time, the young master led 3,000 men through the mountain path to penetrate deep into Guangzhou. It is well known that the vast grasslands of the northern frontier had been effectively sealed off by 2 cities against an army of over 100,000. Upon finishing his words, Huang Daochun lifted his head, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. As dusk descended, both stood there, waiting. Finally, the camp nearby ignited with the smoke of cooking fires. He must have sensed something amiss, causing a stir, hence. No further scouts had been dispatched westward for most of the day. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow, pondering the number of people remaining in the camp and how many had departed. Suddenly, Huang Daochun smiled faintly, pointing ahead. I have just realized. The young master is employing a ruse to deceive us. Unfortunately, I am well versed in the method of counting fires, 10 men per fire. Today's smoke should be accurate, indicating that the soldiers have not diminished. There are still 8,000 laborers. Laborers do not share fires nor stray too close to Hezhou. They can be disregarded. Huang Daochun's face bore a humorous expression, as the young master pretended to employ a covert strategy to lead us to believe he was gradually reallocating troops to the west, repenetrating Guangzhou's interior. If this were true, it would pose a significant problem. It is not true, as I have stated. I am well acquainted with the method of counting fires. Since the number of fires has not decreased, it signifies that there are still soldiers in the camp. He is indeed a clever man, but unfortunately, he has encountered me. What shall we do then? He aims to lure us out of the city, but he is ultimately somewhat foolish. Rest assured, General Zhao, I have already devised a sound strategy. Within the camp, Si Hu wept profusely. Brother Mu, I was truly cautious at that time. Those stumps clearly moved, coming right beneath my feet. I distinctly saw where I stepped. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, contemplating whether to speak the truth, as he had indeed achieved a modicum of success. However, he decided against it. Fortunately, he had stopped the issuance of those absurd 10 military orders. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to conclude matters in front of so many people. Brother Mu, I shall certainly be cautious if I go again tomorrow. You shall not go tomorrow. Why not? Tomorrow, we have other matters to attend to. That sage of the northern D in Hezhou, Su Mu surmised, possessed a degree of cleverness. Yet such cleverness can often be endearing. After all, throughout history, there have been countless fools who fell victim to their own cleverness. Young master, only 2 days remain. I am aware. The bloody battle of Guangzhou rages on. Had it not been so, Su Mu would not resort to such perilous stratagems. Only hope remains that the seasoned veteran, Lian Yong, can sustain the old battalion for a while longer. On the battlements of Zhou City, a relentless barrage of arrows continues to whistle through the dusk into the night, weaving a dense net of projectiles. The old soldiers huddled beneath the parapet can hear nothing but the shrill cries of the arrows, enveloped in an eerie silence. They await the final descent of the arrows, after which anguished cries will pierce the air. With his face smeared in dust, Lian Yong raises his iron bow, joining the other old soldiers who rise from their shelter, collectively roaring as they unleash a volley of arrows towards the enemy below the city gates. The ground is soon littered with the bodies of countless northern D warriors, pierced like hedgehogs. Lower the spiked logs. Lian Yong grits his teeth, and, in a moment of fervor, raises his bow once more. Just as a boisterous centurion's taunts fill the air, an arrow flies forth, shattering his skull. Chapter 282. Breaking Hezhou. On the third day at the Hezhou battlements, Huang Daochun, the foremost strategist of the Northern D, wears a troubled expression. After tallying the numbers, he discovers a most alarming reality. Despite the nearby tents remaining intact, the actual count of troops ready for battle is shockingly fewer than 10,000. This does not bode well. Frowning, he reflects, Huang Daochun, did you not claim to have a solid plan? I never anticipated that the little master would be so audacious. His assertion of capturing Hezhou within 3 days and then encamping before its gates was mere bluster. I calculated the figures, and they simply do not align. If I am not mistaken, only a final contingent of 10,000 remains. He is not merely deceiving us. He truly intends to stealthily maneuver a large force westward into the heart of Zhou. After much commotion, it seems all calculations were in vain, and Zhao Qingyun, unable to contain his anger, exclaims, "You do not understand. The little master is a master strategist. General Zhao, why not dispatch some light cavalry to investigate?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Qingyun, driven by concern, hastens down to the city wall. After a lengthy observation, the city gates creak open, allowing approximately 3,000 light cavalry to swiftly exit Hezhou, charging towards the encampment not far ahead. They dare not draw too close and make several cautious approaches before gradually nearing the tents. Clearly, this 3,000-strong force is fit for reconnaissance. Regrettably, upon lifting numerous tent flaps, they find them utterly deserted. "Captain, there is no one. Not a single soul." A vast expanse of tents reveals an eerie emptiness. In the concealed thickets, Su Mu whispers, "Do not move. Lower your voices," his cold gaze fixed on the sentinels of Hezhou city scurrying through the camp. Now is not the time to strike. The number of those who have left the city is too sparse. If they alarm the enemy, these 3 days of effort will be rendered futile. If I am correct, Zhao Qingyun and that foremost Northern D strategist must now believe he has led his forces deep into Hezhou's heart, intending to block our advance. Report to the general. There is no one. The entire encampment is deserted. The 3,000 cavalry scouts hastily return to Hezhou city. On the city wall, Zhao Qingyun's countenance darkens. He turns to face the eminent strategist of the Northern D. "Your calculations, sir, are truly unparalleled." Even though Xiao Dongjia saved Wangzhou, he too faces inevitable doom. When General Zhao mobilizes his troops from Hezhou to launch a dual assault with our forces stationed to the north of Wangzhou, do you truly believe that Wang, the ruler of Yuzhou, is a fool? Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth, knowing that if he brought his troops forth, the Xiaofeng camp in Hezhou would be caught in a bloody crossfire. Huang Daochun's face turned pale. Fortune-telling? What nonsense! Zhao Qingyun hastily descended from the city wall, rallying 20,000 cavalry, flinging open the northern city gate, mounting his steed in a fit of rage. After a moment's reflection, fearing that 20,000 light cavalry might not suffice, he quickly added an additional 10,000 infantry to follow behind. Huang Daochun slapped himself twice in a frenzy, then rushed down the city wall, dashing forward into the night alongside him. "General, the guards at the city gate are few." Yuan Kai spoke in a hushed tone after about an hour in the woods. "At the southern gate, there are fewer than 1,000 men." Su Mu furrowed his brow. Knowing Zhao Qingyun's temperament would compel him to lead a large force out, and such a round trip would take at least several hours. The entire Hezhou, apart from those patrolling, was likely left with very few defenders. "Yuan Kai, have the battering rams and siege ladders been prepared?" Su reassured himself, as they crept through the woods, drawing near to Hezhou, the city under the night sky. The Xiaofeng camp stationed at the southern gate believed the nearby encampment to be utterly deserted. Consequently, even the patrols became somewhat lax. Su Mu raised his hand, and the movements of the 40,000 troops came to a sudden halt. "See who, don your armor." Not only see who, but also the hundreds of soldiers carrying the battering rams swiftly donned the scant iron armors available. "Yuan Kai, I entrust the task of scaling the walls to you." Yuan Sai's face revealed determination as he nodded solemnly. Su Mu, with a serious demeanor, slowly drew his long sword. Zhao Qingyun, that coward, had long since lost his former bravado, now as cautious as a rat in a granary. This ruse was merely a ploy to draw the tiger from its lair. Heaven and earth show no mercy. The court is indifferent, and corrupt officials and gluttonous generals spare not our mountains and rivers. Su Mu only asked, "Do the 40,000 troops of the northern expedition dare to fight?" "General Su, there are only beheaded Han soldiers, not dogs that die in submission. The blades are honed. The bows are polished. Why should we fear battle?" Su Mu rose, directing his sword fiercely forward, striking down with great fervor. The camp flag waved as Wei Xiaowu and Chun Baishan, an elder and a youth, led over 100 new soldiers to the high ground, furiously shaking the camp flag in the night. The flag depicted a tiger emerging from the forest, seemingly alive, ready to roar through the mountains and woods. Kill! Chang Wei, leading 10,000 infantry archers, emerged from concealment, raising his battle bow to release a volley of arrows that darkened the sky, raining down upon the city wall. Sihu, at the forefront, along with the hundreds behind him, donned in iron armor and carrying the battering rams, swiftly charged toward the southern city gate. Lift the ladders. The first to scale shall be made deputy general by me in service to General Su. Do you know that atop Wangzhou's walls, 20,000 seasoned veterans, gray-haired, brandish their rusted blades to resist the northern invaders? Wave upon wave of soldiers, carrying makeshift ladders, surged forth under Yu Wensai's command, roaring as they charged toward the gates of Hezhou. Raise your shields. As the shield-bearing troops charged forward, they raised their various large shields to protect their comrades from the rain of arrows descending upon the city walls. Ultimately, many of the armaments proved inadequate. Wooden shields splintered under the onslaught, and both white-armored and black-armored corpses littered the ground. On the battlements of Hezhou, a terrified deputy general gazed down at the advancing army, nearly losing his balance. "We have fallen into their trap. Quickly, inform General Zhao to prepare for a swift defense." With a sharp twang, an arrow pierced through the deputy's face, silencing him forever as his lifeless body tumbled from the high walls. Chang Wei, having drawn his iron bow, heedlessly discarded it and seized his pearwood iron spear, climbing the wall alongside his fellow soldiers with fervor. A Hezhou captain, intent on tossing down a fire barrel, barely emerged when Chang Wei, with a thunderous roar, hurled his spear upward. The captain's face was gruesomely impaled, sent flying until he was pinned against the wall. The soldiers on the battlements remained momentarily stunned. "Scale the walls," Chang Wei bellowed, his face flushed with determination. Inspired by his fierce cry, the surrounding soldiers regained their courage, disregarding death as they clutched their blades and ascended the ladders. Shielded by their defenses, Sihu charged towards the two southern gates of Hezhou with a colossal ram. The entire city of Hezhou seemed to tremble in response. Above, under the interplay of night and moonlight, a haze of swirling gray smoke enveloped the battleground. Chapter 283, The Innate Fiend. In the darkness, the panicked Hezhou city, devoid of its generals and severely outnumbered, was caught unprepared, with the supplies for defense woefully insufficient. Crash! 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 Led by Sihu, 100 soldiers embraced the massive ram, their furious shouts echoing as they relentlessly battered against the southern gates of Hezhou. Throw fire barrels. Burn the enemies at the gates. The defenders atop the walls, faces etched with fear, scrambled for solutions. Someone has breached the gates. Boom. In a dramatic turn, the massive southern gates suddenly yielded a gap. The hundreds of soldiers bracing against the door were startled into dropping their grips, retreating in terror. Advance into Hezhou. Su Mu, with a solemn demeanor, raised his sword high, his silver armor glistening in the moonlight, lending him an imposing presence. Waving the banner, Wei Xiaowu and Chun Baishan stood atop a height, fluttering the camp flag in the night breeze. Before Hezhou, waves of fervent cries surged forth, the clash of blades and armor resonating continuously. Sihu abandoned the ram, unsheathing his double-headed axe, and led 100 valiant warriors clad in iron into the breach at the southern gate. Upon reaching the battlements, Yuan effortlessly severed the heads of the defenders, heedless of the blood splattering upon him, swiftly directing those scaling the walls to seize control of the city gate. The remaining few thousand soldiers of the Xiaofeng camp, under the stern commands of several captains, managed to stabilize their formation. Retreat. Withdraw from Hezhou. Join the general. The northern gate swung open, and the thousands of Xiaofeng soldiers, lacking the will to hold their ground, hastily fled outside, a mix of infantry and cavalry. Chang Wei led the charge, pursuing through the city gates and loosing a volley of arrows. In an instant, dozens of individuals fell from their horses in the night, meeting a tragic end. A triumphant roar echoed from the city walls and below, as Su Mu, accompanied by 1,000 loyal warriors, coldly entered Hezhou City. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyun, situated many miles away, abruptly halted, turning back in a panic to witness the thick smoke rising above Hezhou City. What could this mean? Was the city ablaze? Huang Daochun furrowed his brow. The time for cooking had long passed. Huang Daochun, if you utter that word again, I shall kill you. Zhao Qingyun seethed with rage, feeling utterly manipulated, as if he were a mere puppet in the hands of a petty merchant. Huang Daochun, acknowledging his misstep, could only let out a cold huff. Could something grave have transpired? Zhao Qingyun dared not tighten the reins. He was well aware that Hezhou was his territory, having previously invested a considerable sum in constructing a magnificent general's residence. After a long wait, a scout returned in a frantic rush, and his first utterance nearly caused Zhao Qingyun to tumble from his horse. General, Hezhou City has been breached. At the Northern Conquest General's residence, Su Mu coldly gazed towards the north of the city, where a finely crafted mansion was nearing completion. Colorful tiles adorned its roof, and a long pebble pathway led to its entrance, flanked by 4 stone lions. Su Mu found it somewhat amusing. The Northern Conquest General had barely taken office before indulging in extravagant excess. Inside Hezhou City, the anguished cries of the people filled the air. Earlier, they had cowered in fear within the narrow alleys during the siege, but now they emerged, revealing their tattered garments and gaunt, hunger-stricken faces. General Su, there are still over 3,000 trained horses in the stables, Yuan urgently reported after receiving his orders. The journey to Wangzhou lay ahead. At least 100 miles away, Zhao Qingyun, with 30,000 troops, had blocked the way, and he would undoubtedly retreat back to Hezhou City. Yuan, you remain in Hezhou City. If there is nothing pressing, tear down this mansion and construct simple accommodations for the populace. Concerned about potential complications, Su Mu left Yuan behind with 10,000 men to secure Hezhou. Subsequently, he retrieved the 3,000 horses before hastily advancing towards Wangzhou City with his 30,000 troops. There were no fierce cavalrymen to lead the charge, and it was unfortunate that Feng from the village was absent. See who was not suitable for this role, being more adept at slaying enemies in battle. Little master, am I to be the cavalry leader? In Chapter 284, General Lian, the 30,000 troops marched swiftly, drawing closer to Wangzhou City. From his mount, Su Mu could vaguely discern the smoke rising from the northern city walls. Like Hezhou, these 2 border cities had borne the scars of prolonged warfare, with numerous cracks appearing in their walls. Despite the efforts of laborers to repair them, the aging structures could not regain their former glory. At the southern city gate, only a handful of old soldiers stood watch. Upon seeing Su Mu and his grand army approach, they erupted in angry shouts. Quick, we must enter the city, Su Mu commanded sternly. As the southern gate of Wangzhou swung open, the vast army of 30,000 swiftly poured into the city. Could it be the Xiaofeng camp? An elderly general's eyes welled with tears of joy, but after rubbing them, he realized that the figure before him was an old acquaintance. In the past, it was also in Wangzhou when Zhao Qingyun refrained from sending troops, and 60,000 seasoned soldiers rushed to the rescue, breaking the siege of Wangzhou. Now, the roles were clearly reversed. Is it you, young master? The old general recognized him clearly, his face radiating elation, for he knew that the scoundrels of the Xiaofeng camp would not come to their aid. But why not retreat? Su Mu's heart felt heavy. This is the land of Deji. How could one abandon it? The old general was spirited, saying, Young master, you do not know. General Lian led us to withstand the 6 assaults of the D-dogs. Come, I shall take you to meet General Lian. He will surely be delighted to see you. Su Mu nodded and looked around, noticing that the siege had evidently ceased for the moment. As they approached the northern city gate, Su Mu lifted his gaze and saw a figure standing at the city gate, hair and beard tousled, gripping a long knife tightly, yet standing with remarkable dignity. In that fleeting moment, Su Mu was reminded of the old official who had faced death on the city wall, bearing a similar demeanor. No matter how dire the circumstances, there are always those who bravely carry the weight forward. General Lian, look who has arrived. On the city wall, Lian Yong turned, his bulging eyes showing no sign of relaxation. Earlier, upon hearing the sound of the city gate opening, he had not bothered to look, his entire focus fixed on the D-dog formation below. Su Dongjia? Lian Yong paused, a sudden spark igniting in his eyes, hastily stepping down the wall to greet him. Su Mu also smiled. He had always held a favorable impression of Lian Yong. When the city of Hezhou was besieged, and no one came to their aid, only Lian Yong, with his 60,000 seasoned soldiers, had coordinated with him, successfully repelling over 100,000 northern D troops, even the king of Guli, Gu, perishing amidst the chaos. Indeed, those willing to face national calamities would never lack for a young master. Lian Yong exclaimed joyfully. Sumu hesitated but did not refute him. I have heard that in the court, they have dismissed you from your position, young master. If I survive this battle, I will certainly return to the Changyang Palace to vindicate you. There is no need, Sumu replied. The path is one I chose myself. Besides, serving in a decaying court holds little allure. This journey into the borders is not only the legacy of Yuan Tao, but also a preparation for entering Shuzhou. Lian Yong sighed. I know the kind of person you are, young master. It is a pity that a promising new dynasty may soon be overrun by treacherous factions. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Come, follow me to the city wall. Sumu clasped his hands and, alongside Lian Yong, ascended steadily to the battlements. Young master, behold, the D-Dog army lies just ahead. They attacked the city last night, but with my men, I have staunchly defended the gates. They shall not breach it. Sumu looked ahead and saw, several miles away, the encampments of the D people scattered across the landscape. In the gray sky above, northern D eagles soared. Patrols of mounted D soldiers occasionally circled the city gate, defiantly shooting arrows before hastily retreating. Damn those thieves! The old general, Lian Yong, roared, raising his bow and shooting with precision. One of the riders was struck, tumbling off his horse in a panic, scrambling away in fear. Cheers erupted from all around the city walls, a cacophony of excitement. It was inevitable. Lian Yong retracted his iron bow, furrowing his brow. I estimated that it would not be long before the D people would launch another assault on the city. They would not relent until they had seized Wangzhou. Fortunately, beyond Wangzhou, there stood another fortified city, Hezhou. Regarding Zhao Qingyun's defection to the D, Sumu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from sharing this news with Lian Yong, fearing it would dampen morale. On the city wall, Sihu raised his hand and struck down two soaring eagles mid-flight, their wings snapping as they plummeted to the ground. Lian Yong shouted urgently to protect his eyes. Even with this timely intervention, numerous soldiers had already suffered the loss of their sight, crying out in agony as they clutched their faces. These D-dogs relished in employing eagles to peck at their enemies' eyes. Lian Yong, with a tone of urgency, swung his long knife forward, cleaving a swooping eagle in two. Sumu frowned. He had witnessed such tactics from the D previously, yet at that time, they had been resolute and unafraid of such threats. After a grueling struggle, the defenders on the city wall managed to slay over 1,000 eagles, leaving fewer than 100 that retreated in a cacophony of cries back to their camp. Catching his breath, Sumu looked around and noted that over 100 of the defending soldiers had been completely blinded. Chang Wei, help these brothers down, he ordered. One could not deny the D's relentless tactics. They employed every means necessary, not merely unleashing eagles, but also using their chaos as cover for the advancing army. Xiao Dongjia is charging forward. Lian Yong's expression remained undaunted as he readied his iron bow once more. Many seasoned veterans nearby mirrored his actions. Draw your bows. Sumu did not dare to delay. He lifted his gaze, coldly assessing the situation before him. The battle was too urgent for him to devise a more effective defensive strategy. Release. With a whoosh, thousands of arrows intertwined, forming a dense net that rained down upon the advancing D forces, echoing with screams of despair. Lian Yong clenched his fist in exhilaration. Xiao Dongjia, I have observed for quite some time. The D are typically not adept at using shields, yet this time, they have evidently employed small leather shields. Nevertheless, they cannot withstand many arrows. The D excelled in cavalry charges, but when it came to besieging a city, they held no significant advantage. Regrettably, the previously dug trenches and traps had all been exhausted, illustrating the arduous task faced by the 20,000 veterans guarding Wangzhou. Chang Wei, have someone pour oil at the city gates. After dousing the gates in oil, they shot fire arrows, igniting flames in several areas 100 paces from the city gates. The enemy forces, initially charging forward, abruptly halted in their tracks, now only able to unleash arrows towards the city wall. Sumu narrowed his eyes, continuing to contemplate strategies to break the enemy lines when, unexpectedly, Lian Yong urgently pulled him towards the position of the pot city. Just as Sumu was about to inquire, a sudden chorus of whistling filled the air, accompanied by the thunderous sound of boulders crashing against the city walls. A trebuchet. Sumu's heart sank in alarm. In times like these, The trebuchet undoubtedly serves as a formidable weapon on the battlefield. It is a powerful artillery piece employed by armies for both offense and defense. Previously, Wangzhou possessed several trebuchets, but Zhao Qingyun seized them under the pretext of aiding in defense, taking them to Hezhou. The expression on the face of the veteran general, Lian Yong, was one of profound sorrow. Su Mu also wore a grave countenance. Given time, he could indeed construct one, but under the current circumstances, such a prospect was clearly impossible. General Lian, how many trebuchets do the D-dogs possess? Approximately 5. My old soldiers' camp has at least 1,000 men, all of whom perished under the bombardment of the trebuchets' firestones. The firestones are akin to weakened cannonballs. As the two conversed, a massive stone erupted nearby, shattering a corner of the city wall. A surge of flames quickly spread forth. Above in the sky, dark shadows continuously swept over their heads. The city walls offered scant protection. The veteran soldiers held their ground here, driven by a resolve to die. Su Mu, filled with indignation, cautiously raised his eyes to survey the scene. He noticed numerous veterans and soldiers of the northern expedition tightly crouched, sheltering beneath the parapet, utilizing its meager defense to evade the firestones and the rain of arrows. Indeed, many sections of the wall could not withstand the relentless bombardment and crumbled under the onslaught of the firestones. Wei Xiaowu, don't you dare look up. Shen Baishan crouched, clutching the camp flag. Chapter 286, Strategic Retreat. Descending from the city wall, Su Mu's expression grew increasingly solemn. 2 hours, if converted to modern time, amounted to approximately 4 hours. Sufficient time for him to take the girl to watch a movie and then exit the hotel. It was not an excessive duration. General Lian, who is the commander of the Northern D this time? I have heard it is Tuo Baizhao, the brother of the Northern D Khan. Tuo Baizhao has a brooding temperament and a cunning mind. He has declared that this time he intends to flay the skin of 100 generals from the Central Plains and trample it beneath his feet. Su Mu scoffed. The king of the nomadic tribes is referred to as Khan. Below the Khan, there are the left and right Khans, akin to the ministers and the grand commandant in the imperial court of the great Ji dynasty. This rank surpasses that of the previous Guli king, Hu Yangu, elevating the stakes for this southern campaign, indicating that the northern D are resolute in their conquest. Little master, how shall we proceed with our retreat in 2 hours? Su Mu lifted his head, glancing toward the top of the city. The onslaught of the northern D's trebuchets had momentarily slowed. The D-dogs attempting to scale the walls were being forced down by the defending soldiers employing every possible means. General Lian, I must trouble you to hold the fort for the time being. Just as Lian Yong was about to respond, an arrow suddenly fell from the sky, startling him into silence as he quickly concealed himself behind the city wall. Su Mu took a deep breath. It was evident that Wangzhou would not hold. The defenses were too compromised, barely sufficient to withstand a few more strikes from the northern D. While a bloody battle could be fought, remaining to die alongside the city was not a prudent course of action. He had previously advised Lian Yong to set a trap before departing Wangzhou. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Sihu, who had hurried over, was reluctant. He yearned to wield his dual-bladed axe and cleave a few more heads from the D-dogs. Sihu, how many years have you and I lived in Wangzhou? Brother Mu is 2 years my senior, while I am 16 this year. Sihu, you are 24. Thus we have spent over 20 years here. In our childhood, we survived by begging. Even though I have traversed time, I must admit that Su Mu has developed profound feelings for this ancient city of Wangzhou. He has left, he has shattered, and now he must destroy it once more. Sihu, gather some men and uproot the stones near the north city gate. These stones, as the old officials of Wangzhou once stated, have long fallen into disrepair, many having been trampled to pieces over the years. Brother Mu, what purpose does this serve? Find some easily ignitable materials, bury them, and cover them up, leaving gaps for later. Many injured soldiers who have retreated and did not remain at the city wall have surged over, following Su Mu's orders to gather dry grass and dung, carefully burying them beneath the stones, not forgetting to douse them in oil. Time is limited, yet we are fortunate to have ample hands. By the time noon has passed, the open ground and main road in front of the north city gate are filled with flammable materials soaked in oil. Should it rain now, Su Mu would surely curse. General, everything is buried. Su Mu nodded and rose, surveying the surroundings. Time is too tight to set the entire city ablaze. However, I previously inquired about the Qingtian camp. Those roving heroes likely carry sleeping drugs. Su Mu simply took all of them and buried them in various directions. When the fire ignites, they should serve a purpose. This fire will be sufficient to grant safety to tens of thousands in Guangzhou. Throughout history, many examples of the few overcoming the many have arisen from the assaults of water and fire. Chibi, the burning of the linked camps, by Qi's flooding of Yinqing. As Su Mu walked a few more steps towards the city wall, he approached Lianyong. At this moment, beneath the city gates of Guangzhou, the offensive of the northern D has gradually slowed. The corpses in the ravine are stacked several layers deep, those of the D dogs, the old veterans, the black-armored troops of Yuzhou, and the white-armored soldiers of the Qingtian camp. In battle, death is inevitable. This has always been the case. The left Khan of the D, after a prolonged siege, observed the waning morale of his troops and chose to retreat. 100,000 northern D, amidst a frenzied assault, might succeed, but the bodies filling the ravine would multiply several times over. Su Mu furrowed his brow, gazing into the direction of the D camp. Compared to the previous Gu Li Wang, this left Khan of the northern D is indeed steadfast. Given the recent battles, as they reallocate siege supplies, these D dogs will soon resume their slaughter. Chapter 287. The Xiaofeng camp before Hezhou city. Behind him, a cacophony of battle cries resounded. Upon exiting the city gates, Su Mu halted his horse coldly, turning to gaze at the ancient and venerable Guangzhou city before him. He had never anticipated that he would bid farewell to his second homeland in such a manner. After this, even if Guangzhou city remains, it is likely to transform into a desolate ruin. Little Dongjia, the D-dogs have breached our defenses, Su Mu coldly signaled, and Wei Xiao Wu, bearing the camp flag, with reddened eyes, shouted fiercely, raising the banner high. On a high slope outside the north city gate, hundreds of archers raised their bows in unison. Flaming arrows ignited with a crackling sound. With a whoosh, a multitude of fire arrows soared into Guangzhou city. Moments later, flames erupted, and thick, gray smoke billowed chaotically from the city walls, accompanied by the anguished cries of the D people. "Release the horses," commanded Chang Wei. Approximately 100 old horses, laden with hay and reeking of flammable oil, ignited at their tails and bolted into the city in agony. In no time, the northern part of Guangzhou would become a blazing inferno. Wei Xiaowu continued to wave the camp flag as shadows of cavalry on the slope surged forward. "Let us go," Su Mu urged softly, leading over 3,000 light cavalry swiftly onward. Thus, the conflagration in Guangzhou would claim many lives among the D. Riding his old horse, Lianyong's voice was filled with exuberance. Indeed, Su Mu sighed with relief. Regardless, this withdrawal had proceeded relatively smoothly, at least for the time being. There was no concern about pursuing enemies. Of course, the Northern D army could not be vanquished by mere flames. Once reinforcements arrived, they would undoubtedly become more ferocious. It was regrettable, however, that they had not encountered that scoundrel Zhao Qingyun along the way. Lianyong, gripping his sword with one hand, spoke with indignation. Throughout history, loyal subjects like Yuan Tao and Lianyong harbored the deepest hatred for traitors like Zhao Qingyun. I'm mused that perhaps they would encounter him in Hezhou. Without Hezhou, Zhao Qingyun would be like a stray dog, devoid of value to the D, and he would surely seek to reclaim the city. Hezhou? That would be splendid. If I catch him, I shall surely take his head. Lianyong's fury was palpable. Such a vile wretch nearly plunged the entire central plains into chaos. "My lord, we must press on. The camp within Hezhou is already feasting on warm wine and meat. If we tarry, we shall miss out. Altogether, over 30,000 troops roared in unison, raising their spirits as they swiftly advanced in a long, serpentine formation towards Hezhou. Accompanying the army were 3,000 to 4,000 civilians, fearful of lagging behind and falling into the clutches of the D. Despite their exhaustion, even as they cried out, they hurried along, refusing to abandon their burdens. As dusk fell, spring did not grace the frontier. There were no grand scenes of halberds and vermilion towers reflecting the evening glow. Only the solitary smoke of the desert rising into the murky sky, mingling with the yellow sands of the border to form an exceedingly desolate tableau. "Brother Mu, dozens of civilians have collapsed." Su Mu glanced back at the throng of 30,000 to 40,000 civilians among the army. Many had lost their strength and could only grasp nearby dry branches and sticks to support themselves as they trudged on. Yet even so, not a single soul abandoned their burdens in a desperate bid for survival. Su Mu surmised that many more civilians must still be hiding in the mountains and forests, too fearful to join the army, waiting for a day when the frontier would be secure and peace would reign once more. The tens of thousands believed that Guangzhou was now stable, yet little did they know that after barely 2 or 3 months, they would once again be burdened with their families, exhausted and desperate. Why not seek refuge elsewhere? See who wore a perplexed expression. Su Mu sighed heavily. The recovery of Guangzhou must indeed come with a heavy tax burden. It was true that in every direction, survival was unattainable, and remaining in Guangzhou city hardly spared them from the blood tax. Lian Yong's eyes brimmed with tears. The blood tax meant that entire families hung by a thread, toiling for a year only to discover that the majority of their earnings were consumed by taxes. Let us rest here and set forth again after half an hour, Su Mu declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, many commoners began to wail, disregarding the dirt beneath them, and sat down on the ground. 5 miles outside Hezhou City, Zhao Qingyun, atop his steed, had his eyes swollen from disbelief. There were thousands of soldiers guarding the city. Huang Daochuan's expression was equally grim, although he was reluctant to admit it. The truth was that the entire Xiaofeng camp, along with himself, the foremost strategist of the Northern D, had been made a fool of. Upon leaving the city, they had brought no supplies, only a few days' worth of rations. Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brow. Without Hezhou, he had no leverage to ally with the D people. Even if the Northern D were willing to accept him, aspirations for nobility were out of the question. The little master had gone to Guangzhou, and now, this was his last opportunity. Was there any method to besiege the city? Zhao Qingyun turned his head and coldly regarded Huang Daochuan. The thought of that foolishly simplistic calculation method made him nearly raise his whip in anger. However, if he were to truly join the Northern D in the future, he could not afford to offend the North's premier strategist too severely. Within Hezhou City, preparations must surely have been made. A direct assault would be unwise. So what should be done? Should the commanding general of Hezhou's guards also employ that calculation method, then lure the enemy out of the city? General Zhao, do not mention this matter again. If we follow my advice, we shall encircle without attacking. Of course, we could gather some timber nearby to construct siege ladders. Then we could also collect the refugees hiding in the nearby forests and, in full view of the Hezhou defenders, use them as cannon fodder. Whether to kill or spare them would become quite the interesting dilemma. Wouldn't that be too slow? No need to rush. Huang Daochuan's expression was resolute. I have already stated that Guangzhou cannot be held. That little master dares to venture to Guangzhou. It is, in fact, a path to ruin. Once my 100,000 Northern D troops converge, how could the 10,000 defenders of Guangzhou withstand? There was some truth to this. Zhao Qingyun's face remained troubled. But Huang Daochuan, I cannot shake the feeling that Su Mu, that little master, might just perform a miracle. Huang Daochuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter atop his horse. General Zhao, you are frightened. I previously mentioned that I merely overlooked one strategy. Should he confront me again without underestimating him, he would suffer a resounding defeat. Let us not forget, I am the national strategist of the Northern D, the foremost intellect of the northern grasslands. Uncertain whether to believe him, Zhao Qingyun gazed up at the distant outline of Hezhou City, a wave of inexplicable regret washing over him. He did not wish to be adversaries with the little master, yet fate had rendered them bitter enemies. Chapter 288, The Scheme of Ambush. How far is it? Little Chang Wei, see who yawned, turning to ask in a dull tone. Chang Wei, serving as the scout, was somewhat exasperated. Brother Hu, are you perhaps longing for a feast? Half an hour passed, and you inquired about my intentions 8 times. I shall explain once more. Approximately 20 miles remain. Should we hasten our pace, we could arrive without requiring 2 full hours. Su Mu turned, casting a glance at the throng of common folk who had accompanied him. Throughout the march, many had become familiar with him and had generously offered their meager provisions of eggs and wild vegetable cakes. The satchel at General Feng's waist swelled with their gifts. The Northern D army had likely crossed over Guangzhou. Lian Yong furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with resignation. Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement. It was estimated that the conflagration in the northern city of Guangzhou could claim the lives of at most 10,000 souls. After all, they were not fools. When faced with danger, they would retreat and seek means to extinguish the flames. To speak candidly, the veteran soldiers I lead are weary, and even I sense a lack of successors. The late emperor suffered numerous defeats, yet he had the courage to lead his troops into battle against the Northern D. Lian Yong choked on his words, clearly unable to continue. The marching column comprised at least 3 or 4 formations, all filled with the silver-haired. Though aged, they could not enjoy their twilight years, compelled instead to bear arms and protect their descendants' legacy. What a poignant tragedy. After another hour of marching, they were finally met with the cheers of Chang Wei. The skilled Chang Wei rode with the grace of a galloping steed, brandishing his spear and clad in armor, exuding the spirit of a valiant warrior. "Young master, I have spotted Huzhou City." Chang Wei halted his horse, his chatter unceasing. "As you predicted, there is a large army besieging the city." "The Xiaofeng camp?" Lian Yong's face flushed with anger. There was no one else present. "Chang Wei, what of the scouts from Xiaofeng camp?" "A few fled further away, perhaps 3 or 4 riders. I pursued and eliminated them." Chang Wei grinned. "They underestimated my martial prowess." Truly deserving of the title Little Spear. Su Mu's expression darkened. According to Chang Wei's account, the Xiaofeng camp. Chapter 289, Valiant Veterans. "Children," he mounted the old horse. And Lian Yong smiled. "Do not mock me. I once followed the late emperor to battle against the northern Di and faced defeat. Out of 40,000 troops, fewer than 5,000 returned, fleeing for their lives. I clutched my sword in fear that if I lagged, the Di cavalry would claim my head. I had to hide like a wild dog in the mountain woods for 7 or 8 days. At that time, I pondered when our great Ji would ever triumph over the northern Di." Lifting the reins, Lian Yong's eyes sparkled. "I now understand that it is not the strength of the Di, but rather the weakness of our people. Young master, wait for me. I shall deliver the first blow against these wretched Di." Su Mu clasped his hands in salute. Lian Yong, leading the remnants of the army, was embarking on a perilous journey. After all, there were still 20,000 light cavalry and over 10,000 infantry from the Xiaofeng camp trailing behind. Should their speed wane, they would be cleaved apart by long blades. The 5,000 veterans gradually receded from Su Mu's sight. 7 million sons of great Ji. May we lay down our arms and usher in peace. Turning away, Su Mu's expression returned to its coldness. He drew his sword and raised it against the night wind. Throughout this journey, he had navigated the crevices of survival, like a dog, like a rootless weed, like fish and flesh upon the butcher's block. Until now, he has finally commanded an army of tens of thousands. Amidst the winds and sands of the borderlands, amidst the smoke of battle, he seeks to contend for that which was once deemed unattainable. Every individual has their fate, yet the destinies of the venerable are the most paramount in the realm. "Heed my command, archers to the woods, spearmen take cover." Chang Wei, accompanied by 3,000 cavalry, prepared to flank. The encircled multitude roared with blades raised to the heavens, only to vanish into the night in an instant. After sipping some mare's milk wine, Zhao Qingyun lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with melancholy. He longed for the newly constructed general's mansion, for the newly acquired third concubine, for the half-eaten dried venison. "I have likely become a rebel." With a self-deprecating smile, Zhao Qingyun's expression turned cold once more. On the walls of Huzhou City, a general-like figure clutched a long halberd with one hand, adorned in a flowing white cloak. The night at the border was not like the serene nights of the inner city. Here, it was filled only with blades and bows. A relentless cycle of life and death. Zhao Qingyun relinquished the reins, grasped his bow, and released an arrow, which struck down an old soldier with a furious roar, while the pursuing cavalry from the Xiaofeng camp severed the head and hung it at their horses' flanks. "Quickly, kill Lian Yong." Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth. Such a golden opportunity, if missed, would surely haunt him in his dreams. The light cavalry of 20,000 pursued along the official road, their triumphant shouts and war cries echoing through the woods flanking the path. Soon after, over 10,000 infantrymen from the Xiaofeng camp followed suit, engaging in a brutal onslaught. The old soldiers raised their blades and shields, forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. The weary steed beneath Zhao Qingyun struggled. Lian Yong, wielding a large blade, awaited the approach of the light cavalry, and with a swift motion, he thrust his blade, cleaving through the torso of an advancing rider. The severed body was dragged far behind, leaving a long trail of blood. Lian Yong gasped, his hair and beard disheveled, and with a decisive stroke, he slashed beneath his horse's belly. The pain-stricken steed surged forward, creating distance. The night deepened. The flickering lanterns of the pursuing riders swayed incessantly, as if to turn the entire world upside down. Lifting his head, Lian Yong calculated the distance, a cold smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, he could still hear the cacophony of hooves, relentless in their pursuit. They have fallen into an ambush. Lian Yong halted his horse, raised his head, and his gaze revealed a longing. Having spent half his life in warfare, slaying enemies and bandits to defend the nation. His hair had turned white, and his body had grown frail. I beseech the heavens, lend me the strength of a tiger to vanquish the northern tribes, quell the southern savages, and make all petty villains cower and hide. The remaining 4,000 old soldiers, like Lian Yong, also came to a halt. Each face bore a chill of determination. What is this? Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable agitation in his heart. Before him loomed not only the 2,000 light cavalry in full pursuit, but also the infantry rushing forth, clearly emulating the commendable tactics of their general, recklessly charging forward without heed. Something is amiss. Huang Daochuan's voice abruptly ceased, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Lacking martial prowess, he hastily drew the dagger he carried, gripping it tightly in his hand. Before him, to the left and right, shadows of figures emerged unexpectedly, densely packed, numbering at least tens of thousands. It is the little master. Retreat. But where could one retreat to? With the sound of earth being broken, barricades were swiftly raised, firmly embedded into the ground. The first wave of light cavalry charged forward, their cries echoing as blood splattered in all directions. The steeds, pierced by sharp stakes, either had their bellies torn open or were skewered completely. In an instant, the air was filled with the frantic whinnies of startled horses and the anguished screams of the light cavalry from the Xiaofeng camp. So many barricades. The little master has formed a formidable barricade formation. Huang Daochun gripped his dagger, his body trembling uncontrollably. Those seasoned soldiers were clearly bait, luring us to our doom. Zhao Qingyun's head buzzed. Just as he intended to shout a few words to bolster morale, arrows suddenly rained down from the shadows of the surrounding woods. One by one, the camp soldiers fell beneath the relentless barrage. There were also wooden caltrops, and as a Xiaofeng camp lieutenant was about to warn his comrades, his head, along with half of his shoulder, was cleaved cleanly away. Sihu charged forth, wielding his bloody double-headed axe, roaring with fury. Su Muki, atop his steed, also gradually emerged from the thicket, his gaze coldly fixed in Zhao Qingyun's direction. Zhao Qingyun, you, a traitor seeking personal gain. I shall execute you on behalf of the common people and the sovereign in the capital. Lian Yong shouted repeatedly, leading over 4,000 seasoned soldiers in a counteroffensive. Quickly, retreat along the original path. Zhao Qingyun's expression turned alarmed. Zhao Qingyun, surrounded on all sides, how will you escape? The very path they had come from erupted with furious shouts. Yu Wan, mounted, pointed his sword forward. Behind him, 8,000 guards also drew their weapons, joining the fray. There is no escape. A trap has been laid on all sides. I warned you earlier not to pursue recklessly or seek glory, but you refused to listen. Huang Daochun shouted angrily. Silence. Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Su Muki's position. Brother Su, we are like sworn brothers. How have we come to this? Let me go, and I shall hand over the city of Hezhou to you. Your Hezhou? Su Muki sneered from his mount. This is the Hezhou of the common people. Brother Su, I have struggled to reach this point. Though we have our differences, I have never intended to harm you. Shut your filthy mouth. Sihu, take his head. Su Muki coldly commanded. If anyone despised Zhao Qingyun the most, it would undoubtedly be Sihu. Now, receiving Su Muki's order, his expression became even more menacing. The personal guards. Zhao Qingyun's face flushed red, no longer caring for the light cavalry rushing into the slaughter. He only thought of fleeing urgently. Thousands of personal guards clustered closely around him, hurriedly shielding him in their midst. Huang Daochun, unable to keep up, quickly abandoned his horse and shouted as he squeezed through the gaps into the protective circle. Sihu whirled around, hurling his massive axe with a furious roar. At least 7 or 8 of Zhao Qingyun's personal guards were swept away, horse and rider alike. Tingley, sharing a mount with Zhao Qingyun, turned pale in fear. Removing the broadsword, Sihu and thousands of seasoned soldiers surged forward. Xiaofeng camp, heed my command. Quickly protect your general. If we can break through the encirclement, a reward of 100 taels of gold awaits. Zhao Qingyun's voice was heavy, resounding with urgency. The remaining soldiers of Xiaofeng camp swiftly converged to form a protective circle. Form a circular shield wall. Upon hearing this command, the foot soldiers of Xiaofeng camp hastily abandoned their bows and raised their shields, nervously arranging themselves in a defensive formation. Chang Wei, charge into the fray. Su Mu's tone remained calm as he observed. Zhao Qingyun, this dog of a husband. was merely sacrificing the lives of the Xiaofeng soldiers to buy time. Chang Wei, who was maneuvering around to flank the enemy, heeded Su Mu's command. He swiftly advanced. Wielding his pear-blossom wooden spear, and with a single dismount, he struck down 3 or 4 shield-bearers with consecutive thrusts. Have you heard of the inner-city long spear? My young master wields the great long spear, while I wield the lesser long spear. Under Chang Wei's leadership, 3,000 light cavalry became increasingly emboldened, and before Zhao Qingyun's eyes, one by one, the soldiers of Xiaofeng camp fell lifeless upon the road. Xiaofeng camp, come protect your general, Zhao Qingyun bellowed once more. Yet, at that moment, the 30,000-strong soldiers of Xiaofeng camp had already suffered heavy losses from the ambush. Of the 20,000 light cavalry, fewer than 8,000 could retreat. Some were cut down in battle, others struck by arrows, and many trampled to death by their own comrades after falling from their horses. The remaining foot soldiers fared no better, caught unawares. Half of them were slain before they could even raise their shields. I, Zhao Qingyun, am the general of the northern campaign. I am the prince of the 3 prefectures. I have earned my wealth and honor step by step. Have I done anything wrong? I have done nothing wrong. Zhao Qingyun's voice grew increasingly frantic, his face contorting in anguish. Su, you and I are of the same ilk. Why is it that you, having become a minister, are revered and worshipped by the world, while I, steadfastly defending Hezhou as the general of the northern campaign, am forgotten? Zhao Qingyun's desperate cries escalated into madness, his expression twisted in despair. Lianyong, from the old soldiers' camp of Wangzhou, falls under the jurisdiction of Xiaofeng camp. Su Mu has overstepped his authority. I command you to eliminate him immediately. At this moment, even Zhao Qingyun himself was unaware of the madness that consumed him. Are you a fool? Lianyong gritted his teeth, continuing to charge forward, and with a roar, shattered a leather shield before him. The furious veterans were not alone. Many soldiers from Yuzhou camp, and even a few from the Qingtian camp, alongside the fearless warriors of the Tiger Hall, all charged towards Zhao Qingyun's formation. The Central Plains may engage in battle, chaos, and dynastic change. Those are matters of the G people themselves. But colluding with the Northern D to betray the city for personal gain is a different crime altogether. Had it not been for the prior seizure of Hezhou, after the fall of Wangzhou, hundreds of thousands of D people would have surged directly into the inner city, penetrating deep into the heart of the Central Plains. All of us from the Central Plains are entitled to execute this traitor. Outside, Su Mu's ambush had already turned Xiaofeng camp into a scene of carnage, with blood soaking the ground. Even those who survived had discarded their armor and fled in terror. Xiaofeng camp was initially a band of dog officers in Hezhou, and Su Mu held no fondness for such a camp. It had sunk into utter disgrace. Protect your general. Zhao Qingyun, gathering the last remnants of his forces, hurriedly formed a grand formation, densely blocking a significant stretch of the official road. The light cavalry of the Xiaofeng camp, nestled in the innermost part, found themselves in an utterly helpless situation, daring only to strike occasionally from behind the shields of the infantry. Change bows. Zhao Qingyun, trapped in the center, gritted his teeth in determination. He understood all too well that if the formation was breached by the Little East, his demise was inevitable. Yet it seemed a true deadlock had emerged. With the Little East's prowess, it would take no more than an hour. Zhao Qingyun was doomed. Sihu, with his massive frame, crashed into the line, sending another 6 or 7 infantrymen flying. As the gaps widened, fresh soldiers swiftly filled the void. You wretched scoundrel. Chang Wei, unwilling to back down, led 3,000 cavalry, relentlessly tearing open the formation. Fetch the oil. Su Mu's expression remained impassive. Nearby, hundreds of elite warriors from the Tiger Hall hurriedly unwrapped their leather pouches. Thud, countless oil bags were coldly hurled towards the Xiaofeng camp's formation. Shields, use your shields. Zhao Qingyun's face flushed red as he shouted commands with increasing desperation. Ultimately, as he felt the oil seeping beneath his feet, he trembled and unexpectedly knelt towards Su Mu. Su, brother Su, you once spoke of my position as the last minor officer of the Tongzi camp, a mere spark. 3,000 of my comrades have perished defending the city. For their sake, grant me this one reprieve. My surrender to the Northern D is merely a guise to act as an internal ally. I have pondered it thoroughly. Upon joining the Northern D, I would incite a rebellion, working in concert with you. Su Mu took a few steps back, regarding him as a mere nuisance, then steadily removed his horse lantern. Brother Su, otherwise, I shall sever my own arm to atone for my grave sins. Indeed, there is a northern D sorcerer. I will slay him. And you shall bear witness to my loyalty. Beside him, Huang Daochun's expression froze, cursing under his breath as he hastily mounted his horse and rode away. With a flick of his hand, Su Mu coldly tossed the lantern into the formation. In an instant, flames erupted. Serpentine tongues of fire began to crawl along the shield formation, growing ever more ferocious. Whether from the veteran camp or the Northern Expeditionary Army, all retreated, coldly observing the advancing inferno. The Little East strategy was indeed masterful. Now, Zhao Qingyuan had no choice but to abandon his formation, his end drawing near. As Lian Yong had foretold, after the flames consumed hundreds of corpses, Zhao Qingyuan could no longer maintain the array, compelling his men to retreat. Quickly, all of you, cover my retreat. Those who return alive shall be my sworn brothers. Zhao Qingyuan bellowed, relentlessly pushing his soldiers toward the flames ahead. Draw bows. Under Su Mu's command, waves of arrows were once again loosed toward the front. With their numbers dwindling to merely 3,000 or 4,000, and with few infantrymen left to raise their shields, they began to fall one after another. The armor of the Xiaofeng camp was of the finest quality. Having seized the military provisions from the old veteran camp under the pretense of authority, we, stationed at the front line, held steadfast with our rusted blades against the fortifications, while the plump generals and lackluster soldiers of the Xiaofeng camp knew only to cower within the city, indulging in pleasures. Lian Yong's voice trembled with indignation. With cavalry and superior armor, these despicable wretches care for nothing. Last year's acquaintances have seemingly transformed into creatures even more base than beasts. Charge! Su Mu bellowed, raising his sword in fury. Kill! The Xiaofeng camp, encircled by flames, found itself with no avenue of escape, awaiting inevitable demise. Zhao Qingyuan, gazing heavenward, roared repeatedly, alternately kneeling in prayer to the heavens and firing signal arrows. Suddenly, Su Mu's countenance shifted, his eyes wide with disbelief. He raised his head, sorrow and rage flooding his gaze. Above, dark clouds swirled ominously, and a single drop of rain fell, soon multiplying in a torrential downpour. The sudden deluge blurred vision. Yet through the mist, Su Mu discerned the flames surrounding the Xiaofeng camp extinguished in an instant. The once scattered soldiers regrouped around Zhao Qingyuan, forming a defensive shield. Ha ha! Brother Su, the heavens possess their own discernment. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Su Mu clenched his teeth, feeling an oppressive weight in his chest. Continue the assault. Today, the Xiaofeng camp must be annihilated. Zhao Qingyuan shall die. Under Su Mu's furious command, the Northern Expeditionary Army and the veteran soldiers, emboldened by the rain, brandished their weapons and surged forward in a reckless onslaught. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves echoed. Retreat! General Su, retreat quickly. The D army is upon us, shouted the scouts in alarm. Ahead on the official road, the sound of hooves thundered. In the rain-soaked night, a hawk soared through the trees, emitting a sharp cry. The battle cries of the Northern D pierced the air like daggers. General Su, at least 50,000 D warriors. The last of the scouts fell, riddled with arrows, crashing to the ground. Standing in the rain, Zhao Qingyuan laughed maniacally, his laughter sharp and piercing. Brother Su, you cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. I, Zhao Qingyuan, am destined for greatness. This life shall not end so easily. Shield. Quickly, surround this general with shields. Su Mu raised his head bitterly, surveying the tens of thousands of soldiers around him. If they delayed any longer, being surrounded by the Northern D army would spell catastrophe. Moreover, should they falter, returning to Hezhou would be impossible, and the meager 3,000 defenders there would surely fall. Back to Hezhou. Su Mu's face was cold, a fury boiling within him that he could not articulate. Chang Wei, drag up the barricades to block the pursuers. Yuan, gather the D horses quickly. For those we cannot take, pierce their bellies. Rest assured, young master. Mounted on his horse, Su Mu swayed unsteadily. With steely resolve, he drew his sword and sliced through the curtain of rain. The meticulously arranged killing field was nearly complete. Just a step away from slaying that wretched Zhao Qingyuan before the spirits of countless border heroes. The heavens are blind. Lian Yong raised his head, unleashing a mournful roar, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha! Su Mu, you cannot kill me. No one can. I, Zhao Qingyuan, am destined to soar. In the rain, Zhao Qingyuan howled like a madman. As he stumbled forward, his foot slipped, and he teetered precariously toward the ground. A forsaken long knife lay on the earth, its bloodstains washed away by the rain, emanating a chilling aura. Crack! In an instant, one of Zhao Qingyun's ears, along with a chunk of flesh, vanished into thin air. Beneath the rain-soaked night, Huang Daochuan's expression gleamed with a cruel delight. A scream, filled with excruciating agony, echoed throughout the vast expanse of the night sky.